He bowed his head, once exalted above all, to the specter. That day he perished, and simultaneously he was reborn. From death to life, the essence of existence lies within the duality of dying and living. By day, he embodied divinity. By night, he transformed into a ghost, traversing the realms of humanity and hell with each step. She resembled a lost lamb, having just escaped the den of wolves, only to wander into the lair of phantoms, where she encountered the deity who would rescue her from the abyss. She sang for the deity, adorned him with flowers, and in return, he lowered his haughty head. He wished to keep her until the end of his days. It turned out that this sentiment is what humanity refers to as eternal companionship and growing old together. He yearned to embrace the bright moon, unaware that the moon was already within his grasp. In a vast expanse from the azure skies to the depths of the yellow springs, both realms lay shrouded in an indistinct haze. It was he who severed the bond between them with his own hands, and he who buried his own desires. The beloved remains oblivious, while the forsaken wanders in a state of perpetual anxiety. The lotus withers, the leaves turn yellow, and the remnants of the lotus and severed roots depict the scenery of her death. The once vibrant world fades into shades of gray, leaving one to ponder if their fates can intertwine anew. Chapter 1. The River of Three Paths. What year is it this year? I can no longer recall. It matters not, for I am endowed with infinite lifespan. To a ghost, every year holds equal significance. Oh, no, he has already departed this world. It turns out he has indeed passed away. Toma stood in an empty expanse, the upper realm enveloped in white mist, while the lower realm gradually descended into darkness. At last, such a day has arrived. Toma reflected, realizing he had already succumbed to death. In the climactic battle, after the demise of Kiwazo, it was none other than himself who fell. In death, he felt neither fear nor regret for his failures. His vacuous existence came to an end, not unexpected, merely somewhat unforeseen. That was not long ago. Time lay still like stagnant water, devoid of ripples. Observing the female devotees in joyous revelry, Toma wore a smile, yet his heart bore no trace of joy, only an innate emptiness. He reached up to touch his hair, grasping it, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the white garments of the dancing devotees became stained with blood. First, a thread of crimson, then a vast expanse of red, culminating in the sound of shattering as the girls' bodies were torn asunder, fragmented into pieces. The thick blood gushed forth, surging forward as if it had legs, racing to his feet, staining the beige cuffs of his trousers with vibrant red. In the dimly lit room, the intense and eerie red was blinding, a deathly silence akin to the hell of red lotuses. This was his daily existence. The sound of the pipa echoed. Toma sensed the commencement of the final confrontation with the Demon Slayer Corps. He could feel the essence of all demons being summoned back to Infinity City, alongside the unmistakable presence of humans, undoubtedly members of the Demon Slayer Corps. All bore the will of Lord Musen, prepared to engage the Demon Slayer Corps in a battle of life and death. That esteemed figure, nearly immortal, ensured that victory would belong to the demons, who held every advantage in this conflict. The decisive battle is about to commence, and Lord Musen swears to comprehend the grievances that have spanned centuries. This matter pertains to Musen and humanity, seemingly devoid of any relevance to him. Oh, but alas, with the death of the progenitor of demons, his own existence is destined for obliteration. Yet what of it? Tamayo remains unperturbed. Overcoming sunlight, life or death bears no significance for him. Indulging leisurely in the culinary delights, reminiscent of countless days and nights past, they are all children of suffering. Thus, he is resolutely determined to fulfill his responsibilities as their master, ensuring they are thoroughly nourished. Embracing their emotions, blood, and flesh, he envisions a shared existence within the eternal passage of time, guiding them to new heights. Although fear of death permeates their hearts, it is but a fleeting moment. He shall address it with ease. In death, they may attain happiness and bliss alongside him. He firmly believes that rescuing these wretched souls and granting them joy is his sacred mission. It is the very purpose of his existence. The newcomer is a young girl, much to Tamayo's delight. He turns, his chin still stained with blood, and courteously removes his lotus crown to greet her, his demeanor reminiscent of a suave individual. Yet his face elicits discomfort, while the corners of his mouth smile, his brow furrows in sorrow. However, a sudden cry for help from a female disciple interrupts his words. To his astonishment, she is calling out to that girl, and her speed is remarkable. Yet, she is merely rescuing a mass of flesh and blood. While she exudes gentleness in her attempts to save, her demeanor toward Tamayo starkly contrasts this tenderness. She identifies herself as Shinobu Kocho, appearing fierce and seemingly harboring deep-seated enmity towards Tamayo, questioning whether he remembers her sister, Kane Kocho. Tamayo possesses no recollection whatsoever, a name he has never heard before, yet Kaneo's seems somewhat familiar. Tamayo delves into his memory and soon recalls a girl from 3 years prior who wielded the breath of flowers. It must be this very individual. She appeared quite gentle and endearing, yet alas, dawn approached, and he could not consume her. A tinge of regret lingers. Intentionally, he utters words designed to provoke intense emotions of hatred in others, with striking efficacy. However, due to her diminutive stature and limited strength, her attempts to poison Tamayo were effortlessly neutralized. He lavishly praises her while ruthlessly ending her life, ultimately devoured without a hint of surprise. He is astute. Even the gestures made before death did not escape his keen observation. Were they intended for this girl? She appears equally frail. Tamayo mockingly seizes her sword, for a swordsman without a blade is akin to a fish bereft of water. Rather than a swift demise, he prefers to witness the fish struggle against death. It is nearly time to conclude this matter. Upper Moon 3, Akaza, has been eliminated, and this insignificant fish is hardly worth expending energy on. Just as he prepares to end the girl, a bare-chested youth with a pig's head bursts onto the scene. His swordsmanship is peculiar, and his skin is remarkably sensitive, rendering Tamayo perplexed by this odd child. This is their first encounter, inciting Tamayo's curiosity. The girl refers to him as Inisuk, a name that feels oddly familiar, compelling him to involuntarily remove his headpiece, revealing a visage that seems reminiscent. So familiar is indeed a serendipitous encounter. His azure eyes, crystalline and clear. He berates himself for his nonsensical musings, having forgotten something significant. Thus, he shall assist him in recalling it. How could one forget? Tamayo harbors a habit of recording battle experiences and information, some deemed trivial and placed in lesser importance, while other memories he wishes to forget remain sealed deep within his mind. He inserts his fingers into his temples, swirling them as blood trickles down, his eyes bloodshot, yet he feels no pain, maintaining a calm smile, resembling a composed madman. He has found it. The individual is Kaneyuki Tamiya. Her eyes, similarly azure and clear, are tranquil as a deep abyss. She is the mother of this child. This child seems oblivious to her lineage, and Tamayo, in a gesture of kindness, recounts the events leading to this moment. He recalls those seemingly inconsequential songs with vivid clarity, discussing them as if they were cherished treasures, and concludes with a biting jest about her unfortunate mother. He is acutely aware that nothing inflicts greater suffering than this. He has always maintained a cynical demeanor, mockingly employing a gentle tone to utter words that shatter one's spirit. The underlying reason may stem from a desire to witness the anguish of others. This familiar expression engenders within him a sense of purpose, a mission to save others. Such ordinary memories, upon reflection, evoke a hint of nostalgia and a tinge of melancholy. Could he possibly harbor such emotions? It seems improbable. A child adept at observation appears to have seen through his facade, perhaps feeling a modicum of indignation, nothing more. He recalls encountering Shinobu. The girl finally bestows a smile upon him, caressing her own head, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter, radiating a warmth that is almost unbearable, even as her words drip with venomous malice, cursing him to the depths of hell. He was not the slightest bit angered. However, he sensed something pulsating within him. His face flushed, and he naturally assumed it was the flutter of romantic affection. Thus, as per usual, he professed his heartfelt confessions to those who despised him. He understood that this would sufficiently incite her wrath. He derived pleasure from witnessing the intense emotions of others, be it sorrow or anger. When feelings reached their zenith, it seemed to inject a modicum of turbulence into his otherwise desolate existence. Regrettably, he remained utterly unmoved each time. Truly, it was a life steeped in emptiness. His visage bore no expression, merely tinged with a hint of loneliness. The realm beyond death was also a void, mirroring the world he had observed in life. Indeed, the heavenly paradise and infernal abyss described in books do exist. Now he ought to descend into hell. He was a composed madman, devoid of emotions in life, and in death, a harbinger of malevolence. No longer must he feign joy or pretend to grieve. It seemed there was a flicker of anticipation. What kind of world awaits in hell? Chapter 2. A Night of Wind and Snow. 15 years ago, beneath a somber sky, snowflakes drifted gently down, enveloping the world in a hushed silence. As if time itself had frozen, rendering the landscape a canvas of stark whiteness. The snow blanketed the rooftops, while the north wind howled, interspersed with icy gusts. Flickering warmly from the temple nestled on the mountainside, the lights resembled a solitary firefly in the encroaching darkness, the only beacon of warmth in this frigid realm. The character's eternal bliss hung prominently before the hall, illuminating the vast interior, which was otherwise desolate and empty, save for rows of lamps casting a bright, yet comforting glow. A lotus-patterned screen filtered the dim light, revealing a scene of enchanting beauty. A young girl sat beside a man, her face flushed with shyness, akin to a ripened fruit, exuding the delicate fragrance of youth, mingled with warmth. In contrast, the man was tall and imposing, making the girl appear almost childlike in her diminutive stature. With a bashful demeanor, she lowered her gaze, unable to resist stealing furtive glances at her beloved. His chestnut hair was strikingly unique, his features meticulously sculpted, possessing a rugged handsomeness softened by a childlike, innocent smile that radiated a sense of ease and safety. Most captivating were his mesmerizing, kaleidoscopic eyes, which could only be described as resplendent. Like a rainbow, they seemed to encompass all the beauty of the world within their depths, evoking a belief that he might very well be divine. His sturdy arms were as unyielding as a wall, cold as the winter outside, providing a counterbalance to her feverish anxiety. In that moment, she resembled a small serpent, twisting and turning in search of cooler air. "Your Highness, are you cold?" she asked softly, her voice trembling against his chest. He offered no response, and she hesitantly extended her hand, delicately brushing the hanging ribbons of his lotus crown. The ethereal figure remained poised, a serene smile adorning his face, both gentle and aloof. The crown and dark cloak added an air of solemnity to his presence. As he sat with a dignified posture, embodying a saintly, unearthly being, his smile almost nullifying the chill of his detachment, exuding a warmth that felt paradoxically mundane. The striking contrast was intriguing. With a deep exhale, he snapped his fingers, and the girl collapsed to the ground, motionless, as if she had succumbed to slumber. In that vast sanctuary, not a single breath of life could be heard. The lamps extinguished, and the night deepened to a pitch-black hue. The banquet of phantoms had commenced. In the forest somewhere. "Stop!" A voice roared, primal and feral, echoing through the stillness. A girl, her body battered and worn, clasped her arms tightly against her chest, her tattered kimono reeking of snow, mud, and rust. Her rapid breaths mingled with fearful murmurs in her mind, intensifying with each passing moment. As if her heart were about to leap from her throat, numbness gripped her legs, rendering them insensible as she fled, driven by an instinct to survive. Run, run faster. The darkness of the night aided her escape, yet the unforgiving snow illuminated her path, leaving no shelter for concealment. Before her lay an expanse of white, while behind, a trail of footprints starkly marked her flight. She was unaware of how long she had run. Her kimono was in tatters, much like her life, devoid of any brilliance. "Forgive me, Inosuk. Mother cannot protect you." Tears streamed down her cheeks. She had resolved to leave that home, prepared for death, yet unwilling to abandon her child. No matter how far she ran, nor how many times she stumbled, the terrifying roar behind her pursued relentlessly, and ahead lay an endless road. Her life flashed before her eyes, like a drifting reed in a mire, rootless and adrift. She had believed marriage would provide her with a refuge, but instead, she was met with her husband's violence and her mother-in-law's scorn. "Just endure, and it will pass," her father had always told her. She could endure, but her child could not. He was too young, and how could his father dare? Because of Inosuk's cries, her husband had threatened the infant, and without a moment's thought, she had bitten down on his arm, only to be met with a brutal retaliation. She could not falter. Thus, without hesitation, she had wrapped Inosuk in her arms and bolted through the door. It might have been an impulsive act, yet she felt no regret. She was determined to protect her child. Blood, How many times had she bled? The taste was so familiar that she often failed to realize her injuries. The crimson trail behind her formed a mottled line, reminiscent of a plum blossom in winter, vibrant against the stark whiteness of the world. In her arms, Inisuk's warmth was her light, a fire in her otherwise dark and humble existence, a star that would never fade, a sun. A reed cannot survive without its sun. Yet a reed that escapes the mire cannot thrive. Her eyes swollen, tears flowed from the crevices. God, even if I am a sinner, please save my child. Inisuk, he is innocent. I beseech you. The girl prayed fervently in her heart, yet it seemed the heavens did not heed her call. Indeed, during countless harrowing nights, she had prayed, yet never once had the divine responded. She had long ceased to believe in deities, yet this time, she yearned for a miracle for Inisuk. Why was she not favored? Perhaps she was destined to bear the weight of sin in this life. Yet she was willing to shoulder that burden as long as her Inisuk remained safe. The girl crawled through the mountains like an ant, easily engulfed by a single snowflake. She pressed forward against the wind and snow, as if battling the heavens, her fragility palpable. The biting snow sliced against her pale face, carving beautiful lines of crimson. Her breaths were labored, the pounding of her heart echoing in her ears, thumping relentlessly. She gasped for air, feeling as though her heart might explode. How much longer must she traverse this path? She did not know. Perhaps she would freeze before reaching an end. Feeling the warmth of her child, her gaze hardened with determination. No, perhaps the end was just ahead. She could not surrender to despair. She must seize a glimmer of hope for Inisuk, even if she perished. As long as Inisuk could survive, that was enough. The ancient temple lay nestled among the mountains, like a giant slumbering in the snowy night, tranquil. The flickering yellow light was her only glimmer of hope. With all her strength, she lifted her stiffened feet, finally arriving at the entrance. Leaning against the door, she summoned every ounce of her being to call for help, pounding desperately. The temple seemed a desolate place, for no matter how she cried out, no one came to answer her pleas. She struggled to calm her breath, soothing her racing heart, glancing back toward the path she had come. In truth, she could see nothing clearly, yet the footprints in the snow would guide her accurately. Before the grand door, she found it empty. Panic surged within her as she turned in circles. She gazed up at the dim sky, where a faint glimmer of light flickered. The flame of a lamp at the entrance, so feeble, akin to her own life, fragile and easily extinguished. She collapsed in the snow, silently praying. God, please save my child. Inisuk is innocent. Please, save him. I would accept any cost. The hoarse voice was faint, nearly unheard, vanishing amidst the falling snowflakes. Oh God, please save my child. Inisuk is innocent. Please, save him. Her prayers were swallowed by the storm, with no reply. Uncertain how many times she had prayed, she could only recall that it had been a while since she heard the voices chasing her from behind. Perhaps they were coming soon. She cast one last glance at the feeble flicker of light, then closed her eyes, tears of blood streaming down her cheeks. Inisuk, I'm sorry. Truly I am. As a mother, I have failed to protect you. I'm sorry, Mother is so useless. I'm sorry. Mother can do nothing. If there is a next life, I hope you will not be my child again. It is too painful. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Chapter 3, The Divine. In that moment of closing her eyes, the spark before the great door could no longer withstand the fierce northern wind and finally flickered into oblivion. There was no light. Darkness descended. God has heard my prayers. He has not forsaken us. Inisuk, the girl, with her last ounce of strength, crawled towards the approaching figure. She could not even discern who it was. Desperately clutching at their garments, this was her last lifeline. Anyone would do, as long as they could save her and her child. Please, save my child. I beg you. This was the girl's final utterance, but alas, she had not heard a response before she slipped into unconsciousness. Beneath the icy expanse, the battered girl lay in the snow near an ancient temple, while a tall man stood before her. Snowflakes fell silently, landing on the trees, rooftops, tattered garments, and the ground, a thin layer accumulating upon his shoulders. Just as he intended to leave, he felt several bony hands, like withered branches, clutching at his pant leg. He crouched down, gently patting the head on the ground, speaking in a calm, soothing tone. Do not worry. I will save you, child. Having just enjoyed a hearty meal, he was in high spirits and felt rejuvenated, readily agreeing to the girl's plea. Although this was not unlike his usual conduct, he always showed kindness to the suffering and frail humans. His hearing was acute. Everything within this mountain was under his dominion. 3, 2, 1. As he counted to the final number, two panting figures appeared before him, both in disarray yet exuding an undeniable vigor. The Iceman conjured by blood demon arts morphed into the girl's form, luring the incoming duo to the rear mountain. You, hand over that woman. The man's coarse voice, panting thrice before completing his demand, roared like a wild boar upon the mountain, grating on the ears. What a fierce rage. He mused inwardly. Did you help that wretched woman escape? The elderly woman, having regained her breath, screeched angrily. Welcome to the Eternal Paradise sect. The man elegantly extended his arms in a welcoming gesture, but before he could finish his sentence, the other man seized him by the collar. You fool. Hurry up and hand over that despicable woman. The boar-like roar ruffled the man's hair, accompanied by warm mist. The gray-haired woman gaped, her eyes wide with horror. Before she could comprehend the unfolding chaos, a severed head rolled to her feet, warm blood still steaming, familiar to her. It was her son's head. Staring at that familiar visage, her mouth agape, she forgot to breathe. She had heard the old tales of demons, beings with fangs, fearing the sun, emerging only at night to feast on humans. They were tall, possessing strength far beyond that of humanity, able to kill with a mere flick of a finger. The middle-aged woman struggled to focus her gaze on the man, her trembling eyes finally resting on his elongated nails, no longer human. The colorful irises inscribed with the words upper two were the last sights she beheld before her demise. The man's youthful face bore a hint of youthful indignation and a sympathetic demeanor as he murmured, "Ah, what a bother. Why can't you just let me finish speaking?" Regardless, he prided himself on hearing others out completely. He bent down, raising a solitary finger, advising the two, "Next time, please speak properly, understood?" Upon noticing the two in the blood pool had not responded, he suddenly realized, tapping his head, "Oh, I forgot, you can no longer speak." Having just dined, he felt no hunger, and these two appeared unappetizing. Consuming them might lead him to regurgitate his previous meal. Let it be. Yet, how troublesome these two are. He stroked his chin, pondering seriously. Very well, you shall rest here. Using blood demon arts, he encased the two in ice and pushed them down the mountain. The sound of cracking stone echoing in the distance. The man rose, dusted off his hands as if he had just completed a significant task, retrieved a fan from his waist, elegantly unfurling it to his mouth, smiling as he bid farewell to the two before turning to depart. Snow fell thickly, and the earth lay silent, as if the world had succumbed to a tranquil stillness, rendering the recent events as if they had never transpired. The following day, within the church, morning arrived at the Paradise Church, where the congregation stood in orderly rows, bowing to the leader. Thus began a day of labor, assigning tasks based on reports from the subordinates, listening to the people's grievances, guiding them toward liberation from their suffering. He sat leisurely upon a cushion, gazing out the window. For 2 centuries, he had occupied this position, much like the weather above the courtyard, spring yielding to autumn, clouds swirling. The faces of those across from him ceaselessly changing. He had an exceptional memory, yet could not recall their faces or names. Despite his efforts to remember, he found it perplexing that he could not. The only constant was himself, the founder of the Eternal Paradise sect. Unchanging, eternal, indeed, was what that esteemed individual favored. Constancy, it seemed, was not without merit. If nothing changed, humanity would suffer less anguish. If nothing changed, there would be fewer injustices. If nothing changed, he would not feel so powerless against many matters. Alas, the wretched human race is perpetually beset by countless sufferings. Truly, they are pitiable. Indeed, this world is a veritable inferno, requiring someone like him to guide those in torment toward paradise, where there is no suffering, no sorrow, no loss, no calamity, no injustice, and where they could attain eternal happiness alongside him. Perhaps the sole reason he had persevered as the leader all these years was that the frail humans needed his assistance. This was the only method he had discovered over the centuries. With this belief, he patiently listened to the tales of the people, displaying unwavering patience. His gaze filled with compassion and acceptance, his tone steady and gentle. He had known from a young age that he was remarkably clever, capable of discerning hearts, articulating the most fitting words at opportune moments, liberating those who suffered from their chains, bringing light and solace. The same phrases he had repeated countless times over the century, mastering the expressions that resonated with humanity. The shadows of the sun and moon danced upon the window panes, the congregation's faces shifting like masks, stars shifted. Dynasties rose and fell, but he remained, steadfast in his position, unchanged. Night is the day for demons, a tranquil darkness wherein the man melded with the shadows. His luminous irises revealing the desires and dangers of demons, devoid of any life. Chapter 4. Thank you. Half a month later, in the evening at the church, the devotees have gradually departed from the temple, leaving only a handful of solitary monks engaged in their activities. Halt! I command you to stop. A man clad in the robes of the Paradise sect chased after a young girl. With a resounding crash, the church doors swung open, and the man, poised to remove his lotus crown, withdrew his hand and sat upright, adorned with a smile that radiated warmth and benevolence. The setting sun, like a sharp blade, cleaved the hall into 2 distinct realms, one shrouded in shadows, the other bathed in a soft glow. The golden rays cascaded upon her emerald-hued kimono, her jade-like eyes sparkling with an ethereal luminescence that outshone any gem he had ever encountered in his centuries of existence. Her gaze resembled a droplet of pure, crystalline green water, splashing against a vibrant yet monochromatic rainbow, infusing the world with color beyond the grayscale he had known. Green, the color of life itself. Her fair skin, illuminated by the verdant fabric, appeared flawless, and her smile was reminiscent of the gentle warmth of spring breezes, an unexpected warmth in the heart of winter. Beautiful. He couldn't help but exclaim, his admiration genuine. He regarded her with the same reverence one reserves for a delicate porcelain doll as she approached, waving to the followers trailing behind, signaling her indifference to their departure. Before he could utter a word, the girl deeply bowed, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Your Holiness. Without you, my Inasuk would not have survived. The sound of tears hitting the wooden floor echoed softly, and he noted, oh, this child is weeping. But why does she tremble? I have yet to begin. Though he had an excellent memory, he couldn't recall where he had encountered this remarkably beautiful girl before. It was unfathomable that she had left no impression on him. The girl lifted her head and knelt before him, her face upturned as she explained. I was saved by you half a month ago. At that time, I was being pursued by my grandmother and husband. Suddenly, he remembered, focusing on her delicate hands, white, tender, and frail, as if they could snap like a young shoot beneath the snow. Her tear-filled eyes resembled jade submerged in a turquoise lake, lustrous and radiant. He raised his gaze as the last light of day began to fade, gently inquiring, tell me, child, do you harbor any troubles? Or is there anything you desire? I can fulfill any wish of yours. His smile radiated warmth that eclipsed even the warmth of the room. The girl appeared taken aback, shaking her head fervently in refusal. No, you need not grant me anything, Your Holiness. I have come solely to express my gratitude for saving me and this child. A small head emerged from her embrace, revealing another beautiful face with the same jade-hued eyes. Ah, so you are already a mother? He mused, contemplating the implications of such a development. His demeanor dimmed slightly, almost imperceptibly. A chill swept through the air, causing little Inasuk to shiver, his tiny hands flailing as if to stifle an impending sneeze, on the verge of tears. The girl quickly soothed the infant, gently patting his back while humming a lullaby. It was a melody he had never heard before, soft, serene, ethereal, and warm. The song seemed to possess a unique quality, leaving him eager for the next verse. But it abruptly ceased, leaving him in a state of puzzlement. She turned, startled to find the Holiness standing beside her, perhaps drawn by the commotion caused by little Inasuk's cries. She had yet to clearly behold the face of her savior. Earlier, he had been cloaked in shadow within the church, too distant to discern. Now, however, she could memorize the visage of her benefactor. She looked up to find a face perpetually adorned with a gentle smile, with chestnut hair and eyes that sparkled with an array of colors. Such exquisite beauty she had never encountered before, prompting her to exclaim, "What a stunning person! Oh, are you speaking of me?" "Thank you," he replied, his tone warm and amiable, reminiscent of a cheerful youth. The girl gazed up at his smiling eyes. Devoid of any ulterior motives or emotions, he was unlike anyone she had previously encountered. Gazing at the lotus crown atop his head and the solemnity of his priestly garb, she felt an overwhelming sense of reverence. He appeared majestic yet approachable, offering his smiles and kindness freely. Kneeling on the ground, she raised her head to look upon the exalted figure of the Holiness, who emanated strength and gentleness, akin to a deity. In that moment, she felt as though she had been redeemed. Perhaps the divine had indeed heard her prayers. This time, the gods had not forsaken her. She felt fortunate. The Holiness, Takuma, lowered his gaze, and she returned his smile, reminiscent of snowflakes melting under the sun. What could such a feeling be? After 2 centuries of existence, she found herself at a loss for words. The child, saved by the Holiness 2 weeks prior, was orphaned, devoid of siblings, having escaped from an abusive husband and a tyrannical grandmother, with nowhere to go. One of the subordinates, bowing low, reported to Takuma about the reckless girl they had encountered the previous day. After providing her with healing, we discovered she is a young woman, accompanied by a child. She approached you without your permission yesterday. It was my oversight. Please, punish me as you see fit. Takuma, observing his subordinate Matsuyama with his forehead pressed to the ground, joked, "It's quite all right. I am not angry." "Oh, Matsuyama, really?" However, he added, "That child is quite lively." Before Takuma could finish, Matsuyama lowered his head even further, the atmosphere thick with tension, so palpable one could hear the pounding of their own heart. Unexpectedly, the Holiness shifted his tone and declared his wish for the girl to remain. Matsuyama, acting on her behalf, expressed his gratitude profusely. "Matsuyama, I have chosen to keep her here. You seem quite pleased," Takuma teased, cupping his face with amusement. Matsuyama became flustered, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he pondered how to explain himself. Just then, another subordinate approached the holiness, prompting him to step back. Stepping out of the church, the man touched his damp clothing, exhaling slowly, seemingly seeking to alleviate the tension from earlier. Matsuyama, a diligent and pragmatic subordinate, felt fortunate to work for the Paradise sect, one of the few stable and prosperous religious orders in this era. His responsible nature and alignment with their doctrines had swiftly elevated him from a mere devotee to a prominent position directly beneath the holiness, one of the three esteemed ranks among Japanese monks. Over the years, in this respected role, he had become increasingly diligent. The holiness was truly remarkable. He had once held genuine admiration for him. For his adept management and ability to enlighten all who crossed his path. The holiness was always cheerful, exuding an air of approachability that made it challenging to fathom his true thoughts. Perhaps that was the essence of a divine being, distinct from ordinary mortals. His reverence persisted until just days ago when he traversed the rear mountains and stumbled upon numerous dismembered corpses buried beneath the snow. By the clothing, he discerned there were two victims, one male and one female. The woman's hair was tinged with gray, while the man appeared strikingly youthful. He had witnessed death before, of starvation, illness, and injuries, but never had he encountered remains so shattered, as if crafted by an unnatural hand. In a state of panic, he buried the bodies, pretending not to have seen them, before returning to the temple with a heavy heart. Chapter 5, Human Bones. He recalled something he had previously observed. The Paradise sect maintained a consistent membership of around 250, with most members residing elsewhere, and whenever new initiates arrived, several women would depart. Perhaps disappear would be a more fitting term, for most who came here were unfortunate souls, though the holiness claimed they had found their paradise. However, due to the inability to establish contact with them or their families, their whereabouts remained shrouded in mystery. Matsumoto traced the characters on the booklet, a string of names: Hanako, Teruko, Reina. These were predominantly feminine names, and Matsumoto covered his mouth, fearful of inadvertently revealing some earth-shattering secret. Despite the multitude of educational affairs, he retained a faint recollection of several individuals, many of whom were quite young, likely between the ages of 18 and 25, possessing graceful figures and striking features. Reina had left the temple just days ago. He remembered her as a shy girl. Yet, just a few days prior, coincidentally, was when that woman with the child had arrived at the temple. The once familiar vast temple now felt overwhelmingly alien. It was as if he were ensnared in an ice cellar, the sky a dismal gray, lifeless and silent, seemingly brewing a sinister plot. What if the flame that drew people together was not the light of salvation, but rather a hell that devoured them? He dared not continue that line of thought. On his escape, he had overheard beggars' rumors. Some wealthy individuals were said to engage in acts of charity, providing shelter and sustenance for the homeless, and people expressed gratitude. Gradually, the number of vagrants on the streets diminished, yet no one cared to inquire about their fate. Even when numerous nameless bones were discovered on the outskirts of the city, no one was willing to expend effort tracing their deaths. Thus, the legend of the man-eating specter persisted. If anyone encountered misfortune without explanation, they would link it to the specter. But, did such beings truly exist in this world? No one knew. Yet, what if they were indeed real? Consequently, he began to scrutinize everything before him with a newfound perspective, observing the ebb and flow of worshippers, ordinary, truly mundane human beings. Some bore the marks of hardship etched upon their faces, others appeared devout and sincere, while some were filled with anxiety and trepidation. The younger ones radiated contentment and joy. Upon further reflection, he noted that Davina and the head priest were simply unremarkable middle-aged men and an elder. The head priest was a deeply devout and taciturn individual, whereas Davina was more vivacious, as he was responsible for engaging with the congregation and conveying teachings. However, he exhibited a significant flaw. He seemed overly attentive towards women. He was quite loquacious, far too much so. Matsuyama stood aside, observing as Davina conversed with a young female congregant for an extended period, to the point that Matsuyama found him somewhat bothersome. On this quiet winter night, while all had succumbed to sweet slumber, he conducted one last inspection of the temple, secretly counting the number of individuals present. Not a soul was missing, and he felt a sense of relief. Most of the congregants would return to their homes or rightful places, leaving only the unfortunate homeless to reside in the temple. The head priest had always lived alone within the temple, and Matsuyama, for the sake of facilitating internal affairs, often remained there as well. With the arrival of heavy snow rendering movement difficult, he too decided to stay in the temple for a time. Reina had departed, and lying here was a girl he had rescued days earlier, reportedly the young mother who had come with an infant in swaddling. Her body was marred with injuries. Evoking genuine pity, he remembered that it was the head priest who, following the directives of the high priest, had brought her here that fateful night. After a few days of recuperation, her facial wounds had begun to heal, but due to the severity of her injuries, she had lost sight in one eye, a tragic loss indeed. Where could a solitary girl with a child go? Gently closing the door to the infirmary, he wandered the long corridor with a lantern, gazing at the main hall in the distance, the residence of the high priest. As night fell, the head priest had commanded that no one approach the main hall. Thus, during the night, the remaining congregants were confined to the back courtyard, a rule that all were obliged to obey. The main hall, illuminated by flickering flames, resembled a warm yellow night pearl, casting light upon the snowy night. The surroundings were tranquil and silent, a perfect environment for slumber, as the congregants nestled in their warm, comfortable blankets drifted into blissful dreams. While Matsuyama felt an unrelenting chill penetrate to his bones amidst the snowy night, they would be safeguarded by him, he silently resolved. Matsuyama took the nightly patrol as a new mission, harboring a personal interest in uncovering any suspicious individuals hiding within the temple. The first night, the second, the third, and all the way to the 8th night passed without incident. What was it? The head priest? Just as he finished inspecting the last room and prepared to extinguish the lantern and return, the side door of the front courtyard suddenly swung open, nudged by the wind. Was it merely the wind that had forced it ajar? As he approached to close it, he caught sight of a diminutive figure trudging through the snowstorm, burdened with a sack. Following discreetly, he discovered it was none other than the usually reticent head priest. The small, frail man halted, speaking in a low voice. Matsuyama, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. However, the head priestess' actions at such an hour were undeniably suspicious. Matsuyama, overstepping his bounds, inquired about what the head priest was doing. No sooner had he uttered the words than a resounding slap echoed. Before he could react, Matsuyama found himself on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, stark against the earth. The middle-aged man loomed over the bewildered Matsuyama, slowly intoning, "You would do well to recognize your place. Some matters are best left unchallenged." Truly, the final word hung like a heavy warning, spoken with deliberate weight. With that, he discarded the sack he had been carrying into a pre-prepared pit, and as Matsuyama crawled to the edge of the pit, he glimpsed blood-stained bones, human leg bones, entwined with long strands of hair. Matsuyama's eyes trembled, unable to focus, as he saw a shovel swing toward him, plunging him into darkness. Startled and bewildered, Matsuyama jolted upright from his blankets, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat as frigid air seeped through the cracks in the door, chilling him to the bone, as if he were ensnared in an ice cellar. It was a dream. Thank goodness, just a dream. Chapter 6, Speculation. Matsuyama-sama, Matsuyama-sama, a gentle, sweet voice, laced with concern. Matsuyama slowly opened his eyes to a somewhat unfamiliar face. With raven-black hair, skin as smooth as jade, and azure eyes like a crystal-clear spring, she was truly beautiful. Rarely did he judge others by their appearance, yet at this moment, he found himself sincerely admiring her. Who are you? He wondered, questioning whether he had arrived in the paradise of the blissful sect, for how else could he encounter such a stunning individual? Ethereal and serene, though dressed plainly, she still radiated brilliance, a life form that seemed impossible in this sordid world. How wonderful. You have finally awakened. My name is Mizuhira Konoha. I was rescued by the temple a fortnight ago. I am profoundly grateful for your care. Matsuyama closed his eyes, realizing he had a fever. The vividly real experiences he had just endured were mere figments of a nightmare, a truly terrifying dream. Care? How had he ever cared for her? He had merely followed protocol, entrusting her to the care of those remaining at the temple. How could he forget such a striking face? There was something amiss with this temple. This was the sole conclusion he had drawn from his observations over the past several days. The dream he had just experienced, his instincts told him, was rooted in the main hall, a place that everyone was forbidden to enter at night. Now it was midday, and the persistent light snowfall obscured the passage of time. Others had busied themselves in the front hall, leaving only Konoha, an outsider, to tend to Matsuyama. She was a lively and cheerful girl. Although her current demeanor was one of happiness, she should have been even more radiant had she not encountered such distressing events. Yet, in this world, things rarely went as one hoped. In the realm of the blissful teachings, each individual exists in a state of profound torment, with scarcely anyone able to express joy or laughter. She chirps incessantly like a little sparrow, as if the experiences of bullying and domestic abuse had never transpired. The leader of the sect has conveyed that the child's husband and mother-in-law have embraced the blissful teachings and have returned home, promising never to trouble her again. It seems she has completely relaxed. Her carefree demeanor is truly enviable, allowing the once tense Matsuyama to unwind under her infectious spirit. Under the care of Tsukimi Kanade, Matsuyama fully recuperated by evening. In fact, he found himself missing that sweet voice. She was a talkative child, easily distracting, yet her presence alleviated the tension and solitude. It was unclear whether her astuteness was a deliberate act to comfort the patient or simply a product of her innocence. A commotion erupted from somewhere in the corridor. "Haven't I told you countless times? You mustn't wander about. You are utterly restless," came a woman's discontented voice. "Indeed, the teachings have made it abundantly clear. Contact between men and women is strictly forbidden within the sect, a decree established by the leader. Surely you understand this? I am truly sorry. I cannot bear to let Matsuyama sit here alone in sickness," replied Tsukimi Kanade, a voice Matsuyama instantly recognized. It was she who had volunteered to care for him during the absence of others, and now she found herself facing ridicule because of him. Matsuyama emerged from the corner of the corridor and dismissed the women chastising Tsukimi. One of them fixed her gaze on Matsuyama, as if questioning why he was so protective of this outsider. Before him stood a girl still adorned with a gentle smile, seemingly unaffected by the harsh words directed at her. Dressed in a jade-green kimono, with pristine skin and a slender figure, she resembled a snow lotus upon a glacial peak, standing out remarkably within the blissful teachings. Her beauty was indeed striking. Her injuries had healed, and according to the rules, non-believers of the blissful teachings were not permitted to linger within the temple. While the sect could provide her refuge, the fog of uncertainty in Matsuyama's heart remained unresolved. Was it truly safe to stay here? How should he arrange for this young girl? His confusion felt as relentless as the wintry weather. That night, the temple's abbot had strictly prohibited entry into the main hall after dark, and Matsuyama felt that the dream he had experienced was not without reason. The abbot was the last to exit the main hall, retiring to rest in a most ordinary manner. To infiltrate the main hall was an exceedingly perilous decision. Setting aside whether he could verify his assumptions, the relationship between the leader and the flesh-eating demons posed a significant risk. If discovered, he too would face punishment. As a senior member, knowingly violating the rules could even result in expulsion from the blissful teachings. Yet, if he could ascertain the safety of the temple, what did it matter if he were to sacrifice himself? Even within the confines of the forbidden main hall, he continued to mentally recite the temple's precepts. No killing, no theft, no illicit relations, no falsehoods, no frivolous speech, no harsh words, no divisive talk. In his mind, the celestial beings battled against the precepts, with the latter ultimately succumbing to overwhelming doubt and speculation. The main hall was indeed bright, making concealment exceedingly difficult. The interior was tranquil, with the sounds of burning candles and the occasional crackle breaking the silence. A faint scent of tobacco lingered. Was it that of the leader? No. He had never witnessed the leader smoking. Upon reflection, he realized he knew nothing of the leader's private life. What was he like behind closed doors? Aside from daily prayers, meditation, managing sect affairs, and receiving followers and newcomers, he had scarcely glimpsed the leader's personal existence. Matsuyama cautiously approached the leader's quarters. What was that sound? The sound of water? Just as he was about to steal a glance, all the lights in the room suddenly extinguished. This was no coincidence. The sound of his heart raced louder than the water. Through the crack of the door, he caught sight of a bathtub within the chamber. Although he had just heard the leader's voice, now there was no one to be seen. Infuriatingly, his limited view obscured his sight. Just as he contemplated widening the gap of the door, a head suddenly emerged from the water's surface. It was the leader. His hand, restrained by an overwhelming urge, refrained from moving rashly. The splash was significant enough to dampen the tatami mat, leaving a faint pink hue. This fragrant aroma was not merely water. It was wine, a flavor he had been fortunate enough to savor before. Through his narrow vision, he saw droplets of pale red wine trickling down the leader's golden hair. The leader humming a tune, perhaps unintentionally. His heart raced as the sound abruptly ceased. How would he escape? This was the first thought that crossed his mind. "I found you, little mouse." The leader's voice was different, deep and somewhat enticing, laced with mischief. Matsuyama's hair stood on end as countless images flashed in his mind. In the next instant, the crack of the door slammed shut. How he managed to escape, Matsuyama could no longer recall. After that, he lived in fear of encountering the leader. What was the reason for this deep-seated terror of the familiar figure who was always patient, instructing the followers with kindness? He pondered for a long time. Was it the fire that extinguished so suddenly, or the door that closed on its own despite no one being present? Perhaps it was the image of the leader in a bath of red wine, and that phrase, little mouse, which he feared was directed at himself. Was it mere coincidence? Or had he truly been discovered? Chapter 7, Jade. Matsuyama-sama, Matsuyama-sama, are you there? Came the sound of knocking. I'm coming in, as the door creaked open. A woman in a verdant kimono with pure, clear eyes gazed at the young man who had been lost in thought. After a moment, Matsuyama regained his senses, as if a gentle voice had pulled him from the abyss of fear back to reality, his gaze focusing on the snow-white skin before him. slowly revealing her features, her entire face. He let out a breath of relief, resting his forehead. It was the woman named Tsukimi Kanade. Matsuyama-sama, what troubles you? I've called out to you for quite some time. I haven't seen you on your night patrol these past few days. I thought you had fallen ill again. How wonderful it is that you are well. He had never disclosed the matter of his nighttime patrols to anyone. He conducted them while everyone else slept. How did she know? Even in the dead of winter, her smile radiated warmth, revealing her innocence. Contemplating the peculiar events within the temple, Matsuyama's unease resurfaced. However, the girl's intuition and perceptiveness were indeed remarkable. Tsukimi Kanade, do you truly have nowhere to go? It was the first time he had seen such a serious expression on Matsuyama's face. The girl slightly furrowed her brow, retracting her smile, and cautiously apologized. Is it truly unacceptable? Have I and Inosuke caused trouble for you in the blissful teachings? Her head bowed low, emitting a soft tone, but Inosuke and I genuinely have nowhere else to turn. If we return, Inosuke's father will surely beat both me and this child to death. Did she remain unaware that her husband had converted to the blissful teachings and would no longer pursue her? You still have a place to go? Perhaps it is safer than the blissful teachings? Thus, Matsuyama relayed the abbot's words to the girl before him, indicating she could return home. He urged her to lift her head, but she met him with a tear-streaked face, her jade-green eyes shimmering like jewels submerged in a clear spring, drawing him in irresistibly. He recalled the girl from that day, bruised and battered beyond recognition. Whether her husband had genuinely embraced the blissful teachings remained uncertain. If not, returning with the child would undoubtedly lead to a grim fate. I understand. Please do not cry. I shall endeavor to persuade the esteemed master to permit your continued presence within the sanctuary. The master is known for his remarkable tolerance, always welcoming those who seek refuge from suffering. He has yet to voice his concerns, yet the mere thought of being cast away brings tears of sorrow to his eyes. How might he react if he were to discover the lurking dangers within the sanctuary? This individual is undeniably quite sentimental. The light has returned to his eyes, indeed. A glimmer of brilliance enhances his appeal. After bidding farewell to Kanade, Matsuyama pondered how best to safeguard this unfortunate mother and child. The vibrant hue of emerald in his mind was strikingly conspicuous. How could he conceal such a precious gem from prying eyes? Ordinary congregants seldom have the opportunity to interact with the master, all clad in identical white garments. Among the missing maidens, none bore children. Does this imply she may face less peril? Individuals continue to depart from the temple. Perhaps she could linger here for a time before venturing forth. Her gentle and amiable disposition belies a heart of fortitude, and her striking beauty, even with child in tow, attracts many a gaze from the opposite sex. Such a lure may not prove beneficial. For a delicate woman like Kanade, it could herald disaster. With the father of her child absent, finding a reliable man to assist her could serve as a commendable fresh start. Matsuyama, with a heart full of compassion, meticulously devised a long-term plan for Kanade. The delicate snowflakes, crafted by some unseen artisan, are exquisite in their detail, drifting down and blending into the snowy thicket, hidden from all. Much like the hidden remains in the mountains, or the names vanished from the list. No, the most treacherous place lies beside the master. If only she could be kept from his presence, all should be well. After all, the master is regarded as a paragon of virtue before all, a divine son. And the entrance to the hall is barred at night. Kanade should blend in like the myriad snowflakes, remaining concealed and living a life of peace. Matsuyama found himself unwittingly plotting a path for Kanade, having only exchanged a few words with her. He could hardly have anticipated the audacity of the girl named Kanade, whose impulsive actions disrupted the carefully laid plans he had devised for her. However, she complied with his suggestion and marked her face with charcoal, claiming it to be a form of expression. If one were to describe the sensation, it might resemble a beautiful snow lotus tainted with blemishes, undeniably lovely yet regrettably flawed. A beautiful jade marred, invoking a sense of loss. On the day he met the master, Matsuyama's mind was preoccupied with the events of that encounter. The master's voice, typically calm, stirred an involuntary panic within him. Fortunately, Kanade had managed to remain, accepted as a disciple of the Paradise sect. If they could successfully navigate this winter, he would ensure her departure from this dubious place. The Paradise sect is situated upon a mountainside, where the snow has fallen intermittently for days, blanketing the earth in a pristine white expanse. The world has become a silver realm, enveloped in silence, devoid of the chirping of birds. As all sounds are absorbed by the thick snow, life within the Paradise sect is tranquil and leisurely. Due to the snow, the congregants below have been unable to ascend, resulting in a significant reduction of administrative duties. It has been a long time since Inosuke has seen a clear sky. This marks his first encounter with such an icy world, his round eyes wide with curiosity as he gazes upon the snowy landscape. It is truly wondrous. Since he heeded Lord Matsuyama's advice to mark his face, Kanade's rapport with others has improved remarkably. Compliments regarding Inosuke's charm and beauty have become frequent, and even gifts of fabric have been bestowed upon him. Is this Inosuke's first experience with snow? Look, isn't it beautiful? The girl in a white kimono cradling a thoroughly wrapped infant, whose chubby cheeks are adorable, watches as her mother's mouth opens and closes, releasing puffs of mist into the air, a remarkable sight indeed. Stretching out his small hands to grasp the ethereal vapor, he attempts in vain to capture it, only to be gently seized by a warm, soft hand, which brings his hand to her lips for a kiss. The sensation is light and ticklish, evoking a delightful laughter from him. Since arriving at the temple, it is his first venture outside to explore the surroundings. The temple, nestled mid-mountain, offers a breathtaking view. The towering pines, draped in white snow, stand proud and resilient, their green hues peeking through the blanket of white, a vibrant contrast in this otherwise desolate landscape. As if proclaiming to the vast expanse ruled by silver, I have not yet succumbed. Life and hope endure. The tranquil world appears to be in slumber, enveloped in serene quietude, occasionally interrupted by the sound of snow sliding from branches, muffled as though all earthly sounds have been absorbed by the silvery Mother Earth. In this world draped in white, life seems to fade away, save for the lively girl dashing through the snow with her infant in her arms. Oh, upon closer inspection, one can also find delicate footprints resembling bamboo leaves and the paw prints of foxes scattered like plum blossoms. Chapter 8. Snow Lotus. Inosuke, look, this is a bamboo leaf. And this is a plum blossom. The girl crouches down earnestly, pointing out each sight to the infant she cradles. Kanade is filled with joy, so much so that she cannot help but hum a tune. Her voice is pure and crystalline, sweet and gentle, the melody softly rippling through the forest, penetrating each snowflake. Even in this frigid world, it brings warmth, as if the tranquil realm has been fashioned solely as a stage for her, where her singing transforms her into a celestial being, with all around her holding their breath, captivated by her song. As she sings her delightful melody, she spins Inosuke around, and her headscarf slips, cascading her inky locks like a waterfall, contrasting beautifully with her snow-white skin. In that juxtaposition, she appears ethereal, akin to a sprite in this icy realm, delicate and enchanting. Meanwhile, not far in the forest, it has been ages since I have heard such a pure and ethereal voice. Who could it be? A languid voice, filled with intrigue. Eyes of myriad colors gaze toward the dense pines, as hues of vibrancy blend and swirl. Like rippling water, at the center stands a ravishing woman with ebony hair, while a man clad in a long black robe wipes blood from the corner of his mouth, a smirk gracing his lips. At the temple's entrance, Inosuke, do you find the snow hare I made to be adorable? Kanade sways the infant nestled beneath her cloak. Unbeknownst to her, the drowsy child has been nodding off. Yet she remains fervently engaged in her creative endeavor. Before long, 2 small lotus leaves and budding lotus flowers stand proudly on either side of the main entrance to the Paradise Sect. The intricate patterns crafted from pine needles on the snow lotus leaves appear almost lifelike, breathing a touch of vitality into the otherwise desolate courtyard. The gentle sound of the door closing reaches Wakako's ears, prompting her to adjust the blankets around her. You really do not learn, do you? You know you must return at night. Kanade, with her hands clasped in a gesture of dismissal, opens one eye and playfully sticks out her tongue. Wakako has become Kanade's new roommate, since Kanade has officially joined the Paradise Sect. She can no longer reside in Rina's room as a guest, and has moved into the dormitory to share a space with Wakako. Initially, Wakako found Kanade's presence intolerable, disapproving of her reckless behavior and disregard for the sect's rules, often associating with others who were envious of Kanade. However, after living together, Wakako herself became a target for that same group, who burdened her with additional tasks, leading her to take out her frustrations on Kanade, often speaking to her in a harsh tone. On that frigid day, the relentless task of cleaning seemed never-ending. As dusk approached and dinner was about to be served, the thought of failing to complete her chores filled her with dread. She would have to endure hunger in the icy wilderness. At that moment, a thick fog of resentment enveloped her, and she had come to see the true nature of that group. Although she acknowledged that she should not have joined them in their tyrannical behavior, she felt trapped with no other options, especially since there were those she cared for. Hey, Inosuke, help your mother with the cleaning. Her gentle voice was as sweet as honey. Haruko furrowed her brows, perplexed by this woman's intentions. Was she plotting revenge against her? Hey, what are you doing here? She snapped, her tone tinged with anger. Haha, I'm just bored today and thought I'd take Inosuke out for some exercise. Moving around will keep the cold at bay, right? Inosuke, this woman seemed to disregard her own words, and her disdain only fueled Haruko's irritation. Do you look down on me? You jerk. Her voice was sharp. Why would Haruko say such a thing? I have no intention of belittling you for cleaning here alone. In fact, I think you're quite remarkable. She spoke earnestly, surveying the vast floor. Do you think this will change my opinion of you? Yes, I was the one who bullied you before you joined the sect. But that is no longer the case. Is it? Her voice softened. Gazing at the broad smile on her face, Haruko was taken aback. I know some people dislike me, and even you, living with me, have been dragged down by my presence. When did you figure that out? Actually, Miss Haruko, you are a very gentle person. You must have had your reasons for saying what you did before, but I am grateful that you shared so many rules with me. I really like you, Miss Haruko. And if possible, I hope you can tell me the reasons you had against me, all right? Tears, unbidden, began to well in her eyes. Gentle? Don't make me laugh. Ever since my parents passed away, I had to live like a hedgehog, of course. There is no place for women in this world, without being domineering. How can one seize resources and survive? Someone like her could never comprehend that. Haruko believed that Konoha had grown up in happiness and warmth, untouched by the world's hardships. Which is why she could smile so carefreely. It had been ages since anyone had offered her such tender praise. Miss Haruko, are you hungry? Konoha asked. Noticing Haruko standing still, looking as if she might cry. Realizing her emotional lapse, Haruko quickly turned away, revealing a rice ball wrapped in bamboo leaves. All right, Haruko-chan. Eat up. It'll get cold soon. She gently patted Haruko's head, treating her as a child. Don't call me Haruko-chan. Our relationship isn't that close. She retorted, swatting Konoha's hand away, thankfully keeping the rice ball intact. Ouch, that hurts. Watching Haruko devour the rice ball, Konoha couldn't help but smile slightly. So salty. Tears mixed with the taste of the rice ball, truly salty. What? Haruko-chan, wiping the floor, turned to look at the downcast Haruko. As she hadn't heard what Haruko had just said. You're so loud. Just shut up and work. A cloth landed on Konoha's head, to which she cheerfully replied. Okay, Haruko-chan. Stealing a glance at the person behind her, her smile was radiant. Internally mocking, she thought, what is so funny, you fool? By the time they returned to their room, night had fallen. Konoha believed their relationship had somewhat improved, yet she still often faced Haruko's sharp rebukes. However, the malice and disdain had diminished. Konoha felt that the harsh words, which might sound abrasive to others, were laden with concern for her, a sentiment she often expressed to little Inosuke. Chapter 9, Spring. In the blink of an eye, the ice and snow melted away, heralding the arrival of spring, a season of renewal. Inosuke had learned to crawl, and he did so with remarkable speed. One moment of distraction, and he could vanish from sight. He frequently crawled onto Haruko's futon, and at times, even urinated on it, causing her to resemble a puffed-up cat, always on the verge of attack. Inosuke's little legs were particularly strong, and when Haruko caught the culprit responsible for the mess in the room, he often received a swift kick, resulting in Konoha trembling in the corner, holding Inosuke, while Haruko scolded them. Despite the wealth of the Bliss sect, the congregation retained some traditional activities, such as farming and labor. One day, Konoha and Haruko were assigned the task of foraging for wild vegetables in the forest. As the ice melted and life reawakened, the once white mountains donned a fresh green cloak, the perfect time for the most delectable mountain greens. What song are you singing? I've never heard it before. After listening to Konoha's melodic voice all the way, Haruko could no longer contain her curiosity. Ah, so you were listening. I just made up the lyrics on a whim. So casual. Though she wanted to retort, the song was indeed lovely, and she held back her anger this time. Wow. Upon hearing the exclamation, Haruko rushed over, disappointed to find that it was not a treasure trove of wild vegetables, but rather a nearly dried-up pond, filled with withered lotus leaves and broken branches. As she turned to leave, Haruko noticed Konoha had already stepped into the muddy pond, and she hurriedly reached out to grab her, but failed. What are you doing? You foolish girl. What will you do if you get stuck in the mud? Facing the furious Haruko on the bank, Konoha remained undaunted, smiling. Inosuke, you suddenly realize Konoha is carrying Inosuke in such a dangerous place. Haruko's teeth nearly shattered in frustration. You idiot. You're carrying Inosuke. It's dangerous. Her voice was loud enough to scare away a flock of birds from the nearby forest. Oh, Haruko-chan is so concerned about me and Inosuke. Who is concerned about you? I'm just worried about not completing today's task. Smiling sweetly at the slightly flushed Haruko, Konoha gently praised. It's wonderful that Haruko-chan can express her true feelings. Once she confirmed that the pond's surface was relatively dry, Haruko relaxed her expression and calmly asked, So, what do you want to do? Our temple has a pond connecting the front and back halls, right? So, how beautiful it would be if the pond in the courtyard were filled with lotus flowers. Her innocent and gentle smile. You completely disregard what I just said. Is this something that ordinary followers like us can decide? Another round of shouting ensued. But, The high priest really likes lotus flowers, doesn't he? Just look at the screen behind the high priest. It's adorned with lotus flowers. Even though she always stood at the back during prayers, far from the screen, she could still clearly distinguish the sacred lotus and the rebirth symbolized by the water lily. That's true. The high priest provides us protection, and it's challenging for followers of our status to converse with him. If we could subtly and imperceptibly repay that esteemed figure, wouldn't that be wonderful? While Haruko pondered, Konoha had already unearthed numerous lotus roots and seeds. Leaving Haruko to sigh and shake her head. As twilight descended, it was mealtime for the entire congregation. Haruko discreetly observed for any suspicious figures, the most dubious of which was currently sowing seeds by the pond. Even though her stomach grumbled with hunger, the thought of beautiful lotus flowers blooming in the summer, adding vitality and fragrance to the temple, filled her with joy. She believed that Inosuke, living in such a vibrant temple, would also feel happy, and thus she felt invigorated. The matter of hunger became inconsequential. The lullaby sung before sleep, though the lyrics are far from beautiful, possesses an unexpectedly melodious quality, ceasing only when Inosuke has succumbed to slumber. The two lie beneath the covers, gazing at the ceiling. Though unspoken, the pangs of hunger are palpably evident. 2 pine cones, about the size of fists, tumble onto the blanket. Konoha, where did you find these pine cones? Wow, they smell delightful. How annoying, just eat them already. Thank you. From her expression, it is clear that the pine cones are exceptionally delectable. Wakako seems to be quite fond of the pine cones from Mount Matsuyama. Just as she is about to close her eyes and rest, Wakako is jolted awake by this startling remark. Huh, what nonsense are you spouting? You idiot. The girl, her face flushed, stumbles over her words. You're blushing, Wakako-chan. You truly cannot lie. It's so easy to see through you. Konoha points at her face. After swallowing a pine nut, she continues, it's quite obvious. If you pay just a little attention, you'll notice that whenever Wakako sees Lord Matsuyama, she stares at him like a wooden doll, completely motionless. However, why doesn't Wakako take the initiative to speak to him? There is a sense of embarrassment at having a secret exposed. Who would have thought this seemingly foolish woman could be so observant? Speak to him. Perhaps Lord Matsuyama has already forgotten about someone like me. Can someone like me truly leave an impression on him? What nonsense are you saying? You wouldn't understand. Because Konoha, you are both gentle and beautiful. How could someone like me, who is your complete opposite, ever? The end of her sentence carries a hint of sorrow, which Konoha picks up on. I never imagined Wakako would compliment me on my beauty. But that's just who Wakako is. There's no need to compare with others. You are a one-of-a-kind person in this world. Turning to look at Wakako, who is bundled in the blanket, she continues, Wakako-chan, before I came to the Paradise Sect, I had never experienced such joy in my life. I spent each day enduring beatings and insults, yet I chose to leave, thereby gaining this happiness. What I wish to convey to you, Wakako-chan, is that one must take action to seize happiness. After much contemplation, I realized it is better to act first, for only through action will there be results. She never considered that the girl she thought lived in happiness could be so unfortunate, yet she remained brighter and braver than herself. A flicker of shame crossed Wakako's eyes. After some time, Wakako spoke, clearly having shed silent tears. Lord Matsuyama is the right hand of the master. He is indispensable to the Paradise Sect. Such a lofty figure, and I, a mere refugee who fled to the Paradise Sect, am worlds apart from him. Moreover, the Paradise Sect prohibits male and female disciples from meeting privately, let alone what the outcome might be. Then, wouldn't it be better to leave the Paradise Sect? To live a life as an ordinary person? Wakako was taken aback by this unexpected answer. Yes, there is indeed the option to leave. Perhaps life here had been too stable, never prompting her to even consider leaving. Chapter 10, Voice. Wakako remained silent for a moment before speaking. Would Lord Matsuyama truly abandon such a good life for someone as ordinary and ill-tempered as me? Here, I am respected. Outside, it would be a struggle to survive. Wakako only needs to consider whether Lord Matsuyama would accept her feelings. With a decisive clap, Konoha brought her hands together, looking serious. Gazing at Konoha's earnest expression, Wakako felt a stir of emotion, but then a wave of melancholy washed over her, and she lowered her head. No, it won't work. Because Lord Matsuyama likes Konoha. You foolish girl. The sound of her tears fell sharply in the stillness of the room. The transparent liquid burning Konoha like lava, causing her to immediately withdraw her hands. Wakako-chan, I told you, I am a woman who escaped on my own. Even though the master told me that my grandmother and husband no longer pursue this matter and have converted to the Paradise Sect, I am still a married woman. Moreover, I do not believe that Lord Matsuyama harbors any such feelings for me. I can sense his protection, but beyond that, I see nothing in his eyes. Why does Wakako-chan belittle herself so? Perhaps someone of your caliber is truly suited to exist in this world, far more than my insignificant appearance. I have found my happiness, my Inosuke, so I hope Wakako-chan will also find her own happiness soon and live proudly. I can feel that Mr. Matsuyama is a kind person. He treats me no differently than an ordinary disciple. The only distinction is that I have Inosuke with me. Mr. Matsuyama is intelligent and capable wherever he is. I believe he will shine. I have made wrong choices in the past, so I hope Miss Wakako can find a reliable person. She touched her blind eye. You want to say something, but ultimately cannot find the words. She thought that being sentimental was indeed not suitable for her. Konoha, you truly are different from everyone else. Wakako has been at the Paradise sect for nearly a year now, and everyone here has suffered greatly to arrive, perhaps due to enduring too many hardships. Everyone has become indifferent, focused solely on their own affairs, completely oblivious to others. Their conversations are filled with endless recounting of personal trials, as if comparing who has suffered more. Their words are laden with grievances against fate and resentment towards others, their expressions as if they could devour a person whole. After hearing this, she couldn't help but feel a resurgence of dissatisfaction deep within, empathizing with the protagonist as they criticize the actions of the transgressors, exposing the ugliness of humanity to the light. Gradually, her heart became filled with disappointment and loathing for humanity. Darkness occupied her soul, manifesting as a profound silence and lifelessness. Konoha had never spoken of her own experiences. What was known about her came from those close to the master. She always smiled, appearing as the happiest person in the temple. Her happiness, juxtaposed against the misfortunes of others within the sect, rendered her an anomaly. Thus, from initial jealousy over appearances to scrutiny of her every action and word. Konoha, you truly shine too brightly, standing out here. This is the Paradise sect. Yet no one is truly happy. Perhaps you are the one destined for paradise. Time flew by, and soon it was April. Even from the courtyard, one could gaze upon the cherry blossoms in the distant mountains, pink and white mingling, like a massive mushroom cloud rising amidst the emerald forest, breathtakingly beautiful, invigorating to the spirit. Seated in the chapel, the man remained consistently gentle, listening to the confessions of the devotees. The spring breeze occasionally drifted in, carrying the sense of sunlight and warmth, along with a subtle fragrance. The warm current brushed against her, infused with the scent of sunlight, which was rather vexing. The spring breeze stirred the fabric curtains, igniting an inexplicable sense of restlessness within her. However, he was an exceptionally devoted leader, listening attentively to others, no matter how tiresome it became. Though he deeply loathed the insatiable greed of humanity, power, money, lust, and endless desires, he wore an expression devoid of any displeasure. Even while listening to their pale and powerless words, the sounds of wind and birds. A song? The man adorned with a lotus crown sat upright, gazing affectionately at the devotees, while simultaneously using his invisible blood demon technique to probe the source of the distant melody. The pink flower wall, a riot of blossoms, danced in the gentle breeze, and the pale green kimono and dark hair stood out strikingly. The soft pink lips parted slowly and astonishingly. This celestial voice emanated from such a delicate figure. The snow-white skin glows resplendently under the brilliant sunlight, while the picturesque eyebrows and eyes serve as exquisite embellishments. Cherry blossoms flutter gracefully, cascading down like delicate dreams, carrying away all the lingering yearnings. I hold tightly the memories of the spring spent with you, where dreams were fervently prayed for, and they remain etched in my heart to this day. As the cherry blossoms dance and fall, I step forth towards the distant spring, vowing with you to embrace this dream with unwavering fervor. Though the lyrics may carry a tinge of melancholy, the melody flows softly, perhaps brimming with hope and strength. It feels as if an earnest promise has been made with someone in this spring, embarking towards a beautiful tomorrow. It's dangerously captivating, nearly causing me to forget the pressing matters at hand. Today, Konoha is in high spirits, having washed away the ink stains from her face with mountain spring water. Twirling joyfully with Inosuke amidst the shower of petals, their hands reaching for the dancing blossoms in the air. She has accomplished a long-cherished wish for Wakako, arranging a meeting with Mr. Matsuyama. In this splendid season, surely Wakako will convey her heartfelt emotions to Mr. Matsuyama, right? Inosuke, after saying this, playfully nuzzled his soft little face against Inosuke's, eliciting a burst of laughter from the little one, revealing a few short baby teeth. Upon learning the news, Wakako nearly throttled Konoha, deeming her too impulsive and overly presumptuous. Well, hasn't Wakako been quietly observing Mr. Matsuyama from afar for quite some time? Must she squander several more years on a matter that shows no promise of progress? With a radiant smile, she took Wakako's hand in her snow-white grasp and added, I believe Mr. Matsuyama will surely understand your careful sentiments. Even if there is no outcome, you've conveyed that voice beautifully. Even if you someday let go of this kite that has flown aimlessly for years, I trust you won't harbor regrets for a lifetime. Indeed, Konoha's words ring true. This woman, seemingly delicate and frail, bravely engages in audacious acts, always allowing action to precede thought, rendering the immense strength within her frame utterly imperceptible. Impulsive, yet courageous. Fragile, yet resilient. Warm, and equally benevolent. You truly embody the sun of spring, melting away the surrounding frost, vanquishing the thorns along the path, forever radiating with sincere and fervent light, yet possessing an unparalleled gentleness. Thank you, Konoha. Chapter 11, Lies. Cradling Inosuke in her arms, Konoha finds herself in the stillness of night, yet little Inosuke shows no signs of slumber, his round eyes brimming with curiosity, darting around incessantly. Do you think Mr. Matsuyama will accept Wakako's feelings? Ah, surely he will. Just the thought of Wakako with the one she admires fills her with immense joy, causing her to smile as if she might melt away. Having never experienced such a moment herself, she struggles to imagine what it must be like. He most certainly will. A somewhat unfamiliar voice, a man's voice, startled Konoha, instinctively tightening her hold on the infant. As the man opened the door, she stood up. It was the head priest. Had he discovered Wakako's absence? Or perhaps the clandestine meeting between Wakako and Mr. Matsuyama? What did he mean by he will? What does this man know? Good evening, head priest, she greeted, adhering to the customary salutations. Noting his silence, she inquired, what did you mean by he will? Before her stood a girl of pure elegance, unblemished and immaculate. Even with his aging eyesight, the inky black hair and exquisite features made her a rare beauty in the world. Her soft pink lips and crystalline azure eyes were beyond mere stunning. They were breathtaking. Even he, having encountered many beauties, found himself profoundly struck by her allure. Lingering too long upon her visage. No wonder that esteemed gentleman desires her. What he meant was that Mr. Matsuyama and Miss Wakako would not return. The man's voice was low and solemn, each word laden with gravity. The beautiful girl's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and the man, unwilling to see such beauty fade, reassured her that gentleman has already heard of their affair and has decided to release them from the Paradise sect. Henceforth, they may embark upon their blissful journey. But how could that gentleman know of this matter? Though uncertain of whom the head priest referred to in the Paradise sect, the only figure who could instill such trepidation in the head priest would be none other than the sect's leader. Naturally, that gentleman is the Son of God. Only he can connect with divine will. If he wishes to know, no secret can evade his discernment. However, I did not anticipate Wakako's happiness to arrive so abruptly. Her belongings remain unclaimed, and I have yet to extend my blessings to them. Can I still see them? She gazed earnestly at the head priest. Rest assured, the leader has arranged everything for them. After all, the leader is renowned for his benevolence. They will find eternal happiness. But enough. Come with me. The head priest, wishing to disengage from this entanglement, turned to lead the hesitant woman away. Me? Where to? No more questions. Come along. I am taking you to meet a significant figure. Despite her myriad of questions, the head priest's insistence left her no choice but to follow. Casting a last glance at the familiar room, although it seemed suspicious to whisk a woman away in the dead of night, this was a man of considerable repute. It could not be anything sinister, could it? They traversed the long corridor of the temple's rear courtyard, walking along a gravel path until they arrived at a concealed small door, evidently leading to the front hall. Usually, one would access the main hall through the grand entrance along the stone path, yet this was her first time approaching this small side door. Wasn't it against the sect's rules for anyone to tread upon the front hall at night? Presumably, the front hall was the dwelling of the sect leader. Could it be that the head priest meant to introduce her to the leader? But why? She had only encountered the sect leader twice. First on the day of their initial meeting, when she could hardly discern his identity, and the second time, when she expressed her gratitude after recovering from a severe injury. From his expression, he appeared not to remember her at all. So why would he wish to meet her? Excuse me, head priest, are you referring to the sect leader? The man ahead seemed oblivious to her inquiry, continuing forward. Why would the sect leader want to see me? The man cast a sidelong glance at the woman cradling the child, but did not pause in his stride. Why? Need it be said? You shall remain in ignorance until death. This is all too strange. Head priest, I must decline to follow you. Everything is unfolding too abruptly. Wakako has not returned. And now she is to enter the front hall, a place she has been cautioned against approaching after dark. The woman behind him halted, her expression vigilant. Such a nuisance. She was more troublesome than any female disciple he had encountered before. Typically, when told the leader wished to meet them, disciples would eagerly accept and follow without hesitation, believing it to be a supreme honor, only to realize at the moment of their demise what awaited them. This woman posed a challenge, yet he was undeterred. The head priest turned, a hint of melancholy in his voice as he remarked, "Indeed, The leader meets with disciples daily, weary from the burdens of their misfortunes, unable to find rest. As he spoke, he scrutinized the woman's expression with his half-closed eyes, and indeed, she appeared somewhat anxious. This tactic proved to be quite effective. Kindness truly is a potent weapon when dealing with women. Thus, he spoke with even more earnestness. The master has toiled tirelessly for our blissful sect, yet we are unable to alleviate his burdens. As the temple master, I feel an overwhelming sense of shame. Very well, the woman's brow furrowed even deeper. Are you not carrying a child? Life in the temple is austere. Being closer to the master would certainly offer some relief, at the very least. You wouldn't suffer from the cold or hunger. Surely, you do not wish for this child to endure such hardships. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the infant Inasuk cradled in her arms, then looked off into the distance, as though reminiscing. In the past, that esteemed personage had had a female attendant to tend to his needs, yet he was exceedingly kind and disliked troubling others, which led him to dismiss her. However, now the demands of the temple have only intensified for that esteemed individual. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the woman's eager offer. Excellent. He had hooked her. Crafting tales was merely one of his many talents. After all, he had resided in this temple for decades. Although he had agreed to come, unease began to creep in, and the anxiousness he felt seemed to resonate with Inasuk, whose small body squirmed restlessly, his youthful voice expressing discontent. You'd best keep him quiet. Suddenly, the man in front halted, his serious tone sending a wave of anxiety through Kotoha. She gently patted little Inasuk's back, softly humming the lullaby he was accustomed to. To her surprise, the woman's voice was quite melodious. Yet, even with such a delightful presence, could she survive the night? He had encountered many beauties, yet without exception, they all met a grim fate by dawn. Therefore, Kotoha, can you indeed survive this night? Chapter 12. The Attendant, Part 1. The grand hall was brightly lit, vast and solemn, with only the sound of flickering candles breaking the eerie silence, instilling a sense of fear and loneliness. Time passed unmeasured, and little Inasuk had fallen asleep in her arms. Suddenly, the middle-aged man turned to the woman holding the infant and said, From tonight onward, you shall remain in the front hall to serve the esteemed master. Whatever he requests of you, feel free to comply. Though she accepted this heavy responsibility, the teachings ingrained in her mind made her ponder whether she could adequately care for such a lofty individual. Kotoha cautiously inquired, Master, does not the doctrine state that temple residents should not enter the main hall at night? Must I still remain here during the night? This woman truly is a troublesome one. Before she could finish her thought, she was ruthlessly interrupted. To serve the master up close is a rare opportunity. Many would dream of such a position. Please be more considerate. The stern reprimand from the master startled Kotoha, causing her small frame to shrink back as she dared not meet his gaze. Oh dear, master, do not be so fierce. You've frightened our little Kotoha. A sudden voice, gentle and devoid of hostility, caused Kotoha to widen her eyes. She had not noticed when a hand had draped over her shoulder, sending a chill of cold sweat down her spine. The warm, playful voice emanated from behind her, enveloping her in an inexplicable sense of pressure. Good evening, esteemed master. Before she could comprehend, the previously stern master now greeted the esteemed master with a warm smile, as though transformed entirely. The master bowed deeply and then departed, leaving Kotoha in a state of nervous confusion. Are you Kotoha Tsugumi? Still reeling from the sudden shift. She was met with an extraordinarily handsome face adorned with a gentle smile. Kotoha blinked, then hurriedly offered her respects. Good evening, esteemed master. I am Kotoha Tsugumi. Oh, good child, the master responded, entirely devoid of his usual dignified demeanor, one hand resting thoughtfully on his chin as if assessing something novel, yet still wearing a smile. Kotoha was taken aback by the master's demeanor. What should she say or do next? The temple master instructed her to serve the esteemed master. But what did serving entail? Perhaps it meant caring for him. However, she felt clumsy, only capable of caring for Inasuk and utterly clueless about how to attend to such a lofty individual. After contemplating, she found no answers. Overthinking was not her style. Hadn't Wako said she always acted before thinking? Oh right, Wako-chan, the esteemed master fulfilled Wako's wish. I have yet to express my gratitude. Thus, she awkwardly and clumsily attempted to initiate a conversation. Esteemed master, Wako is my friend. The temple master informed me that you facilitated Wako's union with the upper seat, and I am truly grateful to you. I never imagined there could be someone so warm-hearted and kind in this world. Upon hearing this, the figure before her beamed with joy, akin to a child eager for praise, his eyes sparkling with delight. Is that so? Does little Kotoha truly think I am a kind person? Kotoha was taken aback. The master had aided so many, providing protection through his benevolence. Why would he doubt his own kindness? Had no one ever expressed their gratitude to him? No. Many came to pay their respects. Perhaps the master simply had not truly felt the gratitude of others. Was this individual always so affable in private? He bore none of the airs expected of a master, behaving almost like a child. Thus, Kodoha answered with conviction, "Yes. Esteemed master, you have truly helped many. I can feel your kindness." Her resolute expression contrasted sharply with her delicate features, her emerald eyes reminiscent of glimmering gemstones. He had seen many smiles, after all, for his own countenance was constantly adorned with various expressions of joy. Yet, the smile of this fragile woman felt like a revelation. What was this sensation? A warmth enveloped him, as if a gentle current flowed through him, akin to the soothing embrace of a hot spring or the invigorating essence of youthful blood. Unable to resist, he reached out to touch her fair visage. It was soft and tender. As he rubbed her cheek, the ink smudges faded, revealing her already flawless complexion. A slight sting made Kodoha close one eye. The master's hands were so cold. Was he chilly? The April nights in the forest could be rather brisk. Surely, the esteemed master felt lonely in this vast hall. All clean now. Esteemed master, your hands are so cold. Do you feel chilly? Would you like me to prepare some garments or bedding for you? Her tone remained cautious. No, little Kodoha, that is unnecessary. The temple master instructed me to be your attendant, but what could I do to make you feel comfortable? After much hesitation, she voiced her thoughts sincerely. Well then, little Kodoha, why don't you sing for me? He tapped his fingers playfully against her cheek, his gaze once again fixed on the woman before him. Really? Singing is all it takes? It seemed almost unbelievable. She had thought serving such a high-ranking individual would be a daunting task. Gazing at the master's expectant smile, Kodoha felt as if the figure before her was not the exalted master of the day, but rather a child with an untainted heart. What does the esteemed master like to hear? Let me think. A vision of her mother dancing with a child in a flurry of cherry blossom petals surfaced in her mind. I shall sing of cherry blossoms. Not long ago, Kodoha had just sung a cherry blossom song to Inosuke. To her astonishment, the esteemed master also cherished cherry blossoms. The moonlight poured in like water, tranquil and serene. In the depths of the night, the resplendent palace lay in wait, its flickering candlelight casting an illusion of daylight, while gentle and enchanting melodies resonated through the air, reminiscent of falling cherry blossoms. Each delicate petal drifted away, carrying with it all the lingering yearnings, tightly embracing the spring spent together with you, a prayerful dream. The exquisite harmonies involuntarily intertwined with the shadow of that day beneath the cherry tree, a visage so familiar, it was a sight to behold. As for the attire, Kenya donned a pristine white ceremonial garment, a symbol of purity and innocence. Indeed, green was still the more appealing choice. Having concluded her song, she cautiously observed the expression on the esteemed leader's face, which bore a gentle smile, seemingly enchanted by the melody. How delightful! Kenya felt a surge of joy at being able to bring happiness to others. Initially, she had harbored great doubts regarding her capabilities in this role, fearing she might provoke the ire of this esteemed figure. However, it now appeared that he was quite amiable. Gazing at the leader's smile, she gathered her courage. Esteemed leader, may I have the chance to see Lady Wako once more? She departed so suddenly, and there are many words I wish to convey to her. In Toma's mind, he scoured the information regarding Wako as Kenya spoke, but all he could recall was a grotesque visage from not long ago. Chapter 13, The Handmaiden, Part 2. After nightfall, he had ventured out, seeking to rescue those who extended their hands in desperation, guiding them to what he believed to be a paradise. The girl, merely 17, had lost her parents and siblings to the plague, left to fend for herself amidst the desolation and deaths that surrounded her. Each day was marked by tears and despair, lamenting that death would be a preferable fate. This evening, the Son of the Divine had come to fulfill her wish. Surely, she would be grateful. On his return, he encountered Matsuyama, who had once stealthily intruded upon the main hall, seemingly waiting for someone. The moonlight flowed like water, and the gentle spring breeze carried the fragrance of blossoms, creating a serene atmosphere. Matsuyama appeared somewhat agitated, pacing restlessly, casting glances up and down as if pondering something. In the next moment, he beheld a man with bloodied lips, clutching an unfinished arm, adorned with a vine bracelet at his wrist. Matsuyama recognized this as a pitiable girl who had frequented the church not long ago. You. It is indeed you. Matsuyama's voice, brimming with fury, reached Wako's ears, prompting her to quicken her pace. She could scarcely believe her eyes. The normally gentle and amiable leader now wielded a golden fan, elegantly waving it as the man before him was torn asunder. She gazed upon the dismembered visage, recognizing it as Matsuyama's face, her heart trembling as she looked at the scattered remains on the ground. Struggling to lift her gaze, her rainbow-colored irises reflected distress, while his handsome face bore a soft, slightly apologetic smile, as if to say, "I'm sorry, it was unfortunate to cross paths with you." What a jest! That was a demon that had slain Matsuyama. Before she could utter a sound, her mouth agape in horror. A sharp blade sliced through her throat, her hand rising with a hairpin, poised to strike this cold-hearted fiend, her eyes filled with terror. The leader, perhaps lost in thought, seemed momentarily dazed and did not answer her question. "Ah, little Kinya, they have already departed from this place. Alas, you will not be able to catch up." "Is that so?" Observing the beauty's crestfallen expression, Toma pondered what words might comfort her, as he often did. Before departing, Wako expressed her hope that Kinya would not worry about her and wished her happiness. How could she utter such touching words? Kinya's eyes glistened with tears of emotion. As if sensing her mother's emotional turmoil, the infant nestled in her arms, who had been sleeping soundly, stirred awake, meeting his tear-filled mother's gaze. "Ah, my apologies, Inosuke. Did I wake you?" Noticing the baby's movements, Kinya wiped away her tears and gently apologized to the little one. The infant, seemingly perplexed by his mother's tears, reached out his chubby little hand to grasp her soft hair, only to be enveloped by a warm hand. "Mother is not sad, Inosuke, on the contrary. I am shedding tears of joy." The infant appeared eager to express himself, yet after much effort, only managed to emit sounds that seemed meaningless to adults. However, this woman seemed to comprehend his elusive language. Rising, she shifted her embrace, taking small steps while gently swaying her body, cradling the tiny being in her arms. "All right, mother understands. You feel lonely without the chance to speak, do you?" To an outsider, this might seem like mere self-talk, yet it proved remarkably effective. As the infant soon quieted, the woman's silhouette, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared as a delicate shadow. She strolled to the door, bathed in moonbeams, radiating a luminous glow as her melodious and soft voice filled the air. Faint as water, the moonlight glows, glistening stars twinkle, warm spring breezes carry my blessings. This time, the lyrics were different yet still enchanting, as if the very soul found solace. Today was a splendid sunny day. The azure sky was punctuated by occasional wisps of white clouds, and the gentle spring breeze stirred the leaves, while the trees in the distance swayed gracefully. Fragrant winds occasionally delivering petals to the doorstep. Birds chirped softly upon the rooftops, and everything conveyed a sense of leisurely time in this place. "Sunshine, how bothersome. Esteemed leader. Have you risen? I shall enter, then, if I am intruding." With a swift motion, the door opened and closed softly. "Ah, it seems you fear the sunlight," the leader remarked, burrowing deeper beneath the covers upon seeing the blinding light seeping through the crack of the door. Discovering this secret, the woman tenderly and politely mused. "What a splendid sunny day it is. Esteemed leader, do rise." "Ah, how irritating. The sunlight. You resemble a child reluctant to rise, seeking excuses to remain in bed." The woman, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Esteemed leader, you are quite far from the sunlight. Now do get up, otherwise we shall be late for the worship." With that, she brought water before the man, assisting him in donning the ceremonial garb of the church, which proved somewhat challenging due to his towering stature. The petite woman had to scurry from side to side to properly attire him. How small, truly so small. Toma couldn't help but marvel inwardly, struck by the woman's diminutive frame. Her slender neck, nestled between the collar of her garment and her thick ebony hair, was of such delicate proportions that he could snap it with a mere flick of his finger, without even needing to employ any blood demon arts. Was that the sound that lulled him to sleep? He was curious about its design, especially since he, an upper moon, had so carelessly succumbed to slumber. Sleep. A luxury he did not require. Throughout a century, he had scarcely slept more than a handful of times. Unable to resist, one hand brushed against her throat. Clad in white ceremonial attire, her complexion appeared alabaster, her upturned face adorned with a gentle smile. Her emerald eyes resembling drops of clear spring water falling upon the heart, soft and silent, devoid of any shock or panic. What an extraordinarily oblivious woman. Most would instantly become wary or seek to ingratiate themselves, yet she seemed untouched by caution. "All right, I shall promptly assist the esteemed leader in drying his hands." The woman gently took Toma's hands into her own. Her touch was warm, her hand smaller than his single hand. The warm towel glided over his fingertips and between his fingers, refreshing, a testament to her attentiveness. "No need to wipe my face," Toma mused inwardly. She was undeniably petite, kneeling on the ground, straining to extend her upper body just to reach her own face. Her wrists were so slender that they might easily be snapped with merely 2 fingers. Her frail frame revealed faint lavender veins beneath her skin, coursing with warm blood. I wondered if the blood flowing within her was as sweet as her song. He gently licked his lower lip, but the oblivious woman failed to notice this peculiar gesture. He inhaled softly. Indeed, as he had surmised, She possessed the faint, delicate fragrance characteristic of young girls. Having encountered numerous women, he understood well that each girl bore a unique scent. This particular aroma seemed unfamiliar. He pondered the memories in his mind and realized he had encountered it among the crowd before. Infants. Yes, that was it. Was it the scent of mother's milk? Though he had been exceptionally intelligent since childhood, even after becoming a specter, he retained many memories from his human days. Mother's milk? No, that couldn't be. As he desperately searched his recollections, he found that even his mother's face was becoming increasingly blurred. That foolish woman surely lacked the ability to nurse. He thought of his mother, who had poisoned herself, her features now a vague memory. He had never consumed a nursing woman. Leaving a child alone was simply too cruel. And he considered himself benevolent. Nonetheless, he felt a twinge of curiosity about what that experience entailed, tilting his head in contemplation. Qin Yi gently brushed the man's brow and adorned him with a lotus crown, completing her task. Done, she exclaimed, as if she had accomplished a monumental feat. Clapping her hands with a clear gaze, utterly unaware of the sinister machinations brewing in the man's eyes. What was there to be so joyous about? It was merely a commonplace affair. Tong Mu found himself perplexed by the myriad expressions of humanity, compelling him to constantly adjust his own facade. Chapter 14. The answer. Tap. 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 The woman had already taken her leave, thoughtfully securing 2 doors behind her, leaving Tong Mu alone at the table. He picked up a mirror and examined himself. Yes. Quite neat. Much better than his own efforts. I have arrived, my esteemed leader, he declared, gazing at the meal before him. Though not extravagant, it consisted of familiar fare. Just like always. This pudding-like dish must be a children's meal, he mused, adopting a tone of feigned indignation. Little Qin Yi, this is a child's meal, isn't it? You truly regard me as a child. I never expected you to go to such lengths. Qin Yi knelt beside him, her round, large eyes blinking in confusion. As if to say, isn't it? Oh dear, my esteemed leader, you truly appear like a child. Her tone bore no hint of mockery or jest. And she resumed tidying up the room. These easily digestible foods are perfect for you, my esteemed leader. Considering you are usually busy with your duties and hardly have time for yourself, insufficient rest and exercise are detrimental to your health. Thus, these soft, easily digestible options suit you best. Though my esteemed leader often referred to me as Little Qin Yi, I can't help but feel that we are of similar ages. Perhaps I am even older than you? Unbeknownst to her, the man waved his hand, and the food on the table vanished without a trace. The woman, busy with her tasks, remarked, At first, I was worried I wouldn't be able to care for you properly, my esteemed leader, but once I learned how easygoing you are, my anxious heart relaxed. I truly feel fortunate to be here at the Paradise sect alongside Inasuk and you, my esteemed leader. Thank you. Tong Mu paused momentarily, realizing she was a rather naive child. She had expressed her gratitude many times, and since he could not see her expression, he found no motivation to respond. Qin Yi wiped the thin sweat from her forehead, surveying her leader's room, which was indeed quite barren, lacking in furnishings. The only splash of color came from the painting on the door, with its pale lotus leaves and a few uniquely shaped lotus flowers. Indeed, my esteemed leader had a fondness for lotus flowers. However, this room was far too dark. How wonderful it would be if sunlight could stream in. Looking at the already finished meal, Qin Yi felt a sense of joy. Though she insisted on not being treated as a child, she surprisingly relished the children's meal. While collecting the dishes, she inquired, My esteemed leader, do you have any preferences or taboos you could share with me? I wish to ensure your comfort. It is my duty as your attendant. The earnestness in her gaze was truly captivating, radiating determination that evoked a smile. He had witnessed many such moments. People often encourage themselves to strive while effortlessly succumbing to defeat, never attributing their failures to their own inadequacies, ultimately placing their hopes in the divine. How pitiful and laughable. Gazing into those cerulean eyes, as gentle as a tranquil spring, an amusing thought emerged in his mind. He wished to stir this pristine pool. The man, with a serene demeanor, took her hands in his and spoke tenderly. Kachiki Qin Yi, more than anything, as the leader of the Paradise sect, I am eager to know, what are your wishes? Soon, I will meet with the followers. Each will share their troubles and desires, hoping I will guide them to paradise. Before that, I am more concerned about you. What say you? The woman appeared somewhat taken aback, contemplating the leader's words seriously. No matter how slow she was, she could sense that the actions of this revered leader were rather, how should one describe it? Yes, frivolous. Past women, upon gazing at that handsome face, that gentle smile and soft tone, surely felt as if they were favored by a deity. No one could resist his allure. Qin Yi pondered silently, entirely unaware of the cunning glint that flickered in the man's eyes. Should you express your desire to reach paradise, I shall fulfill it immediately. A girl who had been battered by her husband, humiliated by her mother-in-law, alone with her child, and blind in one eye. What would you, Kachiki Chin-yi, say in such circumstances? Would you wish for your husband and mother-in-law to receive their just deserts? Or perhaps for vast riches, after all? A woman cannot raise a child alone. Or eternal beauty. A beauty such as yours must possess a fervent pursuit of aesthetics. Observing the woman deep in thought, he had already conjured countless responses in his mind. Indeed, it appeared she harbored no worries, while she did not know what paradise entailed. She felt immense happiness simply being with Inosuk, having enough to eat, and resting in a warm room. Paradise, after all, is a realm devoid of pain, calamity, illness, poverty, and jealousy. Only an eternal world of joy and happiness. Little Chin-yi, do you not wish to go? He gently and patiently explained. Will Inosuk be there? She asked earnestly, gazing into the man's rainbow-colored eyes. Chin-yi retreated slightly, a hint of melancholy in her voice. A place without Inosuk is not paradise for me. If you wish to bring your child along, that is certainly possible, he continued to guide her positively. That would be wonderful, but would Inosuk like it? I am uncertain. If he dislikes it, he might resent me. As she spoke, her gaze dimmed. I have already robbed him of his father's companionship. I fear he may hate me. Yet, even so, I will give him all my love to make up for it. Humans, after all, are fragile beings, capable of suffering, sorrow, jealousy, and hatred. But they also experience joy, gratitude, and the will to resist. Though life is fleeting, it surpasses many existences. One may encounter misfortune and happiness alike. It is a tapestry of contrasting emotions, a blend of myriad flavors. Perhaps this is life, a spectrum, not a singular experience or hue, but a vibrant kaleidoscope. While paradise may be splendid, is it not overly monotonous? I find the present world to be quite delightful. The vibrant green eyes shimmered under the sun, exuding an unwavering determination that starkly contrasted with the delicate innocence of the face they adorned. This sensation was akin to flowers swaying on a hillside in the spring breeze. As a wave of verdant air swept through his heart, dissipating his inner darkness. An inexplicable feeling, one he deeply loathed. Thus, his smile deepened. Forgive me, Kotoha, for not disclosing the truth to you. Your husband and mother-in-law were recently slain by adversaries. I have just received this distressing news and have struggled to find the right words to convey it to you. His expression of compassion was executed flawlessly. The woman was initially taken aback, followed by a wave of sorrow, her tears welling in her eyes. Was she lamenting her enemies or moved by the fulfillment of a long-held grudge? Forgive me, Izanitsu. Mother did not allow you to say farewell to your father and grandmother. They must despise me. The banal response left Doma feeling exceedingly vexed. Shouldn't he the wicked meet their just deserts? Shouldn't this be a moment of unrestrained laughter? What a foolish woman. She would surely struggle to survive outside the paradise cult. As she watched the master depart with a disgruntled demeanor, Kotoha pondered whether she had inadvertently upset him in some way. Upon seeing a woman cradling a child, the temple master was taken aback. This should have been food for that esteemed individual. She was not meant to be here. Why? Where had the deviation occurred? Kotoha noticed the temple master's astonishment upon seeing her and wondered if he had forgotten her name. Greetings, master. I am Kotoha Tsugumi. She kindly reminded him. I know. The master disregarded her, striding past the woman. Master, I wish to inquire about the preferences and aversions of the esteemed one. As his female attendant, I know nothing about him, which is quite troubling. What nonsense. Do you truly see yourself as a maid? You silly child, you are so dutiful. Although uncertain of that esteemed one's intentions, it was evident that no woman had ever remained by his side. The reason was clear. That esteemed individual was a remorseless, man-eating fiend. While Kotoha Tsugumi was indeed more beautiful than previous women, what did that matter? In his eyes, she was merely sustenance. Chapter 15, The First Day. This is something you must discover for yourself. It is your duty as his attendant. Were there no notes left by previous attendants? What a joke. There have never been any true attendants. They were merely food for the master. Moreover, no one has ever survived a full night. Kotoha Tsugumi, what makes you so special? Nothing, but perhaps it can start with you. The temple master turned back, gazing deeply into Kotoha's eyes. From childhood to old age, Doma had remained unchanged in appearance. Time passed swiftly, with the flock of devotees flowing in and out like falling leaves, one generation after another. In this lengthy existence, will you be the unpredictable variable? The temple master revealed a hopeful smile. Perhaps it was mere curiosity. As Kotoha walked along the corridor, cradling Izanitsu, it felt less like she was speaking to an oblivious infant and more like she was conversing with herself. What should I do, Izanitsu, since I haven't asked anything? Little Izanitsu cooed back at her, and Kotoha, as if inspired, perked up and began to playfully lift the child. All right, mother must remain spirited. My Izanitsu must grow up healthy. She then began to sing a playful song. Hook and hang, 100 years without change. Today, there would be a total of 15 devotees meeting with the master. What sort of day would it be? Kotoha felt a twinge of anxiety. For the past few months, she had been engaged in activities with others in the back courtyard. Aside from morning worship with the master, her tasks, assigned from above, had been rather uniform. With only a handful of residents in the temple, aside from basic hygiene, meals, rituals, and other activities such as teaching new devotees or assisting the elders with their studies, were all handled by more experienced individuals. Despite having been there for several months, she had always stood at the back during worship, mimicking the actions of those in front, to the extent that she knew little about what the master was truly like. Moreover, surrounded by equally ordinary temple members, she felt a sense of belonging among her peers. Living with Miss Kazuko later did not make her feel lonely. However, now, as the master's sole female attendant, she was utterly alone, devoid of companions, and felt the desolation of battling a solitary struggle. Although the master was gentle and kind, she lacked the security to feel at ease, serving diligently and apprehensively, fearful of making a mistake that could lead to her expulsion. In detail, Kotoha had no knowledge of how the Paradise cult operated on a daily basis. Perhaps what she encountered was merely the tip of the iceberg, and what a day in the life of the master entailed was an enigma that had previously felt unattainable. Yet now, by a twist of fate, she had become the master's attendant. This was a role that demanded unwavering diligence, and she had to be fully alert at all times. As dawn broke, Kotoha rose early, prepared the master's breakfast, and fed the drowsy Izanitsu, who had likely slept too late the previous night. After serving the master and assisting him with his morning routines, she was relieved to see that he had finished his meal, which greatly boosted her confidence. Like the other devotees, she stood at the back during worship, and once it concluded, the other devotees gradually began to enter the temple, just as she was worried about managing both Izanitsu and the master simultaneously. The temple master sent an elder maple, a woman appearing to be in her 40s or 50s, who had been residing in the Paradise cult for some time, for reasons unknown. She often enjoyed playing with Izanitsu. Elder Maple's presence during the day to help care for Izanitsu was a tremendous relief. Fate had been exceedingly kind to her, always sending assistance during difficult times. Perhaps the temple master was not as unfriendly as he seemed. Perhaps he was unexpectedly benevolent. Kotoha firmly believed that her destiny was beginning to take an unprecedented turn, with everything moving toward a fortunate and beautiful direction, and she was filled with hope for the future. The first devotee had been inside for some time, and Kotoha curiously shifted her gaze. The temple was quite expansive. Standing at a distance near the entrance, she observed the solemn and grand hall. The master sat regally upon the dais, exuding humility and warmth. Kotoha, having lost sight in one eye and possessing poor vision, could not hear clearly what the devotee was discussing with the master. She only saw the devotee kneeling below, expressing their troubles, and soon began to weep, while the master descended to pat the devotee's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. The second devotee was a well-dressed woman, her face marked with sorrow, frequently dabbing at her tears with a handkerchief. The master again descended from the dais, extending his hand toward the kneeling woman. In that moment, he seemed to embody a divine savior. Though she could not discern his words, the woman emerged looking considerably more at ease. The third devotee was a somewhat irritable middle-aged man, his appearance fierce, exuding an air of intimidation that inexplicably evoked fear. Would someone like him truly have troubles? He seemed the type to cause chaos without a care. Instinctively, Kotoha felt trepidation, recalling past terrifying memories. She cautiously observed him, fearful that he might bring trouble to the Paradise cult, and she was particularly concerned for the master's safety. The man approached the edge of the altar and knelt down, his troubled murmurs lost to the air as he pounded his chest in despair. Yet, the high priest remained as poised and serene as ever, graciously bidding farewell to the rugged figure, who expressed his gratitude with utmost respect. From a distance, Chin-yi stood guard at the entrance, observing the ebb and flow of the devout believers, their expressions oscillating dramatically between arrival and departure. The high priest, elevated on the altar, exuded an air of grace and sophistication. Descending from his lofty perch, he engaged in animated discourse with the congregants, his demeanor exuding an aura of boundless wisdom and talent. Is this truly the daily visage of the esteemed high priest? He is indeed remarkable, capable of guiding so many towards redemption, traversing the annals of time with his cultured eloquence and divine integrity. Chin-yi had never encountered someone of such refined character. The most learned individual she had known was her own teacher, who had instructed her in reading and writing. Such brilliance is truly awe-inspiring. Perhaps she would never attain such heights herself. The world is inherently challenging for women. Amidst her admiration, unwelcome thoughts began to surface. Could someone who hears the world's suffering and the myriad facets of life still embody the vigor of youth? Once one becomes a deity, can they still remain true to themselves? If deities are to save all, then who will save the deities when they are in peril? Shaking her head, Qin Yi swiftly dispelled these negative musings, giving her cheeks a gentle pat. No, she must not dwell in despair. The high priest consistently maintains an uplifting spirit. It is unacceptable for someone like her, a mere maid with no accomplishments, to succumb to such negativity. The first day of her service as a maid proved somewhat arduous for Qin Yi. Although she had not engaged in any strenuous tasks, she had exerted herself to remain spirited throughout the day, welcoming and sending off numerous devotees, inevitably exchanging a few words with them. Her throat felt parched, and her legs, especially her feet, ached intensely. Yet, should not the high priest, after a day's labor, be the most fatigued of all? As the sun cast its golden hue upon the horizon, the streets grew quiet, and the gates of the paradise sect slowly creaked shut. The bustling day had finally drawn to a close. Qin Yi approached the high priest with his evening meal, respectfully opening the door only to find a man sprawled on the ground. His demeanor was languid, his movements casual, a stark contrast to the dignified, refined figure she had observed atop the altar. Surely, after a day spent listening to the visitor's laments, he must be exhausted. Chapter 16, Lily of the Valley, Part 1, Gently. Qin Yi sidled up to the high priest, waving her hand before him, only to have it seized in a firm grip. High priest, are you well? She inquired, quickly retracting her hand. He responded with a languid murmur. Would you care for a meal, high priest? No answer came. His eyes were closed, his expression soft and amiable. Noticing his silence, Qin Yi began to ponder the reason for his lack of response, as a sense of unease crept in. This was part of her duty as a maid, despite the serendipitous circumstances that had brought her to the high priest's side. Her life had vastly improved compared to that of an ordinary believer. Her work was light, and she could tend to Inasuk. The temple master had even informed her that she would receive a salary. Should circumstances allow, she wished to remain in service to that esteemed figure. After all, as a single mother, she lacked other means of sustenance. She yearned to render herself useful, akin to the high priest, who aided so many. She did not wish to perpetually rely on the kindness of others. He was unfailingly kind to her, his words always gentle as a breeze, never harsh. She recalled Inasuk's father, who had shown her nothing but impatience, hurling harsh words like a tempest, resorting to violence at the slightest discontent. The thought dimmed her spirit. Sometimes, she felt selfish for harboring the desire to remain at the paradise sect, living off the charity of others, akin to a parasitic worm. No, she resolutely refused to accept that. Though she could not rescue the world like the high priest, she aspired to be Inasuk's pillar of support. No matter when she encountered him, he always wore a gentle, accommodating expression, his face perpetually adorned with a sunlit smile. Having listened to countless tales of hardship, she knew that had she been in their shoes, she would have wept alongside the congregants. The high priest never entertained negative thoughts. He consistently encouraged and guided his followers. Truly, as the rumors suggested, he was the Son of God, the embodiment of the divine. Maintaining a smile and patience was indeed a remarkable feat. Yet, it was equally an arduous task. Qin Yi pondered why such thoughts plagued her. Perhaps this esteemed figure was even younger than she. At this realization, she felt an inexplicable emptiness within her, a sensation difficult to articulate. Was it sorrow? Heartache? Compassion? After much hesitation, she finally spoke. High priest, you bear such burdens. I am too inept to alleviate your struggles. I am truly sorry. Her tone was earnest. Throughout the day, aside from serving tea and meals to the devotees and the high priest, she had felt like a mere decoration, a wooden post standing idly. The shame weighed heavily upon her. To her surprise, the high priest turned to her, his eyes glistening with moisture. What word should he offer? Surely, he ought to provide comfort, just as he would soothe a distraught girl. It's all right, little Qin Yi, he said, his voice gentle and accompanied by a smile, as if tenderly calming a child. However, this did little to assuage her. The seated young woman lowered her head, her body trembling. The high priest promptly sat up, extending his hand in a gesture of consolation. He was perplexed, unable to comprehend why his comforting words seemed to intensify her despondency. What's wrong, little Qin Yi? He inquired, his voice laced with concern. Before she could respond, her words caught in her throat, emerging as a choked sound from the depths of her hair. High priest, you need not smile for me. I wish you could relax before me, to be your true self. I do not know when you began to bear the responsibilities of the Son of God atop that altar. I may be foolish, but I understand that persevering in a singular task is arduous. You always wear a smile, endlessly compassionate toward others, displaying such patience and gentleness. You fulfill the duties of a high priest without ever revealing emotions outside that role. Even I cannot constantly embody the gentle mother to Inasuk. There are moments when I feel overwhelmed, wanting to unleash my frustrations. Yet, High Priest, what perilous thoughts these were. Was she merely pitying him as a mere woman? Was she moved? No, it was this peculiar man. It was this girl who was so different. Such was her judgment of Qin Yi in that instant. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she maintained the same smile, soon replaced by a look of profound emotion as she clasped Qin Ye's hands. I'm so happy. I'm deeply moved, he thought. He wept like a young boy. And Qin Yi found herself at a loss, unsure how to comfort a male figure, resorting to the same methods she would employ with Inisuk. His hands were delicate and small, and she was taken aback as he began to stroke her hair. Observing the tearful face of this adult man, so childlike in demeanor, she unconsciously placed her hand upon his head, as if soothing a sorrowful child. The High Priest truly resembles a child. Qin Yi mused, her smile softening further. Would Inisuk eventually become like this? Yet, this was not how it should be. As the High Priest, he ought to be the savior of all. That was his purpose in existence. Why had he sunk to the point of needing solace from a fragile woman? A flicker of discontent passed through her mind. Suddenly, her hand was grasped in his, and the face that had moments ago been transformed by tears now bore the countenance of a mature adult. This handsome visage, accompanied by a deep voice so close to her ear, was utterly captivating. Qinya, how can you treat me like this when I am, after all, a mature man? Do you perhaps harbor feelings for me? The man towered over Qinya, who found her petite hand ensnared within his large grasp, as if she were a mere infant who had suddenly matured, while she, the mother, remained oblivious to the transformation. Blinking her innocent eyes, she slowly inquired, "What are you saying, my esteemed leader? Is it that all men are this childish? Just moments ago, you were so earnestly touched, and now you veered into completely unrelated topics." Tong Mo leaned closer, his voice teasingly alluring. "What is this? Is little Qinya feeling shy? Fear not. Let us go on a date." Confirming she had not misheard, Qinya instinctively withdrew her hand and, with utmost seriousness, declared, "My leader, naturally, you will marry and have children in the future, and I eagerly anticipate witnessing such a scenario. This way, you will have more attentive individuals to care for you and share the burdens, ensuring your happiness, which would put my mind at ease. However, please refrain from casually suggesting dates to young ladies. It is rather frivolous." Her tone was resolute, her gaze devoid of its usual warmth. For a fleeting moment, shock crossed his handsome features, revealing a hint of grievance as he swayed slightly. "But I truly like little Qinya. What should I do?" Qinya's serious demeanor softened as she replied, "I am delighted to hear you say you like me, my leader. I too hold affection for you, akin to how I cherish Inisuk." At last, he exhibited a semblance of character beyond that of a leader, willful, immature, carefree, humorous. Qinya felt a surge of joy. Chapter 17, Lily of the Valley, Part 2. Determined to swiftly conclude this topic, she presented a tray. Once again, it bore human food, a departure from the usual appearance. Was it due to the fact that only half of the meal had been prepared at noon? Previously, the subordinates would deliver meals similar to those of the temple staff, and he was well acquainted with the cook's skills. Had they changed chefs? Well, it mattered little, though it was a pity. Food meant for humans was exceedingly difficult for a demon to digest. No matter how exquisite, it could not stir the slightest appetite within him. After all, he was a demon, a man-eating fiend. The finest delicacy lay before him, a morsel as rare as emerald. Its beauty rendered him reluctant to partake. Perhaps next time, when hunger strikes. He stared blankly at the meal, only to realize Qinya had vanished. Was she upset over the earlier invitation, and thus chose not to appear? Shouldn't it be the one who was rejected who felt anger? It perplexed him. Women were invariably complex. Despite having interacted with countless women, Tong Mo could not suppress his exasperation. He then picked up an exquisite folding fan, and with a graceful flick, the food turned to dust and vanished without a trace, leaving only a few remnants to avoid suspicion. The moonlight streamed through the windows, pure as water. Indeed, it was a splendid evening. "Good evening, my leader." Qinya entered, carrying a tray and glancing at the now empty plate, her smile deepening. The moonlight bathed her in a gentle glow, her white attire and flowing dark hair, a vision reminiscent of Kagayaheim. "This is brewed tea. It will clear your mind and soothe your spirit." The subtle fragrance wafted towards him, refreshing and invigorating. Despite being a demon and unable to consume tea, his senses were sharper than those of humans, allowing him to perceive its scent with greater intensity. The aroma was delightful. Although he could not drink it, he felt a strange sense of clarity. He despised the idea of accepting arrangements from fragile humans and loathed the twinge of pleasure the tea's fragrance induced within him. As a demon, such feelings were intolerable. This was the strong resistance of Muzin's blood coursing through him. "No, I prefer alcohol." The admission was uncharacteristically candid. As a human, he savored wine. But now as a demon, He could only rely on baths and alcohol to sustain this passion. Alcohol, my leader? Chinya recalled the leader from earlier. Eloquently speaking in the grand hall, exuding elegance and nobility, as pure as a child of the divine. How could he possibly be associated with alcohol? People often say to celebrate joy with wine or to drown sorrows in it. Which category did he fall into? His demeanor was serene, devoid of intense emotions. Was alcohol merely a diversion for him to alleviate sorrow? Could it be that the innate intuition within her was correct? The divine being, who guided followers toward happiness, might not possess the happiness he outwardly portrayed. Chinya struggled to discern whether these thoughts were instinctive or mere conjecture. What is this? Tong Imo inquired, his curiosity piqued by the object in Chinya's hand. The woman, resembling Kageaheim, placed a bouquet of white flowers into a dark green ceramic vase. These are lily of the valley, my leader. Are you intending to decorate your room without consulting your host? Such behavior was rather impolite. Look, aren't they beautiful? She offered the flowers to him. Tong Imo leaned in for a closer look. Tiny bell-shaped blossoms, white and crystalline, some tinged with pale pink, and a few in soft lavender. All nestled among verdant leaves, exuding a delicate, ethereal charm. The subtle fragrance wafted through the air, uplifting his spirits. Having lived for centuries, Tong Imo had never encountered such a flower. It felt somewhat shameful to have this knowledge imparted by a mere human girl. The audacity. Observing the leader's captivated gaze upon the flowers, Chinya felt a surge of happiness within her. My leader, do you know the language of the lily of the valley? It symbolizes purity, nobility, innocence, beautiful blessings, and the return of happiness, she continued without waiting for an answer. Tong Imo regarded her with delight. Her eyes curved into a smile reminiscent of the gentle spring breeze. My leader, do you not think these flowers resemble you? Oh, little Chinya, are you jesting with me? He asked, cradling his face, his eyes devoid of mirth. Not at all. I mean, such a pure and noble flower is very much like you, my leader. You have always been here to guide your followers, alleviating their worries and providing shelter for those like me who are homeless, bestowing your kindness upon us without ever seeking recompense. Your lofty integrity and pure heart are as sacred as these crystalline lily of the valley. Ah, this is the first time I have heard such words. His honesty was unguarded. The smile on his face softened slightly, almost slipping from his control, unnoticed by its owner. Most importantly, I convey this blessing on behalf of everyone, hoping my leader will find true happiness. With boldness, she expressed her trivial sentiment under the guise of the collective. She extended the bouquet towards him, and after a moment of hesitation, Tong Imo accepted it. As night deepened, the atmosphere shifted, the moon playfully hiding behind distant clouds, dimming the night, and then generously spilling its silvery light, rendering the world almost as bright as day. Tong Imo toyed with the lily of the valley, lost in thought. Not far off, the sounds of laughter and soft singing filled the air. It was Chinya teasing little Inasuk with the hook and loop song. Hook and loop, 100 years without change. Toma had eavesdropped on Kanade's melodious singing more than once, utilizing the keen auditory senses of a demon to indulge in her enchanting voice. To hear her more clearly, he had coaxed her to come closer, for it was well known that the Paradise cult had never possessed a female attendant for its leader. The girl was truly rather slow-witted. Observing her earnest efforts made it difficult to extinguish her enthusiasm, so he allowed her to continue unabated. The moonlight was serene, the song was sweet, accompanied by wafts of floral fragrance, as he watched the two little ice figures dance gracefully, a spectacle of elegance. A promise bound by a pinky swear, never to change for 100 years. May our esteemed leader remain eternally healthy and joyful. Such unexpected lyrics. Kanade, you make it rather difficult for me to think of devouring you. Chapter 18, Moonlight. After experiencing her first day as the leader's attendant, Kanade quickly adapted to the leader's schedule. Her feet no longer ached, and she was now adept at receiving visitors. No matter how many times she gazed up at the leader on the pulpit, she found that divine child to be an extraordinary presence. She felt genuine admiration, respect, and envy, yet was also enveloped by an indescribable emotion. The divine child, after all, was still human. She had previously doubted the existence of deities, yet now, the divine had manifested before her very eyes. As dusk fell, it was one of the rare moments she could interact with the leader. Through their recent interactions, Kanade had learned to read the leader's emotions and could discern her superficial feelings. The leader seemed to take great pleasure in song. Perhaps the austere life in the temple left little room for leisurely pursuits to ease the spirit. After a day of conversation, the leader likely did not wish to speak further. The vast room felt excessively lonely with only her voice echoing. Yet, with Inasuk in tow, she feared disturbing the leader with their noise. Thus, each evening after serving the leader and receiving permission to leave, Kanade would take Inasuk to a nearby corridor to enjoy the moonlight while singing, managing to lull him to sleep. The child appeared to revel in her embrace as she sang. Under the moonlight, Kanade opened a book borrowed from Granny Maple, filled with verses and haikus, exuding elegance. The bright moon ascends, shining into the clouds. On the same day of the month, the scenery appears different. The moon dances within the clouds. The raindrops on the treetops like chimes. Lying beneath the temple moon, my heart finds tranquility. After the rain, lying among the bamboo, I gaze at the bright mountain moon. Each time, Inasuk would be the first to fall asleep, and the light from the leader's chamber was always the last to extinguish. The lyrics sung to soothe the child were simple and carefree, yet those sung under the moonlight were profoundly elegant. A stark contrast as if performed for two entirely different souls. The clumsy disguise seemed to morph into deliberate flattery. Toma felt as though he were being toyed with by humanity. The songs arrived punctually each night, their clarity resonating until midnight. Following the beautiful melodies came the rhythmic sounds of deep breathing. Toma recognized it as the breath of a human in slumber. He made a troubling discovery. He found himself somewhat anticipating the arrival of night, particularly the songs that accompanied the moonlight. This was not good, it was utterly dreadful. The divine child should not harbor such base emotions and desires reserved for fragile mortals. He aspired to be a god, a being imbued with divinity and reason, not the foolish and pitiable creatures he looked down upon from the altar, yearning for emotional desires, an aspiration devoid of significance. Continuing down this path would foster a detrimental habit. He admonished himself in a manner reminiscent of humanity. Under the moonlight, a tall, dignified man emerged from the room, adorned in elegant attire, exuding an air of grandeur. His rare, chestnut hair framed a remarkably handsome face, and his radiant eyes sparkled with an otherworldly allure, inscribed with the essence of the divine. It had been over a fortnight since he had last eaten. Although he felt no hunger, he could not further bolster that woman's ambitions. Wavering in his divinity was a sin beyond forgiveness. Remaining here for so long was an unpredictable variable. She ought to be grateful. After all, he had granted her so many days of familial bliss. She should express her gratitude for the eternal happiness he was about to bestow upon her. Toma recalled the woman's unconventional response regarding the paradise world. It was indeed an intriguing answer. He was benevolent, eager to hear the pleas of others. Should anyone express a desire to enter the paradise world, he would be more than willing. Excellent. This had entirely piqued his interest. The game of make-believe with the maidservants was drawing to a close. The moonlight elongated Toma's already tall figure, casting shadows that reached towards a newborn nestled within a woman's embrace, who was stirring curiously, striving to break free from his mother's hold. Observing the newcomer, the familiar scent brought little Inasuk comfort. His skin, as pale as his mother's, reflected the vibrant hues of the man's eyes, igniting an instinctual curiosity to reach out. He strained with all his might to escape his mother's grasp. The woman beside him seemed startled awake by the infant's slight movements, instinctively springing up to check on her child, promptly cradling him back into her arms. The infant, unable to speak, could only express his discontent through gentle struggles. "What is the matter, Inasuk? You mustn't leave your mother's embrace. It's dangerous. Are you feeling lonely?" "I'm sorry. Mother was too deep in slumber. Come, let me sing your favorite song, my dear. A promise bound by a pinky swear, never to change for 100 years, never to leave my darling. A promise bound by a pinky swear, never to change for 100 years, forever cherishing my precious one." Listening to the familiar tune, little Inasuk quieted, suckling on his tiny fingers while his gaze wandered to the man standing behind his mother. The room was cloaked in darkness, with the moonlight hesitantly lingering outside the door. Only Kanade, with her poor vision, failed to notice the hunter lurking behind her. The moonlight was filled with exquisite notes, resonating from the woman's melodious voice. Watching the peaceful infant sleep in her arms, Kanade leaned closer to his cheek, gently kissing him. In a hushed tone, she whispered, "All right, Inasuk, sleep well. Let us not disturb our esteemed leader," and carefully laid him down in the center of the blanket. As she prepared to turn and hold Inasuk once more, she noticed the moonlight had stealthily crept in, with no one else around on that tranquil night. "Ah, how careless of me. A draft might disturb Inasuk." She gently closed the door, ensuring it made no sound. The moon is indeed magnificent. It casts its fair light upon all, regardless of whether one is impoverished or affluent, whether a lowly servant or a powerful ruler. In contrast to the blinding sun, he preferred the soft, gentle moonlight, just as he had in his mortal days. Tonight's moon was exceptionally round and beautiful. Toma wandered through the deserted alley, the scent of poverty palpable in the air. This evening, he would save a hapless devotee. Vivid crimson trickled from the corner of his mouth. He was kind, allowing this devotee to journey to paradise in her dreams, devoid of any suffering. Before she could even register pain, she had already breathed her last. After all, he detested the piercing screams, the grotesque expressions, and the chaotic mess of bloodshed. It was anything but elegant. The flesh of the female devotee was delectably tender. Compared to Kanade's emaciated form, he preferred a well-balanced meal. Tomorrow, news of a horrific murder would likely spread through these parts. The room was drenched in blood and strewn with white bones, a testament to the perpetrator's wantonness and cruelty. However, the news would soon dissipate. For what value and meaning does such a life hold? Tonight, Doma felt inexplicably elated. He was relieved to have forsaken a rather unpalatable feast for the delectable offerings found here. Truly, a commendable decision. After indulging in his repast, he strolled under the cool moonlight, humming a nameless tune cheerfully. The night is indeed lonely. Not a single passerby to exchange words with. He lamented idly. Doma glanced up at the moon, a faint smile gracing his lips. Good evening, moon. Thank you for your unwavering companionship. Was it childish or foolish to express such gratitude aloud? Surely, one would deem him mad if they were to witness this spectacle. How solitary it feels, does it not, miss? Doma paused in an open area, speaking without preamble. He had already sensed the presence of someone trailing behind him. Emerging from the shadows was a young girl clad in black uniform, wielding a Nicaran blade. The kanji for extermination emblazoned on her back. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. Humph, do even demons appreciate the moon's beauty? Her voice was as cold as iron. Wait, dear lady, must you utter such mood-disrupting words? Before becoming a demon, I was human too. Then why did you so mercilessly slay that woman earlier? Please, do not be so aggressive. I merely extended a polite invitation for you to join me in moon gazing. Doma crossed his arms, tilting his body to gaze at the moon. Before we proceed, you must first repay your debts. The girl's eyes sharpened as she brandished her sword towards the demon. Hold on. You clearly do not know that child, so what business is it of yours? Why do you defend a stranger? Living is a torment for her. I sent her to paradise in her sleep, where she felt not a shred of pain. There is no sorrow there. Within me, she shall attain eternity, and I shall cherish the part of her that resides within me. He turned his head slightly to address the girl. Virtuous deeds? What are you, a scoundrel? Take humanity for? What is there to feel proud of? Hey, such rudeness from you, child. A playful demeanor belied the seriousness in his eyes. Allow me to enlighten you. Do not elevate yourself to a pedestal. You are a reckless, cruel monster, cloaking your misdeeds with sweet-sounding justifications. What? Do you finally recognize the value of life? Then why do you extol your benevolence whilst indulging in cannibalistic acts? To put it plainly, you know that such actions will lead you to hell, do you not? You hypocrite. My good mood has vanished, be it the pleasant spirit upon arrival, the satisfaction post-feast, or the desire to admire the moon. It is all gone. You have truly incited my ire. Doma finally turned his gaze towards the girl from the Demon Slayer Corps, his ever-present smile fading into shadow. Sensing the air grow tumultuous, the moon shyly concealed itself behind the clouds. Instantly, night fell like ink. Beautiful beams of light flickered, urging one to seize the fleeting beauty. Doma unfurled an exquisite fan, covering his face as he chuckled, praising, "How swift! A child who wields the breath of thunder." In an instant, a razor-sharp blade was thrust before him. Doma tilted his head, evading with ease, playfully exclaiming, "How dangerous, such swift swordsmanship." With a flick of his folding fan, a flurry of snowflakes descended, an unexpected chill enveloping the air, though it was undeniably a pleasant May evening. Breath of thunder, second form, rice spirit. Brilliant lightning danced in the night, 5 consecutive bolts dispelling the oncoming snow and fog. Indeed, a remarkably fierce sword technique. Observing the demon across from him, his tone was gentle, yet laced with insincerity, akin to mockery. Breath of thunder, fourth form, distant thunder. Lightning erupted from her body, surging with electric speed as the girl lunged towards her foe, executing a rapid slashing strike. Almost there, she would soon sever the demon's head. In the flash of lightning, the demon slightly turned his head, wearing an infuriatingly serene smile. Seemingly oblivious to the impending blade, he sidestepped a few paces but was still grazed on the chest, blood trickling down, vanishing within moments without a trace of the wound or the sweetness of blood. The girl quickly deduced that this demon was formidable. The breath of thunder was the fastest, a speed few demons could evade. To dodge a fatal blow to the neck and heal in an instant, this demon was likely one of the 12 Kazuki. Haha, splendid. You managed to strike me. To the girl, this was a provocation, utterly devoid of praise. Gritting her teeth, she inquired, "What is so amusing, you hypocritical demon?" I was sincerely complimenting your breathing technique." "Oh, let me share a secret. I am regarded as quite a benevolent individual." As if confiding a little secret to a dear friend. This only further incensed the girl. "What nonsense. A demon could be good? Cease your self-promotion. You simply employ insidious methods to deceive others into believing you are virtuous. It is deceit, blatant deceit. Lies will eventually be unraveled when that day comes. Will anyone still hold such beliefs? Alas, your words are rather unappealing, dear child. He pouted, feigning a childlike demeanor. No, everyone adores me. It is you who likely has no friends. The girl mimicked his nonchalance in an attempt to provoke him. To hear such from the girl truly saddened him. A small look of disappointment graced his face, perfectly exaggerated. Breath of thunder, first form, lightning flash. An unforeseen attack erupted with tremendous force, striking with incomprehensible speed in a draw cut. Without knowing the full extent of the opponent's abilities, she understood the necessity for a swift resolution. The girl lunged towards her target, but in a breath, the demon vanished from sight. A miss. Sweat beaded on the girl's brow. A deep, melodious voice resonated from behind. His voice. Ambushes are unbecoming. At the very least, one should allow the courtesy of hearing another out. So close, so very close. The proximity was enough to claim her life, yet the demon merely evaded the attack. A sense of foreboding washed over her. She could not win. However, this nonchalant demon would not let her depart easily. What? Am I correct? You truly have no friends, for everyone despises hypocrites such as yourself. His tone dripped with mockery. Oh, are you attempting to enrage me, to gauge my strength and assess your odds? His sunny smile seemed to convey a matter entirely unrelated to himself. Let me kindly inform you. 0, he intoned, his voice low. Your chances are 0. The fan obscured half his face as moonlight streamed through the clouds, allowing the girl a clearer view of the demon's visage. He was strikingly handsome, tall, indistinguishable from a human, yet his eyes were most peculiar. Upper moon. It cannot be. She gazed incredulously at the characters in his iridescent eyes, a wave of oppression crashing down, making breath itself laborious. Realizing her inability to fight, she nearly dropped her sword. Sweat trickled down her hand and onto the ground, the sound palpable to a swordsman of the thunder-breathing style. In a moment, she steadied her breath, gripped her Nicaran blade tightly, her gaze resolute. So brave, knowing she could not win, yet willing to fight to the death. What a commendable spirit. As she gazed at the tearful figure of Upper Moon, the girl felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. How insincere and pretentious. Your demeanor is truly repulsive. Chapter 20, Udon and Hands. The tears ceased just in time, replaced by a frigid glare. Indeed, I find myself disliking you even more. The young lady's tone was markedly indifferent. Blood demon art, crystal prince. The voice faded in and out as Upper Moon perched atop the treetops, his feet swaying leisurely, surveying the scene below as though it were an exquisite performance. A small, transparent ice figure, mirroring its master yet devoid of a face, stood only as tall as a calf. With a mere flick of its fan, a relentless barrage of ice crystals ensued. This little ice figure possessed abilities akin to its master, rather than being a mere combat clone. Now, they had no choice but to fight desperately. Doma lounged high in the tree, listening to the clashing sounds of battle, which to his ears sounded like delightful melodies. He hummed a tune, captivated by the thrilling spectacle of combat. Ah, the girl is on the verge of collapse. I thought she could endure longer. Doma's expression turned melancholic, as if he had missed something profoundly significant. As the moon sank in the west, the girl lay battered and breathless. If left unchecked, she would surely perish from blood loss. Yet, if she remained unresolved, that esteemed individual would undoubtedly hold him accountable. He was unwilling to let that esteemed figure down in the slightest. In a flash, he descended to the ground, retracting the little ice figure with his fan. It's time to depart. Farewell, brave young lady. With that, he strolled past the broken girl, elegantly waving his folding fan, and within 2 steps, she was reduced to a mangled heap of flesh. The handsome, cheerful man exuded grace and refinement, a stark contrast to the carnage behind him, creating a scene that was both perilous and surreal. Doma found himself disinterested in the girl, concocting a rationale for his disdain. This child is simply too unattractive to whet my appetite. With her strength nearing that of a Hashira, what a pity. Doma stretched lazily, muttering, how I long to hear the voice of little Kanawo. Right, I shall ask Kanawo to teach me to sing next time. Indeed, what a splendid idea. Doma chattered on as he returned to the Paradise Cult. Lord Doma, do tell me the truth. What troubles you? Kanawo, clad in her white priestess robe, furrowed her brow as she confronted the smiling man before her. I've already said there's nothing amiss. These are not my bloodstains, he insisted. This was not mere evasion. It was indeed the blood of that repulsive girl from the previous night. Kanawo scrutinized her leader's condition once more, only to relent. Oh, Kanawo, you truly are a stubborn child. Not at all, my lord. This is simply called concern and responsibility. Her tone softened, lacking the initial severity. Doma's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, I understand concern, But how do you define responsibility? Oh, it likely means being conscious of doing what is beneficial both within and beyond one's duties. Observing the perplexed expression on her leaderess face, she empathetically elaborated. For instance, a mother caring for and nurturing her child. That is a mother's sense of responsibility. What does a mother's sense of responsibility entail? Doma asked, his gaze fixed on Kanawa. Well, although I am a new mother and still uncertain about many things, maternal love naturally arises the moment a child is born. To elaborate, I wish to provide Inosuke with the best within my means, hoping he never experiences sorrow or pain, that he may live a healthy, joyous life. I yearn to care for him wholeheartedly, shower him with love, and ensure his happiness, even if it means sacrificing my own life. Is it truly possible to sacrifice one's life? Doma murmured softly. Absolutely. She replied without hesitation, her conviction unwavering. As a mother, it is certainly feasible. She reiterated, her gaze resolute, a stark contrast to the delicate beauty one would expect. Doma's faint smile faltered, his eyes drifting elsewhere as he pondered. Memories of his mother resurfaced. But time had dulled the details. What did you just say was lacking? I asked what your mother was like, Lord Doma. She must have been quite remarkable to raise you into such an exceptional individual. Her sparkling eyes reflected genuine curiosity. I cannot recall. Doma turned his face away. Yet he provided her with an answer, his tone still gentle, despite its inadequacy. The astonished expression was evident without needing to look. Indeed, he could not remember. In his recollections, that woman lacked even a face, kneeling from a distance, distant and respectful towards her son. The memories of being enshrined on the altar of the Paradise cult were clearer, especially the soft cushion and the reverent gazes of the followers, along with their endless confessions. Upon the death of his parents, he felt nothing. Only the unsightly bloodstains in the room were bothersome to clean. Is it not abnormal for a son to be indifferent to the death of his parents? Yet, everything here was inherently abnormal. The temple, a sacred place, preached nonviolence, chastity, truthfulness, and the avoidance of anger. They had cast aside their precepts, forgotten them entirely, blood spilling everywhere, staining the altar, a bitter irony. At what point did you become the leader of the cult? At birth, I suppose. Another gasp of astonishment escaped her lips. Was this truly such a rarity? You must be exceptionally intelligent. Indeed. Thank you for your hard work, she suddenly remarked after a long silence. He had heard this phrase countless times from his followers. Yet, none dared to touch his head or spoke to him in such a gentle tone, nor did anyone look at him with such warmth. I am but a man, not a deity. Today's flowers were wild roses, their fragrance rich, infusing the room with a delicate scent. Yesterday, it seemed, was a pink geranium, nearly scentless. The day before that, vibrant tulips adorned the space, their colors splendid. It was peculiar. He remembered each flower of different hues, yet could not recall that face. The udon noodles simmered in the pot, steam billowing forth upon lifting the lid, revealing a clear broth adorned with emerald mountain vegetables and mushrooms, accented by pale yellow carrots. They appeared delightful and likely tasted exquisite. Alas, he felt no appetite. It's udon. Kanawa looked vibrant and full of life. It suddenly turned cold today? Indeed. Warm udon is perfect for this weather. Her smile was radiant, bursting with vitality. Kanawa. He noticed a red mark on her fair hand. It was a burn. How foolish of you to work so hard for a meal you want to even eat. Here, my lord. A bowl brimming with udon was presented with both hands. Which should be deemed food, the hands or the noodles? Moreover, the portion was excessive. T little Kanawa going to eat? Quickly help me finish this massive pot. It's truly hard to swallow. Konoha shook her head, exclaiming, no? This is the Master's breakfast. I shall partake in the rear hall later. The rear hall? Together with the other devotees? It turns out that it was not a change in chefs, but rather the Master's meals had become a unique offering. Chapter 21, Hydrangea. Within the citadel, the atmosphere was solemn and oppressive. Indeed, it was I who requested that Kuchiburu Konoha serve you, the temple head admitted. Yet I did not instruct her to personally prepare your meals. I never anticipated that she would take such initiative. Kneeling in reverence, the temple head cautiously observed the expression of the esteemed figure seated above, diligently absolving himself of any blame. The Master's face bore a gentle and amicable smile, silent yet unnerving, which made the temple head feel anxious. That child, with her delicate and refined nature, had unexpectedly devoted herself to this extent for your sake. How sincere. The conversation abruptly shifted, morphing into a defense of her character. Casting a timid glance at the master, he pledged, I shall guide her properly. Sweating profusely, the temple head exited the hall and gazed up at the vast sky above the temple, murmuring, the weather has changed. Indeed, it had changed. Both the weather and the Master's demeanor. In the corridor, the atmosphere was bright and expansive. Izuka, look, the temple head gifted me this splendid fabric. exclaimed the child. "It's so beautiful. Mother has never seen such exquisite material. Furthermore, the temple head spoke to me with such courtesy today and showed me great kindness. It must be thanks to the master." Konoha was enveloped in this sudden wave of happiness, nearly melting from joy. Suddenly recalling something, she straightened herself and added, "However, the temple head also mentioned something rather peculiar, instructing me not to prepare the master's meals alone. Although it alleviates my mother's burden, I can't shake off the feeling of guilt. Having received so many blessings, I haven't been able to contribute anything to the master or the Paradise Church." Little Izuka, seemingly understanding, wrapped herself in the large fabric and sought refuge beside her mother, evoking a bittersweet smile. In the act of rescuing little Izuka, a sudden inspiration struck, and with a decisive thud of her right fist against her left palm, she made what she believed to be an excellent decision. In the Japanese-style room, the flowers today were hydrangeas, a plant that Doma recognized. Having existed for centuries as a demon, he had become quite knowledgeable about various flora. He found himself somewhat admiring this woman, who managed to source an array of flowers, ensuring that the arrangements in the room and on the altar never repeated, truly bringing a touch of vitality to the otherwise dreary church life. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of the next day, wondering what flowers would grace the vase, their colors, and their fragrances. It seemed a commendable decision to refrain from consuming her for the time being. Such actions would bring a glimmer of light and color to the otherwise stagnant existence of a demon. Should that foolish girl err and provoke his ire, he could always send her to the realm of paradise. He had indeed been somewhat indulgent with her, since she was no longer tasked with preparing meals that troubled demons. Their encounters had dwindled. Doma utilized his keen, unseen senses to search for Konoha's whereabouts, only to discover she was not in the main hall. The child was with an elderly woman, their laughter resonating clearly. Hey, you claim to be a good mother, yet you abandon your child. Today, there were few devotees visiting, likely sensing an impending downpour. The sky had been overcast since morning, thick with clouds, slowly gathering at the horizon, foretelling the arrival of rain. Their so-called sincerity was fleeting. Even a minor rain would halt their steps. Doma, boredom settling in, glanced at the letters left on the table by the devotees. How diligent he was, still perusing such mundane items during his downtime. The contents were largely repetitive, and he quickly tossed them aside. The letters were densely scribbled, resting atop a book. To his surprise, he had not noticed the additional volume until now. It was a book from the Heian period, say Shanagon-est the Pillow Book. The Heian era was indeed the time of that esteemed individual. Doma, feeling rather listless, flipped through the pages of this woman's writings. His attention captured by a particular passage. The distant and the near are the pure land. Having been foolishly elevated by ignorant parents and endowed with exceptional intellect, he had, by the age of 20, delved into extensive readings due to his status as master. After a century as a demon, he had explored many odd and esoteric texts, religious scriptures, and philosophies, for he was, after all, the founder of the Paradise Church, devoted to alleviating the suffering of his disciples. Even as a demon, he had not forsaken this identity. At that moment, Doma reclined on the floor, propping his head with one hand while flipping through the book with the other, exuding a nonchalant charm. He had long been aware of the girl in white attire in the courtyard, his acute senses revealing that she had cast her gaze upon him first, accompanied by a warm and amiable smile. Then, she busied herself in the garden, saying not a word. Finally, Doma set the book aside and turned his attention toward the woman who seemed to interrupt his reading. She was planting flowers. Observing the leaves, he noted they resembled those of the hydrangeas inside, likely the same species. Hence, what significance did this act hold? Plants wilt and perish, enduring the seasons year after year. Much like humanity's struggle through suffering, generation after generation, without change, merely repeating the same mistakes. A life devoid of meaning, as plants are, so too are humans. Efficiently, she completed the transplanting before the clouds enveloped the sky. 2 or 3 green plants were scattered beneath the shaded eaves along the path, and a few more under the trees. Doma stood and walked toward the corridor, glancing up at the sky, which remained gray and somber, devoid of the sun he found so disagreeable. Konoha, does this hold any particular significance for you? His tone was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. He paid attention to details, actively seeking the unknown. Perhaps that was the essence of an omniscient and omnipotent master. He was not the sort to appear frivolous and unrestrained. Konoha turned to face the gentle-eyed man, a faint smile gracing his lips. Her hands, stained with earth, brushed aside her wisps of hair, her bright azure eyes captivating. Her fair skin bore traces of dirt, and her pristine robes were speckled with mud. Approaching, she bowed to the man standing above her. Did I disturb the master while he was reading? The man offered no reply. These are hydrangeas, though we call them ajaci. Yes, the very flowers in the vase today. They are quite beautiful, aren't they? She assumed that the exalted deity was above the mundane world. There's nothing particularly significant, she exclaimed, her lips curling into a grin. Turning away, Konoha gazed at her recent undertaking, continuing, if one must ascribe meaning, it's simply that they are beautiful. With a long blooming period, and they thrive in shade. I feel that seeing their lovely colors lifts my spirits. They thrive in shade because the master enjoys cool places. A barren, desolate space would seem more vibrant with some flora? Observing the stark courtyard, solemn and dull, Konoha envisioned how it would flourish in the coming year, brimming with life and blooming flowers. Chapter 22. The flower rain ceases and the song begins. By the way, will the master accompany me to a certain place? The brightness in her eyes betrayed her anticipation. Doma felt a surge of benevolence, always eager to assist his disciples and fulfill their wishes, this time being no exception. Very well, master, shall we set forth? A woman clad in a resplendent green kimono stood before the door of Doma, having replaced her previously soiled white priestly garments. Her long, ebony hair cascaded down to her waist, framing a face adorned with innocent, crystalline eyes, radiating a rare and ethereal purity. She had been waiting for quite some time. As the door creaked open, Koton turned to regard the tall figure of the man before her. Though he was devoid of his priestly lotus crown, the dark cloak still draped over his shoulders. Dear priest, do you possess any garments beyond your priestly attire? Indeed, I do. They serve the purpose of mingling with the young and beautiful women in the crowd, to experience the tender affections of the mortal realm, of course. Koton diligently sifted through several garments, lifting one after another, each a deep hue of black, red, or navy blue. Ultimately, with the assistance of her devoted maid, Doma adorned himself in a deep blue kimono, nearly black in its richness. As the rain began to fall, Koton inquired, where might you take me, little Koton? Could it be that we are to embark on a date? The earnestness of her query shifted into an excited tone. The slender figure ahead halted, turning with a face that bore a semblance of annoyance and seriousness. It is nothing of the sort, dear priest. Her voice rang clear, devoid of any flirtation. The gentle rain descended as predicted, akin to a string of delicate crystal beads, unceasingly pattering against the rooftop, cascading upon the leaves and the earth below. The myriad sounds intertwined like exquisite notes bestowed upon humankind by nature, instilling an inexplicable sense of security. A pale yellow umbrella, round and generous, emerged amidst the dark green mountains, beneath which were two exquisite faces. The raindrops danced upon the umbrella, producing a tight, clear sound, while droplets continued to fall from its edges, tracing oblique lines downward. Koton, do you know of the Higanbana? A sudden inquiry caught Koton off guard. Yes. Is it not said to bloom along the Sanzu River? The red ones? No, not the red ones, but the blue Higanbana. Have you seen or heard of them? Koton shook her head in disbelief. Blue? Could such a flower exist in this world? How wondrous. Doma cast a sidelong glance at her, skepticism flitting through his mind. After a moment, he spoke again. Perhaps, little Koton, I should hold the umbrella instead? His bright smile resembled that of a carefree young boy. The large umbrella was held in a slender hand, and its owner's delicate arm seemed as if it might snap under a gust of wind, taking the umbrella along with it. The petite woman struggled to lift the umbrella high enough for the towering figure of the man. Yet her efforts still left him feeling it hung too low. No. Koton's refusal was cut short as the umbrella was seized from her grasp. The esteemed leader, perched high above, shielding a female attendant with an umbrella, created an ambiguous distinction between master and servant. The mountains became shrouded in mist, a result of the abundance of moisture. The flowing fog gradually diffused within the rain, creating an ethereal haze. The white mist spread gently through the verdant thicket, soft, moist, and fresh. Clusters of hydrangeas adorned the stone steps on either side, and looking upward, one could see vibrant blooms connecting with the horizon. Large hydrangeas peeked out from the lush, crowded foliage, their spherical clusters resembling meticulously arranged delicate flowers in a variety of hues. Pale lavender, soft blue, rich purple fading to pink, and even a hint of green. Each bloom bore glistening droplets, which, when gathered, would suddenly fall, their vivid colors punctuating the mist, accompanied by the gentle rain, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise far removed from the mundane world. In the midst of it all, one could not help but feel as though their spirit had been cleansed, their soul transcending the earthly realm. What was this sensation? Such a lightness, indescribable. Could this be the essence of paradise? Koton stood alongside the priest in the rain for quite some time, long enough for the hem of her kimono to become drenched, transforming from a light to a deep gradient, her skin turning slightly cold. A small pavilion tucked away in the mountains had fallen into disrepair, barely offering refuge from the elements, a seldom visited place. The sky had darkened, even as the clouds drifted away to the distance, leaving the atmosphere still shadowy. Noticing that the priest seemed reluctant to depart, Kodon settled at the railing, gazing out, relishing the rare tranquility. Suddenly, a white head fell upon her lap. The priest had reclined upon the wooden bench. Perhaps moments like these were rare for one of his stature. Such moments were precious to her as well. And even more so for the priest. The memory of her mother's words about him being a divine child echoed painfully in her mind. In the past, Kodon was wise enough not to delve into those memories, yet she could envision the future, embellishing it with hues of her imagination. Hydrangeas symbolize hope, loyalty, eternity, and reunion. However, the esteemed man likely remained oblivious to their significance. A smile crept upon Kodon's lips as she mused. It seemed the one with closed eyes had sensed her contemplation, prompting her to gently suggest, "Dear priest, may I sing you a song?" Her voice, ethereal and pure, mingled with the rain's melody, while the flowers bore witness, wafting through the valley, dispersing with the rising mist. It was a sound so enchanting it made one forget the passage of time. The mountain rain misted, her song resonated. Flowers encircled them, and time slowed, leaving only the two of them in that moment. Chapter 23, The Game. Kodon, let us return. A sudden voice shattered the serene tableau. Doma's calm expression briefly darkened. The man sprang to his feet, leaving Kodon surprised. She had anticipated he would linger longer. For him, such moments of relaxation were evidently scarce. Doma strode ahead with haste, leaving Kodon trailing behind, bewildered by his urgency. Did he have some pressing matter? Yet, the priestess' affairs were paramount. Doma turned his head slightly. He sensed the presence of a demon nearby. While he could generally detect the aura of typical demons, as a formidable upper moon, he could directly communicate with his subordinates. However, this particular demon eluded his senses, suggesting it was newly transformed and thus reckless enough to wander near his paradise. If it were newly turned, it would be intensely craving human flesh. Even without the sun, it was still daytime. This demon was woefully careless. Even demons had moments of seizing food like humans. He felt an unusual displeasure, a rare emotional fluctuation for the typically stoic upper moon. How could he simply relinquish his desired prey? "Dear priest, you walk so swiftly," Kodon exclaimed, breathless. "Is that so? Little Kodon, let us play a game." His cheerful voice emanated from that youthful visage. Kodon tilted her head in confusion, her eyes reflecting a mischievous smile that filled her with a sense of foreboding. Producing a golden folding fan from seemingly nowhere, he swiftly opened it, concealing half of his charming face. His vibrant irises gleamed brightly against the somber backdrop of the post-rain evening. His deep, magnetic voice reached her ears. "Little Kodon, let us race to see who reaches paradise first. Farewell." Just as she intended to catch the man who had whimsically proposed such a game. In the blink of an eye, he had dashed several meters away, his figure vanishing into the mist, leaving behind an alarming reminder. Be cautious of the wild beasts in the mountains tonight. No amount of speculation could have prepared her for the priest to suggest such a game at this moment. How appalling. After all, she is but a girl. Why would anyone abandon her alone in the desolate wilderness on a rainy night? Why would one, fully aware of her femininity, resort to intimidation? Is he not a deity perched upon a lofty pedestal? How could he descend to such depths of malevolence? Could this truly be the conduct of the composed and reliable leader whom all revere? Such an enigma he is. This path was serendipitously discovered by Kodoha while she was gathering flowers for the leader. As long as she returns before darkness fully envelopes the land, she shall be safe. Kodoha glanced at her hands. The light was dim, yet sufficient to discern her surroundings, albeit her vision was becoming increasingly blurred. Grasping the umbrella tightly, she moved with swift and steady steps, her clothing now drenched and clinging to her calves, chilled to the bone. She wished to stride further, yet the damp fabric constricted her movements, forcing her to quicken her pace in small, hurried steps. She must reach home before the night falls completely. Fortunately, there were no unusual sounds, save for the gentle crunch beneath her feet. Suddenly, a rustle among the bushes caught her attention, and she halted, holding her breath in anticipation. Thankfully, it was merely a hedgehog, likely emerging from its burrow due to the rain. Placing a hand over her chest, she exhaled in relief. "This will not do, Kodoha." She chided herself. "I must return before nightfall. Inasuk is waiting for me." With renewed determination, she tightened her grip on the umbrella and held it before her. The sounds of a bird flitting past the treetops became inconsequential. She had no time to ponder what it was, having heard far too many strange noises on her journey. She dashed forward, her focus solely on the path ahead. A sharp branch from the thicket grazed her leg, tearing her kimono. Such a pity, it was her finest garment. The stinging pain informed her that she must be bleeding, yet she pressed on, unrelenting in her escape. Despite having called for the leader multiple times, she received no response. as is often the case when misfortune strikes in succession. Tragically, her inability to see the path clearly, coupled with the cacophony of eerie sounds, led her to stumble and tumble into a deep pit. Fortunately, it was devoid of traps, filled only with decaying leaves and soil, along with unseen insects crawling upon her hands. Ah! Kodoha cried out in fear, unable to contain herself any longer. Emerging from the pit, her green kimono was now muddied, and she had lost a shoe. The ground was scattered with sharp stones, and she felt the sting of a cut on her foot. Resorting to using the umbrella as a makeshift cane for stability. Realizing she could not return before nightfall, Kodoha steadied her breath and began to walk slowly. Observing her limping form, Doma could not suppress a smirk. He had been watching Kodoha from the shadows, keenly observing her every move. Her stomach growled, a reminder that upon her return, there would likely be no food left for her. She comforted herself by patting her belly, utterly exhausted, and thought she glimpsed a flicker of starlight. Have I arrived at the temple so soon? She murmured, quickening her pace, only to find that what awaited her was not a warm light, but a man, or rather, a creature resembling one. A few paces ahead stood a figure of peculiar appearance. His eyes were a luminous gold, far from the realm of humanity. His skin was dark, almost bluish-green, and he was of a hulking stature. With long nails and drool dripping from his mouth, he panted heavily. An instinctual fear gripped Kodoha as she widened her eyes, biting her lip to suppress any sound. Stay back. I didn't see anything. Her voice trembled, betraying her terror, as she clutched the umbrella tightly, brandishing it at the being whose name she could not even fathom. Ignoring her plea, the creature took a step forward and uttered in a guttural tone, "A woman. I see. No wonder the scent of blood is so potent." His gaze fell upon the crimson stains on her exposed skin, and he swallowed hard. A motion that only intensified Kodoha's dread. "Yet, you are quite lovely, even if your flesh is somewhat diminished," he said, extending a hand toward her. Kodoha, summoning all her strength, retreated 2 steps, then sprinted away in a panic, only to have the creature reappear before her once more, and thus she fled again, yielding the same dismal result. She could not escape. Kodoha's teeth nearly shattered from the strain of her fear, her eyes wide with terror. Exhausted from her frantic sprint, she stumbled due to her injured leg, and the creature's shadow loomed closer, engulfing her. She grasped anything within reach, hurling her umbrella, leaves, and dirt at him. "No, Inosuke," she cried in a quivering voice laced with despair. Hey, please stop." A familiar voice, gentle yet unwavering, emerged from the shadows as Doma stepped forth from the thicket. Standing before the prostrate Kodoha, majestic and imposing, he cast a shadow over the frail woman on the ground. Chapter 24, The Malevolent Demon. Kodoha gazed up at the familiar figure, radiant like a deity, yet at this moment, she wished for his absence. A god would only drag her into the abyss. She could not be so selfish. "What are you doing? Shouldn't you be leaving at once? There is a limit to childishness. This monster is beyond your capability to confront. In the end, you are merely a delicate young master who cannot even manage his own life." Kodoha felt no joy at the appearance of the leader, only a surge of anger and worry. "Are you an idiot?" she shouted, her voice sharp and laced with urgency. "Ah, Kodoha, such words wound me," Doma replied, a serene expression gracing his features, as if unperturbed by the perilous situation. "You should leave quickly," she implored, nearly in tears at his foolishness. "I have no interest in your idle chatter," he retorted. "No need to rush, for this lovely lady is a disciple of the Paradise cult." His demeanor shifted from light-hearted to utterly devoid of emotion, his handsome face taking on a chilling countenance in an instant. At this moment, Kodoha had managed to rise with great effort, contemplating the possibility of survival. The best course of action would be to sacrifice herself to ensure the leader's escape, given her current state. She could not venture far and would only become a burden to him. At the leader's pace, should she delay the monster even for a moment, he could easily flee on his own. This was an unanticipated form of repaying a debt. Surely, Inosuke would grow up safely within the Paradise cult. He could not possibly resent her, could he? The monster, lacking comprehension of Doma's insinuations, had already exhausted much of its strength in becoming a demon and was in dire need of sustenance. Thus, it pursued Kodoha, drawn by the scent of blood. The creature, realizing her disoriented state due to the myriad of unsettling sounds, found it somewhat challenging to catch up to her. Unexpectedly, another man appeared, exuding an odd aura, part human, part demonic, but the gnawing hunger dulled its reasoning. "So what? I will feast upon her now." As he spoke, his large hands transformed, nails elongating into wickedly sharp claws, preparing to strike at the two. Kodoha's pupils dilated in terror. Without a second thought, almost instinctively, she pushed Doma aside, screaming, "Run. Don't worry about me. Flee." Doma stumbled slightly, but managed to catch Kodoha as she nearly fell. Her anger flared at his refusal to heed her warning, and she forcefully pushed his hand away, the sound echoing through the still night. Just as she was about to hit the ground, she fell into a wide embrace. She opened her eyes, seeing nothing but the black fabric of his clothing. The rhythmic undulation, so regular in its cadence, was revealed to be the master carrying her as he sprinted. Tears cascaded down Qin Ye's cheeks, flooding forth like a breached dam, her voice urgent. Does the master not realize that by letting me go, your chances of survival would be far greater? How unexpected it is that Qin Yi harbors such concern for me. At such a moment, how long must you remain so childish and willful? Qin Yi lifted her gaze, her delicate brows furrowing in a fierce arch, her fragmented vision only capturing the strong line of his jaw. Little Qin Yi, listen. There is no longer any sound. We are safe. It was only then that she realized the monstrous noise had ceased, and she trembled, burying her face in her hands. Tong Mao felt a warm dampness spreading across his chest. That unfortunate novice demon had turned into a specimen encased in ice, destined to vanish completely with the dawn, leaving no trace of his existence in this world. Once calm, Qin Yi, eyes reddened, looked up at the master who held her. Please, master, put me down. I can walk on my own. You must be exhausted after such a long time. Moreover, I am quite dirty and will soil your clothes. Such matters are of little consequence to a demon. Yet, she is a stubborn girl. It is of no matter. You wouldn't want him to catch up with us, would you? The one in his embrace fell silent, aware that her words had struck their mark. Qin Yi, covering her swollen eyes, could no longer conceal the torrent of tears cascading down her cheeks. Master, you are such a fool. Her voice, low and trembling, slipped through her fingers. Tong Mao was perplexed. He believed he had deftly resolved what was hardly a crisis. In moments like this, the master should hasten to escape. Someone like me, I am not worth your life to save. Though he had not truly risked his life to rescue her, her sentiment held a degree of truth. In a situation like this, it is, of course, more prudent to preserve the life of the esteemed master rather than someone who might be a burden. I would never hold it against you. Thank you. Thank you, master. You have saved me twice. The woman poured forth her words, her voice thick with tears, not allowing him a moment to interject. For Tong Mao, a demon, her words stirred little profound emotion, reflecting on the hydrangeas and the misty rain and the hands that had pushed him away. The anger of that beautiful woman who had repeatedly refused rescue. He ought to have felt outrage. Yet, her tears fell upon his chest, seemingly seeping through flesh and blood into his very heart. Perhaps the warmth of her tears had seared a small wound in his chest, unwittingly allowing some breeze to penetrate his inner being. What is this sensation? Is it a form of human emotion? It remains a mystery. After a long silence, Tong Mao slowly remarked, "Green suits you well." Was this unrelated comment a form of consolation? Her azure eyes, glistening with tears, overflowed from the bloodshot lids, resembling a warm spring. Pure and gentle. Why, despite it being a spur-of-the-moment prank, did he feel an inkling of discontent? It seemed Qin Yi was somewhat irked, her smile absent for several days. Had his last jest gone too far? Outside of lullabies for children, no other melodies graced the night, leaving him perplexed. In a certain establishment within the brothel district, as soon as the courtesan laid eyes on him, she orchestrated a grand welcoming ceremony for this handsome patron. Such a striking figure was indeed rare. Even the most seasoned courtesans had seldom encountered someone of his allure. With a blush adorning her cheeks, she poured wine for her guest, who merely swirled the cup, hesitating to indulge. Upon entering, he generously presented rewards and gifts, prompting even the matron to signal her to perform splendidly to retain this affluent patron. The courtesan was quite taken with this gentle and handsome guest, her gaze brimming with warmth and tenderness. "Might I inquire your name, esteemed guest?" Tong Mao set down his cup, smiling softly as he replied, "My name is Serenai," a name chosen at random, yet the courtesan cherished it, savoring and pondering its uniqueness. Is it so? What is the true name of the courtesan? Tong Mao gently lifted her chin, finding no awkwardness in his direct inquiry. The cool, clear touch of his hand stirred something within her. As her gaze flitted, she responded, "Yashinoko." This was likely not her stage name, but rather her true name, indicating sincerity. Surely, the next question would pertain to her profession. Yet, he was disinterested in such discussions. Pleasantries could cease here. Tong Mao had merely come to the establishment for the usual amusement of beautiful women, just as he always did. The church's work had grown exceedingly tedious, compelling him to seek some diversion. Moreover, the women here were not only youthful and lovely, but also experienced in love. If hunger struck, delectable food was readily available. A great convenience. However, if one were to engage abruptly in romantic games, they would likely not be taken seriously, which he found unappealing. He preferred things to remain uncomplicated. Chapter 25. Friends, Part 1. I have a friend who plays the pipa exquisitely. It is the most splendid performance I have ever heard. Oh, How unexpected that such a refined patron should grace us. Would you care to listen to my pipa? Tong Mao smiled in silence. The woman's peculiar competitive spirit was amusing. Her jealousy equally pronounced, a folly in his eyes. After a delightful performance, he received the anticipated praise and applause from his audience. The courtesan thoughtfully removed the wine and replaced it with a delicate tea set, demonstrating her exceptional tea-making skills. The guest merely lifted the cup to his nose, inhaling the fragrance, yet still showed no inclination to drink. Truly, she was a courtesan of remarkable skill, deftly discerning her patron's preferences for music and dance amidst their banter. Thus, under the enchanting melody, she danced gracefully, adorned in splendid attire, her hair artfully arranged, the room awash in luxury and indulgence. Tong Mao grasped the long sleeves that brushed against his face, their fragrance rich and distinct from the fresh floral scent he kept in his room. The courtesan inadvertently fell into his wide embrace, her alabaster face tinged with a subtle blush. A pair of beautiful eyes, radiating gentle mirth and a hint of allure, spoke in a soft, delicate voice from her cherry-red lips, Serenai-sama. Her bashful demeanor and heartfelt gaze did not escape the man's notice, yet he felt no stir within. This was insufficient. The handsome man leaned down, whispering into her ear in a low, enticing tone, "Shall we indulge in some adult games?" Faced with such a striking figure, with a countenance so handsome and a voice so beguiling, it was no wonder that few women could resist his charm. Even the courtesan blushed and acquiesced. The brothel was a city that never slept, rife with wealth and desire, accompanied by intoxicating melodies. Realizing the hour had come, Tong Mao bid a tender farewell to the courtesan. Overcome with emotion, she wept, her visage utterly endearing, and Tong Mao could only promise her of his deep affections, assuring her that he would return, urging her to wait patiently. The courtesan watched her beloved depart, unaware that a typical farewell might be their final parting, for the one she yearned for would not return, leaving her to navigate the long expanse of her life in endless longing. Little did the courtesan know how fortunate she was to have retained her life at the hands of an upper moon demon. She had reclaimed a life. Indeed, a significant stroke of luck. Ah, how boring. The man who had frolicked through the night mused aloud, though just moments prior. He had declared to a certain lady that their time together had been splendid and unforgettable. At this moment, he could scarcely recall the visage of that courtesan. He was indeed fickle, cold, and yet tender all at once. In a moment of inspiration, he resolved to reach out to his subordinate, the third upper moon, Akaza. Why does that fellow abstain from women? How does he manage such restraint? What significance do women hold in his eyes? This query had lingered in Tamayo's mind for quite some time, yet Akaza had always met him with a cold demeanor. In a secluded part of the forest, Akaza remained as diligent as ever. The man engaged in martial arts training showed no intention of pausing despite the interruption. He was not particularly tall, with pink hair and eyelashes, his face and body adorned with orderly blue markings. Upon hearing the voice, his brows furrowed slightly, his gaze brimming with disdain. Observing his industrious subordinate, Tamayo felt an overwhelming sense of pride, tears of emotion streaming down his face, though his eyes betrayed no semblance of genuine sentiment. The nutritional value of women far surpasses that of men, Tamayo whispered, his voice deep and resonant. In an instant, a blue fist blurred into action, and the handsome man lost half of his head, which swiftly regenerated. That's a slight improvement over last time. Akaza, just a smidgen, he remarked. Excitement lacing his tone, retracting his hand from Akaza's shoulder and sitting on the ground in a childlike manner, attentively watching Akaza's relentless punches. Get lost. You're being a nuisance, Akaza finally spoke, his tone and gaze issuing a clear warning to keep his distance. Tamayo waved his hand dismissively. Oh, come on, Akaza. It's rare for me to come all this way to see you, and yet you remain so aloof. Indeed. I do not welcome you, so leave. Do not be so cold-hearted. We are all important comrades, and I genuinely care about you. Lord Musen did not command you to come here. How frustrating. You always invoke Lord Musen to lecture me. If you don't leave, I will inform Lord Musen of your dereliction of duty. Everyone is so indifferent. Speaking of missions, Akaza, have you made any discoveries regarding the Blue Spider Lily or the Demon Slayer Corps? His eyes sparkled with anticipation, recalling that he had been preoccupied with the church, and Lord Musen seldom assigned him tasks. With a cold snort, Akaza bounded away from view. That fellow remained as difficult as ever to engage with, just as expected, Tamayo mused, watching the third upper moon flee as though in panic. Dejected, Tamayo returned to the Paradise Church. As he passed Koinatsu's room, he was called. Is that you, Lord Tamayo? He opened the door to find a sleeping infant beside Koinatsu, who was lit by candlelight, sewing something with needle and thread. Suddenly, Tamayo resembled a wounded child as he sank onto a low table, his head drooping in despair. You're still awake at this late hour? What troubles you, Lord Tamayo? Well, little Koinatsu, let me tell you, I think my friend despises me. He spoke in a tone of grievance. Why do you say that? Koinatsu turned to him, setting down her sewing. Because I traveled a great distance to see him. Yet he met me with disdain, berating me to leave. He lamented, his tone heavy with sorrow. Is this a serious matter? Koinatsu inquired calmly, her voice gentle. Indeed. Quite serious. He is utterly earnest. Overly so. Well, did you perhaps do something to greatly offend him? She pondered after a moment of thought. Tamayo's expression froze in indignation, and his gaze slowly shifted. It seems that way indeed. Lord Tamayo, you may not be adept at socializing with friends. Koinatsu sighed softly, closing her eyes. After all, when not acting as the leader, he resembled a child, prone to sudden whims and peculiarities, traits not easily tolerated by all. Is that so? He spoke slowly, as if confirming the truth of her words. Friendship, after all, is built on sincerity, loyalty, and unconditional support, trust, and understanding. How challenging. Tamayo's expression softened slightly. His voice low. How can it be difficult? Isn't it a natural thing? Is there truly no one to whom Lord Tamayo can extend such sincerity? What are you saying? Such a being does not exist among humans or demons. The beautiful ideals depicted in books are mere fantasies. You cannot be blamed. After all, Koinatsu, you truly are quite oblivious and naive, spending each day with that child, blissfully unaware of the darkness in this world. Such beings are non-existent. True sincerity? What is that? I have never felt such a thing since birth. Though I am curious and have interacted with numerous women, my heart remains untouched, devoid of any stirrings. Proving that true sincerity is but a myth, Tamayo steadfastly concluded. Chapter 26, Friends, Part 2. Koinatsu observed Lord Tamayo's desolation and confusion. Does he not even grasp the essence of sincerity or friendship? Is this not a common understanding? Why is he unaware? Is he not the omniscient leader, guiding and rescuing his followers? It felt as if a string in her mind had been tautened, pulled to its limit, until it snapped with a crisp sound. She seemed to realize something. Beyond the title of leader, he appeared to possess nothing else. Beneath that exterior and halo, there resided not a vibrant individual, but a void, lacking even the most fundamental aspects of humanity. Yet to be human, one must first embrace their own identity before assuming other roles, mustn't they? But this person, he lacks his own essence, whether in smiles or tears. He resembles a puppet mimicking adulthood, hollow inside. This, perhaps, explains the tumultuous emotions he displays. Koinatsu was uncertain how she formed such judgments. Was it a cursed intuition? She truly regretted attempting to fathom others, for it brought sorrow. But what if her intuition was correct? What then? A lengthy silence enveloped the night, echoing its lament. If possible, Lord Tamayo, if you do not mind, let me be your first true friend, to experience friendship and reciprocate those feelings. I believe you are wise enough to learn. Her eyes sparkled with hope. Smart as you are, you will surely grasp it quickly. Underneath that empty mantle of leadership, you will become a fully realized person rather than an idealized deity. Really? Tamayo's eyes widened, filled with newfound determination. The rarely serious Tamayo understood this was merely out of curiosity. Indeed, let us make a promise, a pact for 100 years, never to change. Koinatsu extended her hand, intertwining her pinky with his. Their hands, one warm and the other cold, formed a gesture of commitment in the flickering candlelight, casting enormous shadows on the wall, merging with the darkness, consuming it. Lord Tamayo, do endeavor to make some changes. Her eyes shimmered with warmth. Is that so? I believe I am quite adept at my role as leader, he replied, glancing at the hand grasping his, a smile unwittingly breaking forth. You excel as a leader. Irreplaceable indeed, but what of you as a person? The awaited response was met with silence. What is your name? The woman sat poised, awaiting his answer. A perplexed expression adorned her countenance, reminiscent of the warm, gentle glow of candlelight. Ah, so it is a name she seeks. Toma, a name belonging to a demon. The name from his human days has been utterly forgotten. Perhaps it never truly existed. His parents did not strike one as the sort who would bestow human names upon a divine being, nor can a deity possess a human name. What could be the reason behind this? The memory eludes him. Despite having a remarkable memory, how curious it is. Thus, apart from work hours when he shall be regarded as the esteemed lord, let us simply acknowledge him as Toma during the rest of the time. Once those hands withdrew, they took along with them the warmth that lingered on Toma's form. As she pondered, a diminutive, slender woman gently ushered her back into the room, dutifully tucking her into the bedding. How foolish humans are. Demons require no sleep. With a sense of desolation, she gazed at the bare ceiling, a glance that did not escape the observant eye of Kodoha, who had not yet succumbed to blindness. Born to be a lord, a child of the gods, such concepts were beyond her limited understanding. The visage of her deceased mother remained a blur, friends harbored disdain. And even the savior of all was not omnipotent. The Lord appeared to be a figure of optimism, kindness, and compassion, yet in private, he resembled a capricious child. This childlike spirit is the very essence concealed beneath that empty robe of authority. Perhaps Toma has never truly matured, forever suspended at some point in the trajectory of life. As time trickles away, his body grows into that of a towering adult, while his mind remains lost in an uncharted desolation. Could such a being be aided by someone as insignificant as Kotoha? It seems implausible. No, it is indeed possible. Kotoha opened her eyes, smoothed her brow, and seated herself beside the Lord, her small hands gently patting his arm in a soothing rhythm. Under the silvery light, she sang softly, "Sleep now, my dear little prince. Sleep sweetly." The melody was ethereal and pure, as if unseen hands were caressing the soul, nourishing the spirit, resonating through the grand hall and into the valley beyond. Perhaps Kotoha need not serve as a trivial feast, remaining in the paradise cult to sing would suffice. After all, her voice surpassed even that of courtesans, unique and enchanting. One day, does the esteemed Lord also grapple with the tribulations of love? She mused, cradling a child while inquiring of the troubled individual before her. Indeed, I do. Toma replied with a sigh, resting his chin on his hand. Kotoha placed Inosuke on the tatami, handing him a small windmill that spun joyfully with a mere touch. Much to the delight of the little one. She then approached Toma, removing his long, wide cloak and the sacred lotus crown, placing them aside. How peculiar. He possesses a face that would surely appeal to girls. She scrutinized the handsome man before her, her own curiosity piqued. His brows were nearly entwined in a knot. Fingers idly rubbing his chin, eyes darting this way and that, occasionally crossed with arms, pacing around the seated figure with unwavering attention. I understand. It is his character. Sometimes, Toma's demeanor can be rather unpleasant. His actions are often whimsical and unrestrained, very much like a child. Me? Toma pointed to his own face. Mouth agape in disbelief. Yes. It is precisely because the esteemed Lord is so frivolous that girls feel they are not treated with sincerity, hence they depart. Suddenly, her delicate face drew nearer, a mix of sternness and anger etched upon her features, brows raised, hands gesturing outward, wrists resting on her waist. No. I am indeed sincere. It is one of my few virtues. Character. The esteemed Lord often indulges in whimsical notions, does he not? Though it is difficult to envision Toma within the confines of a romantic relationship, based on their daily interactions, he certainly seems to be a mischievous spirit. Like a child, he engages in playful mischief purely to satisfy his curiosity, despite appearing as an adult. Yet, the Lord is gradually beginning to pay attention to friendships and love. These are promising signs, for beyond the sanctity of his duties, he has discovered personal joy. Chapter 27, A Gift. Toma offered no reply, his eyes narrowing into a habitual smile. The faithful often confided in him their earthly woes, particularly those love-stricken individuals pondering the nature of love. He was simply curious about that sensation. Why did his mother commit heinous acts leading to her self-destruction? Why did his father, despite having a wife, engage with female disciples? He could not fathom it, completely bewildered, even with his precocious intellect. From the moment of his awareness, he felt no turbulence regarding human emotions. It was merely curiosity. It appeared there was no mistake. No, esteemed Lord. To attain love, both parties must invest sincerity and effort. Sincerity, he possessed it in abundance. How much did he have? Surely, that foolish girl would not believe him. Unbeknownst to him, Kotoha had followed Toma down the mountain to the town below, seeking to uncover the mysteries surrounding the Lord's romantic dilemma, and it was quite lively. It had been months since she had seen so many people. The lights dazzling as if it were daytime, throngs of individuals bustling about, and an array of vehicles flowing in every direction. Most donned neat, traditional kimonos, while others sported unfamiliar fashions. The ladies wore brightly colored skirts with flowing hems, some revealing their ankles, others their calves, all exuding elegance. This was the fashion Granny Maple often spoke of. Once, she could only imagine its essence, but now, standing amidst the crowd, her eyes were opened wide in wonder. She had come as a maid to witness firsthand where the esteemed Lord's romantic endeavors faltered. Yet it felt rather inappropriate to intrude upon such a private matter. Torn between the desire to assist Toma and the feeling of being an unwelcome presence, she followed the esteemed Lord into this uncharted world, feeling somewhat fortunate in the moment. The crowd parted into two orderly lines, moving in opposite directions, and Kotoha followed the flow. Truth be told, she felt a twinge of fear, perhaps due to her prolonged absence from the outside world. The sudden wave of humanity was overwhelming, and the strangeness of this new realm brought forth an anxiety of the unknown. Thus, she quickened her pace, closely trailing the tall figure ahead, determined not to be swept away by the throng. With wonder in her eyes, she beheld everything around her, each sight more dazzling than the last. Unbeknownst to her, many gazed upon this enchanting pair. The older folk gently placed their hands over their mouths, attempting to conceal their delighted smiles, their eyes brimming with contentment. Young men and women paused in their tracks, even amidst the company of close companions, their admiration for the silver-haired, handsome youth apparent, while the males openly gazed in awe at the beauty with raven hair and emerald eyes. Some more forthright individuals couldn't help but voice their compliments. Children, despite their parents' attempts to pull them away, insisted, "I don't want to leave. I want to see the pretty big sister and the handsome big brother," sparking a small commotion. As the path grew narrower, the lights dimmed, leading them down a quaint alleyway. Were they soon to arrive at the home of the lady whom the esteemed Tomo admired? What manner of person might she be? Kodoha recalled the scene that had left her in awe earlier, convinced that the lady must be an elegant, graceful, and generous soul. The appearance of Lord Doma is indeed remarkably outstanding. He possesses an ethereal charm and an elegant demeanor, exuding a gentle and amiable presence. His comportment is nothing short of extraordinary, embodying the essence of a refined and exquisite young man. Perhaps only someone of unparalleled grace could be deemed worthy of his companionship. Might that young lady feel like an eyesore? I, too, cannot help but feel somewhat superfluous. Ah, dear Kodon, you truly know how to draw attention. The enigmatic utterance from the leisurely figure ahead left Kodon utterly perplexed. What? I completely fail to comprehend what Lord Doma is saying. Her response is merely a soft snort of amusement. Speaking of which, shouldn't Lord Doma prepare a meticulously selected gift for that young lady? One must maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. A gentleman. Does Kodon not perceive that my mere presence here exudes the grace of a true gentleman? Do not utter such words while wearing that expression. At a glance, one might indeed see a refined and handsome nobleman, yet he has an uncanny ability to astonish with his words. Upon witnessing such a stunning pair, the proprietor hurriedly emerged to greet them. A man and a woman of such striking elegance entering this modest clothing store rendered the establishment almost shabby in comparison. Consequently, he awkwardly donned the most enthusiastic smile to alleviate the awkwardness. Welcome. May I inquire what kind of attire you two are seeking? He bowed, gesturing them to enter. Following the lead of the figure ahead, Koton respectfully inclined her head in greeting, a polite smile adorning her face. Instantly, a hint of blush appeared on the middle-aged man's face, a detail that did not escape Lord Doma's keen observation. Lord Doma amiably redirected the proprietor's attention. My good sir, I would like to procure some ladies' kimonos. His gaze swept over the vibrant fabrics, landing on the somewhat dazed azure-eyed woman. What could possibly elicit such a reaction over garments that were, at the core, quite ordinary? Following the direction of the gentleman's gaze, the proprietor noticed the lady's astonished expression. At that moment, pride surged within him for his creations, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. However, he quickly regained his composure, for the gentleman exuded a majestic air. His simple kimono crafted from exquisite material, the handiwork of an undisclosed tailor, transforming him into a living mannequin, yielding an effect far beyond expectations. In contrast, the lady's kimono appeared rather dull, with frayed cuffs and collars, and the gentleman's elbows bore signs of wear, revealing the meticulous stitching of repairs, artfully concealed from most observers, yet immediately discernible to someone well-versed in attire. Could they not be a married couple? The disparity in treatment was stark, yet they appeared to be a perfectly matched pair. Could he truly be a hypocritical individual, so stringent and frugal with his wife? As these thoughts lingered, a melodious voice gently interjected. Are you selecting a kimono as a gift for that young lady? What a splendid idea. Allow me to assist you in choosing. Lord Doma observed the middle-aged man's initial surprise upon hearing the voice, which then flickered with a pang of melancholy before blooming into joy. Humanity's capricious nature is something that Lord Doma finds rather distasteful. Should I eliminate him? That foolish girl might be squeamish about blood. Chapter 28, The Courtesan and the Wine. Kodon stepped forward, tenderly caressing the various fabrics, soft, smooth, adorned with intricate and resplendent patterns, so lifelike that anyone donning such beautiful garments would undoubtedly resemble a celestial being. Lord Doma, what colors and patterns does that young lady favor? I do not know. Indeed, he had yet to determine which fortunate girl would be the object of his affections today. Kodon was taken aback, yet found it somewhat understandable, for she was, after all, here for that very purpose. I implore Lord Doma to be a tad more attentive and focused. One must remember the preferences of the other, otherwise, it would be impossible to capture a girl's heart. As for matters of the heart, those women can discern from one's expression just how enamored they are with me. What colors do you favor in clothing, Lord Doma? What kind of floral ornament would you wish the one you admire to wear? Kodon continued, selecting garments without turning to face him. Favor? Perhaps such a mundane sentiment eludes me. These lavish and ornate garments, so prized in human eyes, bear no distinction to me. Akin to roadside weeds and leaves. With a casual thought, he blurted out, green. Ah, green. A color brimming with vitality and life. She exclaimed, retrieving 3 kimonos of varying styles, each exquisite in its own right. Since the purchaser remained stationary, showing no inclination to intervene, Kodon took the liberty of selecting several different shades of green kimonos, confident that the young lady would surely appreciate them. Lord Doma, which one is most appealing? They are all splendid. What? Be more serious and select just one, truly. Well then, let us take them all. Although she wished to protest that such a decision was rather hasty, one could certainly procure a single piece. Even the wealthiest among us should not squander money so recklessly. However, this is the intention of the esteemed lord, a gift for another. It would be inappropriate for anyone else to interfere, especially a mere servant like herself. As the proprietor diligently began to arrange the garments intended for purchase, he turned to see Lord Doma inspecting men's kimonos. How curious it was to witness someone so indifferent suddenly take an interest in clothing. A promising beginning, indeed, though it all began with romance. One must extend gratitude to that young lady for prompting Lord Doma to become more aware of his own emotions and even to pay attention to his outward appearance. Truly, love has the power to transform a person, a fortuitous sign. Observing Kodon's blissful expression, Lord Doma beckoned her closer. You know, Lord Doma, it would be more fitting to try on the garments yourself rather than using me as a mere mannequin, Kodon thought, as she continuously held the clothing before herself, completely unaware that she was serving as a human hanger. All right, this one, she declared, tossing a garment onto the counter. The proprietor was about to package it when he was halted. No need to wrap this one. Reluctantly, Kodon donned a water blue men's kimono paired with a cream-colored haori. What could this mean? Clearly, he finds having a female attendant to be troublesome. Even if she masquerades as a man, what about her long hair? Upon emerging, the proprietor was astonished at how splendid the attire appeared on her, just as he was about to admire further. A broad figure blocked his view as Lord Doma placed a beige Western-style hat atop Kodon's head. The gentleman promptly placed money on the counter, and before the proprietor could provide change, he whisked the lady away, her long hair concealed beneath the hat. As the lady turned back to bow and smile at the proprietor in farewell, her pale complexion and pure azure eyes left a profound impression. Lacking the striking handsomeness of the man before her, yet exuding a gentle beauty that enveloped one like a spring breeze, a scene unforgettable for a lifetime. The proprietor remained transfixed as he watched the pair depart, pondering their true relationship. What could possibly bind them? The street was ablaze with lights, and exquisitely adorned women stood outside shops, their lavish attire suggesting they were daughters of affluent families. Yet their gaze and demeanor were utterly shameless. Kodon, ruminating on the matter, could only think of one term to describe them. She could not fathom why a well-bred young lady would apply such heavy makeup and engage in such shameless behavior. Raising her eyebrows, casting flirtatious glances, or exhaling clouds of smoke towards her. Moreover, most of the passers-by were men, nervously trailing behind the figure ahead, weaving through the throng. Completely oblivious to the large sign overhead reading Yukaku. Lord Doma, where are we headed? Have we arrived at that young lady's residence? Konoha, feeling somewhat anxious, nervously tugged at the corner of the man's garment. Surrounded by men, she sensed numerous peculiar gazes directed at her, which instilled a sense of fear within. We have arrived. The man spoke gently, his face radiating a sunny smile. Following the direction of Doma's gaze, Konoha lifted her head to behold an imposing edifice. Towering at least 2 or 3 stories high, its grandeur strikingly beautiful. Bright lights streamed through the windows, resembling an exquisite pagoda. And she could not help but gasp in astonishment. Inside, laughter and music intertwined with the sounds of the shamisen. What sort of place was this? Did that young lady reside here? Konoha followed the guide, traversing the vast space. Upstairs, straight ahead, around corners, and then straight again. After several twists and turns, she felt utterly disoriented, certain that she could no longer find her way out. At last, she reached a room where she could rest momentarily. Upon opening her eyes, Konoha beheld an elegantly arranged chamber, adorned with delicate tea sets, a large vase, and grand paintings. The artwork was intricately refined, exuding a profound charm, and the tatami mats were impeccably clean, filling the air with a subtle fragrance, so delightful. Surely, this must belong to a noble and graceful young lady. As the door creaked open, Konoha, sitting upright behind Doma, beheld a dignified woman approaching. Her complexion was as flawless as white jade, her features perfectly proportioned. Hair elegantly styled high with delicate flowers woven into her dark locks, exuding a lively charm. Golden tassels dangled near her temples, swaying gracefully and capturing attention. Symmetrical floral hairpins adorned either side, lending her an air of solemnity, while a massive, shimmering golden tassel cascaded behind her head. How beautiful! Konoha marveled silently in her heart. Was this the sacred being that Lord Doma cherished? It made sense now. The Oiran, having been informed by the brothel matron that today's guest was quite generous, had originally planned to decline clients. Yet her interest was piqued by the mention of a rather special visitor. It turned out to be two young individuals. Their appearances truly unforgettable. The Oiran greeted Doma with a gentle voice, introducing herself. At the moment she lifted her gaze and smiled. Konoha was further astonished to realize that they were not the romantic couple she had imagined. It was their first meeting. Konoha hesitated, contemplating when to present the several kimonos she had brought. The sound of the shamisen fluctuated between brisk and distant, a melody undeniably enchanting. More beautiful young ladies arrived, clad in splendid garments, performing a dance Konoha had never seen before, singing in a way she still could not comprehend. Astonishingly, they approached her with wine glasses in hand. Having scarcely tasted alcohol, Konoha felt ill-equipped to respond. In her unmarried days, she had visited restaurants where charming hostesses accompanied patrons in drinking. But was this such an establishment? She feared her voice would betray her, opting instead to remain silent and smile while declining their advances. Yet, the more she refused, the more delighted they appeared to offer her drinks. Turning her gaze towards Doma, she was dismayed to find him reclined in the embrace of the most beautiful woman, revealing his frivolous nature. Sensing her desperate plea for help, Doma turned slightly and kindly intervened. My friend is not in a conversational mood today, esteemed ladies. Please forgive her. Yet her imploring glance remained unreciprocated, prompting him to add, "Oh, just indulge her. It would be impolite to decline." With that, he brought the drink to the lips of the young woman, their demeanor intimate, with both host and guest expressing such sentiments. Konoha found herself cornered into drinking several cups of wine. After just one, she felt a frown etching itself upon her face. Chapter 29, Love and Games. An inexplicable drowsiness and fatigue enveloped her as she observed Doma engaging in games with the ladies. The man appeared a stark contrast to the revered leader of the Paradise sect, one exuding divine grace, the other a libertine. Her vision blurred slightly. She noticed him embracing one girl, then another, sometimes lying in the arms of a young lady, whispering sweet nothings, or burying his head in their bosoms. Lord, Konoha thought, feeling as though she no longer recognized the deity she served. Was he truly the venerated and sacred son of the divine, or merely a debauched nobleman masquerading in piety? She had once believed him to be somewhat juvenile, often indulging in petty mischief, merely a child who had not matured. Until she witnessed this scene, her faith crumbled. The divine facade shattered. It dawned on her that people were not as they appeared. There existed a starkly contrasting side to their nature. Some truths were difficult to accept. Konoha surmised the nature of this place. The effects of the wine began to take hold, rendering her lightheaded, as the raucous laughter of men and women filled her ears. The taste of alcohol was overpowering, and she felt averse to this environment. The gift she had intended to present no longer seemed necessary. Here, there was no romantic interest, no genuine affection. The merriment behind her felt strangely melancholic, a sorrowful stream flowing within her heart. Observing the absurdity of the leader, she hesitated to intrude, quietly retracing her steps towards the exit. By now, it was late at night, and the streets were considerably less populated. Yet, the lights remained bright, and the laughter she heard seemed to her like masked cries and roars, devoid of genuine emotion. She longed to escape this place, to return and gaze upon Inosuke's sleeping face. However, she did not know the way back, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over her. Not wishing to encounter the flirtatious smiles of the hostesses or the wandering gazes of passers-by, she turned down a secluded alley. The cold wind brushed past her ears, the air devoid of perfumed scents, clean and refreshing, clearing her mind considerably. She perched herself upon a crate, gazing at the moon above, bright and luminous, yet unable to rival the brilliance of the lights around her. Despite the evident revelry, a feeling of desolation weighed heavily upon her heart. Beneath the same moonlight, the scenes varied so greatly. A soft sigh escaped her lips. She noticed a figure in the depths of the alley, seemingly frail, clad in thin garments, perhaps wielding a sickle. She contemplated offering assistance, but every individual harbored moments they wished to conceal, much like her own current predicament, adrift in solitude, with nowhere to go, sitting idly in the deserted alley. Perhaps she was the one intruding upon others. If you don't mind, please wear this. The night air can be quite chilly. She left the haori upon the crate, nodding slightly toward the indistinct figure before departing. The man, Jihitaru, emerged from the shadows, his gaze fixed upon the pristine haori, its fabric smooth and finely woven, a quality she had never encountered before in life. Konoha wandered aimlessly along the streets of the pleasure district, passing a shop where melodious music and lavish singing poured forth, compelling her to pause and listen. Such a beautiful voice. This was the most renowned Oiran of the Ito family, her voice rich and warm, devoid of emotion, merely recounting a fact. Konoha turned, nodding and smiling at the young man. He was a refreshing sight, possessing an air of elegance and grace. The young man removed his hat, placing it over his heart, nodding in return with refined courtesy. Shall we enter together? He gestured invitingly. Konoha shook her head, although she had never visited such a place. She had heard it was a den of indulgence, and she had little money to spare, not to mention being a woman. Not to worry. I shall treat you to a song, he said warmly, his smile radiant. Konoha shook her head once more, preparing to leave. Dear lady, may I request your company to listen to a tune? He inquired, noting her keen interest in the song. Konoha halted in surprise. He had discerned her gender. Compelled by an inexplicable force, she found herself following him inside, charmed by his eloquence, and regrettably susceptible to persuasion. This place differs significantly from the one I entered with the master earlier. It exudes an air of cleanliness and elegance. The interior is devoid of the overpowering scent of alcohol or the raucous laughter of revelers, replaced instead by a subtle fragrance of flowers. With delicate lavender vines painted on the door, their hues refined and understated. A sheer curtain divides the space, allowing the crisp sounds of the shamisen to resonate. Imbued with a sense of poignant melancholy yet bursting with a powerful vitality, its pure, melodious tones ensnare one's attention. Why do people gravitate towards such an absurd realm of intoxication and dreams? Alcohol is indeed a curious substance, as is music. Both serve as catalysts for tears, transforming libations into weeping droplets that fall unbidden. Her calm voice posed a profound inquiry. Because drinking brings joy, she thoughtfully offered a handkerchief. Indulging in spirits provides fleeting pleasure and satisfaction, alleviating the burdens of stress, anxiety, and the torments of life. Women, gentle, kind, tender, and gracious, represent the ideal refuge for men. Thus, it is no wonder they are drawn here. Pressure, anxiety, pain. Does the master feel such pressures? Did he come here out of suffering? How could she forget that even a seemingly selfless master is merely an ordinary person? He simply conceals his true self exceptionally well before others. Why had she never contemplated this before? As the bright moon descended in the western sky, deepening the night, she wondered when Lord Doma would return, preparing to bid farewell to the young man. He handed her a slip of paper, a postcard, expressing a hope to meet again. Although she found it peculiar, she graciously accepted it, reflecting on his kindness and generosity. Kayaharu paced at the entrance, ultimately deciding to venture inside. Leaning close to whisper in the ear of the man sprawled on the tatami, Doma, with lingering affection, bade farewell to the enchanting ladies, allowing a few heartfelt tears to escape. How frivolous Lord Doma truly is, entirely lacking in sincerity, and yet here I am, foolishly wishing to assist him in finding his beloved. Kayaharu followed behind the man, holding a gift, her tone remarkably calm. What is it? Is little Kayaharu not enjoying herself? No, it is simply that this adult is entirely different from the master I usually see. After a moment of silence, she finally voiced her innermost thoughts. Does Lord Doma genuinely feel happiness here? Is it a heartfelt joy? Doma smiled silently, fanning himself to disperse the scent of alcohol. Of course, there is no genuine happiness. He cannot perceive human emotions. Even during his human days, he felt no emotional fluctuations. Prepared with a multitude of words to counsel Doma, she swallowed them silently. Bearing the weight of many disciples' hopes, the master undoubtedly harbors numerous burdens. This is merely his way of coping, and everyone has their own life. She should not overstep her bounds. Yet, there was something lodged within her, akin to a fishbone in her throat. Ah, little Kayaharu, I just remembered I need to meet a friend. You may return now. With that, he vanished, leaving a bag of money in her hands. Chapter 30, Ito Kayaharu. On the rooftop, Daki observed the newcomer, clad in a water blue kimono, her breathtaking beauty beneath the hat stirring feelings long dormant within her. It had been ages since she had encountered someone so exquisite. She typically targeted those of striking appearance, and Kayaharu, whom she happened upon on the street, became her new objective, replacing her prior target. The trailing ribbons behind her extended, ready to ensnare once they reached a secluded spot. Stop, echoed her brother's voice in her mind. Why should I? Daki retorted, her tone petulant. Lord Doma has arrived. With a swift motion, the ribbons retracted entirely as Daki leapt back into the room. Doma awaited her in the dimly lit chamber, with only a sliver of moonlight penetrating, casting an otherworldly glow on his multicolored eyes, an eerie luminescence etched with the essence of the upper realm. Kabutsuji Musen and Daki knelt before Doma, their demeanor earnest. Enough. Enough. No need for such formality. We are all vital companions. He took a few steps forward, assisting them to rise. Lord Doma, I am delighted you have come. Daki spoke first, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, her admiration evident in her gaze. It has been a while. You look even more beautiful, he said, taking her hand with a warm smile. Thank you for your kind words. Without your assistance, my brother and I would not be where we are today. We are immensely grateful for your recognition. Such is my duty. No need for gratitude. All is for Lord Musin. Doma inquired, by the way. Have you any news regarding the blue spider lily that Lord Musin seeks? Daki and her brother exchanged glances, their heads drooping in embarrassment, clearly indicating a lack of progress. No matter. I became a demon long before you and have found it after centuries. The atmosphere lightened as Daki added. However, my brother and I have located a hideout of the Demon Slayer core. It is the shop adorned with wisteria patterns. We should be able to eliminate it soon. I knew you were the most capable. You truly live up to my good intentions in introducing you to Lord Musin. You are indeed powerful allies. Daki blushed deeper at the praise from her benefactor. Kibutsuji Musin, observing his infatuated sister, could only shake his head in resignation. She truly was not the sharpest tool in the shed. Doma then bid farewell to the siblings, leaving the room with a smile. Casting a glance at the haori on the table, feeling particularly cheerful today, he thought to do something good. With an exceptional memory, he gathered information about the nearby disciples. In the stillness of the night, blood flowed, the breath of extinguished lives echoing, annihilating existence. Kayaharu exited the pleasure district, her heart heavy, contemplating how to face the master after witnessing such a side of him. How could she alleviate his melancholy and displeasure? After all, the master bore the hopes of many on his shoulders, all resting upon him. He was merely a 20-year-old child. How cruel the heavens can be. Kayaharu stared blankly at the moon, lost in thought. Wandering like a lost traveler, she finally found herself on a street that left her utterly speechless. It was late at night, yet throngs of people filled the area, the lights bright as day. Various shops displayed an array of goods, food, drink, and wares beyond her imagination. As if she were a visitor from another world. The vibrant scene before her left a profound impression on Kayaharu, etching the words change and future into her heart. Would she and Inosuke one day live in such an era? A prosperous, beautiful, and burgeoning age. If Inosuke were here, she would surely embrace him fiercely, showering him with passionate kisses, even leaping with joy and shouting. Oh my, what a twist of fate. I never expected to see this lovely lady again. Kayaharu heard a familiar voice and turned to locate its source. Before her stood an unfamiliar sight, what appeared to be a vehicle, with a sleek black exterior. It gleamed with cleanliness, indicating it was well cared for by its owner. It had 4 wheels and 2 pairs of large lanterns embedded in its body, resembling eyes. The glass-like windows retracted out of sight, revealing a young man in a kimono within, whom she recalled was named Ito Kayaharu from the business card. Seated beside him was a rather intimidating young man, seemingly in his 20s, clad in a black Western-style outfit, complemented by an outer white haori. Kotoha found it somewhat challenging to articulate her impression of this individual named Ito Saishu. He exuded an air of refinement, yet exhibited an unexpected propensity for engaging women in conversation, leaving her feeling ill-equipped to navigate the charm of such a multifaceted character. Her instincts proved accurate. After nodding in acknowledgement with the intention of departing, to her surprise, the gentleman opened the car door and stepped out. Mr. Ito, thank you for your hospitality, but I must hasten back. Until next time. Pardon me. Might I inquire your name? His sleeve was seized, compelling her to halt. Her cautious gaze scrutinizing the somewhat frivolous man before her. Realizing his impudence, Ito offered an embarrassed smile. Well, you see, miss, you are simply too beautiful. And I wanted to invite you to work at my establishment. Initially apprehensive, Kotoha's eyes sparkled momentarily at the mention of work, but that glimmer quickly faded. I apologize, Mr. Ito, but I am not interested in employment there. I have matters to attend to, forgive my rudeness. With that, she hastily vanished amidst the bustling crowd. Her companions in the car, unable to bear the scene any longer, urged her to leave promptly. Mr. Ito, I must say, you truly resemble a lecher. That girl was right not to accompany you. Is that so? Mr. Handa's ever-smiling eyes finally widened, a beauty mark beneath his eye lending him an air of allure. Observing his friend's expression, he became convinced of the truth in the statement. His face a picture of regret. Why was the affluent Mr. Ito so fixated on a mere girl? Oh, you don't understand, Mr. Handa. This is business. That girl, should she join me, would undoubtedly rise to become the foremost courtesan in the pleasure district. Clearly a failure, Handa lamented, cradling his head as he gazed out at the passing scenery, while Ito shot him a wrathful glare. Chapter 31. Awaiting the return of the master. By the time Kotoha returned to the Paradise Temple, it was well past midnight. She had received the Master's permission to fetch little Inosuke from the rear hall if necessary during the night. Noticing the Master's room was unoccupied, Konoha changed into her old clothes, neatly placing the kimono she had prepared as a gift in the Master's quarters, and arranged the bedding. The events of the night lingered in her mind, yet fatigue soon overcame her. However, her concern deepened as the Master had yet to return. Relocating Inosuke's small bedding to the Master's room, Konoha stifled yawns as she leaned on the nearby table. This won't do. The Master has not yet returned. And having consumed so much alcohol, I must see him home safely before I can rest. Yet the Master was a tall man. Surely he could manage on his own. And he was quite swift on his feet. However, beneath his imposing exterior lay a childlike naivety, a fact that worried her. What if he fell victim to deceit? He spent most of his time at the temple, lacking experience in dealing with ill-intentioned individuals. Her thoughts spiraled into a chaotic tangle, a myriad of worries and hypothetical scenarios. Akin to an inextricable knot. She could hear Inosuke sleeping soundly, even letting out faint snores, and while she yearned to succumb to slumber, her anxiety held her captive. Thus, Konoha persistently repeated the motion of resting her head on the table, then lifting it, only to let it fall back again. The moon hung solemnly in the deep night, with the occasional chirping of insects breaking the stillness. The following morning, Master, Konoha called, springing up from the bed. It seemed she had experienced a restless dream. Waking in alarm, the bed was soft but distinctly unfamiliar, larger than her own, and redolent of a faint scent of alcohol. Why was she lying in the Master's bed? Where is Inosuke? Thankfully, he was right beside her. Realizing the implications, she quickly scanned her surroundings, seeking something. The Master was absent. Had he not returned for the night? Had she inadvertently slept in another's bedding? Overcome with remorse, Konoha buried her face in her hands, softly exclaiming, how could she have taken such liberties in the Master's absence? Having searched the room without finding the desired figure, she returned to the Master's chamber, where she discovered Doma playfully teasing Inosuke with a paper crane. When did the Master return? She inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. I forgot, he replied, grinning like a mischievous child. But upon my return, I found someone occupying my bed, he added, his tone tinged with feigned grievance. Konoha, embarrassed, covered her face, a faint I'm sorry escaping through her fingers. Doma's initial teasing transformed into a gentle smile, though Konoha remained oblivious to his jest. As dawn approached, Doma returned to the Paradise Temple only to find the mother and son duo peacefully slumbering in his room. Are they waiting for me in my room? Were they worried about my safety? How amusing it is to think that a powerful demon, Upper Moon too, requires the concern of an ordinary woman. Still, Konoha, you are rather foolish, aren't you? He gazed down at her sleeping face, a soft smile gracing his features. He had intended to tease the pair, but Konoha's face was buried in her hair, making it inconvenient. Instead, he gently placed her on the prepared bedding, stroking her hair, playfully pinching her cheek, and brushing the tips of her hair across her nose like a mischievous child. Yet, how wonderful it is that the Master has returned safely, Konoha remarked, finally at ease. In little Konoha's eyes, I must seem utterly useless. Why do you think that? Because as a delicate and fragile woman, you worry for me, a man, and a demon, no less. Indeed, she knows not what a demon truly is. It's because the Master is but a big child. A playful smile hid within his sleeve, devoid of malice. To call me a child is rather excessive. After all, I am over 200 years old. I could be your ancestor. To be perceived as a child by a mere girl is truly an affront to demons. Konoha smiled softly, lost in thought, hesitating before finally voicing her suggestion. Master Doma, if you do not hold genuine affection for someone, it would be wise not to make promises lightly, nor to speak of love so irresponsibly. Responsibility? This is the second time I've heard that word, but the men there often speak thus, and they too have professed love to many women. He truly did not comprehend why his words and actions, which mirrored those of ordinary human males, were dismissed by Konoha. Well, although I may not entirely grasp it, surely the Master has heard many devotees confide their romantic troubles. Regardless of gender, emotions render individuals vulnerable. They cry, feel heartache, and experience elation over the simplest gestures, often throwing caution to the wind, seeking nothing in return. While some revel in the chaotic drama of love, I, Kanemitsu Konoha, believe that love is a sacred, pure, and beautiful thing, deserving of reverence, not to be misused or trampled upon. The girl, with a mind not particularly sharp, had articulated a profound truth, leaving him astounded. Yet Kuzushiro Kanade, this theory is utterly impractical in such places, or rather, in this world. Your unwavering conviction stems from an impoverished breadth of experience. After all, you have merely graced this world for a fleeting 17 or 18 years. In the span of my 200 years, I have never encountered the circumstances you describe. Observing the scornful smile upon Doma's visage, Kanade understood it as a silent retort. She remained unperturbed, her demeanor serene. I truly believe that the esteemed leader harbored genuine romantic dilemmas. To my surprise, you are merely indulging in childish whims. Very well. As long as you and they are not earnest in your pursuits, let it be a mere diversion. This way, no one shall be left heartbroken. In this world, each individual has their own way of life, and there is no need to question actions that are not understood by others. They must be the best choices available to them under certain circumstances. As long as something exists, there is certainly a rationale behind it. Existence is reason enough. When did you come to grasp such profound truths? Doma mused. To hear you articulate such sagacity is indeed surprising. Thanks to the esteemed leader. I beheld a wondrous world last night. My face brimmed with joy and excitement. You seem quite enamored, do you not? She nodded vigorously. Like a sunflower basking in the sunlight, radiating brilliance for that world. How splendid it would be if Inasuk could reside in such a realm. A maternal smile graced her lips as she glanced at the blissful infant playing on the bedding. Inasuk, Kanade, you would accompany him to that world, would you not? In your heart, is he not your utmost priority? Kanade, it is time to depart. Suddenly, the leader's expression soured, prompting Kanade to hastily offer her apologies. Her laughter tinged with apprehension, even perspiring slightly. Dawn approaches. Esteemed leader, please rest for a while. I am truly sorry. Kanade, reflecting on how she had monopolized the leader's bedding, remaining awake all night while discussing potentially irksome philosophies, noticed the leader's smile had waned. Though he appeared to be smiling, a sense of trepidation enveloped her. She swiftly gathered little Inasuk into her arms, nestled him into the bedding, and hurriedly exited the room. Chapter 32. Work and Geisha. What brings you here so early, Kanade? Have you finished your tasks with the esteemed leader? Granny Keed approached Kanade, who was cradling Inasuk. Indeed, the esteemed leader is so understanding. He mentioned that as a female attendant, most of the daytime duties are performed by other devotees, and my involvement is minimal. The esteemed leader kindly suggested I spend time with Inasuk. Kanade offered a sheepish smile. Is that so? A good child. There is no need to feel disheartened for not being of assistance. A puzzled glance was cast towards the old woman, who sipped her tea thoughtfully. The leader previously had no female attendants. He must see value in your presence, even if you are unaware of it. It feels as though I am receiving unmerited blessings. My contributions seem limited. Inasuk will grow, and it feels rather shameful to have the Paradise sect sustain us two idlers. Then let us work diligently to repay the esteemed leader. Upon hearing Granny Keed's words, Kanade nodded in agreement. Speaking of work, Granny Keed, let me tell you. Last night, while descending the mountain with the esteemed leader, I encountered a rather peculiar man who offered me a job, presumably involving music and singing. Kanade withheld the details of her excursion to the pleasure district, fearing that the revelation would disappoint those who revered the sanctity of the esteemed leader. Granny Keed took a sip of tea, gazing nostalgically into the distance, and remarked, that must be a geisha. Geisha? Upon hearing this new term, Kanade's clear, cerulean eyes sparkled with intrigue. Granny Keed's serene smile radiated warmth. The sun shone gently today, the air infused with the fragrant scent of nearby pines. As a few birds circled above the courtyard, little Inasuk curiously crawled onto the wooden beams beneath the eaves, peering up at the birds. Suddenly, his mother's astonished exclamation nearly caused him to tumble. So Granny Keed was once a geisha? Her round, astonished eyes were wide with disbelief. That is all in the past now. How remarkable. To earn a living and support a family is truly impressive. Indeed, Kanade, your singing voice is exquisite. If it were you, you could surely become a courtesan. Is that so? The title of courtesan matters little. If singing alone could bring in wealth, that would be rather simple. If I could earn a substantial income, then Inasuk could thrive in a world so different from ours. Kanade began to envision a future where she could provide a better life for Inasuk, and the mere thought filled her with boundless joy. However, it is a challenging path. Furthermore, as one ages and beauty fades, one is often supplanted by younger, more alluring individuals. Kanade detected a wistfulness in the old woman's tone and chose not to inquire further, instead placing her hand over Granny Keed's. Such rough, gnarled hands once possessed delicate, graceful fingers. How splendid they must have been in their prime. The old woman grasped Kanade's hand in return, her touch gentle yet firm, and spoke earnestly. Regardless of the profession a woman pursues, as long as it does not contravene moral or legal standards, she stands equal to any man, dignified and resolute. Gazing into those somewhat naive yet clear eyes, the old woman sighed. Kanade, we women must remember not to fall in love with those unworthy of our affection. When one loves the wrong person, one's life may take a turn for the worse, becoming an obstacle in your path. What should have been a time of ascendance may instead plunge you into a quagmire of misguided love, from which it is difficult for a woman to recover. Of course, Granny Kanade was taken aback by the gravity of the old woman's counsel. She had come to understand this truth when she encountered Inosuke's father. Now, as a mother, she and Inosuke were each other's sole focus. Notions of love had long since been cast aside. She would live for Inosuke and for herself. After bidding farewell to Granny Kid, Kanade cradled little Inosuke as she walked along the corridor, spinning with excitement. Having heard astonishing news from Granny Kid, it felt as though she had glimpsed a different world, overwhelming her with joy that transcended mere laughter. So, little Inosuke, would you like to wear beautiful Western attire to school one day? Is that so? You like it too? Kanade pressed her face against Inosuke's belly, eliciting peals of laughter from him. Ha ha ha, Inosuke, ha ha. Their unceasing laughter echoed throughout the temple, as if to share their joy with the entire world. Even the lullabies sung at night radiated delight, enchanting those around them, compelling smiles to grace their faces. As the moon shone brightly, and the spring breeze caressed gently, it seemed as though the relationship between Kanade and the leader Doma had grown wonderfully natural and harmonious. Each night, she would bring Inosuke to the leader, and aside from attending to his needs, such as changing clothes, making the bed, and arranging his hair, she would hold Inosuke while reading, singing, and engaging in casual conversation with Doma. Observing the radiant smile upon her face, Doma found himself unperturbed by her presence, even granting tacit approval of her boldness. It is worth noting that no one is permitted to roam freely within the temple after nightfall, particularly not in the main hall. In the company of a demon, you, a frail woman, can laugh heartily. Should I call you naive or simply foolish? Kanade, you have been granted special privileges. If it were other young female devotees, they would scarcely live so long or dare to sit so close. Konoha sang the sentences from the book in a melodic form, seemingly endowed with extraordinary talent. Her celestial voice, paired with her self-composed melody, rendered the rhythm remarkably harmonious and delightful. In response to this enchanting and gentle song, Inosuke appeared to quiet down, while Doma, seated in a plush armchair with his arm resting on his leg and his hand cradling his cheek, unabashedly lifted the corners of his mouth. It was uncertain whether he was engrossed in the book or captivated by the song. But the presence of this beautiful lark in the void sky made Doma feel that the prolonged passage of time was no longer tedious. The vast world seemed to gradually awaken in color, becoming vibrant and vivid. The anguished cries for help could diminish, as this ethereal voice penetrated the ears, soothing the soul. The heart, encircled by the hellish crimson lotus, appeared to burst forth from the dark mists of the abyss, radiating a newfound vitality. It was akin to a lotus leaf sprouting from a black mire, tender green, fresh, strong yet graceful, with a splendid flower blooming atop it. This sudden emergence of green was not unwelcome. It felt rather harmonious, a delightful embellishment. Gradually, a hint of green reflected in his multicolored pupils, revealing her clear features and penetrating gaze. Unbeknownst to him, his focus had shifted from the text. Chapter 33, Reality and Gods. Doma-sama, have you ever been to Gion? Konoha inquired, her eyes still on the book, her interest casual yet palpable. I have, he replied without lifting his gaze, oblivious to when the song had ceased. Konoha scrambled toward him like an eager puppy, using both hands and knees to hasten her approach. Doma raised his eyes and returned to the book, speaking slowly. Gion is currently the most renowned geisha district in Japan, situated in Kyoto, divided into Gion Higashi and Gion Kabuki. Its name is derived from the Buddhist term Jizo Gakuin, which refers to the Garden of Solitary Bliss. The Garden of Solitary Bliss, the Tree of Prince Jizo, signifies an ideal realm or a beautiful world in Buddhism. Doma paused for a moment, then continued in a low voice. The Pure Land is a place of purity, devoid of suffering, filled with kindness and wisdom. It is the ideal realm people pursue for liberation and happiness. He refrained from elaborating further, knowing well that it was all a deception. In truth, there is no such thing as a paradise, nor deities. Notions of heaven and hell are mere fabrications. Too many lies can almost lead one to believe them. Therefore, the doctrine of the eternal bliss sect that he established encourages its followers to live with tranquility and ease, avoiding or refraining from actions that bring pain or hardship. This pursuit of personal inner peace and comfort, rather than actively engaging with or confronting life's challenges and sufferings, is the only way to reach bliss, as the body cannot change, and the external world remains unaltered. Thus, one must intervene from a spiritual standpoint, achieving mental serenity and satisfaction to attain ultimate joy. Konoha gazed at Doma with admiration, while he found the discourse rather tedious. Do you wish to visit Gion? He turned a new page in the book, his words piercing through her thoughts, which were plainly written on her face. Yes, I have heard there are jobs for women there. I never considered that singing could become a foundation for one's livelihood. They are truly remarkable. Her eyes sparkled with envy. Doma set the book aside, casting a cold gaze upon the woman who lived blissfully in her fantasies. Konoha, you would not survive out there, would you? His icy voice shattered Konoha's beautiful illusions, his eyes scrutinizing her. Konoha did not expect the gentle and affable leader to utter such chilling words, akin to snow falling in June, abruptly freezing her enthusiasm. She had never witnessed Doma's demeanor so frigid. Because you are neither beautiful, nor is your singing remarkable. You cannot serve men, nor indulge in drink and merriment to please them, he continued, leaning closer to scrutinize the flustered woman with his usual calm tone, accompanied by a faint smile that felt as cold as ice. His towering figure obscured the light completely, casting a shadow that enveloped Konoha, who felt a chill sweep over her, causing her to shiver from head to toe. He felt it necessary to drive his point home. Delivering another sting. Geishas are all beautiful, unmarried young maidens, and you, Konoha, are already married with children, a mother. Can you abandon your child? After finishing, he revealed a sinister smile, his gaze icy. He was adept at conversation, his words cutting to the quick and evoking discomfort. Though Konoha recognized the validity in his statements, she felt a surge of anger, baffled by the source of her ire. After all, the leader was merely speaking the truth. She turned away from Doma, coldly suggesting, Inosuke, let us go back to sleep. Before departing, she did not bid farewell with her usual cheerfulness, her face averted from him. Upon returning, the melody was silenced. Even the playful singing had ceased. Doma observed keenly as her back trembled slightly, her voice tinged with an unmistakable hint of tears. She must have wept. For Konoha, you are truly fragile. Leaving the eternal bliss sect to seek work is entirely unsuitable for you. You have never experienced the true malice of human hearts or the ugliness of humanity, naively yearning for the goodness in this world, freely pouring out your kindness and beauty. You are too obtuse to perceive the greedy eyes fixed upon you. You cannot distinguish between good and evil, truth and falsehood. Just as you committed the greatest folly of all, you mistook me for a person, for a good person, when in reality, the being you face daily is a demon. And one day, you may even become my prey. You possess no ability to protect yourself. Your frame is too small, lacking strength. In this world, there is no legitimate means for your survival, and your intellect is insufficient. Frankly, you are not clever, and your abilities do not support your independence, much less the nurturing of your child. How could you survive in this perilous world? You are akin to a delicate porcelain vase, fragile and passive, ready to shatter with the slightest misstep. You only know that violence from your husband is terrifying, yet without a husband, you are but a delectable morsel among male humans. Oh, you still do not realize that there are demons in this world? They feast on humans, some particularly fond of infants, while others prefer young and beautiful women. You cannot resist mere humans, so how could you escape my comrades? You vowed to be my friend, did you not? You came running to grasp my hand, declaring an everlasting bond. How long has it been? Why do you wish to leave? Why, you deceiver? This book, one I have perused countless times, has become unbearably dull. Doma retrieved a fan, gently waving it, and the book disintegrated into nothingness. Merely contemplating those questions left him feeling hollow and warm. In desperate need of something to quench the emptiness, he realized it was time to dine. This evening, he would seek to rescue a girl suffering in misery. No, perhaps several. In the pitch-black room devoid of light, the only hint of illumination emanated from a pair of vividly colored irises, sacred in their hue. Come, sing. Sing anything. I shall listen, spoke a voice devoid of expression, soft and beguiling. The female devotee, incredulous, could hardly believe that the leader she revered was, in fact, a malevolent demon. Fear rendered her incapable of standing. She collapsed onto the ground, terror swallowing her voice, leaving her unable to cry for help. Panic caused her to forget how to breathe normally, gasping for air. Hurry now, do not be afraid. I have a very gentle temperament. The tone was exquisitely tender, the cadence slow. The devout woman exerted every ounce of effort to roll her eyes, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. Her trembling lips fluttered shut, then opened again, only to close once more. At last, in a fleeting moment, her gaze shifted leftward to catch a sliver of moonlight before returning. The final vision before her demise was a strikingly handsome face. Though it bore a smile, the joy did not reach his eyes. As the moon sank in the west, in a secluded alleyway, a faint cry for help echoed, barely stirring even the cats. That solitary plea disrupted only the doors and windows. Before a spray of blood adorned them, cascading down and staining the weathered frames with a vivid hue, adding a touch of opulence to their dilapidation. The moonlight shone as bright as frost, illuminating a solitary man traversing through the grayish world. His hair, an immaculate hue, and his rainbow-hued eyes were matched by a crimson upper garment stained with blood, while his lower attire remained a sanctified white. He was half divine, half demonic. Early in the morning, Qin Yi was summoned by the temple master, who presented her with a bag brimming with last month's offerings, a sum of money, including denominations she had never encountered before. She repeatedly declined, exclaiming, "No, no, no, master. I cannot accept this. I only became the leader's maid at the end of last month, and it is not yet May. Barely a month has passed. Moreover, the duties of a maid are quite simple. Anyone could fulfill them, and thus, it hardly warrants such a salary. Take it, and do not argue." The master insisted, a hint of irritation in his tone. "You have a child to care for, do you not consider him?" He softened his approach, adding, "If you feel undeserving, then work diligently to bring comfort to the leader." Acknowledging her stubbornness, he adjusted his argument. "Then consider it payment for 2 months. Do not send me any more next month." Qin Yi pondered the sudden generosity. Was it perhaps because she expressed a desire to work? Did he mistakenly believe she was in need of money? It was not money she sought. Rather, she wished to avoid being a burden. While she could not save many like the leader, she did not want to add to his already heavy load. She hoped he would continue to smile genuinely, rather than drowning his sorrows in wine and women. Chapter 34, Anger. "Master," Qin Yi exclaimed breathlessly as she rushed to Tomioka. He seemed oblivious. His gaze lowered as he perused the letters presented by the followers. "Master, why are these clothes in my room? Were they not intended as gifts for your romantic interest?" she queried, her breath finally steady. "That interest is no more. Consider them yours," came his distant reply, barely audible above the rustling of the paper. So, you truly do not care for them? They could be saved for a girl you actually like." Qin Yi protested, her brow furrowing in dismay. "It would be a waste to give them to me. They are out of fashion." Stunned, she realized they had become outdated in just a few days. She remained silent until his voice cut through decisively. "Then throw them away." The coldness in his tone sent a shiver down her spine. That would be too wasteful. Perhaps we could donate them to the followers who need clothes." An idea sparked in her mind. "Since they are meant for you, you should wear them daily and abandon those filthy garments of the temple," he said, casting a fleeting glance, tinged with displeasure. Qin Yi looked down at her own pristine temple attire, ready to speak, but was silenced by his chilling command. "This is the leader's order." Her words faltered in fear. "Oh no, he truly seems angry," she thought, casting a timid glance at him. He did appear genuinely upset, and recalling the master's words, she felt a pang of guilt for incurring the leader's ire. Thus, she earnestly thanked him, her farewell accompanied by a new, vibrant green kimono. Today, the flowers in the leader's room were jasmine, symbolizing respect and affection, a reflection of Qin Yi's gratitude, their fragrance enveloping the entire space. "Master Tomioka, would you like to wash your hair?" she inquired while combing his hair, suddenly realizing she had never personally washed it before. In recent days, he seemed troubled, immersed in silent work, and she had refrained from disturbing him even after their church duties concluded. Yet, such an atmosphere was unbearable. She thrived in a lively environment. Resolutely, she decided to break the ice. "Really? A hot spring?" Tomioka found the notion bothersome, but relented, revealing a hot spring he had discovered years prior, not far from the mountains. Qin Yi's excitement was palpable. She was easily pleased. With her hands clasped behind her back, she eagerly asked, "Master Tomioka, may I bring Inasuk?" Upon receiving affirmation, she dashed to her room to prepare Inasuk's clothes, having long wished to give him a proper bath. This time, with a hot spring available, there was no fear of him catching a cold. Moreover, she sneakily packed one of her own garments, confident that the master would not be so stingy as to refuse her the opportunity to wash. The woods in the mountains were dense, with a few moonbeams filtering through, marking her first nighttime stroll through the forest with Inasuk. He gazed around in wonder, spotting owls flitting by and curious hedgehogs, even reaching out to grasp wildflowers by the roadside. Throughout the trek to the hot spring, Tomioka remained silent, lost in thought, while Qin Yi carried the luggage and cradled little Inasuk, humming a cheerful tune. Upon reaching the hot spring, Qin Yi was awestruck. Inasuk was equally astonished. Aside from the temple's artificial lake, he had never encountered such a vast expanse of water. She had never seen a hot spring so grand, with the full moon illuminating the scene, casting a natural glow reflected upon the surface, while the stones along the bank emanated a gentle white mist. Warm steam swirling above the water. Even before approaching, the heat enveloped her face. Kneeling at the edge, she tested the water with her hand. It was perfectly warm. She splashed a bit onto Inasuk's hand, and he curiously squeezed and shook it, eliciting a smile full of affection from Qin Yi. However, Tomioka seemed somewhat withdrawn, giving her a sense of being overlooked. Hurriedly, she exclaimed, "Master Tomioka, please go in first. Call for me once you're ready." Turning her head away, She faced away from him. The sounds of clothing rustling and water splashing filled the air. After a moment of silence, she asked, Master Tomioka, are you ready? Came his low response, devoid of discernible emotion. He truly is hard to please. Qingyi thought, frowning as she turned back, cautiously opening her eyes. Fearful of witnessing something inappropriate that might further irritate this childish man. Oh, how I wish Inosuke could swim and play in the water. Qingyi grinned, suppressing her inner excitement. She intended for the master to finish quickly and depart, but he showed no intention of leaving. Here, she said, undressing little Inosuke and handing him to Tomioka. A plump, white, chubby bundle was cradled in his arms, its texture quite pleasant. However, he pondered the lack of nutritional value in infants. They had too little meat and were overly greasy. He could not comprehend why Yashiro held such affection for babies. Could you help me look after Inosuke? She pleaded, hands clasped together. Weren't you the one who was going to help me wash my hair? Now the roles are reversed? Qingyi blushed, rubbing her knees. She had intended to assist the leader first, then slowly wash Inosuke afterward, but he showed no sign of wanting to leave first. May I come in? Tomioka did not respond, turning his back to her. The sound of garments being loosened drew Tomu's attention, and he quietly turned to observe the woman illuminated by the moonlight. Her figure was slender, and although she shed her clothing, she was not emaciated. Rather, her physique was well proportioned, with delicate flesh enveloping her petite bones, creating an unexpectedly graceful silhouette. Demons lack the carnal desires of humanity, feeling only a physiological hunger towards them. For Tomu, who had consumed countless women, they were merely classified as palatable or unpalatable, with little distinction beyond that. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt an urge to glimpse the body concealed beneath the green kimono. Qingyi approached the hot spring where Tomu sat, wrapped in a large towel that modestly covered her from chest to knee, complemented by a light haori. Crouching down, she spoke softly, My Lord Tomu, allow me to wash your hair first. Receiving no response, she took it as tacit consent. As her hand reached out to touch his untainted hair, her wrist was suddenly grasped by a large, cool hand, and before she could register her surprise, she was forcefully pulled into the water. The splashes sparkled under the moonlight, sending ripples across the surface, shimmering like the Milky Way. A beautiful visage emerged from the water, dark hair clinging to her porcelain-like face, delicate brows arched gracefully, and her clear, bright eyes sparkled like autumn waters. As droplets cascaded from her head, gliding over her brows and lashes before tracing down her skin to the surface, she appeared most delectable. What are you doing? Her soft lips expressed mild indignation, but before she could finish her protest, Inosuke's hearty laughter echoed, as if their previous antics were a jest orchestrated by a mother. Observing the slight smile on Tomu's otherwise relaxed expression, Qingyi couldn't help but laugh, entirely oblivious to the vivid brightness of his eyes beneath his dark hair, which seemed to glow in the night, the colorful irises enchanting yet unsettling. As she tended to his hair, she gently inquired, Why are you upset? Upset? Whatever do you mean? He replied, reverting to his playful tone, Because it's quite obvious. You Haven T smiled at me for several days. After a brief silence, she probed, Why do you wish to work outside? Is the Paradise cult not fulfilling enough for you? No. The master and everyone have treated me well, and for that reason, I wish to assist them. I want to be able to survive on my own strength rather than living off the master's benevolence. I hope you can understand. Because the master is a good person, I don't want to be a burden to him, causing him to seek solace in the pleasures of the city, yet finding no true joy. I don't understand. His low voice carried a chill, clashing with the warm spring water and stirring ripples. Breaking the silence, Qingyi cheerfully offered, All right, let me scrub your back. As she prepared to fetch a towel from the shore, her calf broke the surface when a hand grasped her, yanking her back into the water with a splash. The abruptness of the incident caused Qingyi to sink, resembling a piece of jade submerging in the depths. As she surfaced, coughing water, one hand covered her mouth while the other, in a state of panic, grazed a stone, drawing a few drops of crimson that contrasted starkly with the cool moonlight. Suddenly, something cool grasped her, and upon opening her eyes, she found the tall man before her holding her finger to his lips. Startled, she covered her gaping mouth. Her breaths now cautious. Her finger, warm and slick, mingled with the scent of the hot spring and her own essence, tantalizing his senses. He regarded the previously chatty woman, now silent and compliant, as a low growl rumbled in his stomach. He revealed his fangs, gently biting down. Warm, briny liquid coursed down his throat like nectar. He bit again, eliciting a sharp cry from Qingyi as her brows knitted together, and blood flowed more freely, intensifying the flavor. The taste of her blood was delightful to him, yet oddly did not provoke his appetite, feeling somewhat astringent. Displeased, Tomu released her hand, wiping the blood from his lips and retracting his fangs. In shock, Qin Yi withdrew her hand, realizing the bleeding had ceased and the previous chill had vanished. She sighed inwardly, regretting her attempt to lighten the mood, which had only resulted in further tension. Had she been alone, tears would have surely fallen. Their excursion to the hot springs ended on a sour note. In silence, she washed the master's hair and tidied up. The atmosphere as frigid as the depths of winter, suffocating in its stillness. After settling Inisuk, who had fallen asleep in the hot spring, into bed, she resolved to apologize to the master. Although unsure of what had caused his anger, she recognized that someone with such a childish disposition would never take the initiative. She could only take the blame upon herself and gradually uncover the reason. Cautiously, she approached the master's room, where the light flickered, yet no one was inside. Qin Yi sighed silently at the moon. Chapter 35, The Butler of the Wisteria House. Having received permission, Qin Yi accompanied the temple head to the town below the mountain. It was her first visit to the town during the day, and she was once again astounded by the vibrant life bustling throughout various trades. The daytime crowd was even more abundant, and no matter how many times she witnessed it, the sights of this new world captivated her. She felt like a newcomer, overflowing with curiosity and wonder. The beauty and prosperity of this world made her ponder whether there would be a place for her and Inisuk in it. Ever since that day at the hot springs, the master had not allowed her to serve at the church, and she scarcely saw anyone at night, appearing quite busy. As the master, it was only natural for him to be occupied, but without his guidance, she dared not probe further. Qin Yi felt a sense of impending doom, as if she were on the verge of being cast out of the paradise cult due to the master's disdain for her. This anxiety was unbearable, reinforcing her belief that one must ultimately rely on oneself to find comfort. Under the guise of shopping for clothes and shoes for Inisuk, she ventured to the town, constantly on the lookout for job opportunities. Tea shops, clothing stores, pharmacies, and inns. Where could a woman with a child find suitable work? Overwhelmed, she sat on a bench and sighed softly. Her sighing beauty drew the attention of passers-by. Oh my, isn't that the young lady from the other day? Turning, she found herself facing the kindly smiling Ito, his distinctive mole at the corner of his eye captivating her attention once more. May I ask what troubles you? He inquired, noting her cautious demeanor, and added with a gentle laugh. Please don't worry, I mean no harm. If anything is amiss, you can always call the police. Following the direction of his finger, she indeed spotted several uniformed officers. Those must be the police. Strangely compelled, Qin Yi found herself invited to a tea house, where the fragrant steam rising from a cup of green tea filled the air. Mr. Ito, I apologize for my previous impertinence. I would like to inquire if there are any jobs available. I have no husband and a 1.5-year-old child. Is there a place where I could work while caring for my child? Ito was taken aback, needing several sips of tea to calm the tumult that had arisen within him at the revelation of two shocking facts: her child and her deceased husband. After a moment, he spoke slowly. In that case, I may have a position for you, akin to a housekeeper. The Ito family owns numerous properties and frequently hosts guests, requiring someone to remain and provide for their needs, food, lodging, and even medical assistance. Would you be capable of fulfilling such a role? Really? A place where I can work while caring for my child? It's merely a standard position, and if you can manage your child alongside your duties, then you are more than qualified. Thank you ever so much. I must apologize for my earlier misunderstanding. No, it was my dubious conduct that warranted suspicion, and I took it upon myself to alleviate Kotoha's embarrassment. I am Kotoha Tutsui. May I inquire how I might reach you should I wish to seek employment? Oh, that is quite simple. Wherever there are wisteria patterns, there you shall find our properties, and you may contact me there. However, I am primarily stationed at the pleasure quarters these days. After bidding farewell to Mr. Ito, Kotoha received a job offer, which she regarded as a precious treasure. As the moon rose once more, she found herself still waiting for the master. Perhaps the master has grown weary of her. She feels utterly useless, unable to contribute, and often inciting annoyance. Alas, the notion of befriending someone as exalted as the master is but a fool's dream. It is time to depart, Kotoha. You can no longer be a burden to others, nor can you continue to live off the charity of others. You must be strong. Though she was ostensibly rallying her spirits, her words only deepened her despair. Before dawn, she realized that the master had not yet returned. For the silence of the night had been unbroken. She had been attentive to the absence of sound, and it dawned on her that the master had grown so weary of her presence that during the day, they sought to avoid her. Placing her written letter in her room, she shouldered her bundle and cradled Inisuk as she left the paradise sect. She did not bid farewell to the temple head. Truth be told, she harbored a certain fear of that individual. She had not touched the monthly salary previously given to her, nor had she taken anything but a worn kimono. The day before, she had confided in the kind Granny Maple, who had cared for both her and Inisuk, about her plans to leave. To her surprise, Granny Maple fully supported her decision, although a twinge of sadness welled up within her. She could no longer impose upon the master and the others at the Paradise sect. Everything will be all right. It must be. She was determined to venture forth with Inusuke into a new world. Upon hearing that Miss Kotoha had arrived, Mr. Ito hurried over. He first offered Kotoha a place to rest and some refreshments, without mentioning anything about work, which made her anxious. Was she being deceived? Mr. Ito, could you take me to the place where I will be working? Kotoha hesitated, but ultimately asked directly. Mr. Ito had intended to keep Kotoha a while longer, but reluctantly led her to a separate residence. This estate was vast, adorned with wisteria patterns at the entrance. A bamboo fence enclosed the garden snugly, which was also brimming with wisteria, cascading like a waterfall. Busy bees buzzed overhead, gathering nectar, while the garden flourished with a variety of vibrant flowers, creating a delightful atmosphere. To have the opportunity to serve as a steward here was truly splendid. Observing Inusuke drooling and gazing wide-eyed at the scenery, Kotoha felt a sense of connection with her son. They both cherished this place. Mr. Ito introduced Kotoha to the former steward of the estate, a gentle middle-aged woman in her 50s or 60s, who appeared warm and kind. Oh dear, what brings you here, young master? Her tone seemed genuinely surprised. I have come to bring Miss Kotoha Tutsui to this place. She will be working here with Granny Mimiko from now on. Kotoha bowed respectfully to Granny Mimiko. This is Granny Mimiko, who used to manage this place alone, but recently injured her back while working and needs to rest for a while. We hope Miss Kotoha can take care of her. Yes, I will take good care of Granny Mimiko, she replied, her voice resonant with determination. As a black sedan departed, Kotoha assisted Granny Mimiko back to the long corridor in the garden. The gentle May sun warmed her, providing comfort, while the symphony of birds and blossoms uplifted her spirits. Upon reflection, the Paradise Sect's courtyard was indeed bare and devoid of charm. Working here for the long haul seemed like an excellent choice. That evening, guests arrived, and Granny had already briefed Kotoha on her specific duties. Due to her injury, she could only direct matters while cradling Inusuke. 2 male guests arrived, clad in black uniforms adorned with the character for extermination. They appeared similar to individuals she had encountered in Mr. Ito's vehicle before. Could they belong to some organization? The ban on swords had long been in effect, permitting only officials to bear them. After preparing beds for the guests, Kotoha followed Granny Mimiko's instructions and went to the nearby apothecary to fetch a doctor. To her shock, as they revealed their injuries, the sight of their knife wounds was harrowing. They were but children, yet their bodies bore numerous wounds. One had a broken rib, while another had a chest injury that required time to heal. Following the doctor's orders, Kotoha prepared medicine and tended to their wounds. One was named Matsushita, and the other Kawashima, both members of the Demon Slayer Corps. As Granny Mimiko had informed her, this was her first revelation of the existence of demons. Chapter 36, A New World, Part 1. Noticing Kotoha's anxiety and confusion, Granny asked, "What troubles you, little Kotoha? Is this your first encounter with the existence of demons?" Indeed, it was the first time she learned of their existence. She recalled the strange creature she had encountered in the mountains. It must have been a demon. If it weren't for the master, she might have perished once more. The first time in the snowstorm, the second time in the snowstorm. This gratitude, in such haste, had gone unacknowledged. Did the master know that demons existed? Did everyone at the Paradise sect know of their existence? Demons are transformed humans, and once they become demons, they develop an insatiable craving for human flesh, feeding on humanity. Their strength and abilities exceed that of humans, and they can recover from injuries in an instant. The tone was matter of fact, as if recounting something as mundane as a daily occurrence, despite the horror it entailed. Observing Kotoha's terrified gaze, she continued, "But they are not invincible. They fear the specially crafted Nichiren blades of the Demon Slayer Corps and the sun." "Are they children of the Demon Slayer Corps?" Kotoha inquired. "Indeed. They are swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, slaying man-eating demons in secrecy. Our Ito establishment provides them with food, lodging, and medical assistance, in gratitude for the aid our ancestors received from the Corps." Understanding the situation, Kotoha found it difficult to sleep that night. She had not realized Inusuke lived in such a perilous world, nor that such terrifying beings as demons lurked so close to their lives. She gently caressed her infant, kissing him softly, silently vowing to protect Inusuke and ensure he grew up safely, far from evil demons. She thought of those outside, feeling a twinge of concern for her friends, hoping that good-hearted individuals like the Master and Miss Yoshiko would not encounter demons. If only everyone could live safely and healthily. With this newfound understanding, Kotoha took great care of the 2 injured members, preparing a light yet sumptuous breakfast for them the following morning. It must be said, they had quite the appetites. The 2 of them had a relationship marked by quarrels and camaraderie, bickering one moment, only to play together the next. holding Inosuke. Konoha found herself laughing along with their merriment, their cheeks flushing with joy. The sunlight was perfect, and Konoha spent her time in the garden, hanging out the members' clothes, watering the flowers, and bringing tea, snacks, and games to amuse the swordsmen. As she observed their injuries gradually healing, she felt a sense of fulfillment. On the 8th day, 2 crows arrived in the garden, larger than ordinary crows, and astonishingly, they could speak, leaving her utterly speechless. She couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of this world. While cleaning in the morning, Konoha heard some commotion at the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by the sight of a black sedan, and she bowed respectfully, mimicking Granny Mamiko's gestures. What a splendid boss. After seeing off the car with the gifts, Konoha remarked while holding the present alongside her grandmother. No, the young master seldom visits here. Then surely it must be because grandma was injured and came to check on you. Mamiko smiled silently, inwardly sighing at the naivete and simplicity of the girl. Inside the tatami room, Mamiko encouraged Konoha to unwrap the gift. It was 3 exquisitely crafted boxes of wagashi, so masterfully made that they could easily be mistaken for imitations. The taste was divine, melting in the mouth like bliss itself, evoking a sense of utter happiness. Inosuke, perched at the edge of the table, gazed longingly at his mother savoring the delectable treats, unable to resist the urge to snatch some for himself. Inosuke, you can't eat yet. Mamiko sipped her tea and inquired, isn't little Inosuke nearly half a year old now? After 6 months, he can begin to eat soft food since he's starting to teeth. It's perfectly fine to give him a little filling. Konoha, feeling compassion for Inosuke's plight, scooped out a small bit of red bean paste. To her surprise, he relished it, devouring most of the wagashi. Mamiko unwrapped the gifts further, revealing a beautiful light yellow kimono adorned with delicate blue cherry blossoms, a size tailored perfectly for Konoha. There was also a shawl, ideal for an elderly person. It was evident who the gifts were intended for, and despite her attempts to decline, Konoha accepted them. Quickly, try it on and see if it fits, Mamiko urged. Such a precious garment shouldn't be worn casually. It ought to be stored away properly. Konoha protested. Oh dear, clothes are meant to be worn. Not donning them disrespects their value. Such a beautiful girl at such a splendid age must adorn herself. Mamiko insisted, guiding Konoha back to her room. Come on, Inosuke. Let's find something nice. Mamiko carried Inosuke back to the room, discarding a note into the trash while rummaging for something. The note was from Ito, stating he would come to fetch Konoha in the evening. The youth of today are so direct, lacking subtlety. They rush in with such urgency. Konoha, a kind, gentle, and innocent beauty, paired with the astute and capable heir of the Ito family, seemed a match made in heaven. Mamiko resolved to assist them. Swiftly, she concealed the note. Here it is. Konoha donned the light yellow kimono, highlighting her snow-white complexion and clear, enchanting gaze, resembling a pure and ethereal beauty. Splendid. It suits you perfectly. Mamiko beckoned Konoha to sit. It was Konoha's first experience with makeup. Mamiko lightly brushed her face with cosmetics from the kit, creating a soft, delicate look. Konoha gazed into the mirror, admiring her powdery cheeks, slender eyebrows, a hint of red at the corners of her eyes, and softly tinted lips. A pair of pale blue gemstone earrings sparkled in the light, adding an air of elegance. Konoha expressed her gratitude to Mamiko, who advised her not to remove the makeup but to continue enhancing her appearance. Konoha joyfully sat with Mamiko under the eaves, singing a melody. To her surprise, Konoha's voice was enchanting, explaining the young master's infatuation with her. She had observed how his gaze lingered on Konoha. Before long, a car arrived at the entrance. Konoha was invited into the vehicle, but remained concerned that caring for Inosuke might trouble her grandmother, as well as worrying about her grandmother's back injury. Should we not take Grandma Mamiko with us? Ito, exuding a suave charm, replied, It's all right. Isn't Inosuke asleep? We'll be back shortly. It was Konoha's first time in a car, and she was astonished by the comfort it provided, devoid of any jarring motion, as though seated on a moving chair. The scenery outside the window sped past, blurring into flashes. How magical, a wondrous experience from another world. Chapter 37, A New World, Part 2, in no time. The vehicle halted beside a grand building, adorned with inscrutable signage, where patrons donned Western attire. Suddenly, a figure in a kimono entered, a demure and elegant beauty, capturing the attention of all. The scrutiny from the crowd had made her uncomfortable, but she finally arrived in a tranquil room, where melodious music floated in from an unknown source. Ito smoothly ordered from the waiter while introducing the somewhat timid Konoha. This is a Western restaurant, where foreign cuisine is served. Konoha nodded with a smile, though she felt ill at ease. Why had they come to such a place? Was it merely to share a meal? What was his intention? So many questions flooded her mind that she could no longer contain her curiosity. Mr. Ito, I sincerely thank you for bringing me here to dine. However, I am merely an ordinary employee and do not merit such grand gestures. Even I, a newcomer, understand that this meal must be quite expensive. I do not grasp your intentions. Could you kindly enlighten me? Ito, having navigated the world for many years, had never encountered someone so forthright, which made him chuckle softly. This did not escape Konoha's keen gaze. Her perceptive eyes caught something joyful in his demeanor. Ito shook his head, a light-hearted smile on his lips. No, not at all. Ito was indeed a kind man. Recognizing her discomfort and personally demonstrating how to use the knife and fork, exuding an approachable demeanor that put Konoha at ease, shattering her previous impression of him. He explained to Konoha that the current trade between nations had introduced many foreign goods and cultural ideas, highlighting the Western ideals of gender equality and freedom. For Konoha, this was a realm she had never dared to imagine. She looked at Ito with wide, attentive eyes, akin to a devoted student absorbing the teachings of this new world. As Konoha and Ito strolled along the bustling streets, cars whizzed by, rickshaws traversed the roads, and crowds surged around them. Konoha's curiosity was piqued by the vibrant sights and sounds, the dazzling lights, and the myriad of displayed goods. Time slipped away, and Konoha suddenly realized she had imposed on Mr. Ito for far too long. Such a prominent businessman must be busy. With an apologetic tone, she said, Mr. Ito, you need not accompany me any longer. I can return on my own. Surely you have many matters to attend to. No, I fear Miss Konoha might get lost. Indeed, this was not a familiar place for her. The last time she had come, she felt fear and trepidation. Konoha glanced around, no longer seeing the reassuring figure of Ito beside her. Ito followed her gaze, only to find emptiness. Ito was like a competent tour guide, introducing Konoha to things she had never seen before, explaining their origins and uses. This might be the moment in Konoha's life when she encountered the most knowledge. As she reached the door, Konoha bowed in gratitude to Ito, who expressed his utmost pleasure in doing so. Upon returning to the estate, Inosuke was already fast asleep. After thanking Mimiko, Konoha retreated to her room. She was too exhilarated to sleep, realizing that the world outside was undergoing tremendous transformation, unbeknownst to her. Had she not escaped from that home, she would have remained oblivious to all this. She would have continued to meander aimlessly within the confines of the walls, never encountering such kindness. To this day, she felt fortunate to have fled, even as her grandmother and husband had passed away. She no longer wished to return with Inosuke. Let the past remain in the past. She must look forward, for Inosuke's sake. Konoha gasped in surprise. Are there any girls in the Demon Slayer Corps? I previously believed that the swordsmen of the Corps were exclusively male, but it is astonishing to discover the presence of female warriors as well. Indeed, however, in addition to the female swordsmen, there are also ordinary individuals present. But aren't we exclusively here to serve the Demon Slayer Corps? Can ordinary people participate as well? In principle, they should not. The more individuals who are aware, the greater the risk of exposure. However, as this event is related to the Demon Slayer Corps, we must extend our support. I understand. I shall prepare rooms and provisions for them immediately. With that, I sprang into action. Before long, the courtyard was adorned with bedding, clothing, and other necessities, creating a striking contrast of white against the vibrant flowers and greenery surrounding it. Konoha ventured to the market to procure the necessary food, and upon her return, she discovered that the guests had already arrived. Konoha warmly welcomed them, but they merely responded with polite nods, their expressions distant, their eyes veiled with sorrow. Konoha meticulously arranged their rooms, clothing, food, and refreshments. As she prepared to rest, she heard faint weeping echoing through the corridor. Following the sound, she found a girl crouched in the grass, huddled in a ball, and recalled someone calling her Tsukimi. Miss Tsukimi, are you all right? She inquired gently. The girl flinched, immediately silencing her sobs, turning her back to Konoha and remaining silent. Konoha draped a delicate shawl over her shoulders, a gift from her grandmother. As Tsukimi had arrived with scant clothing, "Go away. I don't need it," came the cold retort. Konoha was at a loss, standing there in silence for a moment before continuing. Perhaps you need someone to listen to your voice. If you don't mind, I can be that listener. During times of anguish, sharing your sorrow can alleviate some of the weight, and while I may not fully comprehend your pain, I will do my utmost. I believe your family would not wish to see you in such a state. Unbeknownst to her, she seemed to be assuming the role of someone significant. Family. Tsukimi murmured, her voice barely audible. I no longer have such things. Konoha's heart tightened upon hearing this. Tsukimi appeared to be merely a child of 14 or 15. Yet she had already encountered such misfortune. The embrace was warm, reminiscent of her late sister's comforting hold, and Konoha suddenly enveloped her in a hug, providing a warmth that evoked a long-forgotten sense of security. As a result, Tsukimi broke down into tears in Konoha's arms, abandoning her silent lament. The moonlight that night was desolate. In a certain establishment of the pleasure district, a handsome patron arrived, drawing the attention of many courtesans who secretly observed. His sunlit smile greeted each girl with gentleness, eliciting waves of exuberant cheers. Even the proprietress felt a pang of youthful shyness upon witnessing this elegant guest, who was unlike the crude men who typically arrived, immediately pursuing their desires. Not only the courtesans, but even the seasoned proprietress found such behavior distasteful. Alas, for the sake of survival, she could only force a smile and feign happiness. This patron was different. He was courteous and calm, prompting the courtesans to openly express their warmth and affection. A slightly older woman played the shamisen nearby, dressed in simple attire. The two young performers on stage, one around 16 or 17 and the other appearing to be 18, were the stars of the evening. In their prime, their dance technique was profound, showing no signs of fatigue or breathlessness despite prolonged performance. Their singing was steady, their voices resonant, and their movements slow and graceful. Doma smiled, clearly affirming their performance, to the extent that one of the singers nearly faltered, revealing a barely perceptible slip. After the performance, Doma requested that they continue, though the courtesans were beginning to tire. Yet, as this was a request from a guest, it was hard to refuse. The singing and dancing persisted until the early hours of the morning, with the girls accustomed to a life of reversed day and night, ultimately succumbing to the late-arriving fatigue. Surrounding Doma were inebriated courtesans, some disheveled, others clutching bamboo skewers. Their surroundings a chaotic mess of dishes. He lay in the embrace of a woman, inhaling the scent of alcohol, feeling an inexplicable void. Another mundane evening had passed. Chapter 38, Miss Tsukimi. She shed her facade, her expression cold, resembling not a living being, but rather a lifeless object forged of iron and ice. Despite her striking appearance, the gaze she bore sent chills down one's spine. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by a courtesan who, upon rising to stifle a yawn, was taken aback, her surprise swiftly morphing into fear. After all, this was the once gentle patron, suddenly transformed into someone so callous. She wisely lowered her head, tidying up the scattered dishes. Doma found the noise bothersome. With a long fingernail, he gently scratched, causing the nearby courtesan to break into a cold sweat, her features contorting in agony as veins bulged painfully, before a crimson line appeared on her neck, blood trickling down in thin rivulets, followed by the sound of a heavy object striking the ground, the woman's head rolling away to rest by the window. The gruesome scene did not faze him. It was merely a part of his everyday existence. Is this what women are? Is this love? How utterly tedious. Humanity is remarkably foolish. To suffer so deeply over such matters? To seek him out for solace over trivialities? Even a father of little worth would betray his family for such reasons? For these matters, his pitiful mother would choose to end it all. Huh, a joke. Humanity, so laughable and foolish. To be this foolish, living is a burden. Doma knelt on the ground, feeling nothing at all. He held no sympathy for the woman who had met such a tragic end, nor did he find joy in the revelry of the night. After all, this heart no longer beat. In his ennui, he picked up the woman's severed arm and sank his teeth into it, much like a beetle devouring flesh. Merely a somewhat handsome humanoid being devoid of any emotional fluctuations since birth. Even in his attempts to guide his congregation toward salvation, striving to embody a benevolent leader, he still faced failure. Engaging in fleeting romances with women evoked no stirring of the heart, and even in friendships with fellow demons, he sought only to witness their most pitiful sides. Kinship, love, friendship, all had perished. The moonlight was chilling. He could no longer recall how many times he had walked beneath its pale glow. At the wisteria flower house, 5 or 6 girls arrived, all exceptionally beautiful, standing out in the crowd. The skills they practiced were peculiar, comprising walking, singing, and performing, subjects with which Kotoha was entirely unfamiliar. Her role was to serve these girls diligently, who appeared resolute, devoid of any joyful emotions, leaving Kotoha puzzled. Tsukimi was particularly earnest in her studies. The previous outburst of tears had made Kotoha acutely aware of her emotional state. Tsukimi, are you still not resting at this late hour? As night descended and others began to prepare for sleep, Kotoha noticed Tsukimi still practicing her walking in the open space. Tsukimi did not halt her steps, and after a while, noticing Kotoha following her, she couldn't help but assert, "This is my business. You need not concern yourself." This single statement plunged the rapport Kotoha had believed they were building back into frigid detachment, and the girl reverted to her unapproachable demeanor. "It's getting dark. Do you need a lamp?" Kotoha asked unexpectedly. Tsukimi still did not cease her movement, having resolved not to engage with anyone. When Kotoha returned with a lamp, she discovered that Tsukimi's feet were already raw, blood seeping through her socks and adhering to her skin. "Miss Tsukimi, you must take a break and tend to your wounds. I told you, it has nothing to do with you. Leave me be." Her tone was flat and indifferent. Kotoha seized Tsukimi's hand, pulling her back under the eaves to sit down. Tsukimi forcefully wrenched her hand away, choking on her words. It's too late, too late. I must be prepared before the moon is high. Prepared for what? The light illuminated half of Kotoha's face. Do you not understand? We all approach this battle against the demons with a determination to die. Konoha turned around, the light illuminating the back of her head. Indeed, I am unaware. Is the Demon Slayer Corps solely comprised of demon-slaying swordsmen? Why then do you young girls have to be involved? If it is a battle, why must it be declared that it is oneself who is destined to perish? You truly are a foolish girl, utterly ignorant. Tsukimi let out a wry smile. I may not know much, but I am aware that you are injured. If this wound is not properly treated, how can you engage in combat with demons? Under the moonlight and the glow of the lanterns, Konoha cautiously tended to Tsukimi's wounds, occasionally blowing cool air to alleviate the pain. Time slipped away just like that. And before long, it was mid-June. The girls disappeared without a trace overnight, and even the old woman was unaware of their whereabouts. Do not fret, dear child. You are far too kind, Granny Mimiko advised, observing Konoha seated beneath the eaves. Where could they have gone? They practiced so diligently. How will they confront the demons? Konoha murmured with concern. After all, they are just frail young women. In such circumstances, they must have gone to the pleasure district. Such places require those skills. The old woman speculated. Konoha was taken aback, pondering how one could possibly fight in such a place. Could it be that demons lurk within the pleasure district? The very thought sent a shiver down her spine. The supreme leader of the sect also frequented such establishments, did he not? If there truly were malevolent demons there, would not the leader be in grave peril? Stiffened, Konoha stood frozen in place. What is it, Konoha? The old woman inquired, looking up at her. Granny Mimiko, may I take a day off tomorrow? The old woman found this somewhat peculiar. Yet knowing Konoha to be a composed child who had not rested for days, she consented without further inquiry. Ever since Konoha became aware of the demon's existence, she had refrained from venturing out at night. However, she felt compelled to inform the members of the Paradise sect, including the leader, about the demons and to dissuade him from visiting the pleasure district any longer. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Paradise sect, the head priest was first astonished and then puzzled to see Konoha, who had been missing for quite some time. He was astonished that she was still alive and puzzled as to why, having escaped from the upper moon demon, she would return. Akin to a sheep walking into a tiger's den. Upon her return, the head priest communicated the leader's decree, stating that the leader wished to meet with the arriving followers first, and Konoha would have to wait until he was finished. Konoha was taken aback to discover that meeting the leader after leaving the Paradise sect would be such a cumbersome affair, involving layers of reporting, waiting, relaying messages, and providing feedback. She could have simply walked away, but she could not be the one to spread the news of the demons, for it would surely incite chaos. Moreover, she could not allow everyone to learn that their leader frequented such places, or they would lose trust in the leader they held dear. Konoha waited anxiously in the outer room, pacing back and forth. The sun was setting, and the arriving followers gradually began to leave the temple. Chapter 39, Demons and Fireworks. When she finally met the leader, she was guided by a fellow follower for the first time through the hall, along winding corridors, and past several sliding doors, until she reached the leader's chamber. The grand sanctuary was utterly vacant, adorned with solemnity, save for the leader seated upon the dais, donning a ceremonial lotus crown and a black cloak, exuding an air of solemnity and divine authority. The space below was barren. In her previous visits, she had always adorned the leader's presence with beautiful and fragrant flowers, alleviating her spirits while he listened to grievances. Now, it was devoid of all such comforts. The leader was so near, yet she felt utterly at a loss as to how to approach him. The distance between her and the leader was but a mere 10 paces, yet it felt as if worlds apart. Oh my, is that not our Miss Konoha? He greeted with a bright smile, yet the formality with which he addressed her tugged at her heartstrings. Ah, could it be that you are facing some troubles that you wish to share with me? His tone was akin to a mischievous child who had stumbled upon a secret, leaving Konoha feeling quite unsettled. Of course, for I am ever so gentle, he replied, his voice softening as he regained a youthful, carefree demeanor. Esteemed leader, are you aware that demons exist in this world? Indeed, I am aware, he replied, a golden fan partially obscuring his face, exuding an air of elegance, with a glimmer of rainbow light flashing in his eyes. Then, do all in the Paradise sect know? No, they do not. Thomas stepped down from the dais, his voice low and heavy as storm clouds, scrutinizing this woman. Why not inform them? His alabaster face bore a frown, his delicate brows knitting together in a pained expression. Miss Konoha, they have already endured much hardship, akin to branches bent under the weight of snow. Do you wish to make this horrific news the final flake that breaks them? The intensity of his gaze made Konoha instinctively recoil as night fell. The chill seeped into her heart and shoulders, causing her to tremble. But everyone should know how to protect themselves. You must warn them to be cautious of demons after nightfall. I believe this is of utmost importance. Konoha's gaze dropped and then lifted again, beads of anxious sweat forming on her brow. Very well, Toma replied, as if he had heard a rather mundane answer. The brilliance of his rainbow-hued eyes in the darkness was mesmerizing, shimmering with an otherworldly light that captivated Konoha. Esteemed leader, please do not visit the pleasure district again. I have heard that demons lurk there, and it is perilous. Her tone almost pleaded. He perceived her kindness and would not deny the entreaties of his followers. Very well, he replied softly. With a sigh of relief, Konoha clasped her hands over her heart. You seem quite at ease. Why is that? Because I am afraid of making you angry. The oppressive atmosphere was a memory still vivid in her mind. And so, have you realized your ambition of becoming a geisha? Toma inquired, tilting his head as he examined her. No, how could that be? The leader is quite right. I am indeed unworthy of being a geisha. She smiled gently at Toma. Surprisingly, I did not perish outside. Now that I have returned, let us enjoy a sumptuous meal. This way, you need not toil away outside. Esteemed Toma, I must take my leave now. Thank you for your care. How could that be? She bowed in farewell and took 2 steps away when Toma opened his folding fan, contemplating whether he should act at that moment. Just then, Konoha turned back, grasping one of Toma's hands and placing a dagger within it, her hands enclosing around his, urging him to take heed. Esteemed Toma, take care. Her eyes seemed to convey 1,000 words, yet she had merely uttered one simple phrase. The warmth of her hand retreated, and the dagger felt searing in his palm. Forged from the same material as the Nichiren blade, an unwelcome presence for demons. Ordinary demons held a deep-seated fear of such materials. While it would not prove fatal nor cause enduring harm to an upper moon demon, it would still evoke discomfort. She had entrusted a weapon meant to combat demons to a demon for her own protection. Konoha, are you truly foolish or naive? Toma wondered, lifting his gaze to meet the beautiful, radiant eyes in the darkness that were fixed upon the departing young woman. Konoha, it is dark. Demons will roam. Are you not afraid? A voice called out, halting her steps. Has the esteemed Toma begun to care for his friends? I am delighted to see you like this. But fret not. Inosuke is still waiting for my return. The smile she bore, once endearing to Toma, now filled him with a sense of reluctance. Where are you returning to? Your family has been slaughtered. To the mountains where you often gather flowers. Allow me to escort you back, he offered, his usual gentle smile gracing his lips. No, esteemed Toma, you have already endured much. There is no need for you to worry about me. Did we not agree that we are friends? Yet, such a sense of estrangement. How could it be appropriate for a lady to walk alone at night? With the gentle demeanor of a true gentleman, he offered kind words of reassurance. Moreover, I wish to witness the place where Konoha worked, as it would grant me peace of mind. Konoha blinked, conceding to his request. The two strolled under the moonlight, enveloped in silence, unable to suppress her thoughts. Konoha pondered aloud. Lord Doma, do you not find it burdensome? What do you mean? He replied, his expression one of curiosity. Because Lord Doma has been with the Paradise cult since childhood, always as the leader, it seems you have little personal time to truly enjoy life. You are mistaken. Demons possess ample time, unbound by mortality. It is humans who endure a mere century, filled with suffering. While it is commendable to heal others with a persistent smile, it can also be quite taxing. Thus, when I am not fulfilling my duties as a leader, I allow myself to express my true emotions, without the necessity of a benevolent smile. There is no need to force it. Ah, do I appear pitiable in your eyes? Konoha finally responded. You err again. I am devoid of any emotions. A demon's existence is long, and this is merely a game. There was an unmistakable disconnect. Doma seemed both near and distant. Under the moonlight, his face remained expressionless as he broached an unrelated subject. Why does Konoha wish to work? Because I do not wish to add to the burdens of the esteemed leader, nor do I want to remain perpetually reliant on another. Konoha contemplated for a moment, resolved to voice her innermost thoughts as she gazed intently at Doma. The Paradise cult would welcome your presence. While it is indeed a relaxed environment, having one more follower would only increase the weight on the leader's shoulders. You have already done so much for me, and from the depths of my heart, I desire your happiness. Yet, I observe you indulging in the pleasures of life without finding joy. As your maid and an unworthy friend, I can only watch you sink into despair, helpless to alleviate your burdens, and this fills me with shame. Her tone remained calm and sincere. Thus, I believe it is time for me to become independent, at least to lighten your load. Thankfully, I encountered Mr. Ito, who has offered me a promising job. So you need not worry. Ito, is he the same individual? If so, that is splendid news, Konoha. As they descended the mountain, the lights grew brighter and the crowds thicker, instilling a sense of security. Lord Doma, please remember to cherish yourself. As the teachings advise, do not engage in actions that cause you pain. I hope that one day you can shed the shackles of leadership and rediscover yourself, pursuing what you truly desire, and smile from the heart. Konoha turned back, standing on the steps, her face aglow with a radiant smile. Suddenly, a magnificent firework burst into the sky, illuminating it as bright as day. The unexpected explosion tightened their hearts, and as the fireworks faded, night reclaimed the heavens. Doma's seemingly motionless heart felt as though it had stirred, but he dismissed it as an illusion. After several attempts to dissuade him, Konoha could not persuade Doma to return to the temple. The scent of wisteria made Doma feel slightly nauseous, prompting him to decline Konoha's invitation and head home instead. The wisteria pattern appeared to be a promising lead. Thank you, Konoha. Chapter 40. Ito's Visit. The girls had departed several days prior, and Konoha, with the assistance of Grandma Mimiko, enjoyed a few tranquil days. With her guidance, Konoha, a new mother, became increasingly adept at caring for Inosuke. At 6 months, Inosuke was ready to eat soft foods, which would surely help him grow stronger. She also learned from her grandmother how to create intricate garments for Inosuke. Though she struggled with embroidery, she ultimately decided to abandon it in favor of stitching simple characters onto his clothing. Sumiki Inosuke, bearing her fondest wishes and dreams. Occasionally, passing swordsmen would stop by for respite, each unique, harboring an unwavering hatred and fury towards demons. Yet, they were all gentle souls. Konoha patiently accommodated them, dedicating herself to their care. Many were still children, which tugged at her heartstrings. Young Master Ito also frequented the wisteria house. Yet Konoha continued to shy away from his radiant and sociable demeanor, often feeling a twinge of inferiority and embarrassment in his presence. As he introduced her to a world she knew little about, had she not fortuitously found work here, she might have perished in that unfamiliar realm. What Lord Doma said seemed to hold some truth. After all, the truth can be rather unpalatable. As the weather grew warmer, the midday sun blazed fiercely. Konoha, seizing the opportunity while Inosuke was still asleep, rose early to complete chores, hoping to ease Grandma Mimiko's workload. Mornings were also cooler, allowing her to work without excessive perspiration, so that during the hottest part of the day, they could leisurely sip tea and engage in conversation under the eaves, a truly delightful time of day. Wiping the sweat from her brow with her arm, Konoha sighed contentedly, surveying the yard filled with freshly washed garments. Oh my Konoha, you have risen so early and completed all the work. Indeed, her smile radiated brighter than the morning sun. You are such a kind and diligent child. Konoha gathered the basket for the clothes. Not at all. I know you worry about me tiring myself. What a gentle soul you are. Grandma Mimiko said softly. But do not fret, my back injury has nearly healed. Allow me to prepare breakfast today. How can that be? I should. She was cut off by an irrefutable reason. It's fine. You should check on little Inosuke. If he wakes and cannot see his mother, he will surely cry. Hearing footsteps approach the room, Inosuke slowly opened his eyes, stretching out his little legs and raising his tiny fists high, yawning. After a few stretches, his mother's face appeared in his line of sight, and from that moment, his gaze remained fixed upon her, watching her busily move about, as if she were the sole person in the entire world. Inosuke, my precious little one. Your tiny hands are so adorable, your cheeks soft and plump. Konoha engaged in their daily morning ritual, though it was mostly one-sided. She would cradle Inosuke in her arms, nuzzle against him, and shower him with kisses, which he did not reject, but rather responded with joyous laughter. Konoha hummed a lullaby as she dressed Inosuke in his charming little clothes, tidied the bedding, and quickly groomed herself before capturing the wiggling Inosuke on the small mat. Oh, it smells delightful, Konoha exclaimed as she approached the kitchen, already catching the sweet aroma. Grandma Mimiko, what have you cooked? It smells heavenly. Konoha lifted the curtain, peeking in with her fair face. Look, Grandma lifted the lid of the pot, and a cloud of steam wafted towards her, carrying a fragrant aroma. Among the pink rice lay many plump white beans, each perfectly formed, red bean rice. Konoha had rarely tasted red bean rice, the only time being when she was 16. Delicious. Konoha incessantly praised the exquisite meal. As Mimiko squinted her eyes, she observed the child before her, who was heartily indulging in red bean rice while incessantly showering praises, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Inosuke, filled with curiosity, gingerly touched the table and sat beside her, watching his peculiar mother with intrigue. The morning sun gradually crept through the fence surrounding the yard, and the wisteria house overflowed with a sweet aroma of happiness. Konoha had become much more cheerful since her arrival, her smile blossoming beautifully. It was hard to imagine what she had been like before. While tidying up the dishes after their meal, Konoha was suddenly interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. Assuming it was a guest, she eagerly opened the door, only to find a familiar silhouette. It was Mr. Ito. Konoha placed the freshly brewed tea in front of her grandmother and Mr. Ito. Yet she refrained from pouring herself a cup, instinctively retreating from their conversation to play with Inasuk beneath the eaves not far away. Today, the young master must be quite busy, considering the impending Obon festival. Grandma picked up a cup of tea and savored it slowly. Mr. Ito's handsome face broke into a smile. Ah, truly a senior of the Ito family. More familiar with the family matters than I am. Mamiko let out a gentle sigh. Deciding to be straightforward, young master, you must be here for another reason. You rarely visit without purpose. His frequent visits had become quite apparent. The thoughts of the young were easily decipherable, even for this somewhat astute master. Watching the smiling Mr. Ito, Mamiko silently criticized him for being as cunning as the head of the family, never speaking directly. All right, I understand. On such a lively day as Obon, Kodoha need not remain here with an old woman like me. Let her assist the young master. With that, she rose, preparing to summon Kodoha. Kodoha, over here. Grandma waved her hand, beckoning Kodoha closer. Kodoha, bewildered, stepped forward. She was accustomed to following orders and had never been granted the autonomy to participate in decision-making. Little Kodoha, with the Obon festival approaching, they are short-handed over there. It will be quite busy, and I would like you to help Mr. Ito. What do you think? She was merely an employee, and any assignments given to her were expected to be accepted without question. To be respected and valued in such a manner was a novel experience for her. Without a moment's hesitation, she acquiesced, but soon after, she pondered her decision. What about Inasuk? Can I bring him along? Leave Inasuk to me. I will stay in the wisteria house. There have been no guests lately, and I am quite free. Let Inasuk stay with me to alleviate my boredom. Kodoha had great trust in Mamiko, whenever she was unavailable or inconvenient. It was always Mamiko who took care of Inasuk, often with more diligence than his own mother. She felt assured leaving him in her care. Indeed, she was fortunate to have assistance wherever she went. First, it was Grandma Keed from the temple, and now it was Mamiko. Surely, it was a blessing from Inasuk. Yet, she felt a pang of guilt at the thought of burdening Mamiko. Her expression truly reflected her concern for an elderly person, fully aware of the challenges of child-rearing. It's all right. Don't worry. If any issues arise, I will contact the young master. Seeing the reassuring nod from Mamiko and Mr. Ito, Kodoha finally relaxed. Chapter 41. The Obon Festival. Kodoha followed Mr. Ito, who was donned in the most formal of ceremonial attire, a dignified black haori over a matching kimono, with gray and white striped hakama, and a white, fluffy haori knot at his waist. It seemed as though she had always trailed behind a dark figure. A sensation of déjà vu washed over her, as the tasks she performed felt strikingly similar. However, she had never seen that adept individual in such formal kimono. While the trousers were indeed traditional striped hakama, the upper garment appeared quite casual. The mere thought of the leader dressing formally one day struck her as utterly amusing, and she couldn't suppress a laugh. Noticing the subtle gaze from the person ahead, Kodoha covered her face. I'm sorry. A quiet voice slipped through her fingers. Miss Kodoha, are you familiar with the Obon festival? Mr. Ito inquired, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his eyes nearly hidden. Yet a prominent beauty mark at the corner of his eye stood out vividly. Yes. My hometown also celebrates it, though I've seldom witnessed it. The burdens of life had kept her from partaking in such festivities. These lively celebrations belonged to those fortunate enough to lead blissful lives. Yet, she thought, Inasuk would participate in the future. The Obon Festival occurs annually on the 15th of July, also known as the Mid-Obon Festival, and in some regions colloquially referred to as Ghost Festival or Festival of the Dead. It seemed that someone once imparted a wealth of knowledge about these traditions to her, evoking a sense of familiarity. Mr. Ito, noticing her attentive demeanor, continued, in the Buddhist rituals of India, practitioners hold ceremonies to honor their ancestors. The Obon Festival, as detailed in the Ulambana Sutra, aims to encourage filial piety among Buddhist disciples, resonating with the Chinese custom of honoring deceased ancestors. The tale of Mokuren rescuing his mother from the realm of hungry ghosts is widely circulated. Mokuren, a powerful monk, found his mother suffering in the realm of hungry ghosts, where food turned to flames upon entry, causing her immense suffering. Unable to save her, Mokuren sought guidance from the Buddha, who instructed him to perform the Ulambana ceremony on the 15th day of the 7th month to liberate his mother. The Chinese began observing this custom from the Liang dynasty, which subsequently evolved into the Zhongyuan festival. It was introduced to Japan during the Asuka period from the Chinese Sui and Tang dynasties. Over time, in addition to offering food to monks, activities such as purification rites and fireworks were added. However, the rituals vary across regions, all aimed at honoring ancestors. The timing of the celebrations also differs, generally occurring between the 13th and 15th of July or August, where the spirits of ancestors are welcomed back before being sent back to the other world on the final day. Is there truly another world? Will we meet those who have passed? Kodoha's question caught Mr. Ito off guard, and he merely chuckled as he patted her shoulder. Following Mr. Ito, Kodoha arrived at a bustling street adorned with countless lanterns, resembling a radiant wall illuminating the path, as if every pore of the people could be seen. Ahead stood a grand shrine, its imposing structure and eaves bedecked with rows of lanterns. Mr. Ito approached the center of the shrine, lifted a ceremonial fan, and bowed before the deity and the surroundings, then handed the fan to the leading shrine maiden, signaling Kodoha to present a tray beside her, containing the sacred bells used during the shrine maiden's dance, exquisitely crafted with 7 golden bells tied with red ribbons, embodying a sense of sanctity and elegance. Mr. Ito distributed the bells in sequence and led Kodoha down from the stage. The music commenced, and the shrine maidens began to perform a graceful Kagura dance. In no time, a growing crowd gathered, all there to witness this auspicious performance. For Kodoha, this was her first close encounter with the Kagura dance, leaving her in awe. Reluctant to interrupt the scene, Mr. Ito signaled for Kodoha to leave. He had other matters to attend to, despite having already postponed many tasks for this event. It was essential for him to inaugurate this ceremony, or else the Obon festival could not commence. The magnitude of the experience was beyond mere words for Kodoha. Before her stood a grand yatsuhashi, towering as high as a 3-story building, resplendent in colors, each layer adorned with unique patterns and decorations. Festooned with lanterns and figures clad in splendid attire, their expressions solemn. The second tier exhibited an array of drums, while a man with a floral headband exuded a piercing gaze. Kodoha, alongside the crowd, performed the bowing ceremony in sync with Mr. Ito, presenting him with a pair of drumsticks, which he struck with elegance and vigor, producing rhythms Kodoha had never before encountered. The drum ceased its rhythmic beating, and a group of 4 or 5 individuals promptly lifted it aside. The elder atop the ornate float began to strike the drum vigorously, the sound resonating throughout the entire street. The float, adorned with 2 colossal wheels, was moved by a dozen people, 2 at the front pulled with ropes, while 4 others steadied the wheels with wooden props, and additional individuals assisted from the sides. Thus, the float traversed the street amidst a vibrant throng, keeping time with the drum beats and music, heralding the commencement of the festival. The attendees donned traditional kimonos, while various stalls lined the streets, including numerous mask vendors. Many individuals paraded along the road, wearing an array of masks, evoking a surreal impression of deities wandering amongst mortals. This was Kodoha's first experience participating in such a grand ceremony, adorned in splendid attire. Had she not been on duty, she would have eagerly brought Inosuke along to witness this magnificent event. Mr. Ito, what shall we do next? She inquired, determined to remain diligent, knowing that her hard work was the only way to repay the benevolence of the illustrious Ito, who had introduced her to the wider world. Her eyes, narrowed into delicate slits, exuded a certain allure, despite being those of a man. Then, dear Kodoha, let us together celebrate the Obon festival, he exclaimed, one eye opened, brandishing a piece of apple candy shaped like a crimson rosebud. As Kodoha gazed down at this intriguing confection, Ito waved dismissively at the attendants trailing behind them, signaling them to make their swift exit. It was likely that Kodoha was unaware of the cunning figure before her, who commanded the festival and the shrine. Accompanied by a multitude of subordinates, Ito placed the apple candy into Kodoha's hand and sauntered leisurely ahead, allowing her to behold the true splendor of the sanctuary. The lights sparkled in her pure, innocent eyes, radiating brilliance, and her smile was more fervent than the sunlit street itself. The aroma of fried noodles wafted through the air, accompanied by the sizzling sounds and the proprietor's enthusiastic calls to customers. Soon a queue formed, comprising 4 or 5 eager patrons, indicating that the food was indeed delectable. Beside them was a takoyaki stall, run by a young couple clad in blue kimonos. The husband, wearing a headscarf, deftly flipped the small octopus balls, which seemed to leap with life under his touch, while the wife cheerfully greeted customers, packaging the delicious morsels into paper boxes with seamless coordination, an endearing couple indeed. Classic attractions such as shooting games and goldfish scooping were present, both of which Kodoha had never tried. She paused curiously to observe, deriving vicarious enjoyment from the spectacle. A young man in frustration hurled a paper spoon to the ground, vowing to try again, while a blushing girl attempted to pull him away. Their standoff drew the attention of onlookers, and upon realizing they were the subject of amusement, the boy complied and followed the girl, much to the delight of the surrounding crowd. Kodoha too was enchanted by the laughter that filled the air. Chapter 42. Obon Festival, with her eyes curving into delightful crescents. Ito took Kodoha's hand, slipping several spoons into her palm. She blinked in confusion, unsure of what was transpiring. Come now, little Kodoha, catch a few fish for me, he urged, his radiant smile exuding an air of nobility that distinguished him from the ordinary folk creating a subtle barrier that kept the crowd at bay. In contrast, Konoha, despite her opulent garb, possessed an inviting demeanor, her pure and striking beauty compelling others to steal glances. The fish were slippery, evading capture just as she was about to grasp them, sending splashes of water flying and eliciting peals of laughter from her lips. Ito supported her from behind, steadying her as they both reveled in a shared happiness. The striking pair of handsome youth and beautiful maiden naturally drew attention, their exuberant smiles captivating those around them. Lost in the game, Konoha remained oblivious to the gazes of the crowd. A plain mask was donned by a tall man dressed in a black kimono with crimson edges, his white hair making him stand out even in a sea of ordinary masks. Alas, I didn't catch a single one. What a waste of so many chances. Konoha sighed in disappointment. It's quite all right, quite all right, Ito consoled with a smile, initially intending to pat her back in comfort, only to realize that such a gesture might be inappropriate, leaving his hand suspended awkwardly in the air. Sensing the peculiar stares from those around them, he raised a finger, exclaiming, next, let us try our hand at shooting. There are prizes for those who hit the target. No, you should go, Mr. Ito. I truly am not skilled at that, she protested, waving her hands in refusal. Come on, Ito persisted, extending his hand invitingly. I really can't do it at all. Konoha leaned back in defiance. Unexpectedly, she bumped into a passerby, causing a minor stir among a pair of young lovers in the crowd, reminiscent of the earlier couple at the goldfish stall. While apologizing to the person she had collided with, she found her hand already clasped by Ito. Konoha was gently nudged onto the shooting platform. Utterly unsure of how to proceed, her knees fidgeting nervously, Ito stepped behind her, one hand steadying her left arm while the other guided her hand to grip the trigger. All right, aim for the center, stay steady, and shoot. His voice was soothing and calm, yet the proximity made her cheeks flush with shyness, a distinctly feminine embarrassment. Many had faltered before the proprietor, unwilling to leave in defeat, lingering to witness if anyone could truly succeed, curious to see if the proprietor had tampered with the guns. The sight of the young couple was unexpectedly pleasing to the eye, and the onlookers were eager for the spectacle. Konoha could hear her own breathing, tension mounting as she aimed, pulled the trigger, and bang, the shot rang out, resulting in failure, as anticipated. She turned to Ito with a pout, her expression sorrowful. Yet he maintained his warm, unflappable smile. One more time. Once again, he guided her through the motions, his warm breath brushing against her neck, causing her to feel both pressure and shyness. It was evident she was ill-equipped to interact with someone of his caliber. Her body felt rigid, resistant to her commands, and she contemplated surrendering, yet Ito's steady hand restrained her. Noticing a hint of blush on her cheeks, a sly smile crept across his face. If a fox mask had been nearby, it would have paled in comparison to the mischief in his expression, accentuated by the beauty mark at the corner of his eye. Konoha adjusted her stance, striving to calm her chaotic thoughts, taking a deep breath before attempting once more. Of course, she failed again. Yet, she did not feel disheartened. I'm not a good student. Mr. Ito, why don't you show off your skills instead? Her sunny smile was irresistible. This was a good student indeed. Fully grasping his relentless encouragement, Ito accepted the gun, his movements graceful as he took aim with a single hand. Congratulations, sir, the proprietor exclaimed. The crowd erupted in applause, finally rewarded for their wait. Konoha stood transfixed, marveling at his prowess. How impressive, so remarkable, she gushed, her admiration akin to that of an adoring younger sibling. Oh, Mr. Ito, look, how beautiful. Konoha pointed to a fluffy, colorful confection resembling a cloud, which she had never seen before and could not name, her eyes sparkling with wonder. This is called cotton candy, he explained, purchasing the largest and most exquisite piece to present to her. No, that is not what I meant. I only wanted to know its name. The girl beside them observed the scene, resembling a dashing gentleman presenting flowers to his beloved lady. Her delight, initially concealed behind a hand, transformed into an unabashed interjection. Dear lady, do accept his affections, her countenance betraying an uncontainable joy. Realizing she was under scrutiny, Konoha felt a twinge of embarrassment at the prospect of putting Ito in an awkward position. Thus she hastily accepted and prepared to depart. She had intended to clarify their relationship to the onlookers, but was abruptly halted by Ito's arm, which encircled her and whisked her away. In a charming gesture, Ito winked at the girls who had cheered him on, igniting a wave of excitement, while the instigator of this commotion sauntered away, embracing beauty with an effortless smile. Due to its sheer size and striking appearance, their cotton candy attracted numerous gazes from the crowd, prompting Konoha to consume it hastily. As she devoured the confection, her movements appeared somewhat chaotic, her tongue inadvertently tidying the remnants around her lips. Ito extended his finger to wipe away a smudge that marred her beauty, only to feel her tongue brush against him inadvertently. Even the worldly wise Ito felt a flutter in his heart, a fleeting blush gracing his handsome visage. With her face now pristine, Konoha beamed at Ito, her smile outshining even the most brilliant fireworks. Tomioka watched the unfolding scene from amidst the throng, arms crossed, his index finger tapping rhythmically. How should one interpret this discontent? Is it termed anger or wrath by humanity? How could a child of the divine experience such emotions? He forced a composed smile. The couple before him shared hearty laughter, their joy illuminating the street. Tomioka felt a pang of unhappiness. He resolved to perform good deeds to alleviate this vexing sentiment. Tomorrow, the streets would surely echo with tales of a gruesome murder. Would the festivities still be filled with such exuberance? As midnight approached, the riverside fireworks erupted splendidly, drawing a throng of spectators. Chapter 43, The Handsome Demon. Tomioka removed his mask and carelessly discarded it, instantly becoming the center of attention in the crowd. He exuded grace and charm, tall and striking, his features handsome, adorned with a gentle, warm smile that captivated both men and women alike, igniting whispers of admiration. Look at him. Who is he? Someone go speak to him. The girls murmured excitedly, their voices barely contained, yet Tomioka heard every word clearly. He stepped forward, retrieving a handbag that had slipped from one of the girls. Unnoticed in her astonishment. My dear lady, is this yours? Please take care of your belongings, he said in a calm and soothing tone, his carefree smile melting the hearts of the onlookers. Oh yes, it is mine. Thank you. The girl's cheeks flushed deeper than the apple candy in her hand, while the others behind her were in a flurry of excitement. As he turned to leave, a thought struck him. If you lovely and charming ladies would indulge me, might I accompany you for a stroll through this festival? It's such a rare occasion, and I find myself rather lonely. His invitation was akin to a sunlit boy cautiously courting his beloved, tinged with a hint of endearing lament. Thus, an unusual spectacle emerged amidst the bustling market. A cluster of young women encircling a tall, handsome man, a sight both striking and attention-grabbing. The fireworks had ceased, and it was now midnight. The crowd remained, as the Obon festival would continue for 3 nights, with revelers celebrating late into the night. Konoha, wary of delaying Ito's duties, after all, she was ostensibly there to keep him company during the festival. Yet it felt more like she was the one being cared for, felt a pang of guilt. Is something the matter, Konoha? Ito inquired, noticing her momentary distraction. It's nothing. Just a familiar feeling and scent. A sensation she could not quite articulate, as the air was infused with a melange of aromas. She could no longer discern whether it was the metallic tang of blood or the chill of the night air that stirred her sense of familiarity. Unbeknownst to Konoha, it was not mere illusion. A strikingly handsome demon lurked in the alley she had just traversed, surrounded by pools of blood and stark white bones. Konoha insisted on returning to the wisteria flower house to see Inosuke, having not laid eyes on him or Grandma Mamiko for several days. Having spent the last few days by Ito's side, after a day filled with joy at the festival, she felt an overwhelming guilt for indulging in happiness away from her loved ones. She needed to ensure they were well. Ito smiled as he watched Konoha bid him farewell and enter the wisteria flower house. What excuse would suffice to invite her out next time? Konoha truly was rather oblivious. Did she truly understand the nuances of romantic relationships? Had she ever been married? Doubts flickered in Ito's mind. This girl was as innocent as a child. Thankfully, the festival still had 2 days remaining. Grandma Mamiko, Inosuke, I'm back, she called out, much like a child rushing home to share her joy. Mamiko had already fallen asleep with Inosuke in her arms, but Konoha's cheerful voice roused her. She glanced at Inosuke, who was sleeping soundly, and quietly stepped out. Konoha was already shedding her shoes under the eaves, clad in a delicate yellow kimono, her hair elegantly styled, exuding a gentle, radiant charm. Ah, Konoha, has the festival concluded? Not yet, Grandma. I missed you both so much that I had to come back for a visit. Just 2 more days, and I'll be back for good. You've worked hard, dear, Mamiko expressed with a warm embrace, conveying Konoha's gratitude. You are the one who has worked tirelessly. Inosuke is already asleep. Would you like to see him? As Konoha opened the door, she was greeted by a pair of bright, round green eyes blinking back at her, as if sensing her return. Oh, Inosuke, you're awake. You must have sensed that Mama is back, Mamiko said gently. Fully awake. They gathered in the hall where Konoha presented gifts from the market. For Mamiko, she had chosen a beautiful peachwood comb, intricately engraved with exquisite flowers, elegant enough to serve as a decorative piece in her hair. For Inosuke, she had procured a bamboo dragonfly and a wooden top, which he cherished dearly. As for Granny Keed and the Master, Konoha had not forgotten them, though she worried about taking too long at the festival and thus returned hastily. Morning birds chirped a melodious tune as the dawn sun stealthily peeked through the window. Having grown accustomed to early rising, Konoha busied herself with chores and even prepared breakfast. Finally, she awaited the arrival of her escort, though she could have gone on her own. It felt somewhat excessive for a mere employee to warrant such attention. And she felt embarrassed. She decided to endure just 2 more days until the festival concluded. It was the second day of the festival, and the routine mirrored that of the previous day. Konoha had grown less anxious. Once the festivities concluded, it would be her time to explore. She longed to wander leisurely. It would be even better if she could bring Inosuke along, but no. If he came, she would only be preoccupied with taking care of him. Ito-san, thank you for your hard work. If you have no other plans, may I wander through the festival a bit before returning? Ito readily agreed, leading the way for Konoha, though he seemed oblivious to her desire to explore the festival alone. I know you're quite busy and have a lot on your plate, but I can manage on my own. I assure you, it's no trouble. Oh dear, Miss Konoha, are you trying to send me away? How heartbreaking. His expression shifted rapidly, feigning a sorrowful demeanor as though he might weep. No, I am merely concerned about taking up your time. For your time is far more valuable than that of someone like me. Qingzhou. My name is Qingzhou, so you may simply call me that. Yet, I find myself unable to utter your name. After all, you are my employer, and I must show the utmost respect. No. I cannot bring myself to do it. You are my superior. How could I appear in such an awkward manner? You are being overly serious. Qingyi, after all, I have called you by your name too. But, quickly, let me hear it. The expectant gaze and drawing closer compelled Qingyi to comply. Mr. Kinkingzu, my face is nearly puffing up from holding it in. Yes, that sounds quite delightful. Shall we continue our stroll today? I have yet to satisfy my curiosity. Qingyi, intrigued, pondered whether Mr. Ito, who seemed to embody the essence of nobility, had ever truly enjoyed the festivities. Chapter 44, Selecting Gifts. The festivities tonight were more animated than the previous evening, with an even greater throng of attendees. The unsettling rumors from a certain street corner had not dampened the celebratory spirit, which remained undiminished. Qingyi approached a stall adorned with women's accessories, examining the wares intently, her chin resting in contemplation as she touched this and gazed at that. Observing her indecision, Ito kindly suggested, "Why not purchase everything you've looked at?" Qingyi gasped, her eyes widening at the sight of this distinguished young master. No. I do not desire all of this. I merely wish to present a gift to an elderly woman who once cared for both me and Inosuke. Thanks to her, I am able to work here. She picked up a wooden fan, crafted from exquisite wood and adorned with elegant carvings, a true masterpiece. She had previously seen a lady at the Flower Street wielding a fan with such grace. Surely, if Granny Maple could once again take up a fan to dance, it would bring her immense joy. In the sweltering summer heat, it could also serve to cool her. With the beautifully wrapped box cradled in her arms, Qingyi continued her delightful exploration. If she were to receive a gift directly from Ito, she would likely refuse it. Thus he had generously compensated her with a salary several times greater than the norm. Granny Mamiko also advised her, explaining that the expenses in town were equally significant, which provided her with the confidence to partake in the festive celebration. Mr. Ito, what should little Qingyi call you? Realizing her slip of tongue, Qingyi quickly corrected herself. Mr. Qingzhou, what would be an appropriate gift for a man? This question left even the astute Ito momentarily at a loss. Yet he keenly sensed her unease. A man? Did she possess any close male friends? What kind of man was her husband? What was their relationship? Without this knowledge, he could not provide accurate guidance. Well, he is a distinguished gentleman who once sheltered me. I served as his attendant, and he graciously took in both me and Inosuke. Naturally, I wish to repay his kindness now that I am able. I fear I may not do well enough to meet his expectations. A reassuring answer. Does Qingyi know what this gentleman enjoys? Qingyi pondered intently. It seems he is rather indifferent to most things. There appears to be nothing he particularly favors. Wealth and status? He lacks for nothing. Surely, my humble offering would hold little value in his eyes. Upon observing Qingyi's expression, Ito surmised the answer. He gently placed his hand atop her head and stated earnestly, "Qingyi, as long as it is a sincere gift, that is all that matters. You need not overthink it. Simply consider how to express your gratitude." Qingyi nodded in agreement. The vibrant marketplace was bustling with activity, offering a plethora of goods. Suddenly, a refreshing scent wafted through the air, prompting Qingyi to look around and discover a large sake stall, featuring an array of bottles in varying sizes, likely showcasing different varieties of sake. She recalled that the gentleman sometimes bore a faint scent of alcohol, and even his bedding carried a subtle aroma of sake. Yet, she had never witnessed him drinking, not even during their time at the Flower Street. Did he drink in solitude? Sake is indeed a fine gift for a man. What do you think, Mr. Ito? Indeed, that is a splendid idea. It is said that good sake is worth its weight in gold. Oh, but I am not knowledgeable in this regard. Might I trouble you, Mr. Qingzhou, to assist me in selecting one? Her eyes sparkled with genuine sincerity. Not a problem. Mr. Ito's eyes narrowed with determination as he approached the stall, waving his hand to waft the fragrant aroma toward his nose. He quickly halted before a particular jar and offered a small cup to Chinyi. She took a whiff, detecting a delicate fragrance, the color clear, with hints of melon and mango, certainly befitting someone with a youthful spirit. Ito then presented her with the cup, as if inviting her to savor a taste. Though she hesitated, fearing that a poor selection might lead to disappointment, she resolved to take a sip of the clear sake. The rich flavor lingered on her palate, its sweetness delightful and unforgettable. She began to understand why men were so enamored with this beverage. The day's festivities were indeed enjoyable, as Mr. Ito treated her to various delicacies she had never tasted before, leaving her pleasantly full on her return, her abdomen pleasantly bloated. Upon awakening, the sun was already high in the sky, and Chinyi realized with alarm that it was the final day of the Obon festival, which should be quite busy. How could she have awakened at this hour, especially when she had returned to the flower shop? In a flurry, she hastened to prepare, relieved to hear from Granny Mimiko that her ride had yet to arrive. How slow. Usually, they would come swiftly. Chinyi stood beneath the eaves, watching Inosuke scuttle about, her mind preoccupied with work. Before long, a servant arrived at the flower shop to inform Chinyi that she could take the day off, as Mr. Ito had pressing matters to attend to. The weight on her heart was finally lifted. This meant she could enjoy a well-deserved respite. She lay down on the tatami mat, suddenly struck with the notion that she could take Inosuke and Granny Mimiko for a stroll through the marketplace. She often wandered alone, which left her with a lingering sense of guilt. Unfortunately, Granny Mimiko expressed her reluctance to join the crowd due to her age and difficulty moving in bustling areas. Thus, it was ultimately just Chinyi and Inosuke who ventured forth. Inosuke was utterly fascinated by the bright lights surrounding them, his mouth agape and drool escaping, prompting Chinyi to chuckle and wipe his face clean. This was likely Inosuke's first encounter with the Obon festival. Is it not wondrous and magnificent? At that moment, a grand procession passed by, dignified and imposing, adorned with lanterns and embellished with vibrant decorations, as if it had emerged from another realm entirely. Distinct from the mundane world they inhabited, drummers and singers accompanied the float, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Suddenly, an explosion echoed from another direction. An earthquake? Or something else? Panic surged within Chinyi as she feared that bringing Inosuke out alone might lead to unforeseen dangers. She glanced toward the source of the sound, realizing it originated near the flower street, where a throng of people appeared to be fleeing. Instinctively, she clutched Inosuke and dashed towards the flower shop, relieved to find she had not ventured far enough to enter the festival market. Mimiko, please open the door. It's me, Chinyi. She knocked urgently. The door opened swiftly, only to be shut again in haste. What is the matter, Chinyi? Why are you in such a rush? Did you not take Inosuke to see the Obon festival? Breathless, Chinyi struggled to respond, instead handing her a cup of tea. What has happened? Kaneo set down her teacup, dabbing at the moisture at the corner of her mouth. There has been an incident in the flower district. She took a deep breath. Explosions echoed from that direction, and many people were rushing out. Mimiko's complexion shifted from red to pale. Kaneo sensed an impending danger. As though something of great significance was at stake, she felt compelled to investigate. Mr. Saikawa hasn't arrived today. Could he be at one of the establishments in the flower district? Kaneo voiced her concern. I am uncertain of the young master's whereabouts, but it appears they have been active in the flower district lately. I received notification to prepare for something a month ago. A month ago? Wasn't that when that group of beautiful girls arrived? Kaneo pondered. The skills they were trained in are undoubtedly those of the courtesans from the flower district. Could it be that those girls are truly in the flower district? Is the operation referring to them? Kaneo dared not imagine the peril that awaited those girls. There are demons in the flower district, she murmured, trembling as she articulated her fears. The elder did not respond. She understood that Kaneo's suspicions were alarmingly close to the truth. She and Inosuke were safe in the wisteria house, surrounded by the hated wisteria flowers. But what of Mr. Saikawa and those girls? Perhaps they were currently facing life and death situations, likely at risk of being claimed by demons. Action was imperative. She resolved to venture into the flower district to ascertain the safety of everyone. Even if her efforts might prove futile, she could still assist those injured by the blasts. Elder, Kaneo's gaze was resolute. Mimiko seemed to fathom her intentions. She was a strong child who could not remain passive when people she cherished were in danger. I understand. I will look after Inosuke. You must return quickly and take this. Mimiko stood and handed Kaneo a pouch, imbued with the rich fragrance of wisteria. Inside were wisteria flowers, and the fabric was woven from the fibers of wisteria bark, having been soaked in wisteria juice, serving as a natural talisman against demons. Do not lose it. Wear it tonight, as demons fear this, she urged, patting Kaneo's hand with a sense of urgency. Chapter 45, The Descent of the Divine. Kaneo had anticipated that today would mirror the joyous and celebratory atmosphere of the previous 2 days of the memorial. But the tranquil existence they had enjoyed turned out to be fleeting. Their world was perilously fraught with danger. She had donned the kimono given to her by Mr. Saikawa, styled her hair into a gentle bun adorned with the hairpin he had secretly placed upon her head that day, eagerly awaiting a day of beauty. Why is happiness always so ephemeral? She lamented. Mr. Saikawa, Tsukimi, everyone, you must be safe. Kaneo dashed toward the crowd, defying the current like a resolute fish swimming upstream. The path was arduous. Her shoes had been jostled off, but she paid it no mind, seeking any available space among the throng. Her garments were disheveled, and her bun threatened to unravel. Were it not for her pristine and fair visage, one might have mistaken her for a vagabond. Approaching the entrance, she could already see the characters Yukako looming ahead. Hope sparked in her azure eyes. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged from an unknown source, crashing upon her like a tidal wave. She stumbled and fell into the crowd, a precarious situation where she could be trampled at any moment. Yet, there was no room to rise. Darkness enveloped her, leaving no glimmer of light in sight, and the cacophony of shouts and roars filled the air, an oppressive tide advancing upon her. I will die, she thought, as countless legs bore down on her. In panic, Kaneo raised her arms to shield her head. The anticipated trampling did not occur, and she opened her eyes. A figure draped in a black robe, tall and imposing, with white hair that obscured the moonlight, stood before her. Her deity had descended once more. For the 3rd time, Doma turned, exuding a regal arrogance as he surveyed the throngs below. Kaneo, backlit by the glow, could not discern his expression, but his frigid voice cut through the din. Kaneo, you always appear so flustered when we meet. Indeed, each encounter with him left her in disarray. Tears streamed down her face. She bolted toward this familiar figure. How wonderful. It is such a relief that the master is unharmed. To think she would utter such words was a surprise to her. Was this what it felt like to be embraced by another human? Soft, warm, as if her heart were unfurling. Kaneo was oblivious to the fact that her tears had dampened the man's garments, leaving dark stains. Master, you must return quickly. It is perilous here. Hurry. Her anxious demeanor resembled that of someone fearing a fire in a sanctuary. Doma chuckled. It is indeed dangerous. But Kaneo, what brings you here? Are we not leaving together? I wanted to confirm the safety of those I know. Who? His tone was as cold as a god's. Mr. Saikawa, Miss Tsukimi, and everyone. Her brow furrowed, eyes brimming with concern, tears welling in her gaze. Aside from the first, I know not the others, nor have I heard of them. There are no casualties at present, so Kaneo need not fret. They must have already evacuated. He spoke truthfully. The metallic scent of blood lingered faintly in the air. The battle had only just commenced. Is that true? How does the master know? Kaneo felt a surge of gratitude for his comforting words, yet her desire to confirm their safety remained. She glanced ahead. The streets were nearly deserted. The signs of life all but vanished. Suddenly, a swath of buildings collapsed into ruin. Was this the might of humanity or the power of demons? Kaneo stared in disbelief at the horrifying scene before her, overwhelmed by terror. She felt as if she might collapse, realizing how minuscule and powerless humanity was in the face of the unknown. If you wish to perish within, then do so. His frigid words snapped Kaneo back to her senses. She anxiously craned her neck, waiting for the last person to emerge. Once she saw no one else, she abandoned the thought of entering. Perhaps silence was the best news. She could return and await word from Mr. Saikawa and the others. Master Doma, let us return together. It is too dangerous here. She grasped his icy hand, intent on navigating the crowd. As they reached a well-lit area, the expressions of the people relaxed considerably. Many seemed to be lost in the melodies and dances of the Obon festival, blissfully unaware of the lurking demons in the shadows. The journey was somewhat silent, with many assuming they were a pair of star-crossed lovers. Kaneo noticed the unusual glances and hastily released his cool hand, now warmed by her touch. Master Doma, do you still harbor any grievances? Why venture to the flower district? She recalled his earlier warning about demons there, yet he seemed unfazed. You are mistaken. Only joy would compel one to that place. You simply do not understand men. Kaneo struggled to comprehend Doma's words. Perhaps she was foolish, forever unable to grasp the thoughts of her master. Regardless, she fervently wished for his well-being. Unbeknownst to her, her tone had grown cold and somber. After a while, they exited the flower district. Master Doma, please return swiftly. The road is fraught with danger. Take this. Kaneo searched frantically, but her pouch of wisteria flowers had vanished without a trace. With a soft sigh, she gazed at the tall figure before her, exuding a carefree and nonchalant demeanor that only heightened her anxiety. Master Doma, it is truly perilous. Did you bring a dagger for protection? Doma waved his fan. embodying the charm of a dashing young noble. Kaneo grew increasingly anxious. The trails on the mountain were seldom traveled, and demons favored nocturnal pursuits. This esteemed gentleman exhibited no sense of urgency, despite being the son of a god, merely an untested young master, blissfully unaware of the looming threats. Qin Yi gently placed the ornate hairpin, which had been nestled in her loose bun, into Tong Mo's palm, imploring him softly, "Please return." Her gaze was earnest, reminiscent of a caretaker soothing a child. As she took a few steps back, her inky hair cascaded like a waterfall, carrying with it a faint scent of wisteria, which Tong Mo found rather unappealing. "Farewell, esteemed lord. I have pressing matters to attend to and must take my leave. I shall visit you again another day. And I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance." With a deep bow, she flicked her glossy hair and vanished into the throng. Pressing matters? Tong Mo stared at the silver hairpin in his hand, sensing the lingering essence of a living being, which he found displeasing. Clenching it in his palm, he carelessly flicked it aside, twisting the delicate ornament into a twisted mass. His strength was beyond that of an ordinary person, contrary to the delicate young Master Qin Yi perceived him to be. At the flower shop, "Granny, do you have any news about Mr. Qingzhou?" Upon witnessing Qin Ye's disheveled appearance, her clothes loose and untidy, Mamiko felt a pang of sympathy, grasping her hand and hurriedly relaying the information she had received. "Wonderful news. Mr. Qingzhou is safe. Fortunately, he was ensnared by other matters. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. And what of the girls from the moon viewing gathering? How are they faring?" "They have been assigned to a more distant flower shop and departed overnight. Do not worry." Qin Ye's heart finally settled, and she slumped with relief, hugging Inasuk and swaying back and forth. Splendid. Inasuk, as though embracing him could provide her peace of mind. Chapter 46, An Audience. Early in the morning, she explained to Mamiko her desire to venture out, to deliver gifts to those who had once cared for her, while also reiterating the peril posed by demons. With unwavering determination, she sought to persuade the stubborn adult. Carrying Inasuk on her back, she sang folk songs and chased butterflies, meandering leisurely, unaware of how time flew by. Her first destination was Granny Feng's abode, for she had felt embarrassed to disturb the Lord's schedule after waiting so long during her last visit. She planned to return around noon, a time when the Lord usually took a brief respite. After Qin Yi departed, Granny Feng's days became markedly quieter. Aside from her daily chores, she was often alone, devoid of conversation. Without children or kin, she profoundly felt the desolation and solitude of old age. Upon hearing a familiar voice, she initially thought it a figment of her imagination, but to her surprise, it was indeed Qin Yi. She rushed forward, grasping Qin Yi and Inasuk. Qin Yi, taken aback, realized the elderly woman's loneliness and gently patted Granny Feng's back. Under the clear blue sky, with a gentle breeze swirling about, the Gile Temple exuded an aura of tranquility. As Qin Yi sat in Granny Feng's room, the moment the latter laid eyes upon the fan, tears nearly brimmed in her eyes, sparkling within her gaze. It had been ages since she had seen such a beautiful fan. More importantly, Qin Yi had returned. "Do not be sad, Granny Feng. I shall frequently bring Inasuk to visit you, as long as the Lord permits me to come." "Thank you, Qin Yi. You are the only one who still remembers this old woman. How is your health, Granny? And the Lord?" Granny Feng smiled. "I am well, and shall not trouble Gile Temple for the time being." "The Lord?" Granny Feng looked up at the vast sky. "He appears as he always does. Except he is missing a considerate attendant like you. I wonder how he is faring. That man always wears a smile, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. Perhaps that is what it means to be a child of the gods." A child of the gods. Qin Yi disliked that moniker. He was undeniably a living being, capable of anger, mischief, and caprice, troubled by his own thoughts. Otherwise, how could one explain the stark differences between day and night, one sacred, the other absurd? "Are you considering returning? Life outside must be quite challenging for a woman." "No, I have encountered a kind-hearted employer and found a new job that I can manage well. In truth, everyone has been taking care of me." She was acutely aware of her fortune and felt immense gratitude, hoping this happiness would persist. "Have you had a falling out with the Lord?" Qin Yi nearly choked on her drink at Granny Feng's words. No. I merely feel I lack the intelligence to grasp the Lord's intentions and often end up upsetting him. I am profoundly grateful to the Lord for sheltering my son and me, yet my actions seem to do him no favors, and I find it quite shameful. However, the Lord appears quite content with you by his side." Qin Yi was astonished. She had not sensed any change in the Lord due to her presence. The distant and near were, the pure land, the journey by boat, the dynamics between men and women. Granny Feng elegantly recited a line of poetry while holding a teacup. So familiar, as if she had read it somewhere before, yet Qin Yi did not comprehend its meaning. She tilted her head, seeking understanding from Granny Feng, who only responded with a silent smile. It is all right not to understand. Let it unfold naturally. At noon, when the sun was at its most glaring, draining vitality, Qinyi arrived at the temple, finding it deserted, the congregation having already dispersed. Ultimately, she discovered the Lord in the front hall, and since Inasuk had grown too weary, she left him with Granny Foam, who had already succumbed to slumber. Have you come to pray? Tong Mo remained turned away from her. It is I, Tsuchimikado Qinyi. I am not here to pray, esteemed Lord, she replied, bowing deeply. There was no response. Testing the waters, Qinyi took a few steps closer, unimpeded, until she stood before him. Esteemed Lord, do you think this is a place one can come and go as one pleases? His smile bore no warmth. Exuding an air of coldness, Qinyi blinked, believing the Lord was reproaching her for her lack of decorum by intruding without an attendant's announcement. Thus, she obediently apologized. I am sorry. A heavy thud resounded, the sound of a bottle of sake dropping. Thank you, esteemed Lord, for previously sheltering my son and me. I have nothing to offer in return, but this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Her forehead touched the ground, her pale face concealed by her dark hair. Boredom. That was the sentiment swirling in Tong Mo's mind. Unsure of what the Lord favored, she nudged the amber glass bottle forward. I cannot drink. He opened his fan, shifting his gaze from the glass to her, finally resting on her countenance. I enjoy watching others drink, he remarked, a chill wafting from the edge of the fan, and even a dullard would comprehend his intent. He wanted her to drink. Yet she recalled him previously stating his distaste for tea, favoring sake instead. The scent of alcohol often lingered on his garments and bedding. But I have a low tolerance for alcohol, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, her head bowed in insecurity. Beneath the fan, a fleeting smile flickered, but his gaze remained as frigid as the morning dew of autumn, radiating a chill. You may stay at Jile Temple tonight. It seemed an extraordinary concession, but I promised Granny that I would return today. If I do not, she will worry about me. I shall send word to her. She need not await your return. His tone brooked no dissent, embodying the Lord's authority, and he rose to depart. The thoughts of this esteemed gentleman eluded her comprehension entirely. When in good spirits, Qinyi dared to indulge her whims, yet when his mood was inscrutable, she felt paralyzed, walking on eggshells, as if navigating a treacherous path. What should she do now? Her mind swirled with confusion. He had left, and what now? Should she return? If she did, the next time they met, he might wear an even more displeased expression. And besides, had he not commanded her not to leave? What purpose would remaining serve? She was evidently ill-suited for the complexities of such situations. She admired Mr. Qingzhou, a man who could deftly handle any circumstance. She, on the other hand, was simple and clumsy, akin to a blank canvas, her actions straightforward and transparent. Qinyi promptly ceased her frantic thoughts and cautiously followed him, just as she had during her time as a maid. The master traversed the dimly lit corridor to return to her chamber, which appeared somewhat disheveled in the absence of the maidservants. Surely, it was the male acolytes who attended to these matters in her absence. The master would take a brief repose in the afternoon, welcoming visitors only as dusk approached. Would you care to rest, my lord? Allow me to serve you, she offered in a gentle, ethereal tone. The man did not respond, thus granting tacit approval. Qinyi tidied the tomes and letters on the table, arranged the bedding with care, and sat quietly, awaiting the esteemed presence of her superior, only to be met with an icy silence that lingered even in the midday hour. Qinyi adeptly massaged her temples with her fingertips, softly humming a melody that resonated with purity. Chapter 47. Intoxication. A distant rumble echoed like thunder, prompting Qinyi to part the curtains. The sun was completely obscured by ominous clouds, which approached the courtyard, bringing a refreshing chill to the air. It appeared rain was imminent. As she turned, the man who had lain silently behind her suddenly sat up, startling Qinyi, who instinctively pressed her hand to her chest. It seems the rain is coming. No devotees shall arrive. Join me for a drink. A subtle smile graced his lips, his tone slowing, and the warmth in his gaze faded, replaced by an inscrutable mix of colors within his pupils. His slender, elongated fingers, delicately boned and translucent as jade, rested against his porcelain-like face, exuding an air of unrestrained allure even in his casual demeanor. A gentle breeze wafted through, the temperature gradually dropping as raindrops began to descend, resembling the diaphanous veils of a celestial being. They pattered against the rooftop and the lotus leaves, coalescing beneath the eaves into a cascade of crystal droplets, shrouded in a misty haze that conjured a romantic elegance. Qinyi uncorked the clear liquor, its rich aroma enticing her. Even the damp, chilly breeze from the window could not dissipate its enchanting scent, but rather dispersed it throughout the room. She had already consumed 3 cups, each one pushed toward her by the master. How could a mere acolyte refuse the wine bestowed by such a noble figure? Her head began to feel somewhat hazy, and despite the open window allowing the cold air to sweep in, it provided no relief. She resorted to gently tapping her head, as if attempting to dislodge whatever cloudiness lingered within. With one arm resting against her forehead, she opened her eyes, though only partially. Her bright gaze now tinted with a faint blush. "Lord Tomo, why do you not drink? Are you unable?" "Ha ha ha. It's truly delightful, sweet and fragrant. Please, just take a sip," she implored, blissfully unaware of how her words may have sounded, resembling the entreaties of a tipsy imbiber. Her head swayed as she extended her cup toward him, yet he remained unresponsive. "How cunning of you to trick me into drinking while you abstain." She pouted like an irate kitten expressing its displeasure, her fierce gaze unable to disguise her inherent charm. Stumbling forward with her cup in hand, she found herself in a state of utter disarray, while he maintained an air of refined composure, looking down upon her folly with an aloof elegance that left her feeling disheartened. "Hurry, just one sweet sip, and you shall be an adult," she coaxed playfully, her tone rising and falling dramatically, punctuated by several pauses, as though she were a mischievous adult enticing an innocent child. "Come now, just a sip." The fruity aroma and warmth wafted to his ears, her voice sweet and tender, akin to a siren beckoning a virtuous monk. She raised the cup high, pressing it to his lips, moistening his delicate mouth with the rich, sweet elixir, a long-forgotten taste. However, that pleasure was fleeting, for even in this ghostly state, she felt her joys diminishing. The figure beside her persisted, her soft voice lingering in his ears as the intoxicating scent of the wine mingled with her own fragrance, enveloping him completely. A cool hand grasped her wandering fingers, guiding the cup steadily to her own cherry-red lips. The beauty closed her eyes, her brow slightly furrowed, as the sound of her swallow mingled with a soft, muffled sigh. A whole cup of exquisite nectar flowed down her throat. Chinya, oblivious to the unfolding event, gazed at her empty cup, believing her efforts had succeeded, yet it was she who bore the traces of the wine upon her lips. Her swaying head resembled a lotus leaf dancing in a storm, adrift and without anchor, until at last she found a sturdy lotus flower to lean against, its stem robust and upright, offering her solace. "Humph, my lord, are you not quite adept? You deceived me, claiming you could not drink." Her head rolled against the cool fabric, a playful smile dancing upon her lips. "Huh, what a deceiver, the master is a trickster," she thought, feeling the world spin around her, crashing into a soft surface, her small hands playfully pointing in every direction, inexplicably elated. "Ah, the room is too warm." Her flushed complexion betrayed her as her body radiated heat. "It's so cool here. Oh, how delightful." She sought a moment of reprieve for her overheated body, her errant hands finally discovering a soothing touch, akin to cradling a cool stone. Now, little Chinya, this is not appropriate," Tomo gently admonished, seizing her wandering hand, which immediately stilled. Her body felt ablaze, surely the effects of intoxication. He was bemused by how poorly she handled her drink, finding her inebriation rather amusing, and he yearned to witness more of her captivating antics. Before them lay a round pond, tinted a delicate shade of red, crystal clear and exuding a unique fragrance. It was indeed wine, a hidden luxury within the sacred temple. The pond's edge was lined with colorful pebbles, interspersed with blossoms, while overhead hung crystalline chandeliers, their sparkling strings cascading down, converging into a central, translucent ice column, layered with intricate patterns resembling a series of formidable curtains. Surrounding this spectacle were hanging ice drapes of varying lengths, radiant and exquisite. One side of the pond featured a foam mountain, carved into a statue of a Buddha seated in serene meditation, a guardian of this pristine basin. Tomo gently placed the languid woman beside the statue, her emerald kimono adding a vivid splash of color to the sacred site, fresh and bright. He approached the pond's edge and then returned, scanning Chinya from head to toe. Her long hair clung to her cheeks, several dark, curly strands cascading into her loosened neckline. This was perhaps his first experience with the art of unwrapping human garments, especially those of a woman. It was a complex endeavor. He contemplated using a sharp blade to slice through, yet such an act would leave her without clothing. Would that not be preferable? With a delicate stroke of his long fingernail, the broad obi fell away. The water rippled thickly, striking the pristine stones, which were tinged with a soft pink hue, reminiscent of the evening glow at the horizon. The sudden chill made Chinya curl inward, entirely unaware that she was nestled within a warm embrace, akin to a small kitten, with only her thick, long hair providing warmth. She slowly opened her eyes, the world around her hazy, yet her body seemed to acclimate to the cool water, offering a modicum of comfort to her overheated form. My lord? Ah no, Lord Tomo." The alcohol dulled her speech and slowed her mental acuity. "I promised I would call you Tomo when you were not the master." I forgot." Fueled by the courage that intoxication brings, She boldly uttered his name. You possess a poor memory, forgetting much. He remarked in a tone as devoid of warmth as the wine bath itself. What have I forgotten? The mist obscured Tomo's face, making Chinya feel as if his voice too was veiled. Thus, she stepped closer, tilting her head to gaze upon him, and confirmed, yes, it is indeed Tomo. My memory may not be particularly sharp, yet I retain all the significant details. Even the likes and dislikes of our esteemed leader are meticulously noted in my notebook. This statement piqued Tomioka's interest. He let out a dismissive hum, adopting his usual nonchalant demeanor. Oh, and what have you recorded? Kanaya blinked, lowering her tired head as she perched by the pool's edge, her face alight with joy. Well, as the leader, Lord Tomioka has many fondnesses. 1. The enchanting sound of music. 2. Beautiful women. 3. Childishly playing house. 4. Wonderful feelings and experiences. 5. Sincere attention, compliments, and praise. As she continued, her voice gradually faded, almost as if she were drifting into slumber. Chapter 48, The Wine Bath, Part 1. Tomioka fanned himself with a handkerchief, his tone icy. You haven't finished yet. Kanaya, shaking her head to rouse herself, remarked on Tomioka's apparent frivolity in expressing his affections for women. What if someone took him seriously? The beautiful woman glared at the stunning face before her, covering it with her hands and giving it a gentle rub. This face, how deceitful. Though he was merely a childish rogue, he pretended to engage in romantic games. She attempted to adopt a serious expression, but instead resembled a tipsy uncle, babbling words she usually dared not utter. Yet, the demon found her chatter endearing and continued to observe her with a kind disposition. Exhausted, she withdrew her hands from his face, sighing, Alas, I no longer comprehend your games. Manipulating emotions is utterly excessive. Both men and women are deplorable. And what do I dislike? She mused, dismissing any paternalistic lectures. The leader's taboos, there are many. 1. Dislikes eating. 2. Dislikes sunlight and warmth. 3. Dislikes being interrupted while speaking. 4. Detests being seen through. As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper, and soon, silence enveloped her as she appeared ready to doze off, as if this was an endeavor that drained her energy. Tomioka observed the figure beside him slowly sink into the wine bath, showing no inclination to retrieve her. He reclined back, arms outstretched, appearing utterly at ease, as if he were luxuriating in a hot spring, albeit a cool wine bath. Bubbles of varying sizes emerged from the liquid, followed by splashes and muffled groans of despair. Kanaya resurfaced, coughing violently, droplets of pink water clinging to her hair, forehead, and eyebrows, resembling a flower adorned with morning dew, evoking sympathy. She looked akin to a fish desperately gasping for air, having plunged too hastily into the depths. Her chest heaved as she coughed, the corners of her eyes glistening with tears from discomfort. Where am I? It seemed the choking on water had partially roused her, though she remained in a daze. Unaware of the man behind her, Kanaya rose, intending to grab the white cloth from the shore to escape the increasingly chilly waters. With a splash, another wave surged, and the shore was met with a fresh tide of crimson. Kanaya felt a firm grip on her wrist, pulling her into a solid embrace. Water cascaded over her head, and she reluctantly opened one eye, then the other, her bewildered gaze meeting the flawless skin of a handsome face. She reached out to confirm it was indeed human flesh, and as she squinted up, she recognized the familiar visage. In her hazy state, she failed to perceive any impropriety in their position, the alcohol rendering her rationality dormant. She had completely fallen into the trap laid by the demon before her, who led her by the nose. His expression was one of playful mockery, which irked her immensely. Struggling to free herself from his large hand, her slender wrist turned slightly red, causing her discomfort. She pouted, rubbing her wrist, her brows furrowing. You're at it again. You pulled me like this last time. Don't you realize how dangerous that is? It hurts. Yet, he retained an air of indifference, exuding a nonchalant demeanor reminiscent of a spoiled aristocrat, perched high above. Kanaya, though clearly incensed, found her frustration morphing into tears, resembling a helpless child. Why do you treat me this way? You did it last time too. You're clearly teasing me while I'm upset. Why won't you tell me what I did wrong? I've tried so hard, yet when the leader gets angry, I'm left in disarray. If the leader is upset with me, where am I to go? I know everyone is so forgiving and caring towards me, and I am grateful. Mr. Siju always finds excuses to visit me. I'm aware of his feelings, and it terrifies me. I fear relationships between men and women. I fear marriage. I fear men. The kinder Mr. Siju is to me, the more I dread it. I'm afraid of losing my job again, of having nowhere to go. Her sorrowful sobs swallowed her words, as she wiped her tears, crying like a child who had lost a cherished toy. I've truly tried, so hard. Yet happiness slips away like fireworks. Why? Am I such a wretched person? Why must fate play such cruel tricks on me? I merely wish for a place to call home, to care for Izuki properly, but things never go as planned. A cascade of glistening droplets fell into the pink bathwater as Kanaya buried her face in her hands, attempting to conceal her disheveled appearance, yet inadvertently allowing her tears and sobs to escape. It was the first time Tomioka had heard this woman voice her misfortunes. Previously, when he had probed, she had always radiated an innocent, blissful demeanor. He had long since stowed away his smile. Perhaps at the moment her first tear fell. His embrace, though not warm, was solid and expansive, akin to a fortress wall that encircled the delicate leaf. Her embrace was warm, a momentary temptation for the demon. Kanaya was unaware of how long she had cried, ultimately drifting off to sleep with tears still clinging to her in the cool embrace, occasionally sniffling as if she were trapped in a nightmare. Kanaya slept from dusk until noon the following day, awakening in the leader's chamber. A crisp scent wafted from the bedding, accompanied by a faint fragrance that seemed to emanate from her own skin. The room was illuminated by a solitary window, rain pattering outside, explaining her persistent chill. Turning her head inward, she was met by a pair of breathtaking rainbow-hued eyes. Lord Tomioka. He lay beside her, clad in a loose yukata, propping his head up to regard her, his chest exposed. Kanaya blinked in confusion, entirely unaware of her current predicament. As she attempted to rise, she sensed something was amiss. Awakening beside a man in his room felt decidedly wrong. The emptiness surrounding her filled her with dread. This was not good. She shifted slightly, only to realize she was completely bare. What have I done? Kanaya felt as if 1,000 thunderclaps were bombarding her, her mind a blank slate. She buried her head beneath the covers, frantically trying to recollect the events of the previous day. Unfortunately, as the leader often remarked, her memory was quite poor. All she could recall was drinking, and perhaps even coercing this non-drinker to partake in alcohol, a reckless and audacious act, though she lacked understanding of romantic entanglements. Such a scenario between the two of them could not possibly be innocent. Chapter 49, The Wine Bath, Part 2. What to do? Should she apologize? He was prone to anger. Would he forgive her? Or should she simply sneak away? No, this is far too irresponsible. However, it is evident that she is ill-suited for complex matters, as her mind feels as if it is about to explode, and she finds herself gasping for breath. Toma gazed at the rigid form beneath the quilt, and couldn't help but chuckle. Pray tell, where are my clothes? The voice emanating from the blanket was barely audible. I can't hear you, he replied. Where are my clothes? The tone was slightly louder this time. Still can't hear you, he teased, fully aware of her lack of seriousness. Playfully toying with her. My clothes. Kodoha, exasperated, peeked her head out, her cheeks flushed. Toma raised an eyebrow and casually remarked, they're ruined. I tossed them away. But what could have possibly caused them to be ruined? I treasured them dearly. When will the esteemed master be leaving? She asked, taking a deep breath to suppress the anger simmering within. What are you talking about? It's raining today. The head of the Paradise cult is resting. His tone was unnaturally calm, as if oblivious to her embarrassment. The word rest felt like a curse. Did it not imply that she would remain here? What was she to do? Kodoha wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, her head drooping in despair. I remember now, she muttered, responding almost as if to yield to someone else. Yet, without any clothing, Kodoha managed to force out a few words. What do I do now? Her drawn-out tone was clearly intentional. She lifted her face, raising an eyebrow defiantly, resembling a startled kitten bristling in warning. I've got it. Where are my clothes? Toma smiled, cleared his throat, and redirected the conversation. Turn your face away, no peeking. Kodoha warned sharply. Toma obediently rolled over, presenting his back to her. In searching for something to wear, she discovered that only a kimono was available. Even when she donned it, it trailed on the ground for quite a distance. Her long hair flowed like satin, and the oversized dark crimson robe draped over her, exuding an air of elegant nonchalance and slender allure. The garment bore a crisp fragrance, while her skin carried a faint scent of wine. From the corner, Miko observed clearly. Even a ghost devoid of worldly desires might be tempted to take a bite. So enticing. Or rather, so tantalizingly ghostly. Kodoha glanced at the faint stains on the bedding, her heart racing with anxiety. She needed to leave quickly, to escape this place. Yet, she felt utterly unqualified to venture out. In her current state, she would undoubtedly be perceived as a shameless lunatic or even a wanton woman. Kodoha repeatedly dug her nails into her skin, still yearning to voice her uncertainties. It's all right. I accept whatever it may be. I apologize, esteemed master. But I don't recall what happened yesterday. I truly despise my own weakness, she stammered, unable to complete her sentence. Toma watched her stuttering with a gentle smile. I don't remember, so I should leave, she exclaimed in one breath, eyes closed. In the dim corner, those exquisite rainbow-colored irises dimmed momentarily. A prolonged silence ensued. How cunning, Kodoha. she cried, collapsing as the event unfolded too swiftly for her to comprehend. She hadn't even noticed when he had leaned over her, instinctively fearful. Her long lashes fluttered like two frightened butterflies. Esteemed master? She gently tapped his chest, attempting to draw him back to his senses. Ah, it hurts. Her wrists were tightly gripped, raised above her head. Terrifying memories surged into her mind. Memories of Inusuke's father, fraught with danger. At this moment, the expressions in their eyes mirrored each other, and their faces drew ever closer, converging. The icy sensation around her neck was both prickly and painful, a tingling discomfort. No, 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 she couldn't instinctively wail. Her trembling body was of no avail. Please no, she sobbed quietly, a pitiful plea for help. Toma released her, standing up with a sunny smile, his lips glistening with a crimson sheen. All right, you can leave now, he declared, licking the remnants of deliciousness from his lips, exuding a roguish charm. It tasted quite delightful, and he desired more, yet sensed her fear. She was quaking. Konoha took a long time to regain her composure, touching her somewhat numb neck. There were no traces of blood, yet from where did the stains on the master's lips originate? She was bewildered by the events that had transpired. Can I truly leave? Of course. But how cunning of you, planning to depart just like this. As if last night's promises and vows hold no weight. Such a frivolous woman, he remarked with a sidelong glance, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Previously, she had accused him of being frivolous. Now, he returned the accusation. What on earth did you do, Konoha? But I don't remember. Her voice lowered, betraying her guilt. Ah, so forgetting absolves you of all responsibility? You humans are truly the epitome of hypocrisy. What oaths? What promises? What guarantees? Just empty words to deceive others. And then a casual "I don't remember" as an excuse. What of responsibility and integrity? Your words are worth less than a penny, utterly hypocritical. How ironic. He spoke with righteous indignation. Befitting a leader, his words leaving her with no room for rebuttal, even if they were entirely unfounded. His words pierced Konoha's heart like daggers, scraping against her skin, leaving a rosy hue beneath her delicate facade. What must I do? Konoha slumped on the ground, gazing toward the divine figure. Stay, Konoha. As long as you do not leave, the paradise cult shall be your sanctuary. Upon hearing this, Konoha's eyes brimmed with tears. She felt a flicker of uncertainty. Had she truly found a refuge? Or would she continue to be entangled with that man named Ito Kaiharu? He crouched down, tapping her neck with a golden fan, sliding it down to her chest, the cold sensation making her shiver. Perhaps Mr. Kaiharu's tenderness had awakened something deep within Konoha, but she knew she was not deserving of it now. Ultimately, Konoha returned to the paradise cult, clearly recalling Mimiko's wistful gaze. And then there was Mr. Ito, who had cared for her so well. She dared not bid him farewell in person, leaving only a letter with her most sincere blessings. She thanked him for showing her a different world. He certainly deserved someone far better. Konoha resumed her role as the master's attendant. Their relationship oscillated between proximity and distance, unsure of when their ice-cold rapport would mend, perhaps during that drunken encounter, or perhaps through unspoken confessions revealed at an unknown time. The ephemeral days of the paradise cult passed in a dreamlike haze, always filled with Konoha's lessons and laughter. A mere human woman trying to assert herself against the formidable upper moon too, now reflecting on it, felt like a fleeting dream. Had Konoha ever been happy? Was she happy? What if none of it had ever happened? Chapter 50, A Tap on the Palm. Konoha was bewildered. Ever since she returned from the wisteria house after resigning, she experienced alternating chills and warmth. Ultimately, unbeknownst to her, she was submerged in a cold bath of alcohol by a certain malicious spirit due to an uncontrollable drunken fever, and then spent an entire night beside a person as frigid as an iceberg. She collapsed. She fell ill. Yet, oddly enough, she felt a sense of relief, for she no longer had to face the master awkwardly. 3 days later, she recovered. It was time to resume her duties as an attendant. Continuing her work should be more manageable than before, yet despite the passage of several days, Konoha remained unsure of how to face the master after the previous incident. Perhaps she was taking things too seriously. The master is a figure of frivolity, a libertine, and a being of wild abandon. By day, he assumes the mantle of authority with utmost seriousness, yet once night falls, he transforms into a different persona, carefree, mocking, whimsical, childlike, and wicked. Who could have anticipated such a nefarious character lurking beneath the surface? I was nearly duped. No, I was indeed deceived. Otherwise, how could he have reappeared in the Paradise sect? Days passed after the incident, and only then did Shinya realize that the prank had successfully lured her back to the sect. It felt like a trap, and she had foolishly walked right into it. The embarrassment of that day lingered long in Shinya's mind, and amidst the fluctuating temperatures of 3 days, she found herself lost in a whirlpool of melancholy. It was only on the 3rd day, as she gazed at the dark purple bruises on her wrist, that she began to piece together the truth. A prank, another that was audacious and malevolent in nature. Chinia's skin was delicate, pale, and fragile. Thus, a mere brush against her skin would leave her marked with bruises the following day. Over the years, she had learned this painful lesson from Inosuk's father. Because of him, she harbored no fondness for men and was, in fact, terrified of them. She feared marriage, for it was synonymous with the threat of violence. Upon examining her body, Chinya found no other injuries apart from the marks on her wrist and neck, and she felt no discomfort, as her skin was remarkably sensitive. She began to scrutinize the master, observing him discreetly. Her evident gaze puzzled Doma for several days, until he finally could not contain his curiosity. "What's the matter? It seems like little Chinya has been watching me intently." His tone was gentle, accompanied by a faint smile. "Is that so?" He held himself with an air of superiority, as if he had the upper hand, his voice low and his gaze piercing, akin to that of a predator scrutinizing a filthy rodent. "Is it not obvious?" A smile adorned his face, though beads of sweat betrayed his calm demeanor. Chinya maintained her steady gaze on the flustered Doma before returning to her room, leaving him perplexed. As dusk shed its colorful cloak, the sky donned the attire of night adorned with twinkling jewels. However, within the brightly lit room, the flickering candlelight failed to evoke warmth, instead casting a chill in the air. Recently, Doma had not frequented the flower district. His tone was less than friendly, and the warmth once present in his gaze had vanished. "Ha. Is it not because little Chinya forbids me from going?" He opened the door ajar, his gaze wandering. "But, I am merely Doma's attendant. I cannot sway your decisions. Besides that flower district, there are numerous other establishments, right? With someone as delightful and beautiful as Chinya beside me, there is no need to visit the flower district," he added, his fan obscuring half his face. His eyes alight with mirth. "Is that so? Doma speaks so skillfully. It seems he has said such things to many girls before. How could that be?" "I have only spoken such words to little Chinya," he replied, lightly fanning himself with sincerity. "Ah, so Doma holds such affection for me. What an honor. May I inquire, esteemed master, what punishment is fitting for those who deceive others?" The first part of her statement lacked any semblance of respect. Yet she gazed at Doma with a playful smile. Even a demon could sense a hint of danger. Chinya had become far from innocent. "Oh dear, what happened? Has someone deceived our beloved Miss Chinya?" "Yes." Her eyes were fixed on the person across from her, her smile unwavering. Doma, reluctant to inquire further about the identity of her deceiver, knew he would be the first to come under scrutiny. "Well, deception varies in nature. There are benevolent lies and malicious deceptions. One cannot generalize," he said, smiling while gently waving his fan, setting the stage for further dialogue. "Then, if it were the master who deceived someone, what punishment would be appropriate?" Doma quickly shook his fan, contemplating the implications of her words. Had she realized he was a demon? Did she suspect something amiss regarding the disappearance of the followers? Or was it something else entirely? When she lifted her gaze again, she found the space before her empty. A warm fragrance wafted from beside her, and she felt an arm encircle her, an uncharacteristic display of intimacy. Chinya would not normally engage in such closeness. It was unusual. Doma, suspecting yet unguarded, smiled as he awaited her next move. "Doma, do you know how children come to be?" Chinya climbed onto his shoulder, leaning close to whisper in his ear, her breath fragrant. She smiled softly, her gaze never leaving his profile, but Doma's expression remained unchanged, as if he were a perfectly crafted puppet. She seemed pleased with his stoicism and gently withdrew. "Doma, I suppose you are unaware, but men and women his expression and demeanor were impeccably maintained, yet inside, he was utterly perplexed. What was Chinya trying to convey? What of men and women? What of childbirth? What was it that he did not understand? He pondered like a diligent student, earnestly analyzing the teacher's words. "Oh, now I feel at ease. I thought something truly had occurred between me and the master. Oh, thank heavens." She sighed in relief, grateful for everything. The girl who had just moments ago been relaxed and smiling now wore a different countenance. Her brows were furrowed, her eyes fierce. And she approached him with an undeniable air of authority. "This is too much. Doma, how could you make such a jest? Even if it is playful. There must be limits. You are an adult. How can you deceive a girl? I have felt guilty for so long. It's outrageous." Doma appeared bewildered, unsure of which incident she referred to. He had indeed deceived her, and on numerous occasions, to the point where he could no longer decipher which specific event she was addressing. All he could do was maintain a smile. "Oh, no, I am far too angry." Truly, her expression reflected genuine frustration, and it was endearingly adorable. "Are you listening, Doma?" she challenged, hands on her hips. I am listening. Little Chinya is very upset. I said I am very angry," she reiterated. No matter how many times she proclaimed her displeasure, he was fully aware of her sentiment. So why did her anger seem to escalate? It was utterly perplexing. Therefore, what was the nature of his anger? He rarely experienced anger or rage, at most. He felt a vague sense of discomfort, emotions he could not quite articulate. There is also a feeling called happiness, isn't there? Provoking others to unleash their most intense emotions is rather amusing, and he would effortlessly break into laughter. There existed another emotion akin to happiness, perhaps joy. Each time he saw little Chinya smile tenderly or sing happily, he felt a lightness in his heart, a soothing sensation that was utterly pleasurable. Yes, that was joy. He felt joy, and yet Chinya was furious. Why? Thus, Doma must allow me to strike your palm to find relief. This way, you will remember this lesson well. Do not be so frivolous with girls. She clasped Doma's hand in hers. Before he could process her actions, a sharp sound echoed through the air, followed by the unmistakable sound of tears. The upper moon, too, struck by a woman devoid of strength, exhibited no anger, instead accepting his punishment with a smile, creating a rather bizarre scene. Chinya blew gently on her reddened palm, her expression a tapestry of emotions, hurt, frustration, and urgency, with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, rendering her utterly adorable. Doma could not help but chuckle, though he concealed his laughter behind his fan. Is it truly painful? He inquired, glancing at his own hand, which bore no sensation, and then back at Chinya. It is indeed very painful. Her expression was irresistibly charming. Chinya, you are truly fragile. How utterly delightful. Chapter 51, Summer Festival, Recollection, Part 1. Toma continued his journey towards the void, his foot landing solidly on the ground. The black mist dissipated, revealing a surface of water beneath his feet, crystal clear and reflecting the shimmering light. The ripples spread outward, reminiscent of the fireworks of that vibrant summer. Toma-sama, don't you feel the heat? Kotoha inquired, fanning herself gently towards him, the warm breeze carrying a hint of coolness. Though it was already night, a certain stifling warmth lingered. Inosuke lay on the floor, exposed, with Kotoha having spread a thin cloth for him. A soft towel rested on his pudgy little belly. His limbs curled up like a slumbering frog, an utterly adorable sight. It was July, the height of summer. Occasionally, a gust of warm wind swept through the courtyard, akin to an invisible wave, yet the verdant mountains in the distance did little to alleviate the heat. Seeking refuge from the sweltering weather, Kotoha had brought little Inosuke to Toma's room, which was slightly cooler. Initially, she quietly lulled Inosuke to sleep in her embrace. But as the child drifted off to slumber amidst her soothing lullabies, she gently laid him down, using her fan to waft away the heat. Toma sat quietly beside her, engrossed in the book he held, seemingly unaffected by the beads of sweat forming on Kotoha's brow. Unlike her, he remained clad in his usual ceremonial attire, heavy and dignified, albeit without the imposing black robe. His long hair was braided and draped behind him, exuding an aura of tranquility, as immovable as a glacier. Toma remained unperturbed by her words, offering no response. How wonderful, truly befitting of a master. Kotoha murmured under her breath, pouting slightly. What did you say? His tone was nonchalant, his gaze never leaving the pages. Nothing. Kotoha's eyes traced an arc before settling on a fixed point. If it's hot, come hold me. My body temperature is always quite low, he declared, setting down his book and opening his arms in a welcoming gesture, his face adorned with a childlike and radiant smile, entirely oblivious to the implications of his words, which Kotoha found rather wicked. How impressive, master. To utter such frivolous words with that face, no wonder you lack a long-term romantic partner, Kotoha remarked, her brows knitting together slightly, a half-smile gracing her lips as she lectured him from her elevated position, as if struck by a sensitive chord. Toma smiled and withdrew his outstretched arms. As always, you remain oblivious to the nuances of affection, dear Kotoha. A long-term romantic partner is entirely unnecessary. It is merely an experience of the so-called love that the followers speak of. The outcome was evident. He had gained nothing from such pursuits, and he remained indifferent, adopting an attitude of detachment from worldly matters. By the way, Toma-sama, your room is indeed quite cool. Why is that? Kotoha continued to fan herself while lying on the floor. I see it now. It must be because this place is shaded, allowing no sunlight to penetrate, she exclaimed, sitting up as though she had made a grand discovery. Toma merely smiled in silence, his hands behind his back idly waving a golden fan. An imperceptible chill permeating the room. Kotoha, drowsy and unfocused, waved her fan intermittently, the sudden coolness snapping her back to awareness, her eyes, previously dulled by the heat, now sharpened with clarity. Just days prior, followers from the village below had come to pay their respects to the master. In their conversations, Kotoha had learned of the upcoming summer festival, where fireworks would be displayed. Life in the temple, while not entirely devoid of joy, often felt as barren as the flickering candlelight. Occasionally, she longed for the bustling fervor of the human world, the lively marketplaces, the sounds of vendors hawking their wares, the laughter and chatter of people. These vibrant scenes invigorated her spirit, urging her to dive into the rich tapestry of life. The summer festival. It had been ages since she last attended. Her memories of it were intertwined with her youth, evoking a bittersweet nostalgia. Fireworks blossomed year after year, yet now, everything had irrevocably changed. Kodoha's thoughts drifted to the past, her fan still in hand, motionless, as her gaze fixated on the ceiling, appearing lost in reverie. Regardless of circumstances, Inosuke's father was no longer present. While it was said that life might be better without him, Kodoha felt an acute sense of loss. Now, Inosuke was her sole family, her only support. She resolved to walk alongside him down the future's path. Her desires were simple. She wished only to accompany Inosuke as he grew up, hoping fervently for his happiness, wishing that he would not endure the same hardships she had faced. She longed to provide him with the finest experiences, to unveil the world's beauty and joy before him. Perhaps she should ask the master to join them for the summer festival. He would surely agree, as he had always been gentle. Yet, could she leave him all alone in the temple? Kodoha slowly shifted her gaze towards Toma, pondering deeply. She had Inosuke, and though she often faced difficulties, she never felt lonely. However, Toma seemed to frequently find himself in solitude. As the leader of the temple, he was revered by the followers, who sought only his salvation. But what happened after the day's worship came to a close? The followers returned home, leaving him to his own devices. The few who remained at the temple resided in the back hall, leaving the vast front hall empty except for Toma. Though she had moved in to assist, her service was limited to the basics, leaving him to spend the rest of his time in solitude. She had never witnessed him with anyone close to him. Regardless, as everyone else celebrated the summer festival with merriment, leaving Toma alone in the temple felt exceedingly lonely and pitiful. As if sensing her gaze, Toma inquired without lifting his eyes from the book, "What is it? You seem to be contemplating something while staring at me." "Ah, you've caught me." She crawled closer, grinning. Toma-sama, do you like fireworks?" Toma shifted his gaze from the book, his clear, azure eyes meeting hers, reflecting the brightness of the sun as Kodoha pressed a hand against his book, her eyes sparkling with anticipation like the shimmering surface of summer waters. This girl awaited his reply, clearly hoping for an affirmative answer. Toma tilted his head, remaining silent. Yet his expression seemed to question. "And then? Let us go together," Kodoha exclaimed, seizing Toma's arm, small and warm. Her delicate pink nails resembled cherry blossoms. "Master, are you ready?" Kodoha stood at Toma's door, determined to take Inosuke and the master to the summer festival. She had dressed Inosuke in a light short-sleeved kimono, a soft blue, while she adorned herself in a pale green kimono. Her long hair was tied up with a wooden stick, a small bun forming at the back of her head, where a single jasmine flower was tucked, its subtle fragrance wafting gently. "You may enter," Kodoha called as she opened the door, revealing Toma clad in a dark red kimono, although his obi was tied rather loosely. Kodoha set Inosuke down to sit, reaching out to adjust Toma's collar and the bothersome obi, arranging it as she recalled. As they descended the mountain, Kodoha cradled Inosuke and sang an unknown tune, surprisingly melodious. Chapter 52, Summer Festival, Recollection, Part 2. As they reached the foot of the mountain, the throngs of people began to swell, mostly in groups, while many young couples strolled hand in hand. Some blushing pairs walked closely together, stealing glances elsewhere, their hands stiff, likely just having entered a relationship. Shy and hesitant to grasp one another's hands, they lingered in this awkward dance, yet an unmistakable air of romance enveloped them. Yi observed a couple amidst the throng. The young man occasionally extended his hand only to retract it furtively. Although his gaze was directed elsewhere, his eyes would frequently wander towards the space between them. Yi regarded the young man with a faint, playful smile, a barely audible sound escaping her lips. Tong Mao glanced at the lad, finding nothing particularly remarkable about him. Why did Yi smile at him? What was amusing? The fireworks had yet to commence. As Tong Mao and Yi strolled side by side through the moderately populated area, their expressions were subdued. Unbeknownst to them, they had grown accustomed to moments together devoid of excessive smiles and feigned expressions, perhaps at her behest. Yet, he still occasionally succumbed to the impulse to jest. Well, although the fireworks in the sky had not yet blossomed, it was certain that some hearts had already begun to erupt with their own internal displays. Thumping like a lively young girl, radiating a whimsical innocence. Ye's words were somewhat nonsensical, and Tong Mao struggled to comprehend her metaphors. In his customary tone, he exclaimed, "Ah, little Yi, is it that your heart races from our date, causing those butterflies to flutter within?" His smile was refreshing, embodying the playful demeanor he often employed to tease others. "No," Yi retorted briskly, her tone as cold and sharp as ever. Tong Mao pondered privately. Was it not his heart that raced? Was it that young man from earlier? Had Qin Yi only just met him? Why? She glanced up at the beaming youth beside her, who had yet to truly experience the feelings of love at his age, always playing house with women. Yet he had never experienced genuine romantic affection. She sighed softly, closing her eyes momentarily. Tong Mao turned his head and gazed away. Lord Tong Mao, no? Perhaps it is more fitting to call you Tong Mao, brother. He bore no anger, but continued to smile down at her. You've never been in love, have you? Lord Tong Mao, Qin Yi whispered, standing on tiptoe to speak into his ear, shielding her voice with one hand while gesturing towards a couple with her eyes. Tong Mao observed the pair she indicated, a young man in his 20s and a girl who had just come of age. One donned a deep blue kimono, and the other a delicate pink one. They walked together, the girl taking small steps, slightly lagging behind, while the young man slowed his pace, his eyes darting about. The girl's cheeks were flushed, her hands nervously wringing together as she cast quick, cautious glances at her companion. With a reddened face, the young man managed to utter, I'll hold your hand. There are too many people, we might get separated. Although his gaze was elsewhere. His stuttering tone and blushing face betrayed his shyness. Tong Mao tilted his head, his gaze shifting towards a light green kimono, a look of confusion etched upon his features. Naturally, Qin Yi had anticipated this reaction. He was the type who required explicit explanations to grasp anything, despite being remarkably intelligent and observant. He was woefully oblivious when it came to matters of the heart. He often declared himself to be a slow-witted girl. Silly boy, yet in certain aspects. Qin Yi felt he was even more naive than she. She curved her palm, signaling Tong Mao to lean closer. He was simply too tall. Even when she strained to rise on her toes, she could only reach his chin. Tong Mao tilted his head with a smile. This scene stirred excitement among nearby girls, who covered their mouths to stifle their exuberance, silently squealing in delight. This pair of striking youths was the epitome of beauty, especially with the young man's tall, imposing stature and the girl's delicate, graceful form. The way he gently leaned down for her was a sight to behold. Passers-by could only gaze enviously, unaware of their conversation. Ah, Lord Tong Mao, that is what love looks like. Both are cautious, yearning to touch, yet hesitant and shy. A mere glance from one can stir a tempest within the other's heart, their emotions deeply intertwined, yet restrained. Just looking at each other brings them profound happiness. Their hearts and eyes filled with the other. The sounds of heartbeats and breaths surpassed Qin Yi's soft voice, the faint scent of jasmine wafting in the air. The warmth of breath brushing against her ear, making it feel as though it might melt away. Something tingled within, as if on the brink of bursting forth. Lord Tong Mao, are you all right? Your breathing seems a bit rapid. Qin Yi asked with concern. Tong Mao snapped back to reality as a blue firework erupted in the dark sky, capturing everyone's attention and plunging the world into silence. This firework acted as a defibrillator, restoring order to the earlier chaos. The scent surrounding Qin Yi faded, and the sound of her heartbeat diminished as they distanced themselves, allowing him to regain his composure. Assuming that Tong Mao disliked crowds, she led him to a tranquil spot by a pond. Together, they gazed skyward as clusters of fireworks ascended, bursting into vibrant displays, illuminating the night with fleeting brilliance before fading away. Then, a series of differently colored fireworks surged forth, obscuring the previous spectacle, only to dim again. A cascade of smaller fireworks erupted, resembling delicate blooms bursting forth. Simultaneously, two enormous fireworks appeared from different angles, casting bright trails across the sky before transforming into twinkling lights. Next came a brilliant display of colorful firework walls, various shapes and hues ascending, exploding in succession like a relay of vibrant blooms. The booming sounds were not disconcerting. Instead, they bred anticipation, as each eruption promised the unveiling of an exquisite flower. The explosions echoed endlessly, bathing the world in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tong Mao's gaze fell upon a pair of emerald eyes, glistening like glass beads, their clarity reflecting the dazzling fireworks above. He had never encountered such pure eyes, so pristine that they made him abandon any thoughts of consuming her. He found himself wanting to gaze into those eyes forever. Through them, he could glimpse colors he had never seen before. Tonight's fireworks are truly magnificent. He found himself inadvertently praising the display, unable to tear his eyes away from her sparkling gaze. In the midst of the crackling fireworks, a single crystalline tear slipped from her eye. Tong Mao instinctively reached out to catch it, and in that fleeting moment, it transformed into a rounded ice crystal in his palm. Was she not enjoying the fireworks? Had she not anticipated this moment? Why did tears flow? Tong Mao struggled to comprehend her myriad emotions. Perhaps it was this complexity that rendered her so captivating, drawing him to observe her every move. Being with her felt as though they inhabited a universe brimming with countless novel treasures waiting to be unearthed. I feel so happy. Qin Yi gazed at the sky, her expression blank, even as tears streamed down her cheeks. Could this emotion be categorized as being moved? He had never witnessed a display of emotion without expression before. His certainty waned. Was happiness truly this simple? Was mere sight of fireworks enough to bring such fulfillment? How simplistic. The devotees he knew would not shed tears of joy merely from witnessing fireworks. They sought more intricate and profound experiences. He was uncertain how to satisfy them. As the text spoke of a blissful paradise, which he believed was a destination for all. It was only upon turning 20 and becoming a demon that he acquired the ability to guide them to that paradise. Yet, Qinyi, you are simple and pure. He gently brushed away the tear from the corner of Qinyi's eye, unaware of how tender his touch was. As if cradling a dandelion on the verge of dispersing, handling it delicately, fearful that a mere touch might cause it to scatter. The icy, large hand was gently clasped by the warm, delicate palm of Qinyi, resting against her cheek, smooth and temperate, infusing warmth into his frigid fingers. The warmth of her body radiated through him, cascading like a gentle stream from head to toe. Yet, he did not consume her. He merely brushed against her hand. Thank you. The whisper was so faint it barely pierced the chaotic symphony of fireworks. Yet he discerned her gratitude, this time avoiding his gaze. Yet it resonated tenderly within him. The fireworks of the night were indeed magnificent. Chapter 53, The Lotus Hairpin, A Memory. Under the brilliant and vibrant illumination of the fireworks, the adjacent pond mirrored the spectacle, shimmering with hues of color. A tear fell from Qinyi's blind eye, carried by the wind to the surface of the water, creating ripples. Tongmu gazed at the silhouettes reflected in the rippling water, which gradually calmed, the waves dispersing into tranquility. He glanced at the crystalline droplet of tears in his palm, empty-handed, and retracted the memory. Pink lotus petals floated beneath his feet, reminding him of a girl who once wished to adorn him with a lotus crown. He leaned down, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The August sky remained strikingly clear, though the evenings had begun to cool. Qinyi's visits to Tongmu's chamber had become less frequent. Yet she still brought Inisuk for afternoon naps. At times, exhaustion overwhelmed her, and she would simply lie on the floor, fanning herself into slumber. It was quite peculiar. The master's room was especially cool. The peak of summer had passed, nearing its conclusion, yet midday still bore a touch of heat. The followers would arrive early, likely wishing to avoid the sweltering sun of midday or afternoon. The cicadas incessantly droned, akin to a lullaby, lulling one into drowsiness amidst the heat wave. Tongmu reclined upon Qinyi's lap, eyes shut, seemingly savoring the cool breeze provided by her green fan. In truth, his frigid body temperature rendered Qinyi impervious to the heat. For a moment, it was unclear who was alleviating whose discomfort. The harmony between a demon and a human woman was astonishing. One could only wonder how other demons would perceive this second-ranking upper moon. Qinyi gently waved the fan, while little Inisuk had already succumbed to dreams. A smile gracing his lips, perhaps lost in a beautiful reverie. Qinyi's voice, soft and slow, resembled an invisible hand soothing the soul, allowing one to forget their troubles, merely desiring to listen. As she gently fanned herself, her other hand delicately traced the contours of Tongmu's brow. His downward-turned eyebrows seemed to relax under her tender touch, her warm hands and gentle actions appearing to have a calming effect that even a demon could appreciate, silently wishing she would not cease. Unbeknownst to the demon, cloaked in exquisite beauty, he gravitated towards the human girl, a 17 or 18-year-old, naive and innocent, instinctively sharing her sincerity and kindness. Utterly oblivious to any impropriety in their interactions, they resembled two solitary souls, instinctively leaning on each other, earnest and pure, devoid of any worldly malice or corruption. So simple and unblemished. Believing Tongmu was on the verge of slumber, Qinyi withdrew her hand, only to have it captured again by a large hand, resting on her knee. With a gentle smile, she continued to hum softly while lowering her fan, her hands caressing his hairline, temples, and the area behind his ears. Tongmu's expression remained impassive, yet his heart brimmed with contentment. Noticing the diminished pressure, he opened his eyes, only to find the woman above him with her eyes softly closed, breathing evenly, already asleep. How foolish. If only she would voice her fatigue. How foolish. Tongmu sat upright, and without the force of gravity, Qinyi nearly toppled over onto Inisuk. He quickly steadied her, finding a point of support as her soft body leaned against his shoulder, the fragrant aroma of wild roses wafting from her hair, filling his senses. He knew she often gathered those abundant petals for her baths, and he could not resist inhaling the subtle fragrance a few times more. Looking down, he noticed the slight opening of her collar, the warm scent intensifying. He lingered for a moment, discerning the pale pink curves beneath, fully aware of what they were. Yet, every time he touched them, they felt rigid, for those women had long since departed this world. Suddenly, an impulsive thought struck him, and he decided to tease her. The moment his fingers brushed against her skin, she let out a soft gasp, startled by the sudden chill. He chuckled softly, drawing her into his embrace as he lay down. Inhaling the scent of roses and relishing the warmth of her soft body, his mood significantly lifted. She was only this compliant when unaware. If she were awake, she would undoubtedly forbid such intimacy. Like a child seizing an opportunity, he encroached upon forbidden territory, indulging in the thrill of taboo pleasures. Why had he felt nothing when frolicking with those women before? The thought eluded him. Chinya enjoyed a restful slumber, the coolness of her dreams shielding her from the summer heat, instead enveloping her in comfort, accompanied by the crisp scent of autumn and a hint of sweetness. As she slowly opened her eyes, she was met with a deep crimson hue, feeling a weight upon her arm. Struggling slightly, she turned to discover a robust arm. All too familiar. Looking up, she found, as expected, a familiar face. Fearing she might disturb the slumbering figure, she attempted to gently remove the arm resting upon her, only for him to tighten his embrace, as if sensing her movements. Her cheek pressed against his cool chest, and she felt herself growing warmer, realizing she was blushing. Her heartbeat rapidly drumming, her mind a whirlwind, oblivious to the mischievous smile gracing the man above her. Oh heavens! What on earth was happening? Why was she lying in the embrace of the master? If other followers were to witness this, they would surely accuse her of blasphemy. Fortunately, they were secluded from the regular congregation, and disturbances were rare. What if he awoke and misconstrued the situation? With his notorious temperament, he would undoubtedly cast blame upon her, leaving her utterly humiliated. How could she possibly escape without waking him? A multitude of thoughts swirled in Chinya's mind. The body ensnared in his grip began to stir. This man, with his refined exterior, was surprisingly robust, his muscles firm and unyielding, causing her discomfort. No matter how she wriggled, his arm remained steadfast, only causing her to break into a sweat. Thankfully, his cool body provided some relief as she breathed softly, trying to alleviate her fatigue. Tongmu felt the rhythmic rise and fall of her soft form against him, the warmth of her breath cascading down, deepening his smile. The sun's last rays quietly slipped through the door's crevice, as if sneaking a peek at an extraordinary sight before hastily retreating, too timid to linger. Unable to break free, Chinya remained quietly still, unwittingly drifting back into slumber. The little bundle behind Tongmu stirred more frequently, signaling his impending awakening. Tongmu clicked his tongue, gradually loosening his grip, feigning a yawn as he rose. The sleeping visage before him was serene and youthful. Perhaps his gaze was too piercing, prompting her to instinctively open her eyes. Meeting the sight of a handsome man propped on his side, a gentle smile gracing his features as he observed her. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, reminiscent of a peach blossom, deepening into a richer hue, akin to a slightly reddened fruit. Even in her innocent naivety, being gazed upon by such a strikingly handsome man would evoke an instinctive shyness. Only this peculiar individual before her remained unperturbed, his heart steady despite her blush. Chinya immediately sat upright, and Inasuk had already managed to sit up on his own, his round eyes fixed curiously on his mother's flustered state. Still oblivious to the unfolding events, Chinya, resorting to Inasuk as a shield, scooped him up and dashed towards the door. Tongmu found the sight utterly adorable, laughing heartily, reminiscent of a mischievous child reveling in a successful prank. Awakening in the evening, the sun had already set, and the veil of night descended. The temple door, long secured, was being rapped upon, producing a rhythmic and deliberate sound, echoing through the stillness. As Chinyi hurried towards the sound, she found the temple master already standing at the threshold. She quickly advanced a few steps and observed a ragged man, appearing to be in his 30s, with disheveled hair that spoke volumes of his unfortunate circumstances. A wave of nostalgia washed over her. She recalled a time when she too must have resembled this forlorn figure. Yet, serendipitously, she had encountered the master. Her innate kindness evoked a profound empathy for the newcomer, but her own status rendered her uncertain of how to assist him. After all, she too had found refuge within these walls, having had opportunities to depart, yet she chose to return. Chapter 54, The Lotus Hairpin, a Reflection. The temple master, growing increasingly impatient, raised his voice, as he traditionally reserved his warmth solely for the younger women, a well-kept secret of their blissful sect. The impoverished man before him was hardly worthy of his attention. He merely wished to dismiss him quickly. "Master, might I inquire what the matter is?" Chinyi approached, cradling little Inasuk in her arms. The man turned to glimpse the young woman behind the elder. Her figure was lithe, her skin alabaster, with cherry lips and azure eyes framed by dark brows, exuding a captivating allure. Clad in a simple yet elegant light kimono, her modesty could not conceal her radiant beauty. Oblivious to the man's eyes hidden beneath his hair, Chinyi felt only compassion. This man wishes to see the master. However, today's audience has concluded, night has fallen, and we cannot receive visitors. The temple master's tone softened considerably, primarily due to Qin Ye's prolonged presence beside the master, compelling him to treat her with respect. While the temple dwellers only recognized her as the master's attendant, he understood that her status was far more significant than that of a mere servant. He had witnessed the fearsome demon embrace her, a sight he had never before encountered, and it struck him as peculiar that the demon had not fed for so long. Surely, it was unaware of how unusual its behavior had become, clinging to her and bestowing gifts of gold and silver, transcending the realm of mere pet-like affection. Amused at the thought, he wondered if the demon was finally to be ensnared by a woman. What a ridiculous notion, he mused, a smile spreading across his face. Pray tell, sir, do you have pressing matters to discuss? Qin Ye's earnest tone bore a hint of embarrassment. My wife is ill, and we have exhausted all of our savings. I am at my wit's end. I have not slept for days, and I implore the master for assistance. The man bypassed the temple master and knelt at Qin Ye's feet, repeatedly bowing his head as he recounted his tragic plight, tears mingling with dirt upon his face. Sir, please rise. Get up. Qin Yi, with one arm cradling the child, reached out to steady the man. Instead, he grasped her hands, his tears flowing freely. Yet a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, concealed by his hair. Oh, beautiful lady, I beseech you, allow me to meet the master. There is no one else who can save me. His earnestness tugged at her heartstrings. What shall we do, master? Qin Yi turned to the temple master. Her brow furrowed in concern. He had intended to expel the man, but now that Qin Yi was aware of the situation, he felt powerless. A mere puppet in the presence of the master and her. He was merely a facade, a false temple master shielding the true authority. And he could not afford to offend either. Miss Qin Yi, the decision rests with you. The temple master's voice bore a hint of resignation. He had witnessed the master's indulgence towards her, and he had never seen a woman command such attention from the demon. What emotions could the demon possibly harbor for her? It piqued his curiosity. Could a demon and a human truly coexist? He found himself intrigued by the potential outcome, yearning for a dash of excitement in his otherwise mundane existence. As Qin Yi furrowed her brow in distress, she sensed the man's grip tightening. His urgency was palpable, and his predicament dire. Please, remain calm. I shall appeal to the master. She consoled him patiently. Clearly, Dongmu was already aware of all that transpired. Yet he feigned ignorance, idly perusing the letters from the supplicants. Moments later, Qin Yi hurried back, her expression fraught with concern, yet irresistibly charming. Master Dongmu. There is a young man outside in distress who wishes to meet you for assistance. Might you grant him an audience? I know this is against the rules. Of course. Dongmu interjected, cutting her off with an exuberant smile, his demeanor resembling that of a carefree youth. Qin Ye's eyes sparkled with delight as Dongmu stepped down from his cushion, his cheerful demeanor morphing into something more mischievous, even slightly sinister. The interruption caused by Inisuk's awakening had thwarted his previous plans, and he yearned to experience that warmth once more. He looked down at Qin Yi, his voice low and tempting. If I assist him, how shall you repay me, Qin Yi? Her face paled, not due to his words, but rather due to the sultry timbre of his voice, capable of seamlessly transitioning between the guise of an impish boy and a seductive man. Qin Yi said nothing as she led the troubled man inside, standing beside him with the child in her arms. The man reiterated his earlier plea, embellishing his tale of suffering and urgency, emphasizing the dire need for funds to secure his wife's treatment. Dongmu observed him with a knowing smile, detecting the faint scent of alcohol on him, indicating a life spent in excess. Surely, he had spent the previous days in drunken revelry, now appearing in this disheveled state to seek aid. If he truly loved his wife, how could he have waited until evening to seek help? Knowing the sect's rules against receiving visitors at night, Dongmu marveled at the man's cunning, appealing to the soft-hearted Qin Yi rather than continuing to plead with the temple master. His acting skills surpassed even Dongmu's own. Yet his eyes frequently drifted toward Qin Yi, burning with an undeniable intensity, not wishing to reveal his true nature. Dongmu readily instructed the temple master to dispense some funds to dismiss the man. As the man departed, Qin Yi's expression softened, her heart hopeful for his success. Master Dongmu, you truly are a good man, she remarked calmly, her back turned to him. Dongmu approached, casting a shadow over her. An inexplicable sense of pressure enveloping her, yet she remained oblivious. And what of the favor you promised me, little Qin Yi? Qin Yi turned to meet his gaze, her eyes clear and innocent, a stark contrast to his wicked smile. What is it? I am quite curious. Dongmu covered half of his face with a golden fan, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. The moon ascended above the trees, the sky devoid of clouds, its brightness akin to daylight, casting silvery rays that shimmered like crystal. The evening breeze carried the coolness of the mountains and the fragrance of flowers, wrapping the night in a tender embrace, enchanting all who passed by. Yet Dongmu could not shake the feeling that he should not let the swindler off so easily. He picked up his fan, preparing to summon his servant to pursue the man and deliver retribution, but just as he was about to unleash his blood demon art, Qin Yi called out to him from behind, prompting him to retract his fan. Standing under the moonlight, Qin Yi was illuminated in its silvery glow, her skin radiant and flawless, her delicate green kimono graceful and refined. Holding Inasuk, she smiled gently, her eyes brimming with warmth, dispelling the chill of the moonlight. Her visage was one that could be admired endlessly, distinct from all others she had encountered. This sensation was inexplicable, a phenomenon that eluded explanation. His smile had long since escaped his control, and as he picked up the lotus hairpin from Qin Yi's hand, he placed it in her hair to the right. Qin Yi gazed at him with a heartwarming smile, and though they exchanged no words, their silent connection spoke volumes. He adorned her with the lotus, marveling at her beauty, while she beamed her gratitude. Qin Yi, in turn, lifted another lotus, her smile radiant as she looked at him, conveying her intent. She wished to crown him with the flower. He bent down, allowing her to pin it in place, and they exchanged a knowing smile, their joy igniting like a blazing flame, their expressions heavy with boundless affection, transforming into an intangible tenderness that danced with the wind. Beside them, the lotus bloomed, emerald leaves stretching endlessly, swaying in the breeze, while the moonlight cascaded like a silvery river, draping over their shoulders. The leaves and flowers intertwined. The living and the ethereal faced one another, the moonlight warm as a spring, flowing like a river, where jade and ivory would share a lifetime together. Time stood still beneath the enchanting moonlight. They shared no words, yet silently contemplated the same thought, to be together and grow old side by side. Chapter 55. A rain of flowers and fireflies, a memory. The water flowed gently, carrying cherry blossom petals, remnants of spring's fleeting beauty. He splashed a handful of water, the coolness slipping through his fingers as the petals vanished like bubbles, reappearing, reminiscent of the blossoms in last year's wine glass. Spring. Qin Yi welcomed the second spring in the Paradise sect. The winter snow lingered, and the mountain air remained crisp, causing the cherry blossoms to bloom later than usual. By May, they burst forth in vibrant splendor, a riot of mountain flowers, breathtakingly beautiful. Qin Yi busied herself with a cluster of cherry blossoms in a vase, fulfilling her promise to bring him different flowers each day. She sighed with a smile. Time flies so quickly. The last time I saw the cherry blossoms was last year. Back then, she had not yet met the sect leader and could only sneak out to admire the blossoms. Surely, Lord Doma was unaware of this. Doma remained silent. In truth, he had known her even then, having seen her during the winter prior. Oblivious to it all, only Qin Yi remained unaware. Yet perhaps it was for the best. Knowing nothing, she lived peacefully and happily by his side until the end. Why? Perhaps it was because he cherished her song, her appearance, her smile, her naivety, her kindness, and everything about her. Qin Yi placed fresh flowers in every vase, instantly enlivening the room with a gentle fragrance that not only lifted her spirits, but also seemed to cleanse her soul with nature's embrace. I don't think I've seen this pot before. The design is exquisite, Qin Yi exclaimed as she rummaged through the cupboard and found an unfamiliar pot, beautifully adorned. Before she could finish her praise, a large hand pressed down on her. Qin Yi, do not touch that pot. Curiosity flickered in her eyes as she looked up at Doma. Why? What's wrong? It's dangerous. Doma replied with a smile, uttering an inexplicable remark. Qin Yi could only take one last glance at the exquisite pot before quietly closing the cupboard door. I understand now. This is the beloved possession of the sect leader. Such a precious pot. I will be careful and won't touch it. You need not watch over me so closely. Qin Yi pondered why it was so valuable that he remained vigilant until she had left. Doma, gazing at the pot behind the cupboard door, recognized the true danger. It was not merely fragile, but rather a creation of the fifth crescent, and should he follow the scent of a human, it would spell disaster. By the way, when Lord Doma first met me, he asked me to sing about cherry blossoms. Let me sing it again, Doma suggested. Qin Yi looked at his smiling face, thinking he had forgotten. Singing it again was no trouble, but it was a pity that during this beautiful spring, Lord Doma was tied up with sect affairs. Not right now, but it's not a problem. Doma tilted his head in confusion. Is there a specific time for singing? Do you have plans tonight, Lord Doma? If not, come with me to a place. Looking into those enchanting, clear eyes that could ensnare even demons, Doma agreed with a smile. Nightfall. Little Qin Yi, why all the mystery? And why this blindfold? Doma questioned, pointing to his own eyes, realizing he was being led by the hand, his beautiful iridescent gaze hidden beneath a black band. The thrill of the unknown excited his childlike spirit, making his voice resonate with joy. A soft voice from her chest chimed, Just a little longer, Lord Doma. We're almost there. Doma caught a whiff of the fragrant scent emanating from her hair, mingled with a faint sweetness, and the warm breath enveloped him, nearly intoxicating him. He chose not to speculate on what Qin Yi wished to show him, simply following the alluring scent. The thrill of discovery surpassed the allure of known outcomes. She was delightful, always presenting him with unique experiences and surprises that he did not mind. All right, Lord Doma, please sit here for a moment. Only take off the blindfold when I call you. No peeking. Doma sat on a mat made of cattails, surrounded by the aroma of flowers and perhaps even wine. He rested his chin on his hand, his smile unwavering. He deliberately refrained from using his demonic abilities to listen to the surrounding sounds, filled with anticipation. Lord Doma, you can take it off now, came a distant voice. Feeling slightly dazzled, Doma removed the cloth from his eyes. As he opened them, the bright light flooded in, illuminating the scene before him. Dozens of lanterns hung beneath the cherry blossom tree, and more lanterns were arranged in the grass, creating a stunning vista. Qin Yi was hidden among the distant grass, her back turned to him, with the superior vision of a demon. He quickly recognized that the attire she wore was not her own. It bore the scent of another, yet was exceptionally grand, resembling a traditional ceremonial outfit. With a white inner garment, she slowly rose, cradling a glowing lotus lantern in her hands, raising it above her head. With delicate fingers, she began to manipulate the petals, which gradually unfurled, releasing a multitude of fireflies that scattered like twinkling stars, dancing in the air as if they were a flowing river of stars. In that instant, time seemed to slow, enveloped in pure romance. Under the gentle glow of the fireflies, her features became clearer. She turned gracefully, half revealing her profile. Her smile charming and her eyes filled with tenderness, her cheeks adorned with a faint blush, clad in resplendent attire. Her long dark hair cascading like that of a divine goddess. As she turned, captivating those who beheld her, her sleeves danced elegantly, resembling a spirited butterfly. Suddenly, a flurry of real butterflies emerged from beneath her robe, fluttering like colorful petals in the air, a scene so enchanting that words could scarcely capture its beauty. With a glance, she drew admiration, akin to a dragon's grace in flight. The butterflies twirled, her sleeves billowed, fireflies flickered, cherry blossom snow fell. And the beauty transcended that of the mortal realm. It was as if time had suspended itself in that moment. Even a demon who had lived for over 200 years had never witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle. That fleeting moment was etched in the vibrant hues of her eyes, transforming the gray world into a palette of colors, as if the gray had been illuminated by the light of spring. She delicately danced her fingers near her ear, tilting her head to receive the moonlight's glow. Just then, a butterfly flitted by, dancing around her before finally resting upon her lips, its delicate wings fluttering as if gathering strength. She smiled sweetly, with waves of azure flowing from her, causing the butterfly to take flight once more. Under the moonlight, the cherry blossom tree continued to shed its petals in the spring breeze, while the woman danced among the flowers, fireflies intertwining with her, accompanied by an ethereal melody. Doma, rarely moved by emotions, felt a profound joy and serenity at this moment. Had he been human, he would have indulged in a lavish revelry, savoring every fleeting moment of beauty. He cherished the experience, pouring wine over himself as if he were partaking in the feast. The specter does not succumb to intoxication, yet. He feels as though he is entranced, for how else could he perceive this moment as a glimpse of paradise? He is acutely aware that such a realm as paradise does not exist in this world. However, if this is not paradise, then where could it possibly be? Thus, he resolves to keep close to him the one who evokes this heavenly sensation. He is uncertain of the name for this emotion, yet he knows that his desire to have her by his side is genuine. Kinya, you shall never again have the opportunity to depart. Kinya approaches slowly, producing a floral crown from her sleeve, adorned with blossoms of various hues, with a lotus blossom crowning the forefront. Happy birthday, Mr. Doma, she exclaims, placing the crown upon his head. Her gentle azure eyes reflect the warmth of her heart as she wishes herself a joyous birthday. Once, she had inquired about the date of his birth, to which he had replied he did not know. Truly, he did not. His parents had never disclosed such information to him, and the congregation regarded him as a deity, one whose sole duty was to guide souls, devoid of worldly desires. Such trivialities as a birthday were hardly worth remembering. Doma opened his eyes wide in astonishment, wondering how she had come to know his birthday. Since Mr. Doma himself had forgotten, she resolved to choose any day, believing it to be perfectly acceptable. She referred to him as Mr. Doma rather than Lord Shou, a title lacking in reverence. No human had ever addressed him so. Yet, her eyes brimmed with respect, her voice radiated warmth, and she seemed to emanate a gentle glow. He could not comprehend what this was, yet he found it delightful and deeply cherished it. Mr. Doma, May I borrow your fan? A delicate hand extended towards him. Doma retrieved a golden fan, unfurling it to reveal a sharp edge, glistening with a subtle crystalline frost that sparkled under the light. The demon relinquished his weapon to an ordinary human woman, who foolishly deemed it merely a prop for her dance, oblivious to its world-shattering potential. Kenya had learned the art of the fan dance from her former geisha mentor, and with 2 splendid fans, she twirled gracefully, as if they were alive beneath her skilled fingers. She lifted one fan, spinning it in the air among the fluttering petals and luminous glow, and as it descended, it landed perfectly between her cherry blossom lips, her pearly teeth gently clasping it. The half-opened fan obediently folded between her lips, and with a turn, the beauty danced seamlessly, her eyes sparkling like flowing water, and the fan blossomed open once more. Her wide sleeves stirred a flurry of butterflies, gracefully weaving through the flickering fireflies, resembling a magnificent butterfly dancing amidst a shower of cherry blossoms, light and enchanting. As the spring breeze arose, it tousled the fallen petals, sending them soaring amidst her exquisite garments, the fireflies dimming, startled butterflies cascading down, and her azure eyes glimmering like a fleeting glance. Time seemed to flow languidly amidst the dancing fireflies, so much so that he did not notice a cherry blossom petal falling into his wine cup. One by one, the petals drifted down, carrying away all wavering longings, tightly embracing the spring shared with her, a dream whispered in prayer. Kenya stood beneath a cherry blossom branch, gazing at the moon, her voice soaring amidst the floral rain as she focused on the butterfly in her hand, singing softly. The golden fan now adorned with green tassels nestled within her obi, a birthday gift for him. Doma reclined upon a meadow carpeted with petals, entranced by her enchanting song, watching the ethereal fireflies twinkle like a starry river, as if, just like the lyrics of a song, he had silently made an unspoken promise with someone. Surely, next spring would arrive on schedule. Despite rarely being moved, he found himself eagerly anticipating it. Chapter 56. The First Visit on a Snowy Night, Memory. He gazed at the wine glass in his hand, where a single pink petal floated, the cherry blossoms melting into winter, the cup embodying the season. Winter. It was once more a day of falling snow, the ground blanketed in white. Kenya held Inasuk close beneath the covers, cradling a warm teacup, the steam soothing her cheeks. The distant sound of bells rang, signaling the arrival of a new year. Inasuk, Happy New Year. She playfully teased the still-awake Inasuk, deliberately keeping him from slumber, wishing to share the moment of welcoming the new year together. Well, it's late and the roads are slippery, so I won't take you for the first shrine visit. All right, let us make a wish. Kenya carried Inasuk to the eaves, where the moon was obscured, and faced the sky to make her wish. May the world be at peace, free of demons. May my Inasuk grow up safe, healthy, and happy, and may Lord Doma find happiness. 3 wishes, yet none for herself. Even though she whispered her prayers softly, Doma heard her clearly, thinking her quite foolish. Why not go to the temple to pray to the deities instead of here? Doma emerged from his room. Because I do not believe in the gods of those temples, but I believe in Lord Doma. The silly girl beneath the eaves smiled foolishly to herself, prompting Doma to murmur habitually, silly girl. Huh, you called me a silly girl again. Did you not say not to call me that? Kenya protested, following Doma into his room. His chamber was remarkable, warm in winter and cool in summer. So why do you always call me a silly girl? Because only Kenya would take my words seriously. His tone resembled that of a friendly debate. Don't the followers also believe in the Lord? It was rather perplexing. Thus, Kenya is a silly girl. What did you say? Kenya huffed. Her cheeks puffed as she chattered by Doma's ear, while he remained indifferent, calmly attending to his own affairs. Hey, are you even listening? I am a mother now. Yet you, Doma, have never been married. How can you call me a silly girl? Her serious expression protested against her nickname, but the accused merely smiled, offering no reply. Kenya, drying her throat from her incessant chatter, finally sat at the table, poured herself a full cup of water, drank it in one go, and set the cup down heavily, lowering her head. Her silence and odd posture piqued the curiosity of both little Inasuk and Doma. All right, it's decided, she suddenly proclaimed, raising her head with a resolute voice. Doma and Inasuk tilted their heads in confusion. Kenya flashed a mischievous grin, having spent so much time with him. She had begun to lose her demure composure. Is it ready? Doma. Kenya stood before Doma's door, cradling Inasuk snugly wrapped in thick blankets, while she herself wore a kimono topped with a heavy coat. With a clang, the door swung open. The man appeared languid, clad in a black kimono topped with a dark red coat, dressed casually yet strikingly handsome. The sound of crunching snow echoed softly. The world was pure, a silvery expanse, tranquil and serene. The only sounds were that of the snow and their breaths. The heavy breathing behind her seemed somewhat pronounced, in such snow. It was a tad exhausting for a woman carrying a child, Yet he showed no inclination to assist her, instead using his fan to create a path, clearing away some of the snow ahead. Kenya noticed the snow on the path thinning, intrigued by which kind-hearted soul had cleared it, when suddenly, something bright and sparkling drew nearer. Kenya excitedly pushed Doma's arm, exclaiming, "Ah, what is that? How adorable!" To Tongmao's surprise, he never anticipated that Qinya would witness this. Was it the reflection of the snow, or perhaps the brilliance of the light? "Ah, this is my ice sculpture." His words were a blend of truth and pretense. "Wow, you can make ice sculptures? That's amazing," Qinya exclaimed, having previously perceived Tongmao as nothing more than a fragile young master, inept in all matters save for his role as a leader. She crouched down to examine it closely, her joy palpable as she remarked, "Wow, it's just like the master." "Hey, what's your name?" Qinya asked, gently caressing the ice figure as if it were alive. "Yuko. It is called Yuko." "Hello there, Yuko." Both Qinya and Inasuk playfully interacted with the small ice figure, seemingly analyzing the exquisite craftsmanship. "Haha, Inasuk." Qinya laughed as she caught him attempting to put the ice sculpture in his mouth, calling out to her son in a mix of exasperation and amusement, entirely oblivious to the displeased expression of the man behind her. "How disgusting. Just get rid of that ice figure," Tongmao thought to himself, feeling a surge of irritation at the sight of the saliva-laden sculpture. Yet, he hesitated, aware that such actions would sadden Qinya. "Here, Tongmao." Qinya offered the pristine Yuko to him, but Tongmao turned his face away. "No, just leave it here." Are you put off by Inasuk's saliva? Look, it's all clean now. Let us just leave it here. It's cumbersome." "All right then. Yuko, you shall stay here. By the way, Happy New Year." She tied a handkerchief around Yuko's neck. Speaking of which, Mr. Tongmao is quite fond of his own likeness. After all, Yuko was crafted in his image. "Shall we create an Inasuk next time?" "Absolutely not," he replied with unwavering firmness. "Why not? Inasuk is adorable." Tongmao glanced at Qinya, who bore the same features and cerulean eyes as Inasuk, but his preference lay firmly with her. However, a little Qinya could be made, he conceded. "Really? That would be wonderful. If I were to have one, what would it be called?" Qinya pondered earnestly. Tongmao recalled the girl adorned with a hairpin shaped like a lotus flower, standing beside a lotus pond in her green kimono, bathed in moonlight like a deity. "Lotus Leaf Princess," he exclaimed, the name escaping his lips before he could contemplate it further. "Ah, it even contains the character for leaf. How lovely." The chill of the winter night failed to dampen the spirits of the two as they traversed the snow-laden forest, their laughter adding warmth to the desolate night. Perhaps it was the serendipitous snowfall on the first night of the new year that led them to arrive early, for few had visited the shrine, seemingly long forgotten and abandoned, with no signs of others' presence apart from the three of them. "I am the leader of a temple, and yet you have brought me to this dilapidated shrine?" Tongmao gazed incredulously at the worn structure. With utmost sincerity, Qinya bowed and prayed, her hands clasped together, eyes closed as she silently wished. "Dear deities, my parents, this person has taken great care of me. Please bless him with happiness and health. If possible, I wish to guard Inasuk as he grows up, ensuring his well-being and joy." As she rose, she opened a sliver of her eyes, glancing at the man beside her, who wore an expression of discontent, yet her smile radiated warmth and happiness. "Did you not claim to trust in me, Tongmao? Why then, come to this forsaken shrine?" he asked, incredulous at the state of the place. "Well, the master usually blesses others. Surely someone should bless the master in return. How peculiar. Is it necessary for deities to receive blessings? Aren't they meant to protect others?" He held a skeptical view of divine protection, having little faith in such matters. The journey back was smooth, with only a light covering of snow. Inasuk, weary, yawned frequently. "What wish did you make?" he inquired suddenly. "That's a secret. I can't tell anyone, or it won't come true." Qinya placed a finger to her lips, signaling him to keep silent. I can guess. It's certainly about Inasuk, is it not? Your heart and mind are entirely consumed by him." He teased innocently, like a child envious of another's affection. Qinya smiled at him, retrieving an object wrapped in red paper from her bosom. Here. This is for Tongmao." As he opened the gift, Tongmao discovered a banknote within. "What is this?" "It's New Year's money," Qinya gently explained. "Isn't that something elders give to children? This seems more like I'm giving it to you." Although familiar with the tradition, he was puzzled by her intent. As the highest-ranking leader, he was well beyond her age of 18. Having lived for over 2 centuries, something felt amiss. No. At least let the master be a child during New Year." Her small hand had to stretch to tiptoe, just to brush against Tongmao's hair. Nevertheless, she managed to pat away the thin layer of snow atop his head. They shared a glance, their smiles warming the winter night. Although she often found him inscrutable, Qinya sensed a hidden depth within him that belied his outwardly cheerful demeanor. She felt he lacked something essential, a void she yearned to fill. While she may never fully meet his expectations, She vowed to care for both Inasuk and Tongmao, and she was determined to succeed. Chapter 57, Azure Fall, Memory 1. The icy sensation lingered on her hands as cherry blossoms melted into snow, flowing downstream, while the azure lotus turned yellow, painting a picture of autumn. The lotus withered, the leaves turned brown, and the blossoms broke, much like the scenery of that day in autumn. The summer has passed, and autumn silently arrived at the treetops. The weather gradually cooled, the sky remained cloudless and expansive, the vibrant blue stretching endlessly, while the cicada song faded. And the leaves transformed day by day from green to yellow, vibrant hues of yellow and red. Deep green and light green splashed across the mountains like a colorful painting. In the temple master's room, aside from the chrysanthemums and osmanthus from the mountains, no other flowers could be found. Yet, she maintained the daily ritual of adorning Tongmao's room and the altar with a variety of flowers. This year's drought led to poor harvests, and the city was overrun with refugees, strife and suffering rampant, leaving the master overwhelmed with responsibilities as the faithful flocked to him in search of solace. Qinya welcomed and guided them, standing at the temple's entrance to bid them farewell. The sunset's afterglow upon her face felt devoid of warmth. Instead, a chill crept onto her shoulders as night descended. The moon was once bright, illuminating the cloud's return. The splendid twilight gradually faded, leaving only a final sliver of white light at the horizon. Bathed in the remnants of daylight, Qinya stood by the pond, which in summer had rippled with vitality, but now bore only remnants of leaves and broken lotus stems, steeped in the profound essence of autumn, exuding a sense of decay. Year after year, the flowers remained the same, yet the people changed. The spring breeze could not comprehend the pain of separation. The autumn knife lay where the blooms ceased. Gazing at the trampled brown leaves and the withered lotus in the pond, a wave of bitterness surged within her. She lamented the hardships of life and the injustices of fate, feeling a deep sense of helplessness in the face of suffering, empathizing with the burdens that Tongmao bore. She looked towards the faint remnants of light on the horizon, never having believed in deities or celestial beings. Countless days of sorrow had solidified her skepticism. Yet, if heaven could alleviate human suffering and guide the afflicted, she would still hold faith. In this world, do deities truly exist? Have they fallen into slumber, never to open their eyes and behold the realm of mortals? The ominous moon ascends the night sky, proclaiming its dominion. It is not until the evening that it dismisses all who have come to pay their respects. Today, the leader must be utterly exhausted. Seizing the opportunity, Qinya presents a fragrant cup of tea, steam rising, curling towards the solemn purple drapery adorning the altar, upon which golden characters inscribe eternal bliss. A sight both grand and imposing. The golden letters shimmer softly under the light, resembling a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos of a tumultuous world. The leader sits in contemplation, and Qinya, believing him to be deeply concerned for his followers, quietly steps outside to soothe Yizhong in the nearby corridor. Careful not to disturb him. Through their long companionship, she has learned to leave him undisturbed during his moments of reflection. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the leader's thoughts dwell on something rather sinister. He contemplates the consumption of his own disciples. This year has been fraught with hardship, and while many new followers will join, the number must be limited to around 250. Should some be eliminated, or perhaps a portion disbanded? As midnight descends, all congregants remaining in the temple have succumbed to slumber, save for the occasional chirp of crickets in the autumn night. The leader ushers in two young female disciples through a side door from the main hall. Their previously furrowed brows now blossom into expressions of joy, as they realize they have received the divine favor. The leader promises to guide them into the realm of eternal bliss, where they shall forever be free from suffering and experience everlasting happiness. However, the moment they step into the divine chamber, they unwittingly cross the threshold into the abyss of demons. The divine child, now a harbinger of darkness, bears the mark of the malevolent, an iridescent gaze inscribed with the symbol of the abyss. They mistake this for a tangible miracle. As they wished, they are led by the progeny of the divine into the realms of bliss. The moonlight, cold as frost, casts an eerie chill, bathing the mountains and temple in silver luminescence, enveloping all in profound silence. Tongmao, expressionless, feasts upon the flesh of his followers, as he has always done. His silhouette a blend of solitude and sorrow, draped in a heavy cloak and crowned with the lotus hat of the founder. He appears as a figure untouched by the dust of the world, a sacred being. This body, devoid of all emotion, would surely decay if not transformed into a demon. He recalls his youth, clad in the pristine garments of a leader, adorned with a necklace that tethered him like a chain to the soft cushions of the altar. His father's lotus crown weighed heavily upon his small head, while foolish parents and disciples knelt before him, recounting their myriad woes to a mere child. His inherent kindness and gentleness prevented him from shattering their illusions with the harsh truth, so he learned to smile and speak in the warm tones they wished to hear. This was their desire, and beyond that, he was powerless. Perhaps it was then that he began to unravel. The foolishness of his parents, the repugnance of the disciples, and the utter tedium of the teachings of bliss closed the windows of emotion within him. He smiled compassionately to comfort the masses, yet inside, he felt no empathy at all, even believing that their demise would be preferable, a swift conclusion to their suffering. In his human days, he appeared cheerful and gentle. Yet he was merely a melancholic youth devoid of any real power, playing the role others expected of him, radiant, warm, optimistic, compassionate. Thus, at the moment Musin appeared, he felt the embodiment of divinity manifest before him. He revered him, grateful for his transformation into a demon, viewing him as a true deity. For now he possessed the power to genuinely resolve the tribulations of his followers. He followed the instincts of a demon, delivering salvation to the suffering. And so it has been for centuries. He harbors no obsessions, nor does he experience human emotions, perched upon his lotus throne, toying with existence, frolicking among mortals, untouched by their affairs, which ultimately are but ephemeral illusions. Today, the multitude of followers has been overwhelming, after a long day of serving the leader. Qinya has retired with Yizhong, for tomorrow will surely bring even more congregants. She must rest well to assist the leader. It is the only thing she can do. Yet, she remains troubled by the heavy thoughts that cloud the leader's mind. Awakened in the middle of the night, she finds herself unable to return to slumber. Unlike her usual deep sleep until dawn, the moonlight is crystalline, and she wraps Yizhong snugly in a quilt, contemplating leaving him to quietly check on the leader. But as a mother, she cannot bring herself to do so, and thus, she takes Yizhong along. The moonlight is chilling, and the autumn air is thick with foreboding. A sharp metallic scent fills her nostrils. Blood. Has something befallen the leader? Qinya's heart tightens, a sense of impending dread washing over her. Without knocking, she calls out the leader's name and pushes the door open. If given a choice, this would be the moment Qinya would most regret. If time could rewind, she would wish she never opened that door. If the divine truly existed, she would hope this had never transpired. Alas, there are no ifs in this world. Everything has unfolded, starkly real and imminent. Chapter 58, Azure Descent, Memory 2. As the leader's voice resonates, Qinya has already swung the door open. Their familiarity has rendered her oblivious to his exalted status as the founder. She has forgotten that she was once merely a timid young attendant. Their bond has grown so intimate that she often enters his chamber as if it were her own, devoid of formality, even neglecting the most basic courtesy of knocking. On the floor lie two disciples of the Bliss sect, with whom Qinya had conversed earlier in the day. Now, they lay still, lifeless. The blood staining their garments, and the floor is a vivid crimson against the dull fabric, and they no longer draw breath. There is also a severed arm on the ground, draped in a black robe, crowned with a lotus, its handsome visage serene and untroubled as he gnaws upon human limbs. With hair the hue of oak and eyes shimmering with iridescence, his striking features betray no emotion, yet blood stains the corners of his mouth, a testament to his heinous acts. The scene is chilling. The leader has slain his followers. He is devouring human flesh. He is no divine child. He is a demon of this realm. The tableau before her strikes her like 1,000 thunderclaps, rendering her breathless. In that instant, her faith shatters, the altar crumbles, the holy lotus withers, the azure leaves decay, and all existence fades into oblivion. In a daze, she seems to forget how to breathe. This should be instinctual, yet she loses track of the steps and methods. Weakness overtakes her, and she nearly falters, clutching Yizhong in one arm, while the other braces against the door to prevent herself from collapsing and endangering him. She once believed him to be an incarnation of divinity. She once thought him to be the salvation of humanity. She once regarded him as the sacred lotus in a polluted world. She once considered him her unwavering faith. She was wrong, utterly, entirely wrong. All of it was a lie, a deception, a fraud. He is not human. He is a madman, a lunatic. He is not the Son of God. He is a demon, a fiend. He is not the leader. He is a malevolent spirit, a wicked specter. Tears spill forth, cascading in torrents, merging into an ocean, her heart roaring in anguish. Her pale lips tremble and quiver, forcing out the words, fraud, fraud, fraud. Her voice, hoarse and strained, carries the weight of sorrow, grief, disappointment, despair, and seething rage. She pays no heed to the danger he poses, entirely forgetting the consequences of her outburst. Fear escapes her, and she unleashes her reproach. Tomioka's visage had returned to its former state, his lips devoid of any crimson stains, while his hands and body appeared immaculate. The day had finally arrived, and he let out a faint sigh. She had discovered the truth. Since the truth was out, There was no longer a need for concealment. After all, hiding was an arduous task. He stepped forward, extending his arms in an attempt to soothe her fears and anxieties with his customary gentleness. Konoha, do not be afraid. I understand that witnessing this must be terrifying, and that is perfectly natural. I can empathize. His tone remained as steady and gentle as ever. But upon seeing Konoha retreat a few steps, clutching the child tightly, he halted. However, I implore you to hear my explanation. I am not merely a cold-blooded killer. Not as you perceive. It was never my intention to deceive or to hide the truth from you. His earnest and patient tone replaced the usual flippant smile. His hands suspended in the air as if attempting to salvage something precious. A formidable demon, second only to the Demon King, cold and ruthless, capable of slaughtering without hesitation, now found himself at a loss when confronted by an ordinary, frail human woman. He explained with the patience of a child caught in wrongdoing. Clearly fearful of being misunderstood by this human woman, rather than resorting to his habitual lethal silence. Was this normal? Perhaps it was for humans, but it was certainly unusual for a powerful demon. An explanation? Is it not true that you feast upon humans? Her voice trembled with a mix of sorrow and disbelief. I saw you devouring them. How can you possibly justify that? I understand this is the truth, yet it is the only solution I can conceive. Even divine beings face insurmountable suffering. And how many souls can a small temple of the Paradise sect truly save? Every day, tragedies unfold in every corner of this world, with countless humans enduring pain and torment. Each of them cries out for relief, yet mere effort and faith have become futile. Death is their sole escape. What did you say? Death is an escape? Her incredulous gaze was filled with despair. How could he speak such words so brazenly? This was not the person she knew. How could he utter such a sentiment? Indeed, when the powers of faith, spirit, and even material means fail, death becomes their only means of liberation. It is my duty as their leader to save them. They live in suffering, devoid of happiness. Life holds no value or meaning for them. Everyone fears death, dreads pain. Yet it is but a fleeting moment. Once dead, all ends. No more feelings, neither pain nor sorrow. All misfortune ceases, the heart stops. The brain decays into dust. This is the inevitable process of life. Given this, what difference does it make whether one suffers for a day or a year? I am merely doing what they themselves dare not do. I am truly saving them. It is an act of benevolence. An act of benevolence. She had never anticipated hearing such absurdity. Was this truly the gentle and understanding leader she once knew? An act of benevolence. Konoha, did you not say you believed in me? Why do you bear such a strange expression? His tone was urgent, wishing to convey his good intentions. But her emerald eyes were filled with uncertainty. You do not trust me, do you? In the absence of a response, Tomioka's hurried explanation slowed, his gaze deepening. If you do not believe me, then allow me to show you something. His voice was low. With a flick of his fan, he obscured his eyes. And when he opened them again, the characters of Upper Moon 2 appeared within those striking orbs, an image Konoha had never witnessed before. His eyes glowed eerily in the darkness. An otherworldly sight. Could human eyes inscribe characters? No, this was not the visage of a human. Upper Moon, that is, it's a man-eating demon. Konoha covered her mouth in shock, tears brimming in her eyes, as if a dam had broken within her. He was a demon, not human. She sank to the ground, allowing the crimson stains to creep up her yellow kimono, the very one he had gifted her. A cruel irony. She had uncovered his secret, and there was no escape. She would perish here. The decree of fate had been rendered, and in that moment of realization, she could not help but weep profusely. She was destined to die. Tomioka, recognizing the truth in her expression, took a few tentative steps closer, tall and imposing, handsome and graceful, while the woman huddled on the ground, trembling and small, pitiful and disheveled. Just as when they first met, he was her pleading deity. Now, he had transformed into a demon. Konoha, I am a demon, the Upper Moon 2. Second only to the Demon King. This time, I do not deceive you. His expression was serious, uncharacteristically earnest. Were he human, anyone would have believed such a demeanor and tone. But he was not. He was a demon. Konoha's eyes, nearly melting in despair, struggled to meet his vibrant gaze, only to quickly avert her eyes in fear, mechanically lowering her gaze to the ground stained red. Do not be afraid. While demons feast upon humans, I will not harm you or your child. Trust me, I genuinely seek to save them. The powerful demon, the Upper Moon 2, a man-eating fiend known for his preference for young, beautiful women, now humbled himself, crouching down to assure the very human woman he should be devouring, pledging his promise and begging for her trust. The once reckless and carefree individual was now earnest, his habitual false smile replaced by an expression devoid of mirth, showcasing his utmost seriousness. He longed to touch that familiar face but halted as Konoha averted her gaze, the silence hanging in the air for a moment before he withdrew. Demons possess immortal bodies, eternal lifespans. As the founder of the Paradise sect, it is my duty to share happiness with my followers. I was born to save them and grant them joy. While humans live mere decades, I have been a demon for centuries, yet I have not forsaken my responsibilities. I have embraced the emotions, blood, and flesh of my followers, offering them salvation and guiding them to new heights, ensuring they feel no pain or fear. Becoming part of me, living eternally together. Everyone is truly happy, he proclaimed proudly, arms wide open, lauding his own benevolence. His expression was as innocent as a child's, and she felt as though she barely recognized him. What was all that he had shown before? He, a demon, masquerading among humans. A malevolent being posing as a savior of the suffering. A demon pretending to be a leader, genuinely helping her, treating her with such tenderness. Why? Why do this to her? It was too much. Too much. You deceiver. Tears streamed down her face as her furious expression seemed to cry out for justice for the deceived, fallen believers. Even in the face of her scorn, he remained unperturbed. His tone still calm. Perhaps he was the most patient among demons, exhibiting such kindness and humility towards humans. Konoha, why is your understanding so limited? I have explained this to you countless times. Why can you not comprehend my benevolence? This is truly the best way for them to attain happiness. This man was mad. Speaking of absurd and terrifying things with an unwavering facade, completely oblivious to the natural order. You know nothing of what happiness truly means. He spoke of happiness incessantly, yet he remained utterly ignorant of its essence. A tremulous voice emanated softly from her throat, and those once fearful eyes now burned with a hue of anger and hatred. Doma appeared momentarily taken aback by the woman's audacity. He had never witnessed such a countenance from her before, and he found it unpalatable. Thus, he adorned his serious face with a smile, one both innocent and sinister. You commit such egregious acts against your followers. You will undoubtedly descend into hell. Konoha rose, suppressing her fear, and cast a fierce glare at the demon, hurling her accusations and curses. The second upper moon maintained a smile, patiently attempting to enlighten this rather dim-witted devotee. Konoha, you remain as foolish as ever. There exists neither heaven nor hell in this world. Such concepts are utterly non-existent, mere fallacies crafted from the fantasies of humanity. They are tales fabricated by human imagination. He chuckled, shaking his head with a look of exasperation, his tone dripping with disdain for mankind. Fallacies bring joy to the heart, while the truth resembles a purgatory. Such is humanity. With an innocent smile, he stood before Konoha, as if fearing she might not comprehend, and patiently elucidated. Do you know why they concoct such trivial nonsense? Because in reality, virtuous and kind-hearted individuals often suffer cruel misfortunes, while the wicked thrive without consequence. Just like your husband and mother-in-law. Observing the trembling figure before him, he continued with that same smile. What heaven or hell? These notions are merely a feeble comfort for those longing for divine retribution that never arrives, an attempt to soothe their fragile hearts. The idea that evildoers are condemned to hell after death, while the righteous ascend to heaven is nothing but a fictional fallacy. Without these illusory comforts, how could they endure? Ha! His boisterous laughter transformed into a somber assertion, his gaze reflecting pity and derision for the insignificant beings of humanity. Chapter 59, Azure Sky, Memory 3. This man is utterly insane, completely deranged. He firmly believes in his own theories, clinging to his so-called acts of goodness and salvation. He is entirely devoid of rationality and even attempts to persuade her. How could she possibly acquiesce? Is he the one who has lost his mind? Or is it she who is abnormal? She endeavored to awaken his conscience, yet her efforts were in vain. Her words stirred not the slightest ripple within him. The foolish one is herself. She is the one who endangered Inosuke. He must not be put in harm's way. He observed the silent woman with her head bowed, his smile fading, his expression becoming impassive. Unable to see her face or eyes, he extended a hand to lift her chin. It is his indulgence that allowed her such audacity. He was not particularly angry, and he explained patiently. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, Konoha swatted his hand away and fled with remarkable speed, bursting through the door, instinctively propelled by her legs, even neglecting to don her shoes. She loathed herself for her naivety. She despised herself for placing Inosuke in peril. She resented her own helplessness, forced only to run for her life. The half-moon was obscured by the trees, and the heavens were unforgiving, showing no mercy to this pair of fleeing mother and child. Just like that night, when she had desperately sought help in the snowy darkness. She relied on her memories to find a village with people. There was no time for tears or sorrow, only the desperate need to run. Her white socks already stained with blood, and she couldn't afford to think further. Run. Faster. More swiftly. Konoha was merely an ordinary, fragile woman. She knew not what a demon was, nor the extent of their terror. nor even the concept or hierarchy of the upper moons. Those notions were far removed from her comprehension, even knowing Doma was a demon. She believed herself capable of outrunning him, of being thousands of times stronger than her, perceiving him as merely an ordinary person before her. She felt as though she was racing against time, when in truth, she was contesting with the demon's hesitation against time. Her life was never truly in her own hands. Her fate rested solely on a whim of that demon, and if she were to gamble, the demon's scant kindness towards her was her only wager. Konoha ran. She fled with the urgency of survival. The wind met her face as she burst through the door, while Doma stood rooted in place, watching her slender figure diminish into the distance until it vanished. She was escaping. Why was she fleeing? I have assured her that I would not consume her or her child. There is no need for such flight. Was it not better, like before? She had been gone for quite some time now, and her scent was fading. Should I pursue her? Doma paced the room. What if Konoha desires to leave the Eternal Paradise sect? I had never considered that she might wish to depart, in my mind. She was destined to remain with the sect, just as I am. But what if she truly wishes to leave? I had planned to keep her by my side until the end of her days. What a peaceful and prosperous life I had arranged for her. All she needed to do was stay with me. In this world, could there be a place safer and more prosperous than being by my side? Among humans, she would become prey for men, a target for women's disdain. Without her abilities, she would become an outcast at the bottom of society, vulnerable to demons, helpless against disasters, and incapable of combating disease without financial means. She could hardly survive, let alone provide for herself and her child. But with me, it was different. No one would dare to harm her. Everyone would respect and cherish her, and no human could rival me, nor would any demon dare to approach her. She would have no opportunity to encounter calamity or danger. Whatever she needed, I would provide. Exquisite garments, delectable food, ample wealth, a status within the sect unattainable by others, delightful amusements, and fascinating literature. She would live a life far more liberated and effortless than anyone in the temple. Why would she wish to escape? Is she afraid? Afraid that I would devour her? But Konoha is different. She is not my prey. I have promised not to harm her, and I truly will not. Is she afraid of me? Yet she used to scold and chastise me, even striking me, atop the head of the founder of the Eternal Paradise sect. She was never afraid of me. Even when I transformed into a demon, she berated and cursed me. I am a demon, the second upper moon, after all. She even struck me. See, she is not afraid of me at all. Is it the sight of me consuming others that frightens her? Ah, those were her kind. Fear is only natural. If only she could not see it. What difficulty is there in that? He took a few steps forward, leaving the room, then paused. What if Konoha does not wish to return? She is kind yet naive. To her, consuming humans is an evil deed. She cannot accept such a reality. What then? Should I let her go? Doma returned to the room, the blood and severed limbs strewn about extinguishing his appetite. With a flick of his golden fan, the bloodstains and remains were reduced to dust, drifting away. Everything returned to normal, yet nothing was as it had been. The pendulum swung in the darkness, ticking softly. Where has Konoha gone? Still on the mountain. Does Konoha truly wish to leave the Eternal Paradise sect? No, she does not. Then why is she running? She fears me. Can I let her go? Yes. Will she be able to live well? I do not know. Can she support herself and her child? Perhaps. She likely needs a man. For this is a man's world, and her frail nature makes survival difficult. Will she find a good man to care for her? I do not know. Perhaps. She might encounter someone as cruel as her husband. Can she protect herself? No. She lacks the ability. With a long sigh, Doma calmly stepped out the door. Kanade, come back with me. The voice, as venomous as a serpent, soon echoed from behind, casual and unhurried in its tone. Kanade, do I need to explain it to you once more? This is indeed salvation. Salvation, although it may differ from your understanding. They shall find happiness alongside me within my being. There is no sorrow, no fear, no pain. Is it not a blissful existence to live eternally in such a state? With Kanade's silhouette obscured, Doma continued to express his heartfelt sentiments, hoping the dim-witted Kanade would comprehend. The night had fallen. It was time to return. He glanced at the pitch-black sky. I would never harm you or your child. Do you not trust me? You once declared that I was the one you trusted the most. Why do you doubt my words now? Doma was genuinely perplexed. Were those past assurances mere fabrications? The darkness was impenetrable, and with only one eye, you could hardly see. It is too perilous. The clouds enveloped the last glimmer of light, and he caught the scent of Kanade's blood, offering a benevolent warning. Return. Even knowing I am a demon is inconsequential. Look at the temple master, who lives quite well. He is a perfect example, having thrived for decades. As long as you accept the truth of my nature as he did, your life will surpass his. Kanade, you know how much I cherish your voice. I would never wish to take your life. Did you not once say you trusted me the most? What difference does it make if I am human or demon, as long as I am still me? Sometimes, humans can be more terrifying than demons. You fear men. Yet you show no fear of me. Why do you flee now? If you are frightened, I can shield you from these sights. What distinction is there between humans and demons? Humans consume animals to survive. Is that not a catastrophe for them? Humanity has never stood in the animals' shoes to judge themselves. Have they? Demons too require sustenance. Although I consume humans, your kin, what worth or significance did they possess in living? Rather than enduring a painful existence, would it not be more fulfilling to become a part of me and attain happiness together? He resolved to make a concession, this being his final act of indulgence. Are you listening to me? You have not uttered a single word in response. You have neglected me. This is truly disheartening. His tone bore the familiar hint of grievance. Yet he received no comforting reply. Kanade, your foot is injured. You left without shoes. The bloodstains grew ever more pronounced. Return. Are you not concerned about Inosuke catching a chill? You are so devoted to your child. Why take such risks? I can smell your blood. You know that wherever you go, I can find you, right? He no longer wished to conceal his abilities. He had followed her for hours. Although he could have appeared before her in an instant. Kanade, if you continue to run, you will lose your way, he firmly concluded, noting her increasingly erratic path. See, I told you that you would get lost. She remained as foolish as ever. Without him, she would surely perish. She must return to his side. All right, it is time to head back. This jest should soon come to an end, he said, maintaining his usual affable tone. If you persist in ignoring my counsel, I truly might become upset with you, Kanade. After so long without a response, he wondered why she had changed. She had once responded to him immediately. It seems I have indeed been too lenient with you. Ahead, the sound of rushing water was clear. There was no path left, and she was still running? Do not run any further. Ahead lies a cliff, and there is no escape. The chilling voice behind her persisted, once so warm and kind, now terrifyingly ominous. Inosuke, I am so sorry. Mother is so foolish. I truly apologize. Always failing. Going the wrong way. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Kanade repeatedly apologized to the child in her arms. Yet, her remorse did nothing to alleviate the guilt within. Apologizing was all she could do. As a mother, she must be more reliable. But apologies had become futile. She needed to find a glimmer of hope for Inosuke. She had to muster her strength. The voice behind her always paused, seemingly awaiting her response. Its tone as light and gentle as ever, evoking the image of his carefree, smiling face. This voice advising her to return was akin to a death knell. In the depths of the forest, darkness enveloped her. Kanade had long since lost her way in her panic, while the figure behind her had discovered the truth much earlier. What should I do? I cannot discern the direction. I am lost. Where's the village? Kanade glanced back and around frantically. She was growing anxious, utterly unable to find the way. What should I do? What should I do? I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Her voice trembled with desperation. Ahead lay a precipice. That figure had warned her long ago. Yet, she no longer believed. There was no escape left. If this continued, both would perish. The surroundings were devoid of life, dense thickets obscuring the light. And the malevolent demon behind her would soon catch up, leaving her standing at the edge of the cliff with no way out. At least let Inosuke live. At least let him survive. That was her hope. She regretted not having faith in divine providence, for it might have protected her child. But it was too late. She clutched Inosuke tightly, tears cascading like a torrential wave. She was bidding a final farewell to her dearest child. I am so sorry. Inosuke, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I have placed you in danger. I am so sorry. I cannot fulfill a mother's promise. I am so sorry. This is where it must end. I am so sorry. I cannot witness you grow into adulthood. I am so sorry. I cannot protect you as I should. I am so sorry. I have broken my word. I am so sorry. There were too many apologies, a myriad of unspoken words crystallizing into silent tears. Chapter 60. Azure Falls, Memory 4. The figure behind her arrived belatedly, as if unwilling, the crunch of leaves beneath their footsteps heralding this silent farewell. This was the end. Doma lifted his fan to conceal his chin. I warned you, ahead lies a cliff. Inosuke, you must survive alone. Kanade's anguished cries mingled with blessings as she cast her child over the towering cliff, into the unfathomable depths below. Doma stood frozen, astonished that she would abandon her own child. What was she doing? Killing her own offspring? Why? With a flick of his fan, he saw the blood trail behind Kanade. A thud followed as she collapsed. What was she doing? Were they both plunging into the water to end their lives? Doma approached the cliff's edge, tears of pity streaming down his face, lamenting, from such a height, survival is impossible. It was truly tragic to be cast off a cliff by one's own mother. He was certain that such a frail existence could not endure. After all, humanity is an exceedingly fragile species. He had no desire to use the man-eating flower to find that little creature. Inosuk was gone. He blurted out, foolish till the end. What was this feeling? An unsettling turmoil, a frustration akin to wishing for iron to become steel. Why must there be such a foolish child? Ignoring explanations, dismissing advice, and even causing her own child's demise. I told you I would not harm you or your child. Must you be so obstinate? If you wish to leave, you may. You can go, but why would you choose to kill your own child? Do you wish to die together? Would you rather forsake your life than trust my words? What distinguishes you from those cruel and foolish women? This is not like you. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Donma's eyes, revealing his disappointment. What shall we do? The child has perished. What will become of Kotoha? How will she continue to endure? Ultimately, you are but a frail and pitiful human, slow-witted and simple-minded, incapable of comprehending him despite countless explanations. Can she truly survive? Will she perish, or will she return with me? Can the Kotoha who returns ever revert to the Kotoha of old? No, Kotoha cannot survive without her child. Must she be killed? Must Kotoha be slain? His gaze emitted a ghostly light in the night, his expression icy, as if this were his true nature, in stark contrast to his usual gentle demeanor. One was reminiscent of the harsh winter, while the other evoked the vibrant spring. At this moment, his eyes radiated a chilling brilliance, foreboding and terrifying. The wind rustled through the treetops at the cliff's edge, carrying the scent of autumn leaves, a chill creeping across her face, shoulders, and into the depths of that man's gaze. The handsome yet ruthless man bore a delicate head upon his arm, his long inky hair cascading to his waist, his yellow kimono stained with vivid red, and under the moonlight, his pallid complexion resembled that of a statue carved from white jade. She surely did not realize she lay in the embrace of the one who sought her demise. The golden fan glimmered beautifully under the pure moonlight, adorned with a verdant tassel, bright and refreshing. In this cold night, he fanned the woman, unwilling to lose her. The biting cold seeped into her wings and heart, and she awakened. The moonlight in the night sky was bright and luminous, his hair as white as snow, his colorful red eyes meeting hers. Had it not been for the corners of his lips curving upwards, she might have failed to notice his smile, innocent, carefree, and childlike. Yet it was all a facade, a mere mask. She swallowed hard, the bitterness overwhelming, as she choked down her fear. His gentle gaze seemed to soothe her terror, restoring her former tranquility. She had once praised the moon and the sun, which shone so fairly upon everyone. She longed to touch that moon. But her slowly rising hand was seized by a large, icy hand, accompanied by a rigid iron fan. It felt as though she sought to return to the moon like the radiant Kagaheim, yet was ensnared by a powerful hand. Unable to escape the shackles of this earthly realm, her gaze shifted from the resplendent moon to a handsome visage. Please, do not harm Inosuk. A faint breath escaped her pallid lips. This was her desperate plea. Do you not believe me? I have vowed not to harm you or Inosuk. Why do you doubt me this time? Inosuk is already dead. You are so foolish, having committed an unforgivable error. His expression remained impassive, revealing his true self. This was the first time she had witnessed it. The icy, agonizing wound on her back left her at a loss for words. He had lost his sanity. The moonlight tonight is exquisite. Kotoha mused inexplicably. It is strange that I still wish to believe you at such a moment. Weakness rendered her voice faint, with pauses in between. Is this statement genuine? Donma inquired, his gaze fixed upon her. The shattered beauty wept from her pure azure eyes, like a fragment of ice melting away. She caressed that handsome face, warm and soft, with a smile akin to the gentle warmth of spring, silently dissolving this ice mountain. It was as if she beheld the morning sun of spring, her once dim eyes now brightened. I will return with you. She finally replied with the answer he longed to hear. The cold glimmer in Donma's eyes faded, replaced by a radiant glow. His satisfaction was a complex blend of emotions. Donma revealed his customary warm smile once more, delighted by Kotoha's change of heart. Beneath his expansive embrace, she appeared so diminutive, his chin resting upon her forehead. Moved as he said, you should have said so earlier. Then you would not have had to endure a slap. You know I would never harm you or Inosuk. You should not have abandoned the child. He could have lived. You both could have thrived. She extended her trembling hand to encircle his neck, her melting ice blue eyes glistening with tears, crystalline and translucent. She leaned closer to his ear, whispering, I understand. I believe your words. As she spoke, large droplets cascaded down. I am so cold. Could you hold me tighter? Her voice was barely above a whisper. Donma shed tears of joy, unable to discern whether he was acting or expressing genuine emotion. He simply held tightly to the one who had just been so obstinate and furious with him. At this moment, her breath was as gentle and affectionate as ever, yet tinged with a faint sorrow. Kotoha felt tightly embraced, the wound on her back having ceased to bleed due to the chill. It was the result of the icy mist from the fan while she had been unconscious. Thankfully, she had changed her mind. Doma, do you understand what love is? Her voice was low, whispering near his ear, accompanied by warm breath. I do. It is affection. Love is more than mere affection. It encompasses many forms and expressions. Her smile and voice remained as sweet and gentle as before, albeit slightly weakened. Softly uttered in his ear, yet it carried an entirely different experience. Can you, Lord Doma, comprehend human emotions? Receiving no reply, she offered a bitter smile. Tears falling in the darkness, shimmering in the moonlight. Indeed, she had failed, she had faltered. Before she could thaw this ice mountain, she had already extinguished herself. This man possessed no semblance of human emotion. He could never grasp human feelings, and his heart could not flutter for humanity, leading him to utter such shocking statements. After a slight struggle from Kodoha, the embrace loosened considerably. She cradled that handsome but inscrutable face, devoid of his usual warmth and fervor, his expression cold and unyielding. As she gently traced his downward brow with her fingers, his comfort was palpable, her warm little hands gliding to his lips, lingering softly. Is it permissible? He met her tender, water-like gaze, pure and crystalline, as if capable of ensnaring him in its depths. Their faces drew closer. She closed her eyes, slowly leaning in. The fragrant warmth enveloped her, her soft, supple lips brushing against his cool mouth, against his lips. He widened his eyes, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. A small hand covered his eyes, warm and soft. The sensation confirmed the reality of it all. The gentle, fleeting kiss lingered on his cool lips. Inexplicably, he responded, slightly parting his lips, as if searching for something. The salty taste spread, greedily savoring, mimicking the delightful chaos. He found himself yearning for more. Her breathing quickened. And as she sought to withdraw, he pulled her in tighter. In that moment of embrace, her hand found one of his, fingers intertwining through his cold ones, holding tight. They were intimately connected, resembling a pair of affectionate lovers. The world, previously unknown to him, ignited a sense of curiosity and excitement. Their moist eyes, slick mouths, and the humid air created an atmosphere thick with ambiguity, all illuminated by the hazy moonlight. Suddenly, she turned her face away, the prolonged suffocation granting her a sense of rebirth as she eagerly inhaled the fresh air. He clung tightly to this individual who had introduced him to such novel experiences. His eyes moist, appearing somewhat moved. What is this? How marvelous. Kodoha withdrew her hand from the cold grasp, slowly wrapping her arms around his broad back, gently caressing him. Do you wish to know? Yes, yes. Of course. Then, you shall never know. Instinct warned her of impending danger, prompting her body to react before her mind could comprehend. The golden fan flashed, warm liquid cascading down her shoulder and chest, the metallic scent of blood filling the air. Kodoha collapsed. He had been deceived. With audacity, she intended to lower his guard, a weapon poised to strike at him. Her intent was to kill. A bizarre smile adorned her alabaster face. Crimson liquid trickling from her lips and neck. Grasping a hairpin, its sharp end directed at Doma, she aimed to pierce him. Yet, she was far too diminutive, entirely unskilled. Devoid of speed or strength, lacking any understanding of demons, foolishly attempting to assassinate the upper moon with a mere hairpin. Her actions were both foolish and laughable. How could a frail woman ever hope to slay a being like him? Her endeavor was akin to a stone striking an egg or an ant attempting to shake a tree. Did she not realize that such folly could cost her life? Or perhaps, did she wish to relinquish her life all along? She was dead. Kyuka was dead. Kyuka was dead. Doma sat nearby, the stillness of the night mirroring his silence, icy mist enveloping half the mountain. He gazed at the blood, murmuring in confusion. Kyuka, you cannot live any longer. You are dying. A ludicrous thought flashed through his mind. What if he shared his blood with Kyuka? If she became a demon, she could live. As a demon, she would be like him, immortal, powerful, eternal. But would she? No, she would not agree. Her eyes were resolute. She was far too kind-hearted to resort to cannibalism. Blood gushed forth, her veins resembling a river nearly run dry. He touched his forehead, and a mask of emotionless laughter returned to his face. A chilling grin that barely reached his eyes. Ha ha ha, dead? Good then. In death, you shall suffer no more. After all, you were truly foolish. The naive, you finally made a wise decision before your demise. Perhaps this could be considered progress. I will ensure your happiness. Become a part of me, Kyuka. Did you not once say you felt joy by my side? You know I am quite particular. I will devour you whole, leaving not a single bone behind. Even if you depart from me, you will end up a lifeless corpse, deceived and tormented. Rather than struggling to survive outside, it is better to remain by my side. This way, we can be together forever. You are so beautiful. Instead of lying in filthy earth, devoured by worms, let me consume you. He spoke volubly. as if it were more fitting to kill and eat her directly. He spoke at length, though no living soul was present. Who was he addressing? Autumn dew fell upon him, leaves cascading onto Kyuka's yellow kimono, insects alighting upon her visage. She would not awaken again. That autumn night, Doma consumed Kyuka's body, leaving not even a strand of hair behind. The yellow-tinged green leaves fell silently to the ground. The drought-stricken pond lay barren, withered branches and desolate leaves. The deep autumn air weighed heavily upon the frost-laden, dying foliage, heralding the arrival of the chilling season. How could he ponder such things? The heart that had long ceased to beat inexplicably began to thump once more. The sensation was truly novel, akin to falling in love. Could it be that only the deceased possess emotions? If so, what cruel fate indeed. He wore a bitter smile, the first of its kind, natural and unforced. He understood that in the depths of despair and the abyss of death, both realms were shrouded in obscurity. Dead is simply dead. In this world, Kyuka no longer existed. Their destinies severed, never to meet again. He had severed it with his own hands. Why did he feel that everyone who became a part of him attained happiness? Yet Kyuka had never truly been happy. Why did a sense of regret linger? Why did it matter so much? This was too contradictory, uncharacteristic of him. He was always calm, never erring, consistently making the right choices. Why this sense of loss? Doma stared blankly upwards, where once was the sky. In the past, he never looked to the heavens, only casting his gaze downward, looking down upon all living beings. Perhaps he should have deceived her for eternity, ensuring her safety until old age, blissfully ignorant in her human guise, laughing foolishly, singing joyfully. This would have been the happiest ending. If only she had never discovered her cannibalistic nature. If only the irreparable rift between them had never formed. How absurd. In this world, there are no ifs. Where exactly is this place? Is it possible that heaven and hell are not mere fabrications, but truly exist? Passing by the pond of withered lotus, before him lay an endless darkness. When he wished to glance back at the wilted flowers, he found only a void of blackness. It is said that after death, one must traverse the Sanzu River, where crimson spider lilies bloom, symbolizing the separation of yin and yang. It mattered not. He held no attachment or anticipation for the living world. He granted his followers death, and of course, he himself feared not death. In fact, he found himself looking forward to it. Yet, the recent heartbeat had intrigued him. Could it be that emotions only arise after death? If so, the Creator is indeed wicked. In this world, nothing truly binds him, a life devoid of substance. Even he could not help but feel deeply moved. Was there no lantern of life? His memory was sharp, yet some could not recall certain things. Others were acutely aware. Was that the sensation of a heartbeat? He remained fixated on the recent palpitations. Who knows? Yet, none of it truly mattered. A familiar, ethereal voice echoed in his ears, one he cherished years ago. Suddenly, he turned, as if fate had conspired to reunite them. She wore a gown of green, her emerald eyes sparkling, black hair cascading to her waist, graceful and elegant. Her expression devoid of sorrow or joy, a crimson line adorning her white neck. Kyuka, without a hint of emotion, he had died, no need for pretense. Simply uttering the name of someone he once knew. She too wore an impassive expression, no longer the gentle smile he remembered. He smiled bitterly, murmuring, "Yes. It is as it should be. You should despise me. What do you wish to hear?" Her calm voice was as serene as the still waters beneath him. "I wish to see the you of old. The you etched in my memory, revisited countless times. The you, gentle and tender, singing with a smile." Kyuka did not respond, merely gazing at him in silence. In this realm, it was only the two of them. 1,000 words transformed into a profound silence. At last, she smiled, a gentle, radiant smile, warm and inviting, reminiscent of their first encounter. Even he was taken aback, hastily extending a hand, asking, "Kyuka, do you not hate me? Why can you still smile so calmly? If Inosuke had died, I would have hated you. But thankfully, he did not die. He grew up healthy and safe. I am truly relieved." Yet Doma wished to articulate something, yet he found himself at a loss. Kyuka touched the red mark on her neck, saying, "This is my own choice. I miss you." Through countless days and nights, he finally understood that this concern for others was called longing, a yearning. He had thought himself devoid of emotion, only to realize he had indeed shown his true feelings. "You have said this to many people." Her gentle laugh accompanied words devoid of warmth. Doma shook his head, his expression tinged with bitterness. "In the end, you would rather die than believe me. You do not trust that I would never harm you or the child, nor do you believe me when I say I miss you, every word I utter. You do not trust." He had believed that there would be one person in this world who would harbor pure and untainted feelings for him, until he witnessed her cast aside her most precious child into the abyss, until she deceived herself into choosing self-destruction in her final moments. Then he comprehended. So that was it. She did not trust him. Rather die than believe. No, you are mistaken. I have always believed in you. It is precisely because of belief that one experiences disappointment, despair, and suffering. These commonplace emotions are perhaps beyond your comprehension. She exerted tremendous effort to provide companionship, care, and love during her time in this world, delicately managing his feelings, striving to help him grasp the most simple and natural emotions, be it familial affection, friendship, or even love. In that final moment, she realized he would not take her life. Yet, his astonishing declarations filled her with dread. She understood that he would persist on a path devoid of hope. He had completely lost his sanity, descending into a soulless wretch devoid of emotion. She found it unbearable to face such a version of him, as well as her own humanity that harbored feelings for a monster. How ironic. You, who were devoid of emotions in life, have now attained them in death. To rise from the dead, could this not be considered rebirth? Congratulations. You have achieved your desires. With an expression as blank as a canvas, he calmly acknowledged a truth he had yet to perceive himself. Indeed, in death, he acquired the very emotions he had sought in life. He mistakenly believed the pounding of his heart to be the sensation of love. It turned out to be a stirring within his soul. He had, all along, experienced genuine feelings. He was still inclined towards brightness and beauty. He had not yet fully succumbed to darkness. When did he embark on a path so utterly contradictory, leading to his own downfall? Perhaps it began when he started to withdraw amidst the countless nights filled with lamentations and cries for help. He confined his small self within a room devoid of light, ignoring his own weeping, sorrow, and despair, playing the role of one sacrificed upon an altar. Hatred, indifference, disdain, and cruelty consumed him entirely, devouring him piece by piece. He had long since wallowed in the stench of a mire, with no soul extending a hand to him. They continually buried him beneath heaps of refuse, growing ever deeper, suffocating him. Perhaps he had already perished, and the being that walked was merely a lifeless shell. Smoke and alcohol could no longer dull his senses. He had transformed into a numbed marionette, seeking pleasure among women much like the father he despised. Though he laughed, he felt naught. That day, the progenitor of demons descended. He extended a hand of darkness to himself. In 2 decades, the only one to offer him aid was a demon. How utterly ironic. This world itself is rife with irony, is it not? Filled with lies, deceit, hypocrisy, greed, lust, anger, hatred, jealousy, evil, violence, pessimism, despair, vengeance, ignorance, and superstition. Does this not embody irony? He bowed his head before the demon. That day, he died, and he was reborn. From death to life, simultaneous death and rebirth. Crossing the river of oblivion, he became a being transcending life and death. Born as a demon, yet he lived more like a human. People called him a demon, for he consumed human flesh. The divine son worshipped by the masses was, in truth, a cannibal. How ironic. How foolish. By day, a god. By night, a demon. One step in the realm of mortals, another in the abyss. He discovered new distractions, playing with the world, like a carefree child, yet resembling a madman with nothing. The realm of emotions lay barren, whether in life or in death. His world remained desolate and void. Over the long passage of time, while playing among mortals, his life flowed like stagnant water, devoid of ripples or joy. Pulled from the foul mire, he sank into another abyss, quietly drowning in his desires. Succumbing to the instincts of a demon, falling deeper into depravity. He once believed he would remain in this descent until the world's end, when a flash of green invaded his gray and white existence. Green, the hue brimming with vitality and hope. Those resplendent, iridescent eyes, revered and worshipped by the world, could not perceive the colors of this realm. See how ironic it is. She was a lost lamb, intruding upon the lair of a demon. She bore a flicker of light, casting it at his feet, illuminating that small, darkened room. She knelt before him, recognizing him as a human, not a god, nor a demon, but a human. In countless moments, he yearned to be the deity that protected her. He wished to keep her until her natural end. With hair as white as snow, it turned out that humanity calls such feelings lifelong companionship, growing old together. It was indeed called guardianship. He desired to accompany her through this life. Yet, he was unaware. At that moment, he simply did not know. The hands that longed to protect her were laden with blades. And ultimately, they were discovered. He longed to touch that clear purity, but the blood upon his hands tainted the entire expanse of azure. Once more, darkness enveloped him. An endless descent. He had craved light and warmth, yet he extinguished it with his own hands. Desiring something, he acquired it unaware, only to destroy it himself. How ironic. How utterly ironic. Everything returned to the beginning. Now, arriving at the conclusion. Chapter 62, The River of Oblivion, Part 2. A prolonged gaze held them in silence upon the unspoken sea. Silence was the gentle breeze of the night, and their shared gaze was the unvoiced longing. Thank you, Konoha. It was the first time such sincere gratitude had been expressed, and Konoha once again revealed a warm smile. Mr. Doma, I shall escort you to this point. It is time for you to depart. Indeed, it is time to descend into hell. But where will you go? Konoha touched the red thread around her neck, smiling softly. I wish to see Inosuke grow into adulthood. Next time, Mr. Doma, please be a good person. He remained silent for a long while, then smiled compassionately, choosing not to speak further. In the realms of the living and the dead, the banks of the river of oblivion bloom eternally. The small boat crossing over has reached its end. Konoha had sung for wandering souls along the road of oblivion for 15 years. This was her penance for suicide. And she still had to sing for another 85 years. 85 years, too brief. She did not wish to be reborn. Her past life was too fleeting and too painful. She did not wish to endure it again. Half a life adrift, encountering unworthy people, too trusting of others, with no escape. Her life was as ephemeral as fireworks, easily extinguished. In that life, 8 parts bitter and 2 parts sweet, eternally difficult to reconcile. The scant moments of happiness were, surprisingly, granted by a demon. How cruel fate has been to her. A demon, who feasted upon women, was the one who treated her the best. That life felt like a joke within a grand deception. Konoha sat upon a verdant lotus leaf, singing freely. Her voice was ethereal and gentle. Her long black hair cascading to her waist, adorned in a gown of green that glimmered radiantly. La, la la la, la la la, within your life. The threads of light and dark intertwine and cross. With a final stroke upon the heart, they delineate your essence. The voice that sways with the wind has never been dispersed even for a moment. It is the words hidden within the heart, yearning to be spoken to you. Yet still unspoken. Life, oh so fleeting as a flower. Gentle breeze, caressing the cheek. Starlight, illuminating someone's home. We are but a fleeting moment in the cosmos. Do not ask again, do not inquire again, why I, in such a state, weep. My tears speak for me. You are the meaning, I am the meaning. Meaning is always elusive. It is in our encounter that someone shouts with all their might, yet cannot shatter the shell of destiny. This is a song Konoha learned from a certain wandering soul. She cherished it, endlessly repeating its verses. Long ago, there was a tale upon the river of oblivion, of a maiden who sat upon a lotus leaf, singing for wandering souls for nearly a century. Her voice was ethereal and gentle. Any wandering soul that chanced to hear her song would find solace for their spirit, their obsessions alleviated somewhat, and even the most malevolent spirits would shy away from her presence. It was said that she possessed a pair of crystalline green eyes, seemingly capable of healing the sorrows of those who had lived before. Next, Tsuzumi Kanade intoned a well-dressed Shinigami as a long queue formed before him. I am Tsuzumi Kanade, replied the girl with emerald eyes, her gait not as hurried as others. I do not wish to pass on. Sir, may I remain? Kanade implored as she approached him slowly. The Shinigami gazed at her, a sense of familiarity washing over him, and he sighed with resignation. Tsuzumi, you have already passed on 3 times, 400 years ago. If you choose to take your own life again, you will forfeit your right to reincarnation forever. I have informed you of this countless times. Indeed, Kanade recognized her inability to persuade this authority figure. Throughout the centuries, she had never received a definitive reply. She accepted her token and blended into the throng, her spirit desolate like a mere shell of a being. Who was that individual from earlier? The cloaked figure dressed in monk's robes, his face obscured. Sir, that was Tsuzumi Kanade. The Shinigami glanced at the person before him but did not respond, continuing on. It seems she carries remnants of her past life with her every reincarnation. Over 400 years. She has been reborn thrice and has been detained in the underworld for 300 years because she has chosen self-destruction each time. He was drenched in sweat, fearing that his superior would discover his oversight. Yet, it was not his fault. All procedures were predetermined and identical to those of others. Only Tsuzumi was far beyond the realm of normalcy. This upcoming reincarnation would likely offer her few opportunities. Her eyes were beautiful, what a pity. Where would she be reborn next? The monk-like superior extended his hand towards the Shinigami. Ah, she, Tsuzumi, is to be reborn into the household of an ordinary couple in Tokyo, he said, handing over Kanade's dossier. The individual opened the file, revealing details of her reincarnation. Date of birth, 2326. Date of death, 2352. Cause of death, suicide. In 26 years, Kanade would completely vanish. In a maternity hospital in Tokyo, a loving couple awaited the arrival of their child. The husband anxiously paced outside the delivery room, fidgeting like an ant on a hot skillet. Despite the advancements in technology that could alleviate many troubles, his wife chose to give birth in the traditional manner. Outside, the trees flourished, birds perched on the branches, basking in the spring sunlight. chirping away as if more impatient than the expectant father within. Sunlight streamed through the window, bringing warmth and light. And motes of dust danced in the air. A bouquet of flowers lay on the bedside table, a congratulatory gift from the husband. A powder-pink infant swaddled in white linen slowly opened her eyes, revealing irises greener than the tender shoots of early spring, radiating warmth as she entered the world. That day, early cherry blossoms adorned the streets by the riverside. Tourists reveled in the beauty of nature, basking in the happiness it brought. And the sea of cherry blossoms was more splendid than the evening glow on the horizon, seemingly welcoming the birth of this girl. Her parents, aided by a nurse, captured this single-family portrait while she was still cradled in swaddling. Another spring came, the cherry blossoms blooming once more, petals drifting in through the window, landing on the somewhat worn photograph. "Kanade, hurry up. You'll be late." A gentle voice called, strained, clearly exerting maximum effort to reach the upstairs. This phrase had echoed throughout the house numerous times. Yet, the girl named Kanade still did not come down. The grandmother wrapped a bento in a lavender cloth and heard a clatter from above, followed by hurried footsteps down the stairs. A girl appeared, clad in a white shirt and a plaid school skirt, her hair disheveled, and her attire haphazard. She rubbed her eyes, revealing dark circles and exhaustion, yawning. "Why didn't Grandma wake me? I'm going to be late." In a playful tone, seeing Kanade in such a state, the grandmother could only smile helplessly. "I called you many times. It's because you're such a little lazybones, sleeping too soundly. Now, hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face. And take your bento with you." Kanade rubbed her eyes, focusing. "Oh no, I'm going to be late. Only 15 minutes left." But it would take 15 minutes to reach school. Would she make it in time? Thus, the girl swiftly grabbed her backpack, biting into a slice of bread as she rushed out. Her mumbled, "I'm leaving," indistinct, swallowed along with the bread. On the sidewalk, a high school girl dashed past, attracting the attention of passers-by. Even the elderly lady walking her dog smiled faintly as she watched, distant memories of her own student days surfacing. Chapter 1. The High School Girl. Ha ha ha. The breathless girl sprinted like a 100-meter dash, her eyes lighting up as she spotted the red line of the school gate. "Wait for me, Kanade-chan." A familiar, somewhat androgynous voice called from behind, belonging to her classmate. Fushing Ryo, the perennial underachiever who was always late, while her twin brother was an exemplary student, a genius in the eyes of their peers. A figure of excellence at school. The disparity between the two was staggering. "Ryo-chan, you're late again." Her voice soft. "Oh dear. Mom didn't wake me up this morning. What am I going to say now?" Came the somewhat neutral voice. "Haha, it must be because Ryo-chan couldn't get up. It's all right, the teachers are used to it." She teased lightly. "What? You're making me sound so pitiful. By the way, why are you late too, Kanade-chan?" Well, haha," the girl replied with a wry smile. Finally, they managed to slip through the school gate before it closed. Even the gatekeeper was astonished by their speed. At this rate, they would surely rank in the city's running competitions. The morning bell rang, echoing through the campus, and the sound of commotion erupted in the corridor. The loud bang of the door being pushed open resonated as the two latecomers leaned against the door, panting heavily. All eyes in the classroom turned towards them, drawn by their homeroom teacher, Asakawa's gaze. Asakawa adjusted his glasses, exasperated by the habitual lateness of Fushing Ryo, and had long since given up on reprimanding her. After all, everyone has their own fate, even twins are not exempt. One a prodigy, the other an underachiever. The disparity in their academic abilities made Asakawa question the accuracy of their blood relation. However, Suzumi Kanade, a middle-performing student in the class, was usually inconspicuous. Yet her tardiness was indeed surprising. He recalled her to be a well-behaved child, the quietest in the class. Seeing their clasped hands, Asakawa seemed to understand. Suzumi had been led astray by Fushing. Why is she hanging out with Ryo instead of someone else? Asakawa sighed and waved his hand, indicating they should return to their seats. The two girls exhaled in relief, having expected a scolding from Asakawa, but finding it surprisingly easy to escape reprimand. Ryo thought it must be due to Kanade's good influence, for she appeared to be a model student, gentle and reserved, introverted and sensitive. Surely Asakawa would hesitate to criticize her. During the lunch break, Ryo naturally settled in front of Kanade, as they always shared lunch together. When did we become such close friends? It seems neither of us can pinpoint the moment. Perhaps this is what fate feels like. Leon gently grasped Chinya's hand, palms pressed together, overwhelmed with emotion to the point of tears. "Thank you, Chinya-chan." Chinya, somewhat confused, tilted her head in perplexity. About this morning's tardiness. Didn't Asakura refrain from reprimanding us?" "Oh, that. I thought it was because of Leon that she let us off the hook." "How could that be?" "Asakura has long harbored disdain for me, eagerly seeking excuses to reprimand me." Leon leaned back, adopting a relaxed posture akin to that of an elder, arms sprawled wide. Appearing quite at ease, Qinya opened her lunchbox, eating at a leisurely pace, then spoke. How about you try waking up earlier, Liang? You can't afford to be late every day, can you? No, that's simply impossible. Liang tilted her head back, gazing at the ceiling. If this continues, Asakura-sensei will be disappointed, she continued, savoring her meal. Then let her be disappointed. I'm beyond redemption, came Liang's nonchalant response, as if resigning to her fate. Before taking a hearty bite of her sandwich, sigh, Qinya wiped her mouth, sipping on barley tea, and lamented, has Liang truly given up on herself? Indeed, came the prolonged, emphatic reply. How strange. Despite being twins, why is it that Liang's brother excels academically? Qinya glanced at the now empty classroom. She laughed, as if her previous words had struck a sensitive chord, causing Liang to splutter. She mimicked the absurdity of the situation, jesting. It must be that guy stole my intelligence while still in the womb. With that, she rose to confront her twin brother, intent on reclaiming what was rightfully hers. Qinya immediately stood up, grasping Liang's hand. The clattering of chairs and desks drew the attention of the entire class, prompting Qinya to shyly lower her head and sit back down. During lunch, Liang rested her chin on Qinya's desk, gazing at the girl before her, who wore thick glasses. Beneath the transparent lenses were a pair of clear, azure eyes, framed by long, delicate eyelashes. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, a testament to the unfairness of nature. Qinya, don't you think your bangs are a bit long? They're nearly obscuring your eyes. Liang reached out to sweep aside the heavy fringe, styling it into a sideswept look, revealing her smooth forehead and blushing complexion. She had always found it curious why Qinya chose to present herself in such a clumsy and unflattering manner, especially when she was undeniably a stunning high school beauty. However, Qinya was a sensible girl, and there must have been a reason for her choices. Qinya, have you heard? Our math teacher is pregnant and will soon be leaving us. We'll likely have a new teacher, Liang remarked, gazing nostalgically out the window. Indeed. But we should feel happy for our math teacher. She and her partner are about to welcome a new life. Isn't that a wondrous thing? The sunlight made Chinya's eyes sparkle, even through the thick glass. Qinya will surely make a wonderful mother. Huh, because you're so gentle and kind. Speaking of which, my own mother is quite a story, Liang said, frowning at the mention of her parent. Well, let us not put it that way. Raising such outstanding children like you and your brother is no small feat, huh? Are you including me in the compliment? I'm flabbergasted, Liang exclaimed, cradling her head as she made her way to the restroom. Qinya walked beside her, smiling in silence, a knowing silence. In the restroom, the water flowed crystal clear as Liang rinsed her hands, the coolness providing a refreshing sensation. By the way, our next class is swimming. Aren't you planning to attend? Liang recalled how Qinya often skipped swimming class, yet she didn't seem averse to it. Qinya sighed yes. I've already missed several swimming classes. If I skip again, I might not pass this semester. The coach will surely hold that against me. No. You must maintain a respectable image as a student. The poolside was crowded, whispers buzzing all around. Hey, who is that girl? Which class is she from? I've never seen her before. Look over there. That girl. Wow, is she from our school? I have no recollection of her. She's such a beauty. Absolutely stunning. I need to find out her name. Liang, standing beside Qinya, cradled her head in her hands, absorbing the clamor of the crowd. She cast a glance at the girl beside her. Qinya's fair and delicate skin seemed to glow in the sunlight. A single braid cascading down her side, and without the glasses obscuring her face, her features were breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a pure starlet on a poster. Oh my, Qinya, you certainly keep your beauty hidden. Liang was astonished by her friend's looks, feeling somewhat deceived after spending so much time in her company without realizing her allure. Qinya, you can do it. Go for it. Liang cheered from the shore, rooting for her friend. Qinya glided through the water like a graceful mermaid, her movements ethereal. When she emerged from the water, her long, slender legs left Liang in awe for quite some time. Qinya, you are something else. Chapter 2, A Meeting of Gazes. Why? Liang slammed her hand on Qinya's desk. Ever since being captivated by Qinya's true beauty, Liang had taken on the role of a lovesick admirer, orbiting around her. Unwilling to depart, she could not comprehend why such a stunning high school girl, in the prime of her youth, would choose to present herself in such an unflattering manner. She could no longer wait. She was desperate to uncover the truth. Qinya's appearance had sparked a campus legend, creating quite a stir. For several consecutive days, her shoe locker had been stuffed with pink envelopes. Without exception, she had chosen not to open any, adhering to her usual method of dismissal. Sigh. Qinya sighed as she packed her bag, standing up as the golden rays of the setting sun illuminated her face, highlighting the fine fuzz on her cheeks. It's because I want to continue being good friends with Liang. She smiled gently, warmer than the sun, as the afterglow shaded half of her face, leaving only the corners of her mouth visible. All right, let us go. Chinya called to Liang as she approached the door. Liang snapped back to reality, noticing they were the only two left in the classroom. Why do you say that? It piques my curiosity. The setting sun cast long shadows from the treetops, their silhouettes stretching towards the two girls' black shoes, one with long hair and the other with short, waving goodbye at the crossroads. Both belonged to the same returning home club, having joined no other extracurricular activities. Chinya removed her glasses and placed them in her pocket, walking to the bus station but not boarding. Instead, she followed the road into a family restaurant. She was an employee there. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for your hard work. Chinya greeted, bowing to the patrons. Clad in a maid's uniform, she appeared transformed, her bangs gone, revealing her forehead as she beamed with warmth and friendliness. Ah, Chinyane. A child's voice chimed, followed by the cheerful jingle of the doorbell as a boy's parents entered, the mother offering an apologetic smile. Ah, Shotokuin, welcome. Chinya greeted with a smile, taking the small hand that clutched her skirt and leading him to a window seat. Here, this is Shota's favorite spot, she exclaimed, helping the little boy into his seat. Shota was a regular, as his mother was not particularly skilled in the kitchen. Having visited several times, Konoha has become well acquainted with their preferences, and the son of this household particularly enjoys lingering around her. Time in the restaurant slips away swiftly amidst the bustling cacophony, embodying the essence of earthly delights. The dim lights of the restaurant have dwindled to a mere few, while the outside grows increasingly desolate. You've worked hard, they all express in succession as they bid their farewells. It is now 8:30, and the number of patrons has dwindled, signaling the impending closing time. Konoha changes her attire and exchanges farewells with her colleagues. As she passes the platform, she glances at the time. In the blink of an eye, she finds herself in another location, somewhat concealed, where the flickering sign and lettering indicate that this place is decidedly out of sync with high school life. At 9 o'clock, upon entering, the interior bursts with vibrant hues and raucous music, a melting pot of diverse crowds, except for the bar area, which maintains a semblance of tranquility with a few souls leisurely savoring fine wines. Ah, Konoha-chan. A striking figure in a dapper vest and a high ponytail greets her with an elegant wave, exuding an air of competence. Konoha responds with a smile as she changes into her work attire, while Mayo playfully pulls her back, exclaiming, "Without makeup, you don't quite fit in here." With practiced ease, she deftly applies makeup on Konoha's face, and when Konoha opens her eyes again, only a few minutes seem to have passed, yet she appears remarkably transformed. Gazing into the mirror, Konoha admires her fresh and elegant look, though the lip color is somewhat bold, imparting a mature allure. Once her outfit is in order and her ponytail secured, Konoha enters through the discreet door behind the counter. The bar now boasts the presence of a charming and efficient female bartender. With fewer patrons tonight, the atmosphere feels more relaxed. Konoha begins to meticulously clean the glassware when suddenly, an arm drapes over her shoulder, accompanied by a subtle scent of perfume. It's Mayo, the owner. Konoha-chan. You're quite diligent today. Konoha catches a hint of alcohol on her breath. Indeed, but isn't it rather unprofessional for the boss to drink during work hours? She replies, her tone dismissive. Hee, if only Konoha-chan would smile more, you'd attract a lot more customers, and I could earn a bit more too. Mio's gaze betrays a mischievous glint as her hand playfully caresses Konoha's chin. Is that so? But I believe you are already quite captivating, and your regular customers are plentiful. Konoha responds, maintaining her calm demeanor as she continues to polish the glasses. Speaking of which, I'm genuinely saddened. Konoha-chan, I'm nearing 30. Yet I still find myself acting like a child, crying at the drop of a hat, though it's all for show. Konoha turns her head slightly towards the sulking adult resting on her shoulder, her clear eyes surveying Mayo, who seems oblivious to her own image as she pouts. It's as if she silently inquires, why the sorrow? Even without voicing it, Mayo inevitably spills her grievances. Listen, just now a super handsome guy came in. I served him a drink and we shared a toast. It was delightful, yet he didn't leave me his contact information. I'm so heartbroken. Isn't that quite normal? Those who do leave their contacts are often unreliable. Think about it. Why would they share their information in the first place? Though Mayo has experienced her fair share of encounters, she still feels a pang of disappointment, especially since she had been so forward. With a dejected demeanor, Mayo lowers her head, straightens her arm, resting her hand on Konoha's shoulder, and suddenly raises her other hand with a thumbs up. Konoha, you've graduated. It's time to open a branch. Konoha swiftly swats Mio's hand off her shoulder, resolutely declining. No, I don't like bars. I have other things to attend to. The doorbell rings as more customers trickle in, and Konoha dons her professional smile. Welcome. Time flows under the vibrant lights, and as the clock strikes 11, Konoha remarks, it's getting a bit late. She closes the counter, grabs her bag, and steps out of the vibrant bar scene. Outside, the weather appears gloomy, which explains the sparse clientele tonight. In the distance, lightning flickers, and the sky is thick with dark clouds, seemingly brewing a heavy downpour. She must hurry home before the rain descends. Ascending the steps around the corner, the streetlights cast a dim glow, and the trees sway gently in the wind. Her shadow dances erratically beneath her feet. The evening breeze is cool, carrying a hint of dampness from afar, refreshing her senses. As she gazes up from the lowest step, she spots a striking young man at the top, tall, with white hair and a faint scent of tobacco wafting down. He holds a cigarette between his fingers, the ember flickering like the distant lightning, while his long coat billows in the wind. He neither ascends nor descends, merely stands there. Konoha observes her surroundings. The street is deserted. Cautiously, she ascends the steps, her leather shoes echoing on the stone, and the world around her falls into a profound silence. Is this the calm before the storm? She feels a mix of danger and fear. What is she afraid of? This man. He is a stranger. Why should she be fearful? It seems utterly irrational. The streetlight flickers erratically, emitting sounds akin to a power outage, mirroring her anxious heartbeat. The smoke from his cigarette swirls around her skirt. Konoha's gaze flits left and right, deliberately avoiding eye contact, fearing that a momentary glance might lead to something ominous. She must pass safely and swiftly. The man exhales a plume of smoke, the faint aroma of tobacco lingering in the air, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. Suddenly, the tranquility is disrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Dark, flowing hair, fair skin, lowered eyes, soft pink lips, a white shirt, long legs, and black shoes, each detail vividly imprinted in her mind. As the girl nears the top of the steps, the streetlight flickers out, and the man glances over nonchalantly, locking eyes with her vibrant green gaze, clear and deep as an abyss, inviting one to lose themselves within. What curious eyes! A silent admiration echoes within her. Chapter 3. Omelette Rice. Konoha, wishing to evade the intersection of their gazes, inadvertently collides with those rainbow-hued eyes, struck by the wonder of such uniqueness. Are there truly individuals with such mesmerizing eyes in this world? Like a kaleidoscope, they are breathtakingly beautiful. Sensing a gaze from behind, Konoha dares not turn back. The most perilous intersection has passed, and she must hasten home. Her legs, seemingly possessed, propel her forward as if something dangerous is in pursuit. Run, just run. I'm back. Konoha places her bag on the cabinet, still slightly breathless. She crouches before the sofa, observing her grandmother, who has already dozed off, and gently whispers her safety. Carefully, she retrieves the remote from the elderly woman's hand, silencing the noisy television that had been playing something unknown. Instantly, the world quiets, and she lays the elder down, covering her with a blanket before stealthily ascending to the loft. In a hurry, she washes her face, changes into her pajamas, dons her headphones, and lies on her comfortable bed, drifting into slumber accompanied by melodious tunes. Tomorrow is Saturday, a day free from school, allowing her to sleep until noon. In the morning, Konoha awakens with a yawn, stretching lazily, a glimmer of tears in her eyes from the yawn. She glances at the desk by the window, where a reflective photograph rests, and notices a pair of birds perched on a branch outside, as if waiting for her to rise. Hello there. Konoha greets the birds as she opens the window. You're back, so late again yesterday. Xiao Qinyi, the grandmother stood in the kitchen serving rice for Qinyi, gently speaking to her as she descended the stairs. Qinyi, still half asleep, yawned repeatedly. As she opened her eyes, a plate was laid out before her, adorned with red bean rice, miso soup, grilled fish, and mountain vegetables, all of which were her favorite dishes. How fragrant! I love Grandma so much, she exclaimed, playfully nuzzling against her grandmother. Hurry and eat. It's all your favorite. Grandma patted Qinyi's head. Haha, Grandma is the best. She cheered, raising her chopsticks in celebration. Watching her granddaughter devour breakfast with gusto, Grandma's eyes sparkled with pride. Then, before the household shrine, she lit a stick of incense, the crisp sound of the bowl resonating as she clasped her hands in prayer, above which hung 3 black and white photographs. By the way, Grandma, it's Saturday today, and I've made plans with Leon to do homework together, so I won't be back for lunch. Oh, is that so? Be careful on your way. Her voice was soft, filled with affection. In the family dining room sat a girl with short hair, her gaze sharp and her eyes slightly upturned, yet her expression was one of profound lethargy, a stark contradiction. She glanced out the window, and soon, a girl arrived, waving her hands. Ah, Qinyi, you're so slow. I'm nearly finished with my juice. Sorry. I came back too late yesterday and overslept. Qinyi apologized with a smile as she took a seat. Still working part-time? You're really pushing yourself. Well, since I'm not participating in any club activities, a part-time job feels more reliable. Speaking of clubs, I find it curious that you love singing, yet you're not in a singing or music club. Well, Qinyi chuckled, hesitating, and Liang immediately understood, refraining from further inquiry. Speaking of which, summer vacation is approaching. Do you have any plans? Liang casually fiddled with the straw in her tall glass. I suppose I'll just continue working and studying. Huh, that sounds rather dreary for a high school student. Such a waste. Qingyi offered a smile. Ah, speaking of summer, the beach is definitely on the agenda. What do you think about going to the beach? A pillow fight during a retreat? Liang exclaimed, excitedly standing up and clapping her hands on the table. Isn't that something clubs usually do together? It's just the two of us. That sounds rather lonely, Qingyi said, cradling her cheek. True, but there's always a way. I'll try to invite more people to join us. Liang remained undeterred, her mind racing with possibilities. As the sunlight grew increasingly blinding, it dawned on them that it was already noon. I've been sitting here working on homework for quite a while. It's past 11 already, she realized, glancing at the menu, finding nothing appealing. What a rare, splendid weekend. Cradling her head in her hands, she stared vacantly at the glass outside. Suddenly her eyes lit up. Qingyi, why don't you come over to my house? The suggestion was so abrupt that Qingyi momentarily failed to respond. Liang grasped Qingyi's hand, leading her briskly ahead. Before long, they arrived at a grand entrance, an imposing traditional Japanese gate, and a spacious courtyard adorned with uniquely shaped pine trees. So this is the grandeur of the Fuxing household, Qingyi thought, feeling somewhat awkward as it was her first visit. Are you sure your parents aren't home? My sudden visit feels rather presumptuous, she said, her voice tinged with anxiety. Oh, don't worry. My parents are very open-minded. They'll surely adore someone as sweet and lovely as you, Liang replied joyfully. Noticing Qingyi's lingering hesitation, she reassured her. They really aren't home today. You can relax. With that, she gently nudged Qingyi forward. As they turned a corner, Qingyi kept looking back at Liang to ease her own nerves, inadvertently colliding with something hard that bore a faint scent of cedar. Ouch, she exclaimed, quickly touching her forehead. As she opened her eyes, she found herself facing a figure clad in black, his features strikingly similar to Liang's, but more austere, with sharp eyes framed by silver glasses resting on a prominent nose. His dark shirt accentuated his pale skin, exuding an air of aloof elegance, cold and piercing, seemingly beyond reach. For a moment, Qingyi felt a chill wash over her, panic rising within her. This scene drew Liang's ire, as she pointed an accusing finger at her brother. What on earth? Why is brother home? Liang's brother adjusted his glasses, his tone icy as winter. This isn't just your home, is it? With that, he brushed past them, leaving a cold breeze in his wake. This individual was Liang's brother, who appeared oblivious to Qingyi's presence. Thus, she missed the opportunity to apologize. Though they were classmates, he was a legendary figure, untouchable and never having exchanged a word with her. So he is such a cold person, she thought. His personality is in stark contrast to Liang's. One is as frigid as ice, while the other is as warm as fire. Liang's brother adjusted his glasses, pondering that the girl from earlier seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place her. He was always busy, adept at managing his time, never dwelling on trivial matters. And soon the fleeting thought evaporated. Liang's room was spacious, and she eagerly introduced Qingyi to her belongings, showcasing many antiquities that left Qingyi in awe. A gurgling sound from her stomach disrupted Liang's enthusiasm. She rested her hands on Qingyi's shoulders, her head suddenly lifting, a mischievous smile crossing her face. How could I forget? We came back to eat. Qingyi blinked in surprise, following Liang into the kitchen. But can Liang really cook? Surely not, she speculated. Sukiyaki. Can Liang actually make that? Qingyi widened her eyes, ready to take charge of the cooking herself. Oh, this is no trouble at all. My mom says hot pot is simply about throwing anything in to cook. It's the simplest dish. Liang beamed with confidence. Qingyi sighed, already envisioning the potential culinary disaster that awaited, realizing Liang's personality was inherited from her mother. She found the mother-daughter duo endearing. Let me handle this. Besides, it'll be a home economics lesson for you. What? I don't want to attend classes on the weekend, but if it means I can enjoy your cooking, then it's worth it. Qingyi, is she the girl known for her sharp tongue in class? I don't remember much about her. Seems like she's south quite close with Liang. As Liang's brother walked past with a large tablet, the kitchen felt as if a cold breeze had just swept through. Qingyi quickly gathered her ingredients and prepared 3 servings of omelet rice and seaweed tofu miso soup. The two returned to Liang's room for lunch, filled with laughter and conversation. This was the joy of girlhood. Chapter 4, Cocktails. As summer vacation approached, students were released after a half-day of classes. Their enthusiasm was palpable as they discussed plans for the break, while Qingyi sat quietly in the back corner, gazing at the fluttering curtains. Feeling like a kite ensnared here, struggling yet unable to escape its bindings. Perhaps I could take on an extra job during the summer, she mused. Liang sent a message saying she had to leave early, and as Qingyi stepped out of the school gates alone, a refreshing breeze from the river accompanied her along the hilly path. The weather was splendid, with the sun hidden from view. Yi lay on the grass by the riverbank, feeling solitary. Everyone has someone precious to cherish. She has always felt out of place in this world, as though she is perpetually alone. Although she has her grandmother, the latter is aging and will soon depart, much like her parents did, leaving her behind without warning. Everyone else seems to have a place to return to, while she struggles to comprehend the significance of her existence. Liang has her family and friends, yet she appears to have few companions and no close relatives aside from her elderly grandmother. After graduation, everyone will scatter. Liang, with her sunny disposition, will undoubtedly forge numerous friendships. Will she still need her? For one who feels unnecessary, with nowhere to belong, she is at a loss regarding the purpose of her existence. Life often feels like a sorrowful affair. Shielding her eyes with her forearm, she attempts to conceal her distress. The gentle murmur of the brook drowns out the sorrowful lament hidden among the grass, and her mood mirrors the overcast sky, dreary and devoid of sunlight. The tasks at the family restaurant remain unfinished. The bar work also lingers, and her grandmother requires her care. There is still much to be done. Kodoha, you must gather your spirits. On the street, Fuxing Liang snapped at her phone. Why? Why is a birthday meant for two, yet I am the only one preparing? How unfortunate I am. The voice on the other end hurriedly uttered a plea and promptly hung up, revealing the extent of their busyness. Fuxing Liang set her phone down, gazing at the grayish-white sky, exhaling a sigh. In my mother's eyes, my brother is the only one who matters. In the office, Fuxing Lian was organizing academic affairs, clutching a stack of important examination lists for her class, entrusted to her by Aishikawa as the student council president and top student of her grade. She remained at school attending to matters while her classmates had already returned home for the holidays. Fuxing Lian had faced 3 examinations, 2 failures, and 1 barely passed. Removing her silver-rimmed glasses, she pinched the bridge of her nose. Hirata Makoto, Tashiro Yuki, Sawada Jun, and Kodoha Fuxing. Her gaze lingered on this name a moment longer. She noticed a peculiar phenomenon. In the entrance exams, midterms, and finals, this individual maintained a consistent score, unlike most who experienced fluctuations. Merely an average student, perhaps? Was it mere chance or a deliberate effort? Returning home, night had fallen, and as expected, she was greeted with the sound of celebratory fireworks. This year's birthday celebration was no different. Although it was ostensibly a party prepared for her, everyone else seemed filled with joy and excitement, brimming with enthusiasm, while she, the guest of honor, felt as cold as the wind, an indifferent bystander in her own festivity. Everything felt inverted. At the family restaurant, welcome, Kodoha donned a black and white maid outfit, warmly greeting customers. Her night did not belong to her. The first half was dedicated to the family restaurant, the latter half to the bar, while her days were consumed with studying, leaving only the late hours for herself. After the hectic and noisy work concluded, the holiday began, and patrons started to fill the restaurant. Today, she felt a bit sore in her arms. On the nighttime streets, a girl with long hair cascading over her shoulders and blunt bangs wore an A-line dress and headphones, her expression neutral, her brow radiating a cool brilliance, exuding an aura that was somewhat aloof, deterring others from approaching. Turning the corner, she arrived at the underground bar. "Oh, Kodoha-chan, you look as beautiful as ever," exclaimed the exuberant manager, Mayo, dressed formally, her words light-hearted and her gestures exaggerated, creating a stark contrast. Well, my makeup skills are becoming increasingly flawless," she affirmed, nodding to herself. Kodoha tilted her head, gazing at the mirror. "Why is my makeup so heavy today?" Mayo, finishing her makeup, squinted as she leaned on Kodoha's shoulder, whispering nervously, "Well, you know, Kodoha, being a high school student, working in a bar is strictly prohibited for minors, and during summer, you're bound to run into acquaintances. Right? A heavier makeup might just help conceal your identity." Her tone was somewhat apologetic. "Your tone sounds suspiciously like you're enticing a minor," Kodoha retorted. Come on now." Mayo laughed, patting Kodoha's shoulder to mask her unease. "All right, Kodoha-chan, just smile more. Let us boost our sales. And maybe we can go on a trip by the end of the month." Mayo grinned, wrapping her arm around Kodoha's shoulder, her eyes sparkling with motivation. "A trip doesn't matter." Mayo struck a charming smile and pushed Kodoha toward the counter. "Welcome." Her sweet voice was soft and gentle, her smile reminiscent of springtime cherry blossoms. A glass of millionaire was ordered by a male customer seated at the corner of the bar. Moments later, a fresh $1 million cocktail was placed before him, its pink hue adorned with a slice of golden lemon. The customer was captivated by the girl's swift and graceful movements, so much so that he wondered if he needed 2 drinks to witness such elegance. Taking a sip, he found the texture smooth and melting, with a subtle pineapple fragrance mingled with the sweetness of pomegranate, an exquisite reward for an adult after a long day. Now in summer, Mayo had extended Kodoha's working hours. requiring her to stay in the bar from 9 at night until 1 in the morning. Kodoha had managed to bring Mayo to her home, fabricating a story about an ordinary job to persuade her grandmother to agree. Of course, this job's location and hours were illegal in Japan. Yet the owner of the establishment was capricious, and most importantly, the pay was substantial. The cheerful sound of a doorbell rang as a pair of male customers entered. "Welcome." Kodoha continued with her professional smile. "Senpai, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" One man in a black shirt, slender and tall, with a youthful yet mature demeanor, surveyed the room with a subtle, almost imperceptible glance. The other man, dressed in a dark red shirt and a long black coat, exuded an air of relaxation, tilting his head to one side, indicating a spot near the bar. The white-haired youth appeared languid and casual, casting a light smile at the composed young man. French 75, he signaled to the bartender with a gentle smile. For me last word." The bartender, a woman with a high ponytail and a serene expression, possessed clear, captivating eyes. Her movements were graceful and swift, devoid of any superfluous actions, resembling a mesmerizing performance. Upon presenting the finished drinks, one could not help but feel as if they were witnessing a noble sorceress at work. One drink, served in a tulip champagne glass, contained a nearly transparent liquid, garnished with a small bird fashioned from golden lemon peel, emitting a faint lemony fragrance. The other drink, served in a triangular glass, held a pale green liquid, exceptionally refreshing, the rim adorned with delicate strands of orange peel resembling a serpent coiled atop azure waves. Chapter 5. Love Letters and Parfaits. "What are your thoughts, Reiji-kun?" The silver-haired man, possessing mesmerizing iridescent eyes, exuded an unparalleled beauty. He rested his arm casually on the shoulder of a companion, laughing in a manner reminiscent of comforting a child. Yet, despite the apparent joy in his laughter, there was an absence of warmth and delight. His striking eyes seemed shrouded in a veil of mist, alluring yet enigmatic, making it impossible to discern their true hue, much like the man himself, who was equally inscrutable. Qin Yi, unwittingly overhearing their conversation, felt an odd sense of familiarity upon entering, as if she had encountered this silver-haired figure before, yet the memory eluded her. His laughter struck her as perilous, but fortunately, they were seated a modest distance away. The man with ebony locks, exuding an air of aristocratic aloofness, possessed sharp, elongated eyes that seemed familiar. Could it be? Liang's older brother shouldn't be found in such a place, should he? The thought of being discovered working here sent a wave of anxiety through Qin Yi. Nevertheless, she endeavored to maintain a serene smile and composed demeanor. She earnestly wished for Meidai to return soon and take her place. Just as Qin Yi's mind was in turmoil, the two men finished their drinks and departed. With a sigh of relief, she began to tidy up the glasses when one of them returned, with short black hair and a tranquil presence. His dark eyes were strikingly sharp. It was indeed Liang's brother. "Customer, your glasses," Qin Yi exclaimed, handing the silver-framed spectacles to the black-haired man. He accepted them without uttering a word and departed with the chime of a delicate bell. What was that expression? Upon Meidai's return, she immediately noticed the chilly aura emanating from her family's top bartender. "Oh dear, I was just out for a moment," Meidai chuckled, rubbing her hands together. "I think I just saw someone from our class." Panicked, she hurried over. "Did you get spotted?" "Surely not. After all, we aren't close." Observing Meidai's rare seriousness, Qin Yi felt a few beads of sweat form on her brow. "Starting tomorrow, I'm going to change your image." Somehow, Meidai concluded, as if such a transformation could allow them to sail under the radar. The night breeze caressed her face, dispelling the fatigue and heaviness. The moonlight illuminated the surroundings, though it paled in comparison to the streetlights lining the road. Wisps of smoke curled from her fingertips, belonging to a slender hand with distinctly defined knuckles. Its owner was the handsome, silver-haired man, lounging on a park bench with a relaxed demeanor, exuding a carefree charm. His outstretched arms claiming the entire seat as he gazed up at the starry sky. "Another failure. How many times has it been? I've lost count. That brat is simply too difficult to handle. So what if he is among Japan's elite? His arrogance is unbearable, especially considering he represents the prestigious Tokyo University, attempting to extend an olive branch on his birthday no less. Yet, perhaps there is a glimmer of hope. A clue seems to have sparked in my mind." As the pedestrian traffic dwindled after midnight, the tranquility of Japan's safe streets did little to ease the concern of a young girl walking alone at night. Fortunately, her home was not far away, merely a 20-minute stroll. Checking her phone, she was surprised to find it filled with messages from Liang. How could she forget? Today was Liang's birthday. Hastily, she sent her birthday wishes, her smile radiating even in the darkness, reminiscent of the purest flower blooming in the mountains, captivating yet shadowed by the dangerous aura of its owner. "Let us ask Liang out for shopping tomorrow." She had attempted to arrange this several times before, intending to buy a birthday gift as well. Quietly, she sent a message, soon receiving an affirmative response. And the weariness of work was swiftly replaced by joy as she hummed a cheerful tune on her way home. The following day, Qin Yi awaited Liang at the mall's entrance. Liang was dressed in shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, his short hair and elongated eyes presenting a fresh and capable appearance. Instantly recognizable as a handsome youth. "Happy birthday," Qin Yi greeted, her hair styled in a bun, complementing her white short-sleeved shirt and light blue jeans, which accentuated her slender and elegant silhouette. It's fine. The day has passed. If only I could spend it with you instead of that gloomy guy," Liang lamented. The mall bustled with people, yet the smiles of the two girls outshone the sun. As Qin Yi sat on a bench outside a clothing store, fiddling with her phone, a shadow loomed over her, prompting her to look up. 3 girls approached, stylishly dressed, but with unfriendly expressions. "What a surprise to see you here." One of them greeted with a smile that lacked warmth. "How have you been?" Another inquired haughtily. The girl at the back, with a serene appearance, radiated disdain and an unpleasant atmosphere. Qin Yi remained silent, turning her face away as she contemplated how to avoid this confrontation. "Stop pretending. You stole someone else's boyfriend, and now you stroll around here so shamelessly." "Exactly. Return Leoni's boyfriend at once." A friend behind her protested. "I've already said it has nothing to do with me," Qin Yi replied, her tone as cold as the winter air, devoid of any vitality. "Huh. We found Leoni's boyfriend's love letter in your shoe cabinet. How can you say it has nothing to do with you? I didn't write the letter. How could I possibly know what others think? If you have questions, you should ask your boyfriend," Qin Yi retorted, directing her words at the silent girl at the back. Unable to endure the scene any longer, a friend shouted, "I've heard you love stealing other people's boyfriends, playing with multiple hearts." It's true. Qin Yi had heard such accusations countless times before and had grown numb to them. She understood that no amount of explanation would sway those unwilling to believe. Rising to leave, she was suddenly grasped by the wrist of one of the taller girls. At her breaking point, Qin Yi shouted, shaking off the filthy hand with all her strength, glaring at the trio, "Get away from me." To her surprise, the girl did not relent and advanced further, only to be halted by a pale hand. The girl looked up to see a striking figure, exuding an aura of coolness and determination. Struggling to free herself, she coldly scoffed, "Didn't he expect you to be flirting with someone else again? You truly have a way with it." Watching the trio depart, Liang remained silent as he took Qin Yi's hand and led her to a nearby cafe. "Here," he said, sliding a beautifully presented parfait across the table. "Let us indulge in this delightful treat and cool off from the summer heat." His smile bore no hint of malice. Qin Yi silently enjoyed the parfait, striving to remain calm, yet her eyes betrayed her dejection and lack of luster. "Thank you," she whispered to Liang. "Don't mention it. Let us go shopping again next time, my princess." Liang gently patted Qin Yi's back, his warm smile reminiscent of a tender, refreshing boyfriend. Observing Qin Yi quietly savoring her parfait, Liang's thoughts grew complex. Though they were friends, he realized he knew little about her. "Qin Yi, what exactly have you been through?" Watching Qin Yi depart, Liang's smile faded, his expression growing serious as his gaze sharpened. With his tall, androgynous appearance often mistaken for a handsome youth, he walked with purpose, drawing considerable attention. As night enveloped the world, Liang hastily scrolled through his phone in the bath, the screen's glow illuminating his serious expression, a rare sight. "I see. Qin Yi, why didn't you tell me earlier? You could have completely trusted me. Aren't we the best of friends?" Qin Yi. Chapter 6, The Mysterious Man. Once again, a bustling day unfolded. Qin Yi diligently sorted the restaurant's refuse and placed it into the bins behind the courtyard, stretching her limbs as she concluded yet another successful day of work. After exchanging pleasantries with the manager and her seniors, she took an umbrella and departed from the family restaurant. Earlier, her grandmother had been watching the news, which forecasted a heavy downpour, and had reminded her to take an umbrella, yet she still forgot it. Her memory truly faltered. The wind outside carried a chill, alleviating the summer heat, and its gentle caress felt refreshing against her skin. As she ambled through the familiar alley, she hummed a cheerful tune. Suddenly, she let out a soft sigh, gazing up at the overcast sky. Today was indeed a stroke of bad luck. Ahead loomed 3 familiar figures, those 3 girls she had encountered at the mall, accompanied by a boy, the one named Leoni. To be honest, she hardly knew him at all. Whispers of scandal had swiftly spread overnight, alleging that she had seduced numerous taken boys, shamelessly flaunting her beauty to ensnare them, which led many to join in the campaign against her. Her middle school days had been fraught with bullying, a filthy black mire that enveloped her, dragging her deeper into despair, almost burying her entirely. Her middle school life was a chaotic nightmare. If hell existed on Earth, Qin Yi felt it must resemble this. The memories were shrouded in darkness. She knew that today would offer no escape. She had witnessed this scene countless times before, and it felt all too familiar. Thus, she strode forward, her expression cold and eyes filled with derision, like a sovereign looking down upon mere insects beneath her feet. You claim I stole your boyfriend. Yet he stands right beside you. What grounds do you have to confront me? I do not even know you. When did we ever share a moment? Her final gaze settled on the boy. Leoni's face was flushed with shame and anger, while two of his friends stepped forward. One snatched her phone, while the other blocked her path. The assailant seemed unable to find the information they sought and shouted angrily, "Where are you hiding those boys' contacts? Or have you deleted them after using them?" Chinya retorted mockingly, "You seem quite fond of them, don't you? Go search the trash bin. Their messages are right there." One of the other girls moved in close, grabbing her clothing and forcefully tossing her aside. Chinya's head collided with the surrounding wall, blood trickling down. She rose, unexpectedly laughing, and fixed a steady gaze upon the boy, who appeared flustered and averted his eyes. This scene only infuriated Leoni further as he rushed to join his companions. Chinya could not recall who had clutched her hair, who had roared in her ear, who had stomped on her back, or who had slammed her head against the wall. All she remembered was the dizzying sensation. The night felt unbearably dark and cold, and surely rain would soon fall. The rain would wash away the blood staining her skin. And by morning, it would be as if nothing had ever happened. The rain would become their accomplice. Would it serve as her savior, cleansing her of the baseless slanders? Would it erase the discontent and grievances in her heart? No, it would not. She found herself laughing at the absurdity of it all. For a fleeting moment, she felt that perhaps an end like this would not be so bad after all. A flippant, languid voice drifted from the alleyway's entrance. "Oh dear. What are you all up to?" A tall, adult man approached, shoving his phone into his pocket. He surveyed the bloodied girl on the ground, then glanced at the three assailants and the motionless boy behind them, his expression reflecting confusion. "Ah, bleeding. How tragic," he said, his brow furrowed and voice dripping with exaggerated sympathy. "Who are you? Get lost." One of the taller girls shouted. "Me?" he drawled, eyeing the girls and then the still figure on the ground, her face obscured by hair matted with blood. "Boyfriend. I'm her boyfriend," he exclaimed, pointing at himself and then at the girl on the ground, his tone cheerful. The girls exchanged puzzled glances, and just then he added, "Please don't fabricate stories about my girlfriend any longer. To destroy someone simply because you cannot possess them is truly despicable." His gaze fixed on the lone boy, a casual yet commanding presence seeming to pin him in place. He then turned to the three girls, scratching his head and stating lazily, "Are you angry because your boyfriend was taken, or is it something else? Perhaps jealousy?" His voice was low, resonating in the ears of the girls. The wind began to howl, and the night sky deepened into darkness, the distant rumble of thunder heralding an ominous night ahead. The light grew dim. Had it come to an end? A faint scent of tobacco wafted through the air, and Chinya slowly opened her eyes to a stranger's face. "I need to make a call," she murmured weakly. The white-haired man placed her on a bench by the roadside and retrieved his phone, as her own had been damaged underfoot. On the other end, a female voice shifted from urgent to composed. "Hello? Is this Chinya? I've been trying to reach you." "What happened?" "I can't come," was all Chinya could manage. "What is going on?" "Chinya," her caller said, but the line had gone dead. Maidai furrowed her brow, lighting a cigarette in the alley, her thoughts drifting to the past. Who was there? Who could it be? It was late, and Maidai, having just finished work, was enjoying a beer in the park when she noticed movement among the bushes, her instincts kicking in. That was when she first encountered Chinya, soaked to the skin, her clothes stained with ink, her shoes ruined, as if she had been treated cruelly. Her hair was a tangled mess. That was a middle school girl who had been bullied. In her second year, she had taken it upon herself to help Chinya switch schools, guiding her to find her footing, teaching her to hide her light. Only then did Chinya's life begin to normalize a little. She often kept to herself, which worried those around her, but after middle school, her smiles became more frequent. They had hoped the bullying would cease, but it did not end there. Chinya awoke in an unfamiliar room, the colorful lights outside visible through the glass, while the dim interior held only a hint of brightness. Her hands and head were bandaged, the strong scent of medicine indicating that the white-haired man had saved her. "Hey, you're awake," she heard from beside her. Noticing a tall man standing at the door of the room, Chinya shifted her legs, preparing to leave. "Hey, I saved you. Aren't you going to say anything to me?" The man raised his hand, shrugging in surprise. "What do you want to hear? A thank you?" She replied coldly. "How rude," he said, downing the rest of his drink and tossing the empty can into the trash with perfect accuracy. "Shall I take you home?" he asked, moving to sit beside her bed. His tone steady. Chinya shifted uncomfortably. She was not fond of physical contact with men, particularly not with this one. "You don't look very well, miss," he remarked lazily, watching her stumble to the door. "So, how do you plan to handle that situation?" He waved his phone, a smile playing on his lips. Then, he slowly approached her from behind, leaning in to whisper, "My girlfriend? Who are you?" she exclaimed, too agitated, inadvertently tugging at her wound, causing her to wince in pain. In the next moment, he swept her up and placed her back on the bed. "Don't worry, I've already called the police on your behalf, as your boyfriend," he said, tossing several unopened boxes of medicine onto the bedside table. "Oh, I took your phone to get it repaired. Here, use this one for now." He rummaged through a drawer and tossed a new phone to Chinya. "I have to step out for a bit. You can stay here as long as you like. Feel free to leave whenever you wish. This is my contact information." He pointed to a note on the door. Chinya opened the medicine, reapplied it to herself. And after taking the medication, she intended to go out. However, the potency of the medicine rendered her utterly drowsy. Before bedtime, she told her grandmother a fib, claiming she would be staying at Fashing Liang's place. Since her grandmother had met Liang and formed a favorable impression of him, the other matters could wait until tomorrow. Surely, she must be a wicked person, always accompanied by lies, buried in a quagmire, unable to bask in the sunlight. The name inscribed on the door was Tong Mo, a rather peculiar name. Chapter 7. The Beautiful Girl and the Song. He remembered the phone number that girl had dialed. It seemed to belong to a bar owner. She had once given him a postcard, and he felt an uncanny familiarity with those emerald green eyes. The chime of the doorbell rang sharply. Upon closing the door, he glanced toward the counter, where a male bartender stood. The beautiful female bartender was absent, having taken leave. He surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing of interest. Zue Ping, Fashing Tong Mo murmured the name from his phone, recognizing the familiar surname. "Qingyi-chan, I'm back," Tong Mo announced joyfully as he returned home, his voice elongated with delight, bearing food and a repaired phone. His knowledge of her name, of course, stemmed from having seen it in the phone's messages. The room was eerily quiet. The girl still lay on her bed, her face slightly flushed, tears staining her pillow. At this moment, Tong Mo felt a twinge of concern, yet he was not a kind-hearted individual, nor was he prone to bouts of conscience. Such feelings rarely stirred within him. Although he seldom experienced compassion or pity, he found himself empathizing with this girl. On the balcony, a man pinched a cigarette between his fingers. The table overflowed with bottles and jars, yet it did not hinder the owner from leisurely enjoying his time. The phone rang. Not his own. Skillfully, he scrolled through his phone to find a message from someone named Fashing Liang. "Qingyi-chan, why haven't you replied to my messages yet? It's clearly not your working hours. Please respond quickly. I need to discuss something important with you. Why aren't you answering your calls? You wouldn't. Have they come looking for you again? Please reply. Where are you? Should I come find you?" Dozens of messages and several missed calls from Fashing Liang. Could he be her boyfriend? The figure behind the glass remained sound asleep as he tapped his finger on the table. The blue light of the phone screen flickered, and it seemed he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. An imperceptible smile played upon his lips as he discovered a cover featuring a radiant girl, ethereal and captivating, her clear eyes revealing the essence of a beautiful maiden. Inside, there appeared to be an array of songs, and he instinctively clicked to play. No wonder she had been bullied. The girl's voice was unique. A melodious sound that could move the heart, at times light and airy, at others deep and resonant, occasionally sweet and gentle. He seemed entranced, as if exploring a fantastical world, an insatiable beast indulging in the symphony, playing through to the last track, then manipulating the playlist on his own phone with nimble fingers, which soon mirrored the same list. The city at night was anything but tranquil. Dusk draped the evening like a solitary robe, adorned with myriad shimmering gems. Up close, that was the visage of the city. Tong Mo awoke on the sofa, pressing his forehead as he surveyed the empty room, savoring the long-lost sensation of a full night's sleep. The first page on his phone displayed the playback screen. He had suffered from insomnia for many years. It was curious that despite this prolonged affliction, his body remained unscathed. Except for alcohol, which had proven effective, today seemed to unveil a new discovery. He quietly approached the bedside, studying the girl with her fair complexion and delicate skin, where fine hairs were visible, akin to newly blossomed peaches. Her long eyelashes delicately rested upon her smooth skin, resembling fragile butterfly wings. From her forehead to her nose, and then to her chin, he traced an elegant and fluid curve. Her pink lips were lustrous and full, almost enticing. Perhaps his gaze was too intense, for the girl fluttered her butterfly-like lashes and slowly opened her eyes, meeting the gaze of a somewhat unfamiliar face adorned with a faint smile. The man's features were impeccable. His white ash hair and rainbow-hued eyes were captivating enough, his gaze reminiscent of an innocent child. Yet the pronounced contours of his face betrayed the rugged aura of an adult male. It was hard to fathom how childlike innocence and maturity could coalesce within a single individual. Qingyi did not sense any danger, nor was she particularly surprised. She silently scrutinized the figure crouched at the foot of her bed, appearing reluctant to engage in conversation, her gaze as cold as the moonlight in the dead of night. The man chuckled softly, reminiscent of a naive child, and when he stood, his height was striking, his physique surpassing that of a model, even clad in dark attire. The outline of his muscles was evident, and the aura of a grown man loomed over her, imposing. Neither spoke. Qin averted her gaze, exhaling deeply, and closed her eyes once more, still unwilling to converse. Tong Mo tilted his head and blinked, resembling a child brimming with questions. The room was enveloped in silence. Even the sound of breathing was inaudible, with the distant hum of traffic outside providing the only soundtrack. Liang was still speaking when the girl opened her eyes, fixating on him with a gaze devoid of warmth. He felt a chill in his heart. Had he been disliked? His brow furrowed slightly. Someone named Liang sent you numerous messages. I think you should take a look, he said, handing the repaired phone to the girl. Qin opened it to find 56 unread messages and 23 missed calls. She had missed so much. These messages and calls had evidently been viewed, yet now they appeared as unread. Tong Mo casually wandered into another room, though his ears lingered nearby. Yes, it's fine now. No need for concern. I want to be home for a few days. I don't want to worry my grandmother. The tone of the call was gentle and warm. After placing her phone down, Qin let out a soft sigh, relieved that her injuries weren't severe. In a few days, she would be nearly healed. She did not wish to return home and cause her grandmother anxiety. She was her only remaining family. Nor did she want to trouble Liang. And the thought of staying in this suspicious man's home was out of the question. She did not like men. She had never liked them. Particularly those boys she encountered in middle school, which only deepened her disdain for the male gender. Greedy, hypocritical, and wicked. Her dark memories were all attributed to them. Even if this Tong Mo had helped her, he was always smiling, appearing kind and gentle, with a steady and mild tone. Yet she still harbored no fondness for him, only aversion, dislike, and a desire to distance herself. If she could move freely, she would vanish at once. Come out. I know you're there. Qin called out toward the half-open door. The man maintained a serene smile, an enigmatic character. I'm leaving, she declared in a faint tone. Now, is that so? I must thank you. She gestured, shrugging her shoulders in confusion, seeking confirmation with her gaze. As Qin descended from the bed, she nearly stumbled from the pain. Tong Mo hurried forward to assist her, only to be pushed away. He shook his head with an inexplicable smile. Where are you planning to go, miss? None of your business. That sounds rather harsh. I'm merely concerned for you. Unnecessary. How do I say that I am your nominal boyfriend as well? He said, shaking his phone in front of the girl, displaying a photograph that resembled an intimate couple's portrait. In the image, the girl lay on the bed, swathed in bandages, while a gentle-looking man rested his head against her shoulder, gazing at the camera. The reflection in Kinha's eyes mirrored her unawareness of the photograph, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as her raised brows cast a disdainful glance at the man with the gentle smile, as if observing a particularly repugnant piece of refuse. The chill in her gaze was colder than the air conditioning in the room. Chapter 8. Breakfast at the Buddha family's home. The man, undeterred by Kinha's rudeness, remained calm, embodying a magnanimous spirit capable of tolerating her arrogance. His exquisite irises, shrouded in mist, curled into a cryptic smile. Kinha, disinterested in engaging further with him, promptly retrieved a wad of cash from her bag and placed it on the table. What is this? A reward? Does he consider his abode a hotel? Tong Mao found the situation both amusing and bewildering. He resigned himself to sitting down and pouring water for the frosty young girl. I could never abandon an injured girl to roam the streets at such an hour. The girl's sharp gaze met his, and he smiled gently. At least wait until dawn before leaving. He then opened a bag of sandwiches and placed them before her. In the stillness of the room, silence enveloped them. A sudden knock on the door startled Kinha, prompting her to rise cautiously. To her surprise, it was the voice of Buddha Liang. Kinha frowned, casting an annoyed glance at the man who opened the door. Who else could possibly know she was here? Before she could find her footing, she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Liang gazed tenderly at the bandaged girl, silently observing her without uttering a word. Taking Kinha's hand, he spoke softly yet firmly. Let us go. To my home. As they neared the door, a languid voice chimed in. Allow me to escort you two lovely ladies back, just in case. It was still dark, and hailing a taxi at this hour would be challenging, especially considering Kinha's injuries were not conducive to public transport. Liang turned to glance at the somewhat disheveled yet handsome man, as though he had only just noticed his presence after spending so long inside. The pre-dawn night sky was serene. The deserted streets and closed shops passing by the window evoked a familiar yet tranquil cityscape, concealing Kinha's suffering beneath a facade of deceptive beauty. By the time they returned to the Buddha residence, dawn had already broken. Liang coolly bid farewell to the somewhat dubious man. To his astonishment, upon entering, he found Mrs. Buddha yawning in the living room, promptly assisting Kinha in tidying up her room, which was conveniently adjacent to Liang's. Mrs. Buddha was a competent woman, her short hair framing a personality that was both straightforward and sincere, vivacious, yet open-minded. It was no wonder Liang possessed such an optimistic and cheerful demeanor, never one to succumb to despair. Breakfast consisted of red bean rice, fresh vegetables, and seafood miso soup, an unfamiliar yet delightful taste. Liang, citing Kinha's limited mobility, suggested they dine privately in her room. In truth, he recognized her reluctance to impose upon others, given her sensitive and bashful nature. Otherwise, she would surely find it unbearable to share a table with his taciturn father, brooding brother, and exuberant mother. Liang, Liang, Liang. The hallway echoed with several calls for Buddha Liang, Mrs. Buddha's voice transitioning from soft to increasingly coarse. Kinha, curious, had not seen Liang for a while, and to avoid awkwardness, she chose to hide in her room, perusing the comics and novels Liang had gathered for her. "Ah, Kinha-chan, how are you feeling? Are you unwell?" Mrs. Buddha gently inquired as she passed by. "I am well. Thank you for your concern, Mrs. Buddha. I apologize for the trouble," Kinha replied, bowing deeply to express her remorse. "Not at all. I never imagined Liang could make such a beautiful and kind friend. As a mother, I am overjoyed." She lightly patted Kinha's shoulder, her smile outshining the midday sun with genuine happiness. "You'll be well in a few days, so make yourself comfortable. There are few children at home, and it's rather quiet and lonely, so consider it as keeping Liang company." She gently stroked Kinha's long hair, her touch tender. "It will pass." The soothing words drifted into Kinha's ears. Mrs. Buddha enveloped Kinha in a warm embrace, akin to cradling an infant. It was the second adult's embrace she had experienced since her grandmother, radiating warmth, a subtle fragrance, and an aura of safety that allowed her to relax completely. "Is this what it feels like to have a mother? Huh, why is Mom here?" A suddenly bewildered Buddha Liang queried, having just entered. I called for you several times. Where have you been?" His voice was sharp, a stark contrast to the gentle demeanor of Mrs. Buddha from earlier, as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. I went to fetch blankets. I want to stay with Kinha." Mrs. Buddha finally noticed her daughter clutching a blanket, and her anger flared. "You need to consider what's best for the patient. Kinha-chan requires peace and quiet for her recovery. Your presence will only disturb her." With that, she planted her hands on her hips, struggling to contain her frustration and the urge to scold her daughter. "She is still your daughter. I came to keep Kinha-chan from feeling lonely, all right?" With that, he placed the blankets into the cupboard, pushing his mother towards the exit as he declared, "All right, Mom has her own matters to attend to. I'll take care of Kinha." With a decisive motion, he shut the door behind them. "Kinha-chan, don't hesitate to send her away if she becomes bothersome. Make full use of her." The door opened just a crack as Mrs. Buddha winked at Liang and stuck out her tongue. Liang exhaled deeply with his eyes closed, as if he had resolved a significant dilemma. Looking at Kinha's smiling lips, he couldn't help but smile back. The night was tranquil, and after a lengthy bout of chatter, Liang finally succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber. Kinha, however, remained awake, cocooned in the warm blanket that carried the scent of sunshine. Mrs. Buddha had provided her with a soft and comfortable bathrobe, along with a new outfit. Liang and Mrs. Buddha bickered playfully like a pair of feuding friends, embodying a blissful family dynamic. Family, this was what it felt like, though she was being well cared for. A wave of sadness washed over her, and tears escaped from beneath the blanket, staining the pillow in a dark bloom, a manifestation of her longing for those she had never had the chance to know, existing only in her imagination. "Sleep now. Perhaps in dreams, I might meet a mother like Mrs. Buddha." The following day dawned bright and sunny, and Kinha's wounds had healed considerably. The bandages could finally be removed, revealing the bruises that stood out against her fair skin. It was her first venture out for breakfast, where she encountered the entire Buddha family. The breakfast spread was lavish, appearing delectable and steaming with enticing aromas. Mr. Buddha was a composed man, exuding an air of refinement and courtesy, with an intellectual presence that suggested a scholarly background. Tall and slender, he must surely be a person of considerable cultural cultivation. Rumor had it he was a researcher of notable distinction. Liang's brother, Buddha Lian, was a figure she dared not look at for too long, though they were classmates. He was a legendary presence within the school, completely disconnected from someone like her. He was taciturn, his gaze piercing, his demeanor elegant and aloof. Yet he could occasionally deliver incisive remarks. The breakfast table was filled with the sounds of news broadcasting from the television, interspersed with Liang and his mother's playful banter, which helped alleviate Kinha's tension. Liang ensured Kinha was included in their conversations, drawing her into the mother-daughter dialogue. If only she could fade into the background. Remaining unnoticed at the table, she would prefer to respond only minimally. Buddha Xinglian gazed at the girl across from him with a sense of familiarity. Could this be the unassuming Katomi Kinoha? With average grades and an inconspicuous demeanor, she blended into the background of the classroom, hardly drawing any attention to herself. save for the bruise that marred her forehead. Her movements during meals were slow, accompanied by a faint smile that betrayed her shyness. Silence while eating, and no chatter during sleep. You too, cease hostilities. Buddha Xinglian's words were firm, soon prompting a rebuttal from his younger sister. Why interrupt our conversation? This is a private girls' discussion. You need not listen. Buddha Xingliang protested. Before she could finish, Buddha Xinglian picked up his tray and departed, leaving Buddha Xingliang to gesture her discontent alone, only to be met swiftly by their mother's reprimand, followed by a sound of discomfort. Chapter 9. The Light of Midnight. Mrs. Buddha stood under the eaves, continuously praising Konoha's floral arrangements. Wow, your hands are so skilled. I learned just by observing once. Truly impressive. Oh, Konoha-chan. The air in the courtyard was fresh, with the dappled shadows of bamboo cast upon the gravel. The Japanese-style garden, adorned with several maple trees of varying hues, exuded a serene beauty and undeniable elegance. Ah, how wonderful it would be if Konoha-chan were our daughter. I long for a gentle and obedient daughter. Mrs. Buddha expressed her dreams with wistful enthusiasm. But isn't Liang such a lovely daughter? Konoha replied softly. Alas, Mrs. Buddha sighed, that child is hardly adorable. She is as rough and tumble as a boy. Oh dear. Speaking of which, neither of my children is endearing. One is as cold as ice, and the other oblivious, certainly destined to remain unmarried. Her words cast a shadow of gloom as she lamented. Konoha smiled silently. Oblivious? That must surely be inherited from the mother. Indeed. Konoha-chan, do create another floral arrangement. Mrs. Buddha earnestly invited, reminiscent of a child. Buddha Xinglian's room welcomed an unexpected visitor. His twin sister, Buddha Xingliang, had not clung to him since she became more sensible, and even now rarely ventured into his room. When she did, it was usually with a request. This was evident the moment she stepped through the door. Buddha Xinglian appeared oblivious to her presence, engrossed in his computer screen filled with dense text that could easily induce dizziness. His room was quite simple, apart from the bed. It housed a desk and a bookshelf overflowing with tomes, leading one to mistake it for a study. Indeed, only Buddha Xinglian could possibly study during summer break. She approached, wearing a disarming smile, without a hint of pretense. Brother, she tentatively called, her eyes fixed on the screen. Ordinarily, she would never address him as brother. If not for their similar names, one might not associate the two at all. They were like opposing extremes. Receiving no response, she took this as tacit consent. Skipping pleasantries, she got straight to the point. Brother, could you assist me? You know Katomi Konoha, right? The one living with us, my good friend. She seems to have gotten entangled in a bullying incident and has been injured. Still unresponsive, he remained motionless, engrossed in his reading as if it were a sacred text. I want you to help me think of a solution. I don't want Konoha to suffer any more harm. Her voice rose as she expressed her plea all at once. Brother, look at this, she said, placing her phone beside his desk. Buddha Xinglian remained still, scrolling through the articles on the screen. Minutes passed before he picked up the now darkened phone. The site appeared to focus on individuals who were generally unwelcomed, with the majority featuring a strikingly beautiful girl's image alongside a plethora of derogatory comments. Bored, he lost interest. Brother? Buddha Xingliang observed his expression with growing anxiety as he soon set the phone down. Was he about to refuse? Just pretend you're unaware. What do you mean? What? She replied, perplexed. She is already a high school student. She won't encounter those bullies anymore. She will have a new life. There is no need for you to engage in this futile endeavor. Futile? She was taken aback by his response. You're so cold-hearted. Not cold-hearted, but rational. She can now continue her new life. Why cling to the past? How do you intend to defend her? How can you validate the truth of this situation? Will you confront those who made inappropriate remarks? Do you even know them? Look at the numbers. Many participated. How can you control their online comments? Do you plan to confront those boys? How will you verify the truth with those who have graduated and left campus? If she herself has not retaliated, what weight does your voice carry as an outsider? Seeing her stunned, he adjusted his glasses. You've never considered these possibilities, have you? That is outrageous. You're truly a heartless creature. How can you stand by as a classmate suffers unfair treatment? Her voice dripped with disappointment, tinged with a suppressed sob. She was genuinely hurt. Dinner that evening was enveloped in a heavy silence. Buddha Xingliang, usually chatty, was unexpectedly subdued, rendering Mrs. Buddha hesitant to engage with her daughter. Buddha Xinglian spent most of his time in his room, the moonlight streaming through the window, illuminating the space. As he removed his glasses, his mind replayed his sister's words from the day, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Katomi Konoha, he truly did not understand her. The image he encountered online was a stark contrast, yet in their brief interactions, her eyes had radiated purity, far removed from the sordid rumors that circulated. The best way for the wrong to prove their innocence was through exposing the evidence of the bullying. Indeed, Would he have to engage with that individual? On the apartment balcony stood a man with white hair, a blue glow flickering by his ear. What is the matter? What is going on, Rian-kun? The tone was unexpectedly casual, laced with a nonchalant chuckle. Rian-kun should make his intentions known. The voice deepened with a knowing smile. The call was abruptly ended, leaving Dongma staring blankly at the phone screen for a moment. The summer night was still somewhat warm, a gentle breeze swaying the curtains, carrying a hint of cedar fragrance. In the quiet of the night, Rian's room shimmered with blue light as his long fingers danced across the keyboard, his glasses reflecting the glow, his expression serious. Brother. The sudden intrusion of Buddha Shengliang's voice roused Buddha Shengliang from sleep, surprising him as he had not awoken early today. Typically, he adhered to a strict schedule, even during breaks. Is this your doing? Buddha Shengliang waved her phone in front of him. The website that had previously been rife with malicious comments had undergone a significant cleansing overnight. The most clicked post showcased images of chat logs, voice messages, and a video, garnering a multitude of supportive and condemnatory comments directed at the original instigators. Should they be deemed fickle or champions of justice? How swiftly opinions can shift. In just a single night, positions and arguments can transform drastically. It must have been you, brother. Buddha Shengliang turned away without glancing at the phone, intent on resuming his slumber. She knew she had struck a chord. I apologize for my words from yesterday. I'm sorry. I adore you, brother. Her voice was laced with an uncontrollable giggle as she embraced the figure beneath the covers. In this scene, the world is turned upside down. Chapter 10, The Fireworks Festival. Today's weather remains splendidly clear. Fo Shengliang is brimming with excitement, her eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky, radiating brilliance. With a smile that is impossible to suppress. When does justice arrive? Surely, it was the day she encountered Fo Shengliang. The gloomy, damp, and cold version of herself is illuminated by Liang's light, drying the dirt that clung to her, pulling her into the sun's embrace. Is this the feeling of basking in long-lost sunshine? So effortless and liberating. It must have taken all the luck of this lifetime to meet you, my dear friend, Liang. She clung to Liang, weeping for an eternity, long enough that I lost track of time, unaware of the night that had descended. She hid her sorrow well. Apart from the Fo Sheng siblings, no one else heard her muffled sobs. The moonlight shone brightly, the stars twinkled, diminishing the summer heat, while the swaying bamboo shadows brought a refreshing coolness. A young girl, with a radiant forehead and exquisite features, her eyes clear and penetrating, donned a water blue kimono, while her good friend wore a dapper pale yellow one as they lit fireworks in the courtyard. This scene caught the attention of a cool and aloof youth beneath the eaves, recorded in the sharpness of his piercing gaze. Mrs. Fo Sheng playfully teased her son but received a curt reply, prompting her to storm off to Mr. Fo Sheng in frustration. Moonlight streamed through the window, creeping onto the girls' blankets, as they silently struggled to fall asleep. Kodoha-chan, let us play that. Even in the darkness of night, Kodoha seemed to sense the excitement in Liang's eyes. Turning her head, Kodoha, in a state of innocent confusion, was suddenly hit by a pillow. The unexpected attack jolted her into realization. The pillow fighting game finally came to fruition this summer, and though there were only 2 of them, it was lively enough. Mrs. Fo Sheng glanced at her husband, who was fast asleep, and listening to the girl's laughter brought a gentle smile to her face. How wonderful it is to be young. There is ample time to laugh, to hesitate, to wander. Fo Shengliang, hearing the sounds filtering through the door and the shadows cast upon it, sipped his tea and ventured deeper into the corridor, as if he were a bamboo leaf passing through. In truth, Kodoha had recovered swiftly. Her injuries were nearly invisible. Clad in attire reminiscent of the Liang kingdom, Kodoha, slightly shorter than Liang, looked sharp and capable, her spirit visibly lifted. It was time to bid farewell. Though it was bittersweet. The fireworks festival? Kodoha asked, as Mrs. Fo Sheng dressed her up, opening one eye to glance at Liang leaning against the door. To her surprise, he wore a male kimono, which suited him remarkably well. Unfamiliar faces would surely mistake him for a dashing gentleman. Countless young ladies might approach him, and in the throngs of people, he could be overwhelmed. This guy is surprisingly naive, completely unaware of the attention he attracts. Kodoha knew this all too well, as Liang always dressed in a gender-neutral style, drawing many heated glances whenever they went out. The thought made her chuckle, her bright smile illuminating her stunning face, causing those around her to feel as if they had been splashed by refreshing, clear waters. Fo Shengliang caught a fleeting glimpse of this rare smile, not missing the enchanting moment. Before his gaze shifted elsewhere, his expression concealed behind the reflective lenses. We're off. Fo Shengliang waved goodbye to her mother, while Kodoha bowed. On the quiet street, a radiant young girl donned a tender green kimono, her hair elegantly styled atop her head, exuding grace and beauty, delicate yet captivating. Beside her, Her gallant protector, in a water blue kimono and neatly cropped hair, wore a charming smile, carefree and dashing. Not far behind walked a young man in a deep blue kimono, cultured and refined, exuding an air of aloofness. The three of them under the moonlight formed a breathtaking sight, drawing quiet admiration from bystanders who discreetly recorded the moment on their phones, fearing they might never encounter such beauty again. Wow, there are so many people, Liang exclaimed excitedly. Let us go grab something to eat. He pulled several large bills from his pocket, courtesy of Mrs. Fo Sheng. Casting a glance at his gloomy brother behind him, Liang did not adhere to his usual instinct to distance himself from him. Since he had helped Kodoha this time, he resolved to endure the frigid aura for now. What a surprise. Normally, he would be the first to decline such activities, yet he agreed after just one remark from their mother. Sigh, looking at his standoffish demeanor. He likely had no friends. Out of pity for her brother, Liang decided to spend a summer with him that any teenage boy ought to have. Otherwise, at the tender age of 16 or 17, with memories consisting solely of cold numbers and monochromatic studies, it would be too tragic. Just the thought brought tears to her eyes. Seeing her like this, Kodoha couldn't help but smile knowingly. Her brother sensed something was amiss, and instinctively, they both called out, "Liang!" Their aquamarine eyes collided with his dark ones, causing Kodoha to instinctively lower her gaze, while Lian subtly averted his eyes. Called by the voices, Fo Sheng Liang looked left and right, assuming they, like him, were eagerly yearning for food, and cheerfully announced, "Let us go," heading straight for the vendors. With his mouth full, Fo Sheng Liang devoured takoyaki, while Kodoha, holding her own serving of hand-washed dumplings, hesitated to eat. Liang glanced at his brother, who appeared solemn and statue-like, and in a muffled voice remarked, "What are you eating? Aren't you hungry? Stop pretending to be an aristocrat who doesn't indulge in earthly delights." Fo Sheng Lian wished he could sew Liang's mouth shut. This was in public, so he simply adjusted his glasses and turned his gaze elsewhere. Embarrassed, Kodoha shyly offered her other serving of dumplings to him, her smile as bright as spring. Only after he accepted did she begin to eat. Liang's interests were quite diverse, and before long, she was dragged into a goldfish scooping game. Liang not only looked capable, but her swift actions completely outmatched Kodoha. Still reeling from her defeat, Kodoha was pulled along to a booth for a ring toss game, where porcelain jars were set before each prize. If one could toss an arrow into the jars, they would win a reward, far more challenging than scooping goldfish. Kodoha shook her head repeatedly, knowing she could never succeed, especially with her vision impairment. Forced to throw 3 arrows, she missed every single one. Meanwhile, Liang scattered her arrows around the jars, but her spirits remained high after winning a grand prize for a hot spring trip. Kodoha's gaze drifted to Fo Sheng Lian amidst the crowd. Throughout the festival, it was just her and Liang playing, while he stood there all alone, so solitary. So, she gently offered her remaining arrows to the indifferent young man, saying softly, "Fo Shengquan, would you like to give it a try?" Fo Sheng Liang felt a wave of dread wash over him, but to his surprise, Lian effortlessly caught the 2 arrows, tossing them into the jars with ease, hitting all the targets, causing the crowd to erupt in cheers. Liang and Kodoha each held a gift, their smiles radiant enough to light up the night. "Kodoha-chan, how did you know your brother was so good at archery?" Liang asked, suddenly leaning in, covering his mouth with his hand and whispering. I had no idea." Kodoha exclaimed, initially startled, then laughing and dismissing the notion. "That guy is in the archery club." Kodoha's eyes widened in astonishment. It turned out that truly knowledgeable and talented individuals do exist. That individual may indeed be a genius. The man seated atop the distant hill, sipping beer while fixated on the azure screen in his hand, had been eagerly awaiting the fireworks display. He had been waiting for quite some time, and as he neared the bottom of his drink, the anticipated grand silver firework had yet to burst forth in the sky, cascading down like dense silver ribbons or scattering like meteors, a beauty beyond words that left one utterly awestruck. All gazes were directed skyward, and regardless of the distance separating them, they all beheld the same breathtaking scene. The green kimono reflected in the colorful irises, the glow of the fireworks illuminating her form, the delicate green engulfing all other hues, transforming his eyes into pools of verdant brilliance. Chapter 11. Thank you, Rio. Upon returning home, Kodoha continued to relish her carefree vacation. By day, she lingered at home, indulging in manga and vocal practice or collaborating with Rio on homework, while evenings were spent working at a family restaurant and bar. The restaurant owner, cognizant of Kodoha's prior injury that necessitated her absence, deliberately assigned her lighter duties, and her seniors were particularly considerate towards her. Yet, Mayo from the bar appeared somewhat discontent, chastising Kodoha for how her absence had impacted her business. Ultimately, however, she embraced Kodoha, inquiring about how the matter was resolved. Upon learning the truth, Mayo's spirits soared from a state of dejection to one of exuberance. Her moods were indeed mercurial, easily swayed by the prospect of monetary gain. Kodoha swept her bangs back, presenting a more polished appearance, fresh and spirited. Regular patrons inquired about her recent experiences, to which she responded with a smile. Perhaps they all came seeking that fleeting smile after a long day of toil. The metallic lighter danced in her hand, akin to a sly fish gliding across her fingertips. The flame flickered and extinguished repeatedly. This was not the sole sound resonating in the dimly lit room. Her slender fingers caressed the screen aglow with blue light, while enchanting melodies filled the air. As he gazed at the halo of sparks, he gently closed his eyes. With a sudden pop, the flame from the lighter transformed into the fireworks of that day, erupting in an overwhelming cascade, each burst vibrant and colorful, transporting one into a fantastical reverie. The girl within his vision, her brows and eyes curving with delight, radiated warmth from her gaze, enveloping him, her smile more enchanting than the fireworks themselves. Perhaps it was due to her songs echoing in his mind so frequently of late that her visage lingered, bringing a comforting sensation, yet it was perilous, a hidden poppy flower, ever present in his thoughts. Over-reliance had morphed into a mental opiate, a state to be avoided. He always strove to do what was right, resolutely refusing to squander energy on trivial matters. Time was indeed a precious commodity. Sunlight streamed through the glass window, illuminating the trellis-bound morning glories, which had ascended high, reaching the second-floor balcony, adorned with blooms of pink, purple, and blue. Alas, their most splendid moments were spent in the sun, and as dusk approached, they modestly concealed their delicate faces. Kodoha awoke around 9, relieved from the burdens of school, as her grandmother was not an early riser. Descending the stairs, she discovered her grandmother had already departed, leaving a meal on the table. After finishing her meal, Kodoha returned to the attic on the second floor. From the attic of a neighboring home emanated the gentle strumming of a guitar, accompanied by a girl's melodious voice, carried on the wind, drawing passers-by to pause momentarily, only to depart in haste, leaving behind a sense of unfulfilled longing. Kodoha donned her headphones and activated her phone's recorder, determined to craft a gift for a friend. Striving for perfection, we often fail to notice, only to lose something precious. Suddenly, upon reflection, one realizes you are no longer present, leaving behind only beautiful memories amidst the hurried passage of time. There are no longer words exchanged, akin to marionettes, like the strays that roam the streets. If we were to meet again, I would simply wish to express my gratitude. Thank you. Even if, at times, we have hurt one another, I still wish to feel your presence. At the very least, there remain memories to provide solace. No matter when, you are always here. The melancholic beginning. The girl's light, yet slightly sorrowful timbre, quickened in rhythm, culminating in an outburst of profound emotion, genuine and fervent. Thank you. Truly, thank you, Rio. After lunch, Kodoha donned a white dress, styled her hair into a refreshing bun, and swept her heavy bangs to the side. She mounted her bicycle, guitar strapped to her back, gliding through the lanes, a vibrant tableau of youth. Upon opening the door, Rio was taken aback by her transformation, as she typically dressed in a more subdued manner. Her sudden boldness was indeed striking, embodying a natural beauty, youthful and radiant, akin to a white flower blooming in the morning sun. Noticing Kodoha's guitar, Rio eagerly urged her to play. Within the confines of the small room, the harmonious blend of guitar and the girl's voice breathed life into the previously silent courtyard, the sound mingling with the cicadas as it drifted into the distance. To Kodoha's surprise, that evening, Rio gathered an audience for her performance. Everyone, including the family of Buddha, sat raptly, showering her with enthusiastic applause. In the end, Mrs. Buddha, tearfully, requested to swap daughters, igniting a playful quarrel between Buddha and Rio. That night, Kodoha arrived at her workplace, and the staff were momentarily stunned by her sudden transformation, yet each offered encouragement, asserting that her newfound vibrant style suited her remarkably well. Indeed, one cannot spend a lifetime hunched over. From now on, she would stand tall, confront her dreams, and sing freely. She would raise her voice to declare to those who had bullied her, "I am well. The fault lies with you." Mayo, observing Kodoha with her guitar, teasingly suggested hosting a singing stage for her at the bar. Of course, this plan could not be realized yet, as Kodoha was still a sophomore in high school, and working there was illegal. "Welcome," Kodoha greeted politely while polishing glasses. Among the familiar faces was one belonging to a certain individual named Tojiro. His striking features drew the attention of many female patrons, yet he unceremoniously chose to sit at a nearly empty bar side. Kodoha maintained her composure as she washed and polished the glasses, preparing fresh cocktails for the ordering patrons. Bloody Mary, drawled a white-haired gentleman, his enthusiasm seemingly lacking. With a burning gaze, Kodoha chose to ignore him, focusing instead on her mixology. Before long, a vibrant orange-red concoction was placed before the gentleman. Shortly thereafter, 3 female patrons approached to engage him in conversation, but all soon departed. "This lovely lady, have we crossed paths before?" he inquired, his tone steady and gentle. "You are a regular patron at our bar. It is an honor to have you," she responded with a smile, though devoid of warmth. 3 visits hardly qualified one as a familiar face. "Oh, I meant to say, this lovely lady bears a striking resemblance to my girlfriend." He chuckled and took a sip of his drink, his actions laced with innuendo. Kodoha suppressed her growing irritation, maintaining a faint smile as she continued to polish the glassware. Disregarding his words, "May I inquire your age, dear lady? You truly appear remarkably youthful." His smile remained, those captivating irises obscured by a veil of mystery. "Would you like me to refresh your drink?" Kodoha inquired, presenting an impeccable smile. "Oh, thank you. Ah, the same, please," the half-hearted adult added. With only 20 minutes left until her shift concluded, Kodoha reminded herself to endure. "You're Bloody Mary. Oh, by the way, my girlfriend recently suffered an injury. Lost a lot of blood, much like the color of this drink," he remarked, swirling the crimson liquid in his glass, his gaze darkening. His tone casual, yet laced with implications. "I certainly cannot be the girlfriend you mentioned, for I already have a boyfriend." The gentleman spoke with a gentle tone, yet his words were resolute, leaving even the most oblivious to comprehend that he wished to steer clear of this subject. Though reluctant, life often presents moments where frankness is unattainable, compelling one to rely on falsehoods to maintain dignity. "Oh, your boyfriend must be quite the handsome fellow. After all, you are so beautiful." "Indeed, he is exceedingly handsome." A proud smile eclipsed the man's mild grin. Time seems to crawl. Chinya occasionally glanced at the minute hand. 1 minute. 2 minutes. How agonizingly slow. She had long since wished to cease this trivial conversation. What a peculiar individual. What could his intentions be? It was inscrutable. As she inadvertently caught a glimpse of his misty rainbow-hued eyes, she was startled and quickly averted her gaze. Instinctively, Chinya perceived him as a perilous presence, and she had no desire to entangle herself with him. Fortunately, Mio arrived just in time, her disdainful glare silently instructing Mio to refrain from swooning. He was an insufferable character. Chapter 12, Aspirations for the New Semester. The new semester has commenced, marking the crucial year of high school, senior year, implying that the academic burden has intensified, and everyone must adopt a serious demeanor, striving for their aspirations. A true testament to the vigor of youth. 2 jobs can be rather exhausting. Should I consider resigning from one? The thought of that dubious man from recently stirred a sense of unease within Chinya. His intentions were unclear, and he certainly did not appear to be a person of integrity. She fervently hoped to never encounter him again. The high school aspiration forms had been distributed, and many were engrossed in discussions about their future paths, the overwhelming majority aspiring to pursue further education. Chinya sighed. Could that goal truly be realized? The first class was Chinese, taught by Ms. Asakawa, devoid of heavy spectacles and thick bangs, which indeed felt refreshing. Chinya could sense the shift in the gazes of those around her. However, it mattered little to her. She yearned to bask in the sunlight. While attentively listening, she diligently took notes, embodying the image of a studious model student. During lunchtime, Chinya met Liang on the rooftop. "So, you truly intend to pursue singing? Which school do you have in mind?" "Yes, perhaps Tokyo University of the Arts or the National University of Music in Japan," Chinya replied while eating. "That sounds marvelous. I can't help but feel I'm being left behind." Liang, usually so optimistic, now spoke with a tinge of melancholy. "Don't give up until the very last moment. If you do, will I still recognize the Liang I know?" She gazed at Liang. "But my grades have dropped significantly." Liang and Reijun are siblings, which implies Liang possesses limitless potential. He merely lacks interest, and without exerting full effort, this is the consequence. I senti it? Chinya set down her meal, speaking earnestly. "Didn't you say your greatest passion lies in Japanese manga and anime? Then strive to create world-class animations. Ms. Washing is an artist. She surely can offer you invaluable advice." She spoke while grasping Liang's hand. "I hope that one day I can sing for your animations." They waved their joined hands, exchanging a smile, as if sealing an unbreakable pact. As they descended the stairs, weaving through the bustling crowd, Chinya encouraged Liang. "Cheer up, Liang. Lift your spirits. Isn't they're the finest tutoring resource at home?" She patted Liang's shoulder. "That's akin to descending into hell." "What are you saying?" "That's your brother, isn't it? And a remarkable one at that." Upon reaching the third-floor corridor, they noticed a throng of girls gathered around the playground, chattering excitedly. One might think a celebrity had arrived. "Let us go, Liang. Even if you stretch your neck, you won't see anything. It's utterly congested." Chinya tugged at Liang's shirt, pointing toward the crowd below. It's like an impenetrable fortress. They entered the classroom, and before they even crossed the threshold, the students erupted in a frenzy. Most of whom were girls, elated. Have you heard? The math teacher's due date has arrived. She left school this morning. Oh, I didn't get to bid her farewell. Neither did I. So, who will take over our math class? Bewildered glances were exchanged, each expressing their confusion. I know. A girl with twin ponytails raised her phone, immediately capturing everyone's attention as they gathered around her. What a letdown. We can't see a thing. The crowd dispersed in disappointment. The girl maintained her smug smile. Apparently, he's quite the handsome fellow. We'll probably find out tomorrow. Of course, if you wish to see. You can go downstairs. She pointed outside. Qinya and Liang exchanged glances, realizing it was not a celebrity, but rather the new math teacher. They felt no particular excitement. It seemed they were indifferent to handsome men. After diligently completing her homework, Qinya stretched. She purposely kept Liang behind to finish their assignments together. Otherwise, given her lazy disposition, she would undoubtedly struggle to focus at home. With a fair amount of work, she found numerous questions that warranted attention, particularly in the realm of science calculations. Alas, one must admit that girls often lack the innate talent for calculations that boys possess. As Qinya and Liang parted ways in the fading light at the crossroads, they headed straight to the family restaurant to begin their shifts. Today proved fortunate. That dubious man did not reappear. Lost in thought, Qinya contemplated whether she should resign from one job to focus solely on her studies. Observing Mio's enthusiasm, she felt reluctant to dampen her spirits. That man had undoubtedly been corrupted by greed. Soaking in the bath, Qinya hummed a gentle tune. Today had unfolded smoothly, and after a long day, indulging in a bath was the most relaxing and blissful moment. The warm water caressed her skin, refreshing and invigorating, as if washing away not only dirt, but also all worries, leaving her mind light and clear. The buoyancy of the water enveloped her body in comfort. How delightful it would be to remain submerged indefinitely. She soon found herself amused by her foolish thought. That would be impossible, little duckling, she mused, playfully pressing a floating yellow rubber duck. Lying on her soft bed, the delicate scent of green tea lingered in the air as her favorite music played, and she quickly drifted into slumber. Having slept soundly the previous night, she did not succumb to laziness today. Perhaps the pressure of impending exams had motivated her to exert effort. The first class was mathematics, an arduous subject, and she reluctantly retrieved her book to peruse. Ms. Asakawa entered, prompting the students to return to their seats. She was to introduce the new math teacher. In that instant, Qinya felt as though she were at the epicenter of an atomic explosion. A deafening sound reverberated through her ears, leaving her momentarily stunned. It took a while to recover from the shock, yet the aftershocks were so potent that her consciousness remained hazy. In the smoke-filled world, she beheld an extraordinary figure. What had he just said? Qinya felt as if her ears were malfunctioning, catching a name that felt familiar yet alien until she glimpsed his face and heard the collective gasps of astonishment from the class, allowing her to believe it. Tomioka, the mathematics teacher from class 2 to 3. Qinya gripped her hair, lowering and raising her head, staring out the window, as if suffering from a headache. She hadn't absorbed a single word of the self-introduction, cupping her face and covering her eyes, refusing to accept this reality. This must be a dream, a nightmare. Jabira-san. A voice called. Still pinching her face in an attempt to awaken herself, Qinya was nudged by a classmate, finally realizing someone was addressing her. Jabira Qinya, the new math class representative. The classroom erupted into thunderous applause, yet she remained oblivious to what was transpiring, engulfed in confusion, surrounded by the jubilant clamor. She felt a profound sense of dejection as the smile on the teacher's face remained, a wicked and taunting grin. Throughout the entire ordeal, it was not only Kotoha who wore a frown. Seated in the center, Fuxing Ryu also bore an expression of deep discontent. It seemed that this lesson had imparted nothing of value. The figure at the podium moved their lips incessantly, yet she felt as if she had instinctively muted all sound. Failing to comprehend a single word, she could already foresee the grim future of mathematics, a subject she struggled with, anticipating a dismal decline in her grades. Far from the standards she once aspired to, her dreams had barely begun to take shape. Chapter 13. Teacher Toma and the Transaction. Kotoha-chan, the new mathematics teacher, is undeniably attractive, but why does he seem so familiar? Ah, he's the one who saved me last time. Leaning against the wall, he appeared as if his soul had been drained, resembling a piece of firewood parched under the relentless desert sun, barely clinging to life. How could he have transformed in an instant like this? Ah, it just struck me. I haven't properly thanked him yet. Who would have thought he'd become our teacher? What an unexpected twist of fate. Is it because he knows you that he chose you as his class representative? Fuxing Ryu spoke to himself, oblivious to his disheartened companion. I don't want to do it. Kotoha murmured despondently. Huh. What was that? I don't want to be his class representative. The bell rang, cutting off Ryu's inquiry. During the break, Teacher Toma, here are all the materials. Kodoha stated as she placed the documents on the desk. The oddity extended beyond the individual. Even the office felt peculiar, as it was solely his domain. Unlike the other teachers who shared a large office space. I'll take my leave now. Thank you for your hard work, she said respectfully, bowing deeply, eager to escape the strange atmosphere. Wait, Toma approached, taking the doorknob from Kodoha's hand and shutting the door behind them, causing her to feel a surge of anxiety and step back. Toma scratched his head, smiling gently. Why do I get the impression, Kodoha-san, that you dislike me? Not at all. Not in the slightest. She averted her gaze, her poor lying skills betraying her unease. Seated in a white suit, Toma leaned back, cradling his face in his hands, and softly remarked, telling lies is not the behavior of a good child, Kodoha-chan. Kodoha's clenched fists relaxed, and turning her face towards him, she managed a grateful smile. Thank you so much, Teacher Toma, for what you did before. As she bowed, her long hair cascaded down like silken threads. He chuckled warmly, resembling a friendly older brother, devoid of any authoritative demeanor. Just as he was about to tease her further, the alarm rang, compelling Kodoha to leave. Drenched in cold sweat, Kodoha resolved to resign from the dubious role of class representative to avoid further contact with him. She felt unusually fatigued today, likely due to her heightened anxiety. At the bar welcome, Kodoha's mind raced with her first question. Where's Mayo? In the oppressive afternoon. Toma's calm voice echoed as he chose a table directly facing the counter. Although seated some distance from the bar, his unwavering gaze made her uncomfortable. This guy must have noticed something. A teacher daring to indulge in such strong spirits. This drink packs a punch and lingers long. Certainly not the behavior of a respectable educator. As she hurriedly delivered the drink, he teasingly remarked, We've met several times, yet I still don't know your name. Is it a secret? Ayo, she replied curtly. Turning to leave, she exchanged pleasantries with another bartender before heading to the changing room to contact Mayo. I'm leaving. I'm resigning. Her tone was calm, yet resolute. What? Why? Kodoha took a deep breath. My teacher must have discovered me. I can't stay any longer, or you'll be in trouble too. Like a bolt from the blue, Mayo was momentarily taken aback, witnessing Kodoha already dressed and ready to leave. Mayo quickly blocked her path. Be careful. You can't admit it. I'll handle it. Glancing at the suspicious teacher at the bar, Mayo waved, signaling that Kodoha could go. On the narrow street, with a few streetlights illuminating the way, Kodoha walked faster than usual, regretting not making this decision sooner, which would have spared her from feeling so cornered. Kodoha-chan, you're home later than usual. A voice from behind carried a hint of amusement. What is going on today? She felt as if misfortune had been her constant companion. She must have forgotten to check her horoscope. Taking a deep breath, she turned around and bowed. The person approached, studying Kodoha's face with a knowing smile. Miss Kodoha? Not AO, right? He knows. What should I do? Seeing Kodoha's nervousness, Toma's smile widened. He relished teasing others. He gestured for her to sit beside him on the park bench, and after much hesitation, she chose a spot as far away from him as possible. Her wariness only served to amuse Toma. Actually, I've known for quite some time, he sighed, glancing at the girl beside him. About your work at the bar, Kodoha-chan. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. He patted her shoulder, causing her to shrink back in trepidation. Rest assured, I won't mention it at school. Kodoha's round eyes regarded him with newfound seriousness. For the first time, she scrutinized his ever-cheerful demeanor, wondering if his words could be trusted. It felt as though she were probing the depths of his sincerity with her gaze. Of course, there is a small condition, he said softly, raising a finger. Kodoha turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. Well, it's like this. Our university department wants to recruit Fushing Ryu, but that guy is rather arrogant. We simply want to know which university he plans to attend. It's that straightforward. When someone emphasizes simplicity, the truth often lies in the complexities behind it. Where he chooses to go is an individual's freedom. If you want to know such a simple thing, why not just ask? I barely know him. How would he tell me? Oh, how wary you are, Miss Kodoha, regarding confidential matters. I can only reveal that Fushing and his father published a research paper on quantum computing. If successful, this technology will revolutionize all of Japan. Thus, it's best for Fushing to remain in the country. His tone gradually became more serious. This matter does not concern me. I cannot assist you. With that, she attempted to depart. Then, is Kodoha-chan's advancement of no concern? He smiled, lighting a cigarette. Are you threatening me? Ah, how could you call it a threat? It's collaboration. Don't you want to ensure our nation retains talent and allows new technology to benefit the populace? What a noble endeavor. A puff of smoke wafted toward her, and through the haze, his gaze remained calm. Is it truly that simple? Being acquainted with Ryu's brother was hardly significant. Their interactions were limited to his recuperation at Ryu's home, where he was rather aloof. He might even dislike her. How could she extract any information? This task seemed 100-fold more challenging than studying mathematics. If possible, she wished never to encounter such an insufferable person again. Threatening a student. Could this man truly be a teacher? Konoha glared fiercely at the figure before her, exhaling smoke with an air of nonchalance. His carefree demeanor exuding a certain charm. Just one more year, and she would be free from this bothersome individual. Persevere, Konoha. Chapter 14. The rooftop and confession tonight's pre-bedtime bath offered none of the usual comfort. Her mind was burdened with weighty thoughts. After discussing her resignation with Mayo, she initially thought that the latter would be audacious enough to object, but to her surprise, Mayo agreed almost immediately, encouraging her to pursue her studies with diligence, words that seemed utterly uncharacteristic of her. Mayo had always urged her to avoid frivolous education and instead consider opening a bar for profit, as the latter was indeed a person who lived for wealth. In the depths of slumber, Konoha was perhaps haunted by the discontent of the previous night, leading her into a nightmarish reverie where she was pursued by an indistinct figure. The face and voice of this pursuer eluded her, yet a profound sense of dread coursed through her veins. The figure incessantly implored her to return, but terror-stricken, she fled desperately, ultimately reaching a cliff from which there was no escape. The last image imprinted in her mind was that of vivid scarlet, devoid of any sensation of pain. In her dream, she comprehended her demise, enveloped in sorrow and despair, to the extent that tears streamed down her face even in her sleep. The traces of her tears upon the pillow bore testament to the grief she experienced within her dream. Ever since encountering that individual, her life had spiraled into chaos. She attributed her recent unease and misfortunes to this enigmatic character, whom she had known for only a brief time, yet felt utterly alienated from. And her aversion towards him grew with each passing day. Some individuals are destined to be fortunate allies, while others seem to be harbingers of misfortune. How else could one explain the unease that surged within her the very moment they met? "Hey, Konoha-chan," Ryo called out as he approached her desk with a bento box, only to find her rising to leave. "Sorry, Ryo-chan, I have something to take care of during lunch." As Konoha exited the classroom, Ryo couldn't help but mutter to himself, wondering if she had friends on campus besides him. The autumn sky was a deep azure, untainted by any impurities, a pure blue adorned with clouds of various shapes, some near and some distant, with the closest seemingly perched atop the tallest building, as if they were within arm's reach. The sun had mellowed, shedding its fervor, no longer scorching against the skin, while the distant scenery appeared fresh and vivid. The rooftop was spacious, bordered by a grid of railings. Shadows danced upon the concrete floor as Konoha's head emerged from below the staircase. A slender, tall boy stood beside the railing, clad in a white shirt that was even whiter than the clouds above, paired with gray suit pants that showcased his long, straight legs. His hair fluttered in the gentle breeze of early autumn, swaying uncertainly, an embodiment of youthful contemplation. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, the youth turned. His youthful visage, framed by striking azure eyes, was marked by a prominent nose and skin that gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, exuding the vitality of youth, accompanied by a faint, pleasant fragrance in the air. "Are you Hanazawa-kun?" His voice was calm and gentle. "Yes." The boy's ears flushed a delicate pink, his response tinged with shyness. I really like you. Mokahira-san, I am serious. I truly like you." His words stumbled forth, a testament to the nervousness that only arises in the presence of someone genuinely cherished. Such is the pure and fervent beauty of youth. How much courage must he have summoned to articulate such sentiments? How could she forget that youth is a treasure beyond compare? The individuals from her past, too, must have once harbored similar feelings. She was at a loss on how to navigate these emotions, choosing instead to ignore them, which led others to perceive her as arrogant and dismissive, thus inviting trouble upon herself. It is essential to express both what one wishes to say and what remains unspoken. "I understand. I accept your feelings. Thank you." She smiled softly, her expression illuminated by the sunlight, reflecting the captivating azure of his eyes. Her voice as soothing as a gentle balm for the soul. Instantly, the boy revealed a radiant smile, having voiced his deepest desire. As if the universe itself were extending its hands toward him, Konoha gazed into his eyes, smiling back. There was a crystalline purity within his gaze. "However, I do not wish to date anyone. To clarify, I do not wish to engage in a romantic relationship, neither with you nor with anyone else. While I sincerely appreciate your affection, I have my own plans and pace, and at present, romance is not part of my agenda. Perhaps it may never be. And though it may be difficult to comprehend, I hope you can understand my position, can you?" As she looked into his calm, unwavering eyes, the boy swallowed slowly, ultimately managing a clean, bright smile. Rejecting someone is indeed a cruel affair. Youth, while beautiful, is intertwined with a myriad of bittersweet experiences. Yet, if one can communicate clearly, misunderstandings like those of the past can be avoided. One must learn to refuse gracefully. Konoha, this is not anyone's fault. Nonetheless, she wished for everyone to wear smiles of joy. After Hanazawa left, Konoha gazed at the azure sky, the wind tousling her hair, a cool breeze brushing against her scalp, while her muffled sobs mingled with the whispers of the unseen wind. As the sound of the door echoed, everyone departed. In the shadowed corner, two figures stood, having overheard the tender confession and the young girl's unshared sorrow. That was Konoha Mokuhira, right? One remarked, casting a glance at the boy beside him, who remained as cold as ice. Ah, truly a popular character. Quite the sensation, came the gossip-laden tone. Yet, the other showed no intention of responding, simply walking away. The white-haired man behind him lit a cigarette, lingering on the rooftop. Konoha-chan, where did you go? Ryo inquired upon encountering her in the restroom. To the rooftop. Konoha replied with calmness after washing her face. We have math class this afternoon, which is truly annoying. Even after washing my face, I still feel overwhelmed by an intense feeling, distaste? Atmosphere. It's hard to articulate. In class, Konoha endeavored to avoid glancing at the pair of rainbow-hued eyes in front of her. Her ears, however, were quite helpful, though their gazes occasionally met, causing her distress. So this is how he appears during class, serious and composed. He resembles a learned, refined gentleman. Poised and articulate, the quintessential image of a scholarly individual. How rare. Truly, he embodies the gentleman described in books, pious yet hypocritical. After school, in the classroom. Oh, this is difficult. Ryo lamented, seated at the front, alternating between working on assignments and tugging at her hair. As if the task of completing her homework was a profound torture, she felt as though she were being punished. Sighing, Konoha stretched, finally having completed most of her work. Yet the math and physics assignments remained untouched, causing her some worry. Konoha, are you encountering difficulties? Ugh, math and physics are indeed weak subjects. Konoha lamented. Perhaps I really should consider tutoring? She closed her eyes and rubbed her temples. Tutoring? Ryo echoed, suddenly struck by inspiration. Isn't there someone who can help? Konoha glanced at her friend, realizing she was referring to her brother, Fushing-ren, though she had previously suggested that Ryo seek her brother's assistance with her lagging studies. The thought of Fushing-ren, an undeniably aloof individual, made her hesitate. She had not truly considered Ryo's feelings, and guilt washed over her. However, if it could indeed help Ryo improve her grades, then perhaps it was worth enduring. Maybe you could try asking Fushing-kun. She encouraged. After all, you are siblings. Ryo, troubled by her grades, could not bear her brother's icy demeanor, preferring solitude over studying with him. She then proposed, Konoha-chan, let us study together. With two of us. Surely one of us can teach me, right? Clasping her hands together, Konoha was taken aback by the prospect of enduring such hardship. She wanted to retract her earlier guilt. Chapter 15. Fushing and Tutoring. By some stroke of fate, or perhaps due to the relentless pulling of Liang Shang, Qingyi found herself at the doorstep, still contemplating her escape, only to be intercepted by Mrs. Fushing, who had just returned from grocery shopping. Thus began the unexpected turn of events, with the two women effectively escorting, or perhaps even abducting, her back home. To avoid any complications, Qingyi decided to shift her focus entirely to her studies. Resigning from both of her jobs, which led to the current scenario, Qingyi was fidgeting restlessly, poking at the rice in her bowl. The dishes they had prepared together in the kitchen were abundant and sumptuous. She felt a wave of anxiety wash over her at the thought of Liang revealing her intention to seek tutoring from Fushing Lian in front of everyone. Especially after the previous incident had already caused trouble. The more kindness they showed her, the more she felt like a burden. Particularly since Tong Mo insisted she keep tabs on Fushing Lian's whereabouts, making her feel like a disgraceful spy. Qingyi shot Liang a desperate glance. But to her dismay, he blurted out the news during dinner. The Fushing couple fell silent, astonished by their daughter's sudden change. Suppressing their elation while fearing it might lead to disappointment. They set down their chopsticks and solemnly inquired if Liang was serious, receiving an affirmative response that pleased them immensely. However, within the family, Fushing Lian's opinions held significant weight. Lian, what are your thoughts? While it is indeed a positive development for Liang to seek tutoring, the decision ultimately rests with you, Mrs. Fushing tentatively probed. Fushing Lian, taking his time, finished his meal, placing his bowl down. He glanced at his eagerly awaiting younger sister, then stole a sidelong look at the anxious Qingyi and replied slowly, sure, but it must be strictly under my terms. His tone was unequivocal, causing Qingyi to stiffen as if a heavy weight had been placed upon her. Was this the kind of formidable individual she had never interacted with before? Liang cheered at the dinner table, and for once, the Fushing couple refrained from chastising him for his lack of decorum. Qin Yi watched Fa Xinglian leave, her heart filled with trepidation. On the first day of their tutoring arrangement, Qin Yi awaited Liang's notification. After completing their assignments at school, they returned to the Fa Xing residence, where they waited for a while until Fa Xinglian finally returned. Is this what genius looks like? Such a heavy burden, and yet so busy. He instructed them to complete 2 papers within a specified time frame. And even the sight of his back sent chills down Qin Yi's spine. Subsequently, he systematically addressed their issues, the types of questions, the methods of questioning, and the thought processes required for problem solving. After his explanation, what had seemed intricate and tangled suddenly became clear and manageable. So this is what genius entails. She marveled once more. Indeed, the world perceived by geniuses is distinctly different. Everything within their minds operates within a coherent system, like a great engineer skillfully orchestrating all the components. Truly astounding. Once Qin Yi understood, she beamed with gratitude. Liang was making progress, albeit slowly. Yet she couldn't help but admire her brother. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. A sudden downpour caught her off guard, and having forgotten her umbrella, she initially believed she could wait at school until it ceased. However, this autumn rain showed no signs of letting up. You can go home first. You don't need to accompany me. Qin Yi sulked. Actually, I forgot my umbrella too. Liang chuckled, scratching his head. Take my jacket back. I want to go for tutoring today. My home is nearby. Saying this, she placed her coat on Liang's desk and prepared to brave the rain. As she reached the school gate, she was suddenly enveloped in an embrace, her heart racing as she realized it was Liang, draped in her coat. Let us go back together. You can stay at my place today? How can that be? Before she could finish her protest, she was swept away. Upon arriving home, as expected, both were drenched, the cool rain clinging to their skin, yet they felt no discomfort, only laughter and banter. This was the romance of youth. A cherished memory for the two. After changing out of their wet clothes, Qin Yi stood up, brushing her damp hair back from her face, only to find Fa Xinglian in casual attire, his deep-set eyes behind glasses revealing no emotion. She smiled and acknowledged him. Mrs. Fa Xing nudged them into the bathroom, marking the first time they would share a bath together. As they sat in the tub, Liang playfully splashed water, eliciting peals of laughter from Qin Yi. They spent far too long in the bathroom, emerging just in time for dinner. Dressed in a light purple yukata, her long black hair cascading down her shoulders. With bangs now long enough to frame her face, she resembled a figure from ancient times. The sound of rain pattered outside, and under the warm glow of the lights, the atmosphere was cozy with a circle of people gathered. Mrs. Fa Xing incessantly praised Qin Yi's beauty, and even Mr. Fa Xing and Liang joined in, complimenting her suitability for wearing a kimono. Mrs. Fa Xing, envious yet complaining, lamented having raised 2 sons and regretting not having a daughter as gentle as Qin Yi, which only sparked Liang's displeasure. Dinner passed amidst the lively chatter. After helping to tidy up the dishes, Qin Yi took today's questions to Liang's room. As she approached the door, she hesitated, contemplating leaving, but Liang was dragged out by Mrs. Fa Xing. Owing to their prolonged bath, they had delayed their tutoring session, and there was still a while before rest. As Qin Yi pondered whether to ask, the door suddenly swung open, revealing a faint scent of pine. She looked up to see a youth taller than herself. Having never spoken to him alone before, she bit her lip. Come in. His voice was crisp. Qin Yi stepped in gently, closing the door behind her. Sitting on the low table, Lian adjusted his glasses and took a seat opposite her. The girl's hair flowed smoothly, and with a few turns of her head, the dark cascade fell freely. The fragrance of fresh tea and warmth enveloped her, slightly overwhelming, causing warmth to rise to her cheeks. The boy touched his face, sipping tea. As the girl departed, it felt as though her essence lingered in the room, starkly contrasting with his refreshing scent. During the break, Qin Yi found herself in the corridor with several girls who unexpectedly invited her to help with the drama club. They were in search of a girl with a beautiful singing voice to assist in a musical. How could they possibly know she could sing? Was it Liang who told them? Please help us out. We're begging you. A chorus of pleading voices surrounded her, making it difficult for Qin Yi to refuse. I can only give it a try. If it doesn't work out, you'll have to find someone else, she replied to the drama club members. After the audition, a resounding applause erupted, and the club president directly invited Qin Yi to join. She smiled and politely declined. The performance day was a success, yet Qin Yi felt nervous, trying her best not to look at the audience, performing as she had practiced. Unbeknownst to her, among the scattered audience sat a silver-haired man and the Fa Xing siblings.